So noisy.
The sounds of cicadas and birds filled the air. Qi Caiwei lay on the couch with her eyes half closed. She rubbed her forehead. Her head hurt. The noise from the cicadas was making her head throb and her heart feel uneasy. She shouted, "Aunt Mei, have someone catch those cicadas and birds. It's too loud." But as soon as she shouted, she remembered that Aunt Mei was still in prison. Aunt Mei was her nurse, who had watched her grow up and helped raise 2 children. She had spent more time with her than her own mother. Aunt Mei had been with her from her first words to her marriage and then to having children. She had never been away for so long. Qi Caiwei's eyes turned red as she wanted to find out about Aunt Mei's situation. She called for someone, but in came Granny Gong. "Madam, the servants are already catching the cicadas," Granny Gong reported, standing with her hands at her sides. Qi Caiwei. That old woman, calling her madam, would sell her off soon enough. Then she heard various noises outside. "Quick, there's one over there."
Catch it.
"There's one in the tree too. And over there. Hurry, don't let it get away." Qi Caiwei frowned tightly, rolling her eyes in frustration. Covering her ears, she shouted, "Stop. Tell them to stop catching them."
Yes.
Granny Gong went out and gave the order, and the noise outside instantly stopped. It was quiet now, finally quiet. At this moment, she didn't even find the cicadas and birds noisy anymore. Granny Gong had heard her mention Aunt Mei and thought she must be missing her nurse, so she shared the news she had learned earlier. "Madam, Aunt Mei's sentence has been decided. Originally, she was to be executed, but because you compensated for the burned property, she has been sentenced to exile for 2,000 miles and can never return." Exile? I already paid money. Why does she still have to be exiled? Qi Caiwei's eyes widened in anger, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Compensation. Was that something she wanted to pay? If she didn't pay, those people would come to disturb her every day, not letting her go out, let alone return to the capital. Look at this room. It looked like it had been robbed. Not a single decent item was left. Madame Gong. Who does she think she is, acting recklessly, setting fire to houses and only wanting to settle it with money? Does she think the government office is her family's? Fortunately, no one was hurt in the fire, otherwise she would have been in trouble too. Madame Gong, weren't you supposed to use money to rescue her? Did you not try hard enough? Qi Caiwei stared at her in disbelief. This old woman was sent by her stepmother to watch over her, hoping she would fail. How could she truly care? But now, she was the only one who could step forward. Madame Gong stood with her head down. "I did my best." What more could she say? Those families affected by the fire didn't pursue her, all because of her father, the Minister Qi. How could she lack any self-awareness? "Answer me, are you deaf?" Qi Caiwei threw a teacup at her, which Madame Gong dodged. However, it hit Jiang Zipei, who had just entered, right on the forehead.
Ouch.
After a loud cry, blood streamed from Jiang Zipei's forehead. Qi Caiwei's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. "Quick, go get a doctor," Madame Gong exclaimed, hurriedly pulling out a cloth to cover Jiang Zipei's wound. Jiang Zipei took the cloth herself, pressing it to her forehead as she approached her mother, incredulous. "Mother, did you want to kill me?" Qi Caiwei finally reacted and quickly checked her child's injury, feeling a wave of guilt. "I'm sorry, Père, it's all my fault. Thankfully, the wound isn't deep. It's all Madame Gong's fault. Why did you dodge?" Madame Gong received a harsh glare and retreated to the door. "I'll go see if the doctor has arrived." After saying this, she left. Jiang Zipei no longer felt the pain. She was only worried about one thing. "Mother, I heard that Aunt Mei is going to be exiled. You must think of a way to save her." She tightly grasped Qi Caiwei's hand. "Aunt Mei is old. She can't endure the suffering of exile. She could die on the way." Qi Caiwei opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Jiang Zijing slowly walked in. "We can't save her. It's impossible. Mother, someone must take the blame for the arson for this to end. Only then will the families of the burned shops let it go. And we can leave Jiangzhou smoothly." Qi Caiwei asked, "But can't we use some money?" Jiang Zijing frowned. holding her mother's hand. "Mother, we have no money left. We used it all to compensate those affected by the fire. Even this house is rented, and the gambling house and pawn shop were all used to pay debts. Right now, there's hardly anything left. It was impossible to lose all the money. There are still tens of thousands of taels left, and there will be many uses for them when we return to the capital." She stored all the money in the bank for emergencies. After hearing her daughter's words, Qi Caiwei felt a bit shaken. She knew that if this matter did not fall on Mei Gu, it would fall on her. If she went to prison, her husband and father would not ignore it, but her reputation would be ruined, and it would also affect her 2 children. Well, in the end, Mei Gu willingly took the blame. She instructed, "Let's not mention this again. When Mei Gu leaves, you all go and see her off for me." "No, Mei Gu cannot be exiled. Mother, Mei Gu is your wet nurse. She raised me and my sister. How can you just abandon her?" Jiang Zipei knelt down, holding his forehead. "Mother, I beg you." He only knew he could not be without Mei Gu. Qi Caiwei felt both angry and heartbroken as she helped her son up. "Stop talking, this matter ends here." "Mother." Jiang Zipei was unwilling to give up. The official said that Mei Gu confessed to the crime herself, claiming she set fire to the Tianxiang building to defend her master after seeing Madame Qin hurt her master. But he could not believe it. Mei Gu would never do such a thing on her own. It must have been his mother's orders. "Mother, don't think I don't know. Mei Gu is taking the blame for you. You cannot be ungrateful. You must save her." "Unfilial child, you're talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with me. Are you still my son?" Qi Caiwei raised her hand to strike him. But when her gaze fell on the red mark on his forehead, she withdrew her hand, feeling immense pain. "Payer, do you think I don't want to save her? I am also powerless." Jiang Zijing, with a dark expression, also tried to persuade him. "Brother, we all know you can't bear to part with Mei Gu, and we can't either. But what can we do? Should we ask Mother to bring her back? If she is not in prison, those who burned down the shop will not let us go. You saw it. We lost all our money to settle this matter. Let's not complicate things further." Qi Caiwei agreed. "If you truly can't let it go, then let's give the jailers some extra money to take better care of Mei Gu on the way, so she suffers less." Jiang Zipei looked at these 2 people he was closest to but felt a sense of distance. He realized that his mother and sister had always seen Mei Gu as a servant. Feeling cold inside, he sneered, "Mother, sister, why make excuses? You are just heartless, trying to protect yourselves." After saying that, he covered his forehead and stormed off. Qi Caiwei, feeling upset, pressed her hand to her chest and leaned against her daughter. "Gina, look at this. I raised a thankless child. Has he forgotten who gave him life and raised him?" For the sake of a servant, he turned against his own mother. This son was a waste of effort. "Mother, don't be upset. The person father sent to pick us up will arrive tomorrow. Let's go visit the makeup shop. I heard that Yuyan Studio has developed a new makeup that covers well. It might help hide the scars on your face." Jiang Zijing gently rubbed her mother's back.
Oh.
"We can't let father dislike mother. Let's cover it up first. Then we'll find a way to heal it." Summer days. A gentle breeze blows. The sun is shining brightly. The streets are bustling with people. In crowded places, Jiang Miaomiao felt like she had no feet, hanging on her older brother. Her second brother, who had been studying hard, also came out. He had heard from Cheer that their father had a mistress and even had a little sister. Miaomiao was sad and wanted to go out to relax.
Sad?
That's a joke. She looked happier than anyone. After all, Miaomiao had never even met their father, so he couldn't really be called her dad. If anyone should be sad, it should be him and his older brother. They first went to the jewelry shop. "Little sister, what do you like? Big brother will buy it for you." Jiang Zifeng held up a hairpin from the tray and kept showing it to Jiang Miaomiao. Something fell off. "Brother, she's still little. She can't have that. She needs a hair tie." Jiang Zian took the hairpin from his brother's hand and put it back in the tray. "Shopkeeper, do you have any hair ties for children?" The shopkeeper shook his head. Young master, we only sell gold, silver, and jade jewelry, not hair ties. It was the first time he had seen children come to buy jewelry. But customers are customers. Maybe they were buying for their elders. Young master, we don't have anything suitable for little girls, but we do have items for your mother or sister. The brothers exchanged glances. They didn't have that much money. Besides, Aunt Shui and Aunt Jiang had given their mother plenty of accessories, and she didn't wear them. She said there wasn't occasion to wear them, and wearing them daily was too flashy. Their mother seemed to love collecting, but didn't care for wearing gold, silver, or jade items. I want that one. Jiang Miaomiao pointed at a butterfly tassel hairpin and turned to her brother. Brother, can you buy that hairpin for Sister Yuan, okay? Jiang Zifeng quickly shook his head. No, little sister. Mother said boys shouldn't casually give hairpins to girls. They can only give them to their fiancés. Jiang Miaomiao, when did my brother become so smart? She turned her eyes and said, Big brother, can you lend me some money? I'll buy it, and you can help me give it to Sister Yuan. The shopkeeper, please wrap that hairpin for me, Jiang Zifeng said as he took out some silver from his pocket. However, he still found it puzzling. Why did his sister need to borrow money? Wasn't it all his to begin with? Besides, it was all given by their mother, so what was the difference? And why couldn't she just give it to Princess Rong'an herself? Sister, why not let our brother or Sheer go instead? No way. Jiang Ziyan quickly waved his hand. Princess Rong'an only cared about Big Brother, so what would it mean if he went? No, I want Big Brother to go, Jiang Miaomiao pouted. Jiang Zifeng. All right, I reluctantly agree. Just as he was about to leave, a little red bird flew over and landed on Jiang Miaomiao's shoulder, chirping away. Sheer realized that this chirping bird was the little master's pet and couldn't be chased away. Let's go buy some rouge. Jiang Miaomiao, holding the chirping bird, waddled ahead like a little duck, while the others followed slowly behind. Then they saw her stop in front of a carriage and peek inside before heading straight into the nearby shop. Don't let her go in. Jiang Ziyan immediately recognized that it was Qi Caiwei's carriage. Although Aunt Mei wasn't there, her driver still was. But it was too late. Despite her small size and short legs, she ran faster than a rabbit. Sheer thought there might be danger inside. In a flash, she rushed in and picked up Jiang Miaomiao, startling the little girl and everyone in the shop. Jiang Zifeng and his brother followed in after her. Fortunately, they didn't run into Qi Caiwei directly. It seemed the mother and daughter were trying on makeup in a private room. Those two were getting more and more reckless. They couldn't let them near their sister. Jiang Ziyan stepped forward and said to the shopkeeper, Could you please help me quickly choose a set of cosmetics suitable for a young lady? Of course. Are you buying for your sisters at home? The shopkeeper asked curiously. Jiang Ziyan nodded. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes sparkled as she looked around and spotted a pair of embroidered shoes under the curtain. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the shopkeeper's sleeve, saying, Auntie, I want to buy some for Mother too. The shopkeeper was delighted to hear there was more business and thought the little girl was incredibly cute, wanting to pinch her little cheeks. She rubbed her little chubby hands and said, Little girl, you are so good. What do you want to buy for your mother?
Powder.
Mom's eyes are puffy from crying. I want to buy some powder to cover it. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan looked at each other, confused. Did their mother cry? When did she cry? Were her eyes swollen? They had no idea. Sister, why did Mom cry? Yeah, why did your mother cry? The shopkeeper was also very curious. Woo woo woo. Jiang Miaomiao pinched herself again, and tears streamed down her face. All the young women in the shop gathered around. What's wrong? Why is the little girl crying?
Who has some candy?
Bring it out to cheer her up. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan were even more confused. Everything was fine just a moment ago, and now she was suddenly crying. Children can cry so easily, especially in July. Sierra probably knew why she was crying and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, feeling a bit sad herself. Jiang Ziyan hurriedly found a piece of candy from his sister's little pouch and put it in her mouth, which finally stopped her crying. Little Jiang Miaomiao sniffled while eating the candy. She was really crying because she had pinched herself too hard. Once the candy was gone, she said in a sweet voice. Daddy is taking care of another woman and even had a little sister. Mom's eyes are all puffy from crying. Jiang Zifeng's mouth dropped open. Sister. What did you say? Jiang Zian. He had actually overheard Aunt Xiao and their mother talking about how their father was keeping another woman in the capital, and Annie had asked their mother when she would confront them. Their mother said to wait until the time was right. He didn't expect that his sister would find out and say something like this. He picked up his sister and comforted her. Don't cry. That other woman is just Dad's childhood friend. She will eventually be our stepmother.
What?
What did you say? Explain it clearly. A veiled woman rushed out of the crowd, but before she could get close to Jiang Miaomiao, Sierra and Jiang Zifeng blocked her. She stepped back several paces. Jiang Zian, explain clearly what happened to your father. Qi Caiwei was originally trying on makeup inside when she heard the child's cries. When she looked closer, it was the little girl from next door. She didn't want to pay attention, but then she heard such shocking words. It couldn't be. They must be making it up. What childhood friend? Jiang Zian raised an eyebrow. Little mother, you're going to have another sister. Dad is raising his childhood friend Aunt Hao outside, and even had a little sister who should be about 2 months old now. Impossible. You are lying. Qi Caiwei's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. What little green plum? She doesn't believe it. It's impossible. Qi Caiwei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Jiang Zian, wishing she could silence him. All she could hear were the mocking voices of the women around her. Madam, try to understand. What man doesn't stray? Having a concubine is nothing. Since your child is a girl, she can stay with her mother. Qi's sister. Whether that concubine is your husband's childhood friend or his beloved, she will still be a secondary wife. How could she overshadow you? You are still the main wife. Exactly, no matter how special she is just a country girl. How can she compare to the daughter of a scholar? Qi lady, you are the only main wife. Even if he takes 10 or 8 concubines, they will always be concubines. Qi's sister, which man doesn't have multiple wives? Try to be more open-minded. Your husband is quite good, having only you as the main wife, with no concubines. If he takes another, it could be a companion for you, and more children would help the family thrive. The women chattered so much that they nearly turned the beauty shop upside down. The beauty shop was the best in Jiangzhou, mostly frequented by wealthy ladies. The young ladies watched the commotion with their hands over their mouths, and the women, whether they knew her or not, wanted to join in. Among them, someone recognized Qi Caiwei. Even with her veil, she was still identifiable. Women gathered in small groups to surround her. Some were former friends, while others were close to Madame Qin and had developed a rivalry with her. Qi Caiwei covered her ears, shaking her head and shouting hoarsely, "Stop talking, everyone, just stop." She felt pain in her head, her face, and her heart. Everywhere hurt. It was like a swarm of flies buzzing in her ears. She felt like she was suffocating. With a sudden awe, she collapsed. Mother. Jiang Zijing turned pale, her eyes red from crying, and with Granny Gong, she pushed through the crowd to rescue her mother. At that moment, she felt her small body was being crushed, making it hard to breathe. She couldn't take it anymore. At such a young age, she was burdened with endless family troubles. Her parents were a constant source of worry, never giving her a moment of peace. This Jiang family, it was simply falling apart. It wasn't like this in her previous life. Back then, there was kindness and harmony. Her father had no childhood friends, no concubines, and certainly no little sister. Everything had changed. How could this happen? Seeing the beauty shop in chaos, Jiang Zian grabbed his sister and ran away. These women's words are sharp and hurtful. One of them is as powerful as 10 officials, always aiming for people's hearts. It's frightening, truly frightening. I hope they don't lead my sister astray. Jiang Zifeng was confused as he ran wildly with his brother. Worried that his brother wouldn't be able to run fast while carrying their sister, he took the little one from his brother's arms. They kept running. The brothers raced faster and faster, as if a bear were chasing them. Little Miaomiao's chubby face twitched. She felt the wind rushing past her ears, and everything around them seemed to blur.
Wow.
This is exciting. The little maid, Qi, was curious. She was enjoying herself until she turned around and realized her young master was gone. She quickly ran after them. The three of them were inexplicably chasing each other, as if they were in a competition. Jiang Zian initially didn't want to run anymore, feeling foolish. But thinking about the frustration he had finally released made him feel better, so he joined in. In the evening, they ran against the gentle breeze, feeling even more exhilarated. The three of them made it home in one breath. Then, without anyone noticing, they slipped back into the house. As soon as Jiang Miaomiao got home, she fell into a deep sleep. Although her big brother had carried her for several streets, she still felt tired from crying earlier. Qi, now more cautious, kept a close watch on her young master, afraid she might suddenly wake up and ask for help or come up with some mischievous idea. In the evening, smoke curled up from chimneys as people returned home. Jiang Miaomiao slept soundly, feeling a bit dazed when she woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, someone was there to attend to her, making her feel like a young lady. Qi, make sure not to look into mother's eyes later. She can tell if you're lying by looking at your eyes, the little one warned. Qi thought, oh my, what kind of family is this? Her heart raced. It's true that like mother, like daughter. Jiang Miaomiao, dressed in a new pretty dress, walked happily to the dining room. Her mother, Aunt Xiao, and her aunt had returned, but she didn't see her godfather or uncle. Yawning, she looked around and asked her mother, "Mother, where are father and uncle?" "They have official business to attend to and will be back in a few days," Lu Qingyao replied absent-mindedly. She looked troubled. Jiang Miaomiao felt a bit disappointed. She had just met her father, and now he was gone again? She quite liked this handsome father. Having power, influence, and wealth means you need to build good relationships and seek support from important people. "Is Miaomiao being good today?" Lu Qingyao asked. She noticed the little one looked unhappy and kissed her on the head. Why does it smell faintly of perfume?" "Yes, Miaomiao is very good," Jiang Zifeng and his brother replied together with Qi. Lu Qingyao then noticed the maid Qi and the new hairstyle on her daughter, with 2 cute buns. The little girls had their hair neatly styled, tied with a red ribbon that had tiny bells. As they walked, the bells jingled, which was quite pleasant to hear. You could tell the little one was coming from far away. The hairstyle was done nicely, but the little maid kept her head down, nervously tugging at her clothing. If she tugged any harder, she might tear it. "Qi, my child can be mischievous, so I'll rely on you in the future," Lu Qingyao said, patting the young girl's shoulder. Startled, the girl shivered but still kept her head down, bowing and replying, "I will do my best to take care of the young lady. Please rest assured, madam." Lu Qingyao smiled and glanced at the 3 children. The eldest and second child didn't look up, focused on eating. They finished 1 bowl, and then took another. That made 3 bowls already. Foma usually eats 3 big bowls, so today's behavior wasn't surprising. But it was strange for Yenner. He usually only eats 1 bowl, but today he was on his 3rd. Looking at the little one, she was being very well behaved, slowly spooning rice into her mouth. She wasn't even asking for fried chicken. After finishing her meal, she looked up with her little face, pouting her greasy lips. "Mommy, wipe my face." Lu Qingyao was interrupted and didn't investigate further, taking the handkerchief from Qi to wipe her daughter's face and mouth. However, Xiao remembered the rumors she heard on the way back. "Sister, everyone is talking about the Tao Tao incident. Did you let it slip?" She had followed Qin Tongpan today, and when she returned, her sister was already home. But didn't her sister say to keep it a secret until the Lu family's case was settled and they were pardoned? Then they could reveal it to help her with the divorce. If it came out now, it might backfire. Lu Qingyao frowned and shook her head. "It wasn't me." She didn't say it, but if it wasn't Xiao, then who could it be? They both looked at Mu Jiangyue. "It wasn't me. I would have said something if it were. Besides, I've been with Yao Yao all day. If she didn't want me to say anything, how could I go against her?" Jiua waved her hands repeatedly. She glanced at her sister and the 6 maids. They all shook their heads in unison. It couldn't be them. My sister is too focused on her own things to speak out. It also couldn't be the maids. They wouldn't dare go against their master. The 3 of them looked at each other, wondering who it could be. Their eyes fell on a few children. Jiang Zifeng seemed unaware, focused on eating. This was already his 4th bowl. He had gotten up early to practice martial arts, sparred at noon, and then ran around in the afternoon, using up a lot of energy. After finishing 3 bowls, he still felt hungry. Jiang Zian slowed down his eating. He was losing his appetite and felt like the food was stuck in his throat. He was too full. Jiang Miaomiao couldn't bear to see her brothers becoming gluttons, so she decided to take the blame. Suddenly raising her little hand, she smiled and said, "It was me, mother. I said it." Cough, cough. Jiang Zian almost choked. What was his sister doing? Mother didn't want them to get involved in adult matters. He understood that she was worried about their safety, afraid that the Qi family might harm them. If their father found out it came from them, he would be furious. "Miaomiao, you said it was you?" Lu Qingyao looked at her daughter's bright eyes and rubbed her forehead. Jiang Miaomiao nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. "Yes, it was me." Why did she feel like her mother was a bit upset? Did she do something wrong? Lu Qingyao. This child was becoming bolder and more reckless. But how did she find out? Who did you hear it from, and what do you know? Lu Qingyao held her daughter's little face. "You said it." The little one replied innocently, looking up at her mother with big, sad eyes. "Mother, did you forget? Last night, Annie was talking to you about how the bad father has a mistress and even had a little sister." Jiang Miaomiao said seriously. Lu Qingyao opened her mouth, feeling both amused and exasperated. Hadn't this child been asleep? How did she overhear that? It seemed she couldn't talk about such things in front of the children anymore. Just when she thought the child wouldn't understand, she ended up making it widely known. Mu Jiangyuan noticed her friend's troubled expression and quickly changed the subject. "Yao, no matter the outcome of the military pay issue, once it's settled, you should return to the capital with me. It's time for you and Jiang Yunze to come to a conclusion." The children were a bit mischievous and didn't realize their mother's worries. But who could handle such a situation? If it weren't for the 3 kids, she would have already tied up Jiang Yunze and Qi Caiwei and given them a good talking to. Now that it had come to this, a divorce needed to happen quickly. Thinking it over, this matter should not be rushed. Although the official's punishment does not extend to his married daughter, if there is a divorce, that would be a different story. Your Majesty can choose to overlook some things. But I fear that the Qi family and Qi Caiwei might interfere and spread rumors in court, which could complicate matters. Clearing the injustice depends on timing. It can't be rushed. However, establishing family ties can be done in advance. Yao, don't worry. Before the divorce, I will make sure my mother accepts you as her goddaughter. That way, you'll be considered a daughter of the Mu family, and the emperor might show some leniency because of your connection to my aunt. Lu Qingyao pressed her lips together, knowing that with the label of a traitor's daughter, a divorce would not lead to a good outcome for her. She might not even have the right to mention a divorce. But she also didn't want to drag the Mu family down, or let Mu Yunjie be scolded by the officials. Maybe waiting a bit longer would be best. "Jiangyu, there's 1 month left until Yenner has her exams. Let's wait a bit longer, and after the exams, we will return together. This matter needs to be timed carefully." Jiang Yunze is currently relying on Minister Qi in court, and with the exposure of his affair, Qi Caiwei will likely cause a scene. If that happens, he will have to find a way to calm the Qi family's anger. The only thing that could make Qi Caiwei back down is the position of the main wife. At that point, she won't even need to mention the divorce. Jiang Yunze will likely find a way to make her give up that position. She is curious to see how far Jiang Yunze will go for his future. Hearing his mother and aunt talk this way made Jiang Zian's heart sink. Are they making things worse? He had forgotten that his mother carried the burden of being a traitor's daughter. It's a tough situation. No wonder they have to endure so much. When Qi Caiwei falsely accused them, his mother didn't defend herself. She just negotiated with his father and brought them to Jiangzhou. She even made room for others. Thinking about it is frustrating. But there was no other choice. At least his mother's title could keep them together. But now, with the Qi family causing trouble, he fears. Jiang Zian didn't dare to think further. Jiang Miaomiao felt overwhelmed, thinking she must not have eaten enough walnuts to be clever enough to understand the complexities. Seeing her mother and older brother's expressions, she felt she had caused trouble.
Sigh.
It's clear that women in this era have it tough. She feels sorry for her mother.
Sobi.
Mother, Miaomiao knows she was wrong. Jiang Miaomiao slid down from the stool and stretched out her little hand, saying, Mom, you can hit me. It doesn't hurt. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian stood beside their sister, saying together, Mom, we were wrong. We shouldn't have taken our sister to Yuanjai, and we shouldn't have told Qi Xiaonyang that Dad supports a mistress. Lu Qingyao looked at the three children, her eyes turning red as she smiled. It's not a big deal. We just need to find out who stole the military funds quickly. Sooner or later, we have to talk about it. She hugged the three children and said earnestly, I hope you all think carefully before acting. Don't be impulsive or reckless, and don't let your emotions lead you to make hasty decisions. Look at Qi Xiaonyang. Every time she was driven by her desires and emotions, she ended up hurt, yet she still does as she pleases. Learn from her mistakes. Yes, we will remember your teachings, Mom. The three replied in unison.
Muxianx.
She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. The three children had sneaked out right under her nose, and she and her maids hadn't noticed at all. Several maids shot a fierce glance at Sheer. Traitor. Sheer lowered her head, pretending not to see. She had to look out for herself. Xiao pursed her lips and continued eating. She didn't expect Mu Qianxue to keep an eye on the siblings. After all, although the young girl seemed steady, she wasn't much older than Feng Ger. After finishing their meal, a very guilty Jiang Miaomiao took Zhu back to the room, locking Sheer outside. The little maid peered through the window and saw the young master holding a little red bird, mumbling about something. That night, the Jiang family enjoyed the cool air in the courtyard. Lu Garden was not brightly lit. Only the houses with people had lights on. Since there weren't many people in Lu Garden, Mom thought it wasn't necessary to have lights everywhere. It wasted oil and was too extravagant. Mu Qianxue felt a bit uncomfortable in the darkness, but she slowly adapted to the local customs. Without the lights, the Milky Way in the night sky appeared even brighter. The weaver girl and the cowherd stargazed at each other from afar. Mu Zhongyue enjoyed such a night. She and Yao Yao would drink together under the moonlight when they were at the border. They would build a bonfire, roast rabbits and fish, and sneak drinks from their father's wine. It was so much fun. But this time wasn't bad either. The children lit charcoal in the courtyard, roasting chicken and lamb. The smell of smoke filled the air. Laughter and playful shouts filled the courtyard, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao sneaked a peek. The house across the way was brightly lit. Now, Jiang Zijing is in charge, and everything else is set aside. But when it comes to lighting, she cannot be careless. It's dark at night, and if someone sneaks in, it could be very dangerous. Learning from past experiences, caution is necessary. Both mother and daughter feel that someone might want to harm them. Aside from the cost of lamp oil, Jiang Zijing is very frugal in other areas, keeping their meals light. In her previous life, she had eaten vegetarian food for the late Mu Qianxue and unknowingly grew to like it. Now, she enjoys it too. But occasionally, she still shares some steamed lamb with her mother. She convinced her mother to save on expensive items like ginseng and bird's nest, replacing them with a cheaper soup made from white fungus. Currently, the biggest expense is the medicinal herbs and face powders for her mother's skin treatment. She has thought it through. If the scars don't heal, using powder to cover them will work just as well. As long as it doesn't affect their social interactions in the future, that's all that matters. Looking back at the past accounts, she realized her mother was truly naive, sending so much money to the capital. Just thinking about how that money was spent by her father on his mistress and illegitimate child makes her heart ache. From now on, the money they earn will not benefit him at all. No way. Qi Caiwei leaned against the couch, still feeling dazed. Her heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Hadn't her husband promised not to take another concubine? To be with her alone for life? How could he turn around and get involved with someone else? It must be because they were apart for too long. Her mother was right. Men are like unfaithful cats that need to be held tightly. Her husband was no exception. At that time, she had been too confident in herself. Now that her face is ruined, she feels waves of insecurity. She held her daughter's hand. Jinger, do you think your father will dislike me? Mother, you are a daughter of the Qi family. He wouldn't dare to dislike you. It's that mistress who seduced him. Just send her away when we go back. The poor situation of their family is sad. Her father has no right to dislike anyone. Qi Caiwei stared blankly at her daughter. Jinger is still so young, yet she understands all this, making her feel a bit ashamed. I was foolish. Jinger, get ready. As soon as your father's people come to pick us up, we will leave Jiangzhou immediately. This time, she must return no matter what. Jiang Zijing had already packed everything, ready to leave at any moment. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not leaving. Jiang Zipei, just back from outside, kicked over a chair in front of her. She questioned her mother. Mother, are you really going to just leave Mei Gu behind? Do you have any conscience? You were raised on her milk. Jiang Zijing no longer hid her feelings. Whether she was fierce for her young age or had deep schemes, she let others say what they wanted. She slapped her brother hard across the face. Although her strength was small, it still left a red mark. She scolded her brother. Jiang Zipei, how can you talk to mother like that? Why are you so stubborn? She said you can't be saved, so if you want to be saved, you have to do it yourself. Who will spoil you? Jiang Zipei was stunned. He stood there, his face burning. How could Jiang Zijing hit him? What right did she have to do that? Qi Caiwei looked at her daughter in surprise. Why was her daughter so fierce? She was still a young girl. The intensity of her presence even made Qi Caiwei tremble. What was wrong with her daughter? Was she upset because of her father? Jiang Zipei covered his face, his expression turning red with anger as he glared at Jiang Zijing. Cruel woman. I don't have a sister like you. What kind of sister are you? Pear, how can you say that? Qi Caiwei pulled her son closer, looking at the mark on his face, and gently advised, Jinger is only trying to help us. Look at how hard she has worked lately. It's all because of me being useless. As she spoke, she wiped her tears. Her son was soft-hearted, and once she cried, he would stop causing trouble. Jiang Zipei couldn't bear it either, calming his anger and holding Qi Caiwei's hand. Mother, can we not go back just yet? The child exam is coming up soon, and if we miss the return trip to the capital, we'll have to wait another year. Both Mother and Mei Gu valued his exams greatly. Even if they couldn't save Mei Gu, he still needed to take the test. They couldn't leave now. If they left and Mei Gu didn't see them before leaving Jiangzhou, how heartbroken would she be? Qi Caiwei had been busy with trivial matters lately and almost forgot about her son's exam. Yes, the child exam was coming up. She couldn't let her own issues ruin her son's future. She decisively said, All right, Pear, we'll wait until you finish your exam before going back. For now, focus on your studies and don't think about anything else. As for Mei Gu, I will try my best to think of a way. Her son was simple-minded and easy to deceive. She would just distract him for now. Jiang Zipei looked at his mother suspiciously. Really? How could I lie to you? Just study hard and don't get distracted, Qi Caiwei said, adjusting his clothes and putting on a caring, motherly expression. Jiang Zipei smiled brightly and happily returned to the study. Jiang Zijing's face was darker than a pot's bottom. She finally managed to persuade her mother to leave quickly, but her brother caused trouble. Looking at Jiang Zipei's dejected state these days, she really didn't believe this fool could make it onto the list. Renting this house cost her a lot of money. Moreover, they had completely lost face in Jiangzhou and could no longer show their faces outside. If possible, she would have liked to leave her mother and brother behind and return alone. 7 days later, Aunt Mei passed away. She died during the journey into exile. Just a few dozen miles out of Jiangzhou, she jumped off a cliff. On the day they left the city, she searched the crowd of people seeing them off and only saw Pega's figure. That child had lost weight and was crying very sadly. It must be that the lady didn't take good care of him. She knew that the lady and the third young lady wouldn't come. In the July heat, she felt cold all over. It chilled her to the bone. She treated the 3 children as her own. She didn't expect the lady to come to her rescue. After all, they had been through so much together. She only hoped to see them one last time. Just one glance. But that was too much to wish for. She was older now, and her heart was free of attachments. She couldn't bear the suffering of exile. With a smile on her face and handcuffs on her wrists, she stumbled forward. She ran wildly toward the cliff. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, someone was knocking at the door. The doorman of Lu Yuan opened the door and shouted, "Coming." "Stop knocking." When he opened the door, he realized it wasn't their door being knocked on. A few officers stood at the door across the way. Seeing them knock furiously, they finally managed to get that door open. The doorman, still half asleep, yawned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the officers, he stopped yawning mid-sentence, closed his mouth, and became alert. "Tell your master that your old servant, Aunt Mei, jumped off a cliff and died during her exile," the officer said before leaving. In such cases, they could only inform the family, and there was no need to collect the body. It was simply impossible to find. When Qi Caiwei received this news, she cried a lot, feeling very sad. Jiang Zijing also shed a few tears. She felt deeply grateful to Aunt Mei for their time together. In a way, it was better this way. Aunt Mei was a wise person. After all, the suffering of exile was not something an elderly person could endure. It was better for her to be free of pain. Her mother and brother would no longer argue over her, worry about her, or have conflicts. For a servant to be so cared for by her master was already a blessing. Mei Gu's body could not be found, and since she was a servant, no funeral was held. Even the closest loyal servant is still a servant, and there are distinctions in status. Rules must be followed. She only had a simple grave made in the outskirts and burned some paper money. She copied some scriptures by hand. She would chant and pray for Mei Gu to reach a peaceful afterlife. Jiang Zijing said nothing, holding on to Mei Gu's belongings, and locked herself in the study day and night, studying hard. She ate and drank but did not speak to anyone. Jiang Zijing thought she was just sulking, not realizing that for over half a month, she hadn't spoken to her or their mother. Besides eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, she hardly left the study. Even meals were brought to her there. Something was definitely off. As the child examination approached, Jiang Zijing suggested going to Qingyun Temple to pray for her brother. She hadn't gone out much for an entire month and felt restless. Their mother often forgot that Mei Gu had passed away and would sometimes call her name, which inevitably brought sadness. The next morning, the mother and daughter set out, one after the other. Jiang Miaomiao's family also headed to Qingyun Temple. Their mother said it was time to relax and enjoy the blooming chrysanthemums. They were going to pray for their brothers and enjoy the flowers. Jiang Miaomiao was the happiest. As long as she could go out to play, she was content anywhere. After all, she had always loved to have fun before her journey here. It's hard to change one's nature, especially once it is formed. There was no need to change now. The family prayed to the 3 pure ones for blessings for her older brothers to succeed. For a child to pass the first level of the imperial examination, it shouldn't be too difficult. However, many people with long beards had also passed, so it was wise to pray just in case. Although she had never believed in such things before, even during her college entrance exams, now that she had experienced so much, she couldn't convince herself not to believe. Everyone here believed, including their mother, who seemed ready to pay respects to all 3 faiths. Better to believe there is something than nothing at all. The road ahead was long, and there would be many more prayers to come for future exams. Local exams, provincial exams, palace exams. This was just the beginning. After praying to the ancestors, They took a carriage to enjoy the flowers in the chrysanthemum field. Today, Jing Wang, Aunt Qianshui, and Jiang Zijin, who were rivals in their past lives, were all at Qingyan Temple. Jing Wang knew Aunt was out and eagerly followed her, keeping a close distance. Jiang Miaomiao felt a bit nervous. She wondered if this was the start of a tragedy and if she needed to intervene. "Sister, I think that carriage behind us belongs to the prince. Should we stop and say hello?" Xiao glanced back. A luxurious carriage was shining brightly behind them. When they walked, it followed. When they stopped, it stopped too. "No need. Maybe they just like following us." Lu Qingyao and Mu Jiangyue exchanged smiles, both knowing why the prince was there. "This guy sneaks around the Lu garden every day, thinking no one notices." Mu Qianshui's face turned slightly red as she shyly looked away. "Third sister, if you want to see him, I can arrange it for you, or we can ask someone to go over." "It's not much fun just looking at each other from a distance," Mu Jiangyue teased her sister. Her sister had always been determined, but following their grandmother had made her a bit too proper. She and the prince had grown up together, often visiting the Empress Dowager, and over time, feelings developed. The Empress Dowager also wanted to see them together, but their older brothers strongly disagreed. Mu Qianxue shot her sister a glare, covering the little one's ears as she looked at Mu Jiangyue. "Second sister, don't talk nonsense in front of the child. We don't want to confuse Miaomiao." What kind of sister encourages her younger sister to meet a man privately? So embarrassing. Jiang Miaomiao. Why cover her ears? She wanted to listen. She looked at Mu Qianxue in surprise. It seemed their aunt approved of her and the prince being together, but wasn't she being a bit too bold? Wasn't there a strong separation between men and women in ancient times? Indeed, married women often have a habit of encouraging others to marry just like now. Mu Jiangyue was still not giving up. "I just worry that brother will try to break you two apart. He doesn't want anyone to find love while he's single." "Second sister, the more you say, the worse it gets. Don't let brother hear you." Mu Qianshui's face turned red as she quickly covered her sister's mouth. Her second sister had no filter. It was hard to keep a secret with her. Their brother wasn't trying to break them apart on purpose. It was because she didn't want to join the royal family that she asked her brother for help, hoping to make the Empress Dowager and the prince give up. The Empress didn't like the girls the Empress Dowager favored. If she became the prince's wife, many side consorts would likely follow. Joining the royal family meant losing her freedom, and she didn't want that. The carriage stopped outside the chrysanthemum garden. Their mother said they could explore freely but not go too far. Jiang Miaomiao found the best spot with a great view and begged her mother to take her up. Once the mat was laid out, she kicked off her shoes, sat on the grass mat, and enjoyed some snacks while admiring the flowers. In the back, a young maid fanned the air and served tea and water. It was so pleasant. Lu Qingyao felt that her little girl had the signs of a spoiled rich kid. After Jiang Zijin paid her respects, she took her mother to the chrysanthemum garden to relax. She truly wanted to honor her brother, but it was also true that they needed to enjoy life. Her mother couldn't keep dwelling on the past. They had to look ahead. From a distance, she saw a couple in the flower bushes, playfully tugging at each other, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. In autumn, the air was crisp and clear. Groups of people strolled through the chrysanthemum patch. Young men and women exchanged glances across the flowers. Jiangzhou was far from the capital, and the people were more open-minded than those in the city. Behind a rockery, a couple stood out. Jiang Miaomiao noticed them from a high platform. Not only she, but Lu Qingyao and Xiao also took notice. The young man was handsome, and the young woman was graceful, resembling a beautiful painting. Jiang Miaomiao felt too far away to see their expressions clearly and wanted to get closer. She asked Xier to take her down. Prince Jing and Mu Qianxue stood facing each other. Prince Jing felt a surge of excitement and wanted to take Mu Qianshue's hand, but she stepped back. Mu Qianxue took a step back and said sharply, "Your Highness, please go back. I ask that you do not pursue me any longer. We need not see each other again." She didn't want to sound so harsh, but if she didn't speak up, Prince Jing wouldn't give up. It was no use having her brother play the bad guy. She had to say it herself. I don't understand. Prince Jing dared not take another step forward, fearing she would turn and leave without another word. Swear, I don't understand. You weren't like this before. Why do you now avoid me as if I were a threat? What have I done wrong? We have known each other since childhood, shared meals and playtime. I thought we were the closest of friends. You must know my feelings for you. Why have you suddenly changed? He truly didn't understand. He always thought it was Mu Yunjia who opposed their relationship and that Shuer had feelings for him. Today, when he saw her approaching, he was overjoyed, only to find out she was there to end things. He couldn't accept it. Mu Qianxue turned away, tears welling in her eyes, looking up to hold them back. After a moment, she spoke softly, Junge, I have always seen you as a brother. If there was any misunderstanding, I apologize. With that, she turned and bowed to Prince Jing. The prince opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Looking at the girl with red eyes, so pitiful, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't force her to like him just because he was a prince. At least Shuer still called him Brother Jun Shuer. I won't bother you anymore. If you want, you can still think of me as your brother. If you face any difficulties, just come to me. Saying this made his heart ache. He knew that some things couldn't be forced. If he tried, it would only push her further away. As a royal, he had no say in his marriage. It was better this way. Mu Qianxue pressed her lips together. Hearing the prince say this made her heart feel empty. She felt a sudden pain in her chest. Not only were they feeling this way, but even Jiang Miaomiao, hiding in the flowers nearby, felt sad. After Mu Qianxue left, the prince sat down on a stone, lost in thought. Jiang Miaomiao noticed his red eyes. They say men don't cry easily, so he must really care. Little Miaomiao felt a bit sad too, her nose tingling. After telling Sheer to wait for her, she quietly walked over to the prince. Sheer knew who the prince was and let her go without worry. The hidden guards recognized Jiang Miaomiao and also allowed her to approach the prince. Their current target was the pair of suspicious-looking mother and daughter on the other side of the flowers. Uncle Jing, are you crying? Jiang Miaomiao lifted her little face and handed him her handkerchief. The prince. Oh no! How embarrassing! He quickly turned his face away. Fortunately, she was just a naive little girl. After gathering himself, he turned back and smiled at her, Miaomiao. What are you doing here? Where's your mother? As he spoke, he felt as if he had a piece of candy in his mouth, sweet and delightful. He then heard the little girl say in her cute voice, when you're sad, eat a piece of candy, and you'll feel better. Little Miaomiao is right. The prince pinched Jiang Miaomiao's cheek and hugged her. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with her and wanted to hold her and pinch her little face. But since they weren't too close yet, he worried it might scare her. Do you like candy, Miaomiao? What else do you like to eat? Where do you like to go play?
Jiang Miaomiao nodded, Ido.
I love candied fruit, but my mother doesn't let me eat it. I like going to Yapinju. They have a lot of delicious food.
Oh.
So our Miaomiao is a little foodie. The king gently touched the little flower on her head with a loving expression. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. He should let Jiua play more with Miaomiao. They say that being close to someone good can make you better. Perhaps his little niece could become cuter too. If Miaomiao doesn't come to find Jiua, then he would take Jiua to find her. Maybe they could also see Qianxue, achieving two goals at once. Jiang Zijing's eyes widened, gripping the handle of her fan tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her body trembled slightly. She couldn't believe it, nor did she want to. The king actually had feelings for Mu Qianxue. She couldn't understand why. Why was the king so cold towards Mu Qianxue in the past? During festivals, he never visited her room. They didn't seem like childhood friends, but more like strangers. If it weren't for Mu Qianxue being the crown princess, she might not have felt the need to remove her. It seemed that they were just pretending. These two had been acting for her and for the Liang Wang and her grandfather's faction. She had always wondered why the king wanted her dead. Now she realized the answer was here. The king knew that Mu Qianxue's death was caused by her actions. How ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. It was all just a dream. But heaven gave her another chance, not to repeat the past. As long as Mu Qianxue didn't become the crown princess, as long as she acted before the king, fate would change, and she would become the most respected woman in Deqing. Jiang Zijing stared blankly at the young man in front of her. He was the only person she had ever liked. At that moment, the king appeared gentle and refined, lacking the gloomy aura of adulthood. He was even more charming. But this time was different. In this life, all she felt for this young man was hatred and a thirst for power. Once you have felt the power in your hands, you can never let go. Zijing, what's so interesting about that boy? Let's go. Stop looking. Qi Caiwei pulled her daughter away. She wanted to leave quickly. If that boy was here, then Lu Qingyao must be too. In her current state, she could only imagine how much ridicule she would face. She was most afraid of running into someone she knew. Jiang Zijing took a deep breath. Mother, I'm not looking at Miaomiao. I'm looking at the king. The king? You mean the person holding the little boy is the king? Qi Caiwei exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't the king in the capital? Jiang Zijing nodded. He is the fifth prince, the king. I'm sure of it. After being a couple for many years, she would recognize him anywhere. Qi Caiwei was even more curious. Zijing, how do you recognize the king? Her daughter had barely spent time with her, so she had no chance to meet those princes and princesses. But my daughter is usually very sensible and doesn't speak carelessly. Jiang Zijing paused for a moment. Mother, you forgot that the prince and princess of Liang are in Jiangzhou. The crown prince must be visiting them. I saw him coming out of the Cui family and spent some silver to find that out. I need to find a way to get close to the crown prince. It's usually hard to see him, but today is a rare opportunity.
1, 2,
3. Jiang Miaomiao was catching little bugs on the ground.
1, 2.
The crown prince squatted beside the little girl, watching her put each tiny snail into a bamboo tube. He curiously asked her, Miaomiao, aren't you afraid? Jiang Miaomiao shook her head. No, I want to take them home to feed my little bird. The little girl waved a big snail in front of him. The crown prince raised his eyebrows. Little bird? Is it the little red bird that Chiao Jiua has been thinking about? He remembered that the bird had a very strange color. He thought it was unique to Jiangzhou, but he had never seen another one.
Wow.
A puppy. Jiang Miaomiao felt something furry rubbing against her. Looking down, she saw a fluffy black and white puppy. It was very cute and adorably silly. The puppy seemed to smell the treats in her little bag and kept rubbing against her. Jiang Miaomiao took out a piece of jerky to share with it. This puppy reminded her of Jiang Xiaobai when he was little. He was just as cute. But Xiaobai grew up faster than she did, and before she could even hug the little wolf, he was already taller than her. Uncle Jing, I want to hold it. Okay, I'll help you. The crown prince lifted her onto a stone and placed the puppy in her arms. Though the puppy was small, it felt big in her embrace. Both the girl and the puppy were munching on jerky, drooling with delight. The crown prince smiled warmly, wiping her drool. Yuanxi, 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 where are you? Jiang Zijing looked around, shaking a bell while calling out. Then she walked straight toward the crown prince. The hidden guards were getting restless. But before they could approach, they were stopped by Sheer. Sheer didn't recognize her. The girl in front looked to be around 10 years old, with delicate features and a dignified appearance. She didn't seem like a bad person. So she withdrew her hand. Miss, do you want to go over there to see the flowers? Jiang Zijing recognized her. She was the maid who followed Jiang Miaomiao and her brother to the rouge shop that day. My puppy is lost. Have you seen it? It's a black and white puppy. Yes, over there, I'll take you. Sheer remembered the little dog that had just passed by her feet. It was very small and was now in the young master's arms. She thought it was better to personally lead the way to avoid bumping into the prince. Jiang Zijing felt very pleased. She had just bought this dog from a woman for a good amount of money. It seemed that all children loved pets. Miss, the dog's owner has arrived. Jiang Miaomiao looked up and saw Sheer standing in front of her, with a smiling Jiang Zijing behind her. They locked eyes for a moment. The little girl was petting the dog with one hand and holding a piece of jerky with the other, her mouth open in surprise. How could such a cute dog belong to her? Jiang Zijing continued to smile brightly and sweetly called out, "Fifth sister, it's you." Jiang Miaomiao froze for a moment, her hair standing on end. She glanced at the dog in her arms, which seemed to ignore her and was focused on eating the jerky. Upon hearing fifth sister, Sheer immediately became alert and stood next to the young master. She wanted to slap herself for not recognizing the girl from the house across the street. Fortunately, the prince was present, so Jiang Zijing wouldn't dare to do anything to the young master. Then Jiang Zijing said, "Since fifth sister likes you and Qi, you can play with it for a while." But play? How could she feel like playing? "Uncle Jing, my foot is numb." Jiang Miaomiao looked at the prince, signaling for him to take the dog away. Just as the prince was about to reach out, Jiang Zijing had already taken the little dog from the girl's arms and gently said to her, "Fifth sister, would you like me to help you massage it?" The little pup shook its head repeatedly. What a sweet girl. Jiang Zijing couldn't possibly be interested in the prince, could she? The prince looked at the little girl, surprised by her affectionate sisterly demeanor. Wasn't there supposed to be some discord in the Jiang family? When did these sisters become so close? But then he thought, they were sisters after all, and still children, especially Miaomiao, who was so young and likely didn't understand adult conflicts. He asked her, "You're the third young lady of the Jiang family, right?" Jiang Zijing nodded. "Who is your brother, and how do you know me?" "I am a friend of your two older brothers." The prince found the family connections a bit confusing, but it didn't matter as long as little Miaomiao didn't make him and Shuer seem like they were from different generations. Jiang Miaomiao. Wasn't it obvious when she called him Uncle Jing? "Uncle Jing, I want to get down." She reached out her little hands toward the prince. Jiang Ziqin rushed forward and picked her up, saying, "Sister, can I have a hug? You're so cute." She looked starry-eyed. Jiang Miaomiao. Oh my. She actually thinks of her as a tool to catch a wealthy husband. Jiang Ziqin felt like she was holding a little stone, heavy and unsteady. The little stone squirmed around restlessly. She smiled on the outside but wished she could just put the little one down. What had she eaten to be so heavy? Jiang Miaomiao stayed still, holding onto her neck tightly, testing her strength. Jiang Ziqin patiently pretended to be a good sister, still holding the child, and asked with a smile, "What were you and your brother playing just now?" "Third sister. You should call him uncle, not brother." Jiang Miaomiao corrected her. Jiang Ziqin's smile froze for a moment. Little rascal. How could she call him Uncle Jing? She forced a smile and said, "Let's just call him whatever you want." Jiang Miaomiao took out a small bamboo tube and shook it. "I was playing with this. Do you want to play, third sister?" Jiang Ziqin nodded, puzzled about why Prince Jing liked playing with crickets when he used to say such things were a waste of time. Then she felt something cold on her hands and face. "Third sister, look at my new pet. I found so many."
Ah, a bug.
Jiang Ziqin screamed in fright and started swatting at the snails on her hands and face. She felt one slide down her neck, so cold. "Quick, help me get it off."
Wah.
Just as the little one was about to fall, Prince Jing and Xia rushed over to catch her. The guards around them were nervous, but seeing the little maid's skills, they hesitated to intervene. In the end, Jiang Miaomiao landed safely in Xia's arms, who was a few steps ahead of Prince Jing. Prince Jing held the little one and looked her over. "Is Miaomiao okay? Were you scared?" Jiang Miaomiao stared blankly at her third sister, who was flailing in a strange way. Xia said, "Third miss, let me help you." Then she rushed over and gave a few firm pats on Jiang Ziqin's back and arms. "All done, it's gone." She pulled a dead snail from the back of Jiang Ziqin's neck.
But.
Xia gave a few more pats on Jiang Ziqin. The sound was crisp and clear. She picked up the dead snail with a cloth and said, "Third miss, it's all clear now. The bugs are gone." She paused and added, "This snail doesn't bite, so you really didn't need to be that scared." Jiang Zijing. "I told you to get rid of it, not to kill it, especially not on me. It doesn't bite, but it's disgusting."
So groß.
She looked down to adjust her dress, checking if she had lost her composure. As she raised her arm, she felt pain in her hand and body, a sharp sting. The back of her neck felt a bit cool. She reached out and touched something wet and sticky. Looking at what was on her hand, then at the squishy bug on the ground, she couldn't hold back anymore.
Ah, ah.
Jiang Zijing squatted on the ground, vomiting, feeling like her stomach was empty, her mouth bitter. She weakly leaned against her maid, looking delicate and fragile. Her mother had said that women like this are most endearing. When she looked up, she saw the prince stepping back several paces, keeping his distance, looking at her with disgust. As if she were something dirty. Her heart sank. The prince actually found her repulsive. How could this be? Before she could process it, she heard the little one let out a loud cry. The more she cried, the louder it got, attracting the attention of everyone around enjoying the flowers. Miaomiao was truly crying this time, remembering how she had been thrown away by Jiang Zijing, feeling anxious. Children's bones are very fragile. She recalled instances where pulling a child's hand could dislocate an arm, or throwing them without catching them could lead to falls and concussions. If Ear wasn't careful, she might have broken a hand or a foot. She wouldn't dare to be reckless again. Miaomiao, are you okay? Were you scared just now? Did you bump anywhere? The prince, in a panic, placed the little girl on the ground. He touched her head. Does it hurt here? He checked her little hands and feet. Does it hurt here? Little Miaomiao must have been frightened when she fell, or maybe she bumped into something. The prince's gaze towards Jiang Zijing turned cold. Indeed, you are influenced by those around you. This girl seems to have a deeper side. What kind of loving sister would throw her young sister away just because of a few harmless bugs? None, absolutely none. At least Shuer wouldn't. 2 summers ago, Shuer was sitting under a tree with her sleeping nephew when a green bug suddenly fell from the tree, landing right on her hand. She was quite startled, but she didn't move, keeping her eyes shut, enduring the discomfort, and let the maid take the bug away before returning the sleeping child to his mother and going inside to clean her hand. After being bitten by bugs, the back of her hand was swollen, but she didn't say a word. Jiang Zijing glanced at King Jing's face and met his cold gaze, which made her shiver. The way King Jing looked at her showed not just disdain, but also disgust. This was not good. Jiang Miaomiao saw her mother and Aunt Xiao rushing toward her and cried even louder. Tears streamed down her face as she gasped for breath. She reached out and jumped into her mother's arms, choking on her words, "Mom." Third sister insisted on holding me and wanted to see my little bamboo tube. Then I opened it for her, and she threw me out.
Wah. I'm scared.
Lu Qingmiao held her little daughter, feeling her slight tremble. She was truly frightened. She looked coldly at the pitiful girl. Playing the victim wouldn't help. Jiang Zijing, Miaomiao is your sister, connected by blood. She's still so young. Even if I have issues with your mother, Miaomiao is not involved in that. If you want to be angry with me.
How can you take it out on a child?
She had initially thought the little girl was innocent, but after what happened last time when she tried to push Miaomiao into the water, it seemed she was influenced by her mother. Seeing the resentment in her eyes made her want to send the mother and daughter away to reunite with Aunt Mei. I didn't. Jiang Zijing's pale face turned red and white. She looked at King Jing, desperately trying to defend herself. Brother Jing, I really just thought my sister was cute and wanted to hold her. It was fifth sister who scared me with bugs, and that's why I dropped her. I didn't mean to. Miss Jiang, please don't speak out of turn. My sister doesn't act like you. King Jing glanced at her and then ignored her, focusing on wiping the tears from the little girl's eyes. Jiang Zijing stared in shock as King Jing walked away with Jiang Miaomiao. How could he just leave like that? It shouldn't be this way. Last Lantern Festival, she and her parents were separated in the crowd and pushed to the ground. It was King Jing who helped her up, and upon learning she was from the Jiang family, he personally took her home. But back then, she was still young, and King Jing was already an adult, married to Mu Qianxue. He had been kind to her then, unlike his harshness today. It was all because of that little troublemaker, Jiang Miaomiao. She was the source of all the trouble. Jiang Miaomiao sobbed on her mother's shoulder, her gaze falling on Jiang Zijing's face, where she saw her glaring at her.
She shivered.
Hate all you want. No matter how much you hate, Uncle Jing won't look at you or marry you. At least that means Aunt won't be harmed. Jiang Zijing stared intently at the figure disappearing in the distance. Ever since she met that little girl, nothing she wanted to do seemed to succeed. It felt like something was interfering. She was supposed to have a noble fate. How could it be disrupted by a girl who hadn't even fully grown up? She didn't believe it. In the dilapidated temple behind the chrysanthemum forest, there was a century-old locust tree. Under the tree, an old man with a white beard was dozing in a reclining chair, snoring loudly. Old man, wake up. Old man, is Master Xuqing living here? Qi Caiwei glanced at the old man and then looked around the temple. It was a rundown place with an old tree and a worn stone bench, but there was an unfinished chess game on the stone table. This should be the old site of Qingyan Temple, and it didn't seem like anyone lived here. That master probably couldn't be here, right? She suspected that the beggar by the road was a scam, yet she still spent quite a bit of silver to try her luck. To her surprise, there was only this ragged old man, who didn't look like the famous Master Xuqing at all. Old man, can you speak? Is Master Xuqing here or not? The old man sat up, took a fan to shield himself from the sunlight, and smiled at the two of them.
Ah.
Even hiding here, someone still came looking. Well, since they were here, it must be fate. There is no Master Xuqing, only me, the old Taoist. Are you here for divination or to discuss family matters? Qi Caiwei shook her head. If he's not here, then forget it. Jiang Zijing felt uneasy. The old man and the shabby temple were both very strange. The way the old man looked at her made her uncomfortable. She pulled her mother to leave. Mother, let's go. We won't do it. Qi Caiwei glanced around again. There was still no one, not even a young acolyte. She suspected that the old man and the beggar might be working together. Who knows, they might have accomplices. She didn't plan to stay any longer and quickly left. Hearing the old man's voice behind them, she quickened her pace. Little friend, your fate is noble. But destiny and cultivation are both necessary. You must accumulate good deeds and connect with the heavens. Do no evil, practice all good. You will never face misfortune and will always have good fortune supporting you. The old man stood at the door, waving his fan as he watched the two figures walking away. He sighed. Why don't they listen to what I have to say? This girl's fate has already changed. What a pity. What a pity for what? In the temple, under the old locust tree, an old man and a young one were playing the unfinished chess game. Shu was ready to serve the tea to King Jing and the old Taoist when a sudden autumn breeze blew through. Dust and fallen leaves swirled around. Shu frowned slightly, realizing the tea would need to be brewed again. At that moment, the old Taoist waved his sleeve and used a fan to sweep the 2 cups of tea, directing the dust and leaves outside. With another wave, the doors closed with a snap. Shu widened her eyes and looked down at the tea in her cup. It was completely clear, with gentle ripples on the surface. King Jing was momentarily stunned, impressed by the old Taoist's skill. He lifted his cup and smiled, saying, "Please, sir." "Please." The old Taoist nodded slightly, drank the tea in one gulp, and handed the cup back to Shu, who was still in shock. "Another cup, if you please." Shu regained her composure and showed even more respect to the shabby old Taoist, quickly pouring more tea. The old Taoist drank several cups in a row. Only then did King Jing put down his piece and casually ask, "Sir, what did you say was a pity?" He had met the old Taoist through his niece. After that encounter, he felt the old man was mysterious, always speaking in riddles, leaving much unsaid, which made him curious to learn more. So he returned to Qingyan Temple. By chance, he found the old Taoist playing chess, and they became rivals. The old man stroked his beard and looked at him with a knowing smile. "I saw a girl with a great fate, but due to her past misdeeds, she is now ruining her good fortune. Don't you think that's a pity?" Yes, it truly is. King Jing replied absently, staring at the chessboard. So, a person's fate isn't fixed. Of course not. King Jing felt the old man's intense gaze. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a glimmer of mischief in the Taoist's eyes. He stood up and personally poured a cup of tea, offering it. Sir, I'm here because of my niece. She's been insisting on returning to the capital and has been very picky with her food, to the point of getting sick. Is it true that you suggested she should leave everything behind? His elder sister had entrusted him with the child, but he never expected to end up nursing her back to health. He didn't know how to explain this to her when he returned. Do I really have to send her away? But she's still so young. King Jing sighed deeply, murmuring to himself. Not only would he find it hard to bear, but even the entire Chiao family would never agree. Her father and grandmother would surely come to cry and protest. The elder sister does not like Prince Chiao, so ever since their child was born, they've been living separately, one in the Chiao family and the other in the princess's residence. The elder sister mostly sees him to check on the child. As a result, the Chiao family only has Jiua as their sole heir, cherished like a precious gem. If it weren't for Jiangzhou being remote, they might have come after them. King Jing asked, is there a way for her to eat without being picky? The old Taoist raised his eyebrows and smiled. You call me an immortal, but I'm not really one. I can't control a child's eating habits. King Jing smiled awkwardly, realizing he was grasping at straws. The old Taoist continued, I can only say that the girl is not worthy of her fortune. She cannot bear such blessings. It would be better for her to leave that fortunate place early. That's all I can say. You can think about it yourself. His gaze fell on the little girl. Just looking at her, I can tell she can heal your niece's condition. She has great fortune. The little girl, shining with golden light, must have done many good deeds in her past life, but did not have a good ending, which is why she came here. Strangely, the aura of the little girl is very similar to that of the young man beside her, suggesting a deep connection. King Jing furrowed his brows in thought. Jiua is not worthy of her fortune. What does this mean? He wanted to ask, but the old Taoist would not reveal more. Then he heard the old Taoist ask, young friend, what is the relationship between this girl and you? Lady Lu went down the mountain to investigate, leaving the little one with him. The little girl fell asleep on his shoulder, making her easy to care for. Miaomiao has a habit of napping. If no one wakes her, she can sleep all afternoon. Outdoors, she can sleep easily on a familiar person's shoulder or on a patch of grass with a pillow. At this moment, she was occupying the old Taoist's lounge chair, covered with King Jing's cloak, sleeping soundly and even snoring softly, drooling onto his robe. Sheer held a fan, watching closely to keep any bugs away from her little master. King Jing was not surprised at all by Miaomiao's great fortune. He looked at the little one with affection and gently touched her small face. This is the young daughter of my neighbor. Did the immortal see something? The old Taoist was somewhat surprised. Just a neighbor? He couldn't be mistaken. This girl had an excellent fate, and her features bore some resemblance to the young man in front of him. She came from an extraordinary background, and her golden light could bring good fortune to those around her. Why do you ask this, immortal? King Jing felt that the old Taoist's words held deeper meaning. The old man started to speak in riddles again, saying, this child has a deep connection with you. Prince Jing smiled. How could it not be deep? Without the Miaomiao family, he wouldn't even know where he was right now. On the way back, Prince Jing kept thinking about the old man's words. Shu, what do you think the priest meant when he said Miaomiao could cure Jiua's illness? The old servant thinks it might mean they should eat together. They say children enjoy meals together, Shu replied. Last time, when little Miaomiao spilled soup on her head, it made the little princess obedient. It was quite effective. Prince Jing pondered for a moment and nodded then. Let's try it when we get back. At the Chiao residence, after being punished, the now-recovered Granny Yen still served Princess Jiua. She took out a piece of oiled paper wrapped around something and handed it to Chiao Jiua. Princess, here, eat this quickly. Chiao Jiua unwrapped the paper and smiled. Wow. Roast chicken. I love roast chicken. I'm glad you like it. I secretly got this from Pinju, Granny Yen said, while wiping her princess's mouth. She felt sorry for her princess and didn't want her to stay in Jiangzhou. She didn't want to stay either. The longer she stayed, the more worried she was about not returning. But as a servant, she had no right to say anything, so she could only make things easier for the little princess. When she woke up, it was already evening. The road was wide, and the carriage moved smoothly. Miaomiao opened her eyes from her dream, still a bit dazed. She blinked at the boy's chin, with its clear jawline and high nose. From any angle, he was still quite handsome. However, compared to her second brother, he was slightly less impressive. Her second brother was the most handsome boy she had ever seen. No one else compared. While she was lost in thought, she noticed a pair of deep, smiling eyes looking at her. Miaomiao is awake. Prince Jing gently pinched her little nose. Miaomiao snapped back to reality, sitting up and sleepily looking at him. Uncle Jing, where are my mother and aunt? Through the curtain blown by the wind, she saw the scenery outside. They were on the way back. Prince Jing pinched her chubby little face and smiled. They are in the carriage ahead. They didn't want to wake you, so they let you stay with your uncle. Then he adjusted her messy hair, but it wouldn't stay up. He simply took off the hair tie and rebundled it for her. Sierra stood by, smiling as she held snacks and tea. The little princess always wanted a snack or walnuts when she woke up. It seemed the little princess really liked Prince Jing. Even in her sleep, she held onto his clothes tightly. Madame Lu couldn't do anything about her, which is why she was allowed to follow Prince Jing. It seemed that Prince Jing liked her even more than his own niece, showing no signs of being a prince at all. The little girl even drooled on him while sleeping, yet he didn't mind at all. It was truly unbelievable. Miaomiao followed Shier's gaze and saw Prince Jing's wet sleeve. Her face immediately turned red. But she wasn't scared. She was just a little girl, so she wasn't embarrassed. She quickly slid out of Prince Jing's arms, sat beside him, took the cloth Shier gave her to wipe her mouth, and started to wipe his arm, saying wipe, wipe. Prince Jing couldn't help but laugh and let her do it. Shier frowned, thinking that the cloth was covered in oil and crumbs, which would only make things messier. Shu turned her head away, unable to watch. Prince Jing was wearing a beautiful light blue robe specially made to meet Miss Mu, but now, could he still wear it? Miaomiao had just grabbed the cloth without thinking, and now as she wiped, some crumbs got on his white sleeve.
She paused.
Oh no! This was awkward. Prince Jing looked at his sleeve, covered in drool, oil and crumbs, and frowned slightly. But in an instant he smiled again. If Schwer didn't want him, what was the use of nice clothes? He used his other clean sleeve to wipe the crumbs from the little girl's mouth. Miaomiao, can you help Uncle Jing with something?
Sure.
Miaomiao wiggled her little feet, eating walnuts, and readily agreed. Prince Jing picked her up and asked, Little Jiua is sick and not eating. Can you go check on her and keep her company while she eats something?
She
actually enjoys playing with you. Miaomiao looked up at him, her mouth slightly open with a piece of walnut still inside. Eating with Chiao Jiua? Chiao Jiua liked playing with her? Prince Jing couldn't be serious. Little Jiua was always both scared and annoyed by her, wanting to hide away. Could she really eat with Little Jiua? No. If they ate together, one would get angry, and the other would choke. The little girl pouted. Uncle Jing, no. I don't want to eat with Little Jiua. After all, she was just a child, so changing her mind was normal. Prince Jing didn't expect the little girl to be so stubborn. With a smile, he said, Uncle had the kitchen make roast chicken, sweet and sour pork, and crystal meat. He had found out that the little one was a big foodie and loved those dishes. But Madame Lu was worried she'd turn into a little meatball and was controlling her portions. Occasionally eating a little is fine. Sure enough, the little one's eyes sparkled. Sucking on her fingers and tilting her head, she said softly, well, okay, but don't tell Mother.
Ha ha ha.
I won't say a word. Everyone covered their mouths and nodded like little chicks pecking at grain. When they reached the door, King Jing reminded the old servant, Shu, Tell Lady Lu that Princess Jiua invited Miaomiao over for a visit. Later, I will personally take her back.
Shoo.
If the little princess knew she had invited Miaomiao, she would probably feel better immediately. He held back a smile and knocked on the door of Lu Garden. In the neighboring courtyard. Princess, have you eaten well? The prince has returned. Hearing the report from her confidant, Granny Yen quickly picked up the prepared wet wipes to clean Chao Jiua's mouth, face, and hands, and changed her clothes before taking her to the dining hall. Along the way, she kept reminding her, Princess, when the prince asks what you want to eat, just say you don't want anything. Nothing at all. Do you understand?
Gauzi a not dead.
If he asks again, just cry really hard, and say you want to find your parents. Only then can you go home and see your parents and grandmother. Chao Jiua raised her little face, pouting, Granny, I want to go home. To find my parents and grandmother. Boo-hoo. Yes, that's right. Crying and making a fuss is the way to go. If she doesn't eat well, I don't believe King Jing can be so heartless as to not send the little princess home. Granny Yen smiled with satisfaction. As soon as home was mentioned, and her parents and grandmother, the little princess reacted just like this. It was truly genuine. No need to teach her at all. As they approached the dining hall, she wiped the smile off her face and instantly changed to a worried expression. Gently persuading the little girl in her arms, Don't be sad. The prince is waiting for you in the front hall. She stepped over the threshold with Chao Jiua, glancing into the room. She froze in place.
You.
What are you doing here? Jiang Miaomiao slid off the small stool and ran over to them, looking up at Chao Jiua. In a sweet voice, she said, I heard you weren't eating, so I came to check on you. Chao Jiua opened her mouth in surprise. Then she shrank back, looking at her in fear, and screamed, Go. You go away.
Granny.
Make her go away.
Boo-hoo.
Granny Yen glared at the maid in the room and scolded, Did you hear that? The little princess doesn't want to see her. Who let her in? Hurry up and take her away. Sierre quickly stepped forward to hold the young lady, looking closely at the pair of master and servant. The round-faced woman was undoubtedly holding Princess Jiua. But what could the princess do? Her young lady was still a guest of the King of Jing. She couldn't show any fear. She took a step forward and said, Princess, my young lady was invited by the King of Jing. If the prince hasn't allowed her to leave, she cannot go. A few young maidservants exchanged glances and agreed, Madam, it was Lord Shi who brought them in. Lord Shi even personally arranged meals for the young girl. Who would dare to chase her away? Feeling frustrated, Madame Yen opened her mouth, but it felt like a fishbone was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. With a dark expression, she carried the young lady inside and placed her on a stool at the dining table. Chao Jiua clutched her sleeve tightly, saying, Madam, let her go. I don't like her. Princess, she is the prince's guest. If you let her go, the prince will be angry.
Bang.
A bowl fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chao Jiua wanted to continue throwing chopsticks, but Madame Yen stopped her. She crouched down and said in a low voice, Princess, calm down. Don't do this. The prince will be upset. Crying would be easier to handle. At least they would try to comfort her. The King of Jing disliked when the young princess threw things. When he was in a good mood, he would ignore it, but if he was unhappy, he would discipline her or make her stand in punishment. After all, she wasn't his child. His heart was harder than stone. Hearing the mention of the prince, Chao Jiua stopped and didn't throw anything else, immediately starting to cry loudly.
Woo-woo.
I want to go home. Madame Yen had said that as long as she kept crying, her uncle would agree to everything she wanted. Previously, when she wanted candied hawthorn, she got it. When she wanted a little red bird, her uncle sent someone to find one for her. But that bird lost its color after getting wet and turned into a white bird. Her uncle was a big liar. Jiang Miaomiao covered her ears, unable to bear it any longer. It turned out that children crying endlessly could be so annoying. It seemed that in the future, unless necessary, it was better to cry less. She climbed up on the stool, stood up and pointed down at Chao Jiua, saying, You, stop crying. If you cry again, I'll call the little white wolf." The little girl looked fierce, surprising the king of Jing and Shu outside the door, causing them to stop in their tracks. The foot that was about to step out retreated, and they quietly listened from outside. Jiua stopped crying, looking at Miaomiao with teary eyes, occasionally sniffling. She was unexpectedly intimidated. Mama's expression changed, and just as she was about to get angry, Prince Jing walked in. She quickly lowered her head, appearing humble and obedient, no longer daring to say a word. "Shu, move Jiua over here to sit next to Miaomiao," Prince Jing instructed, intentionally having the two children sit together. Then they began serving dishes, all of which were the children's favorites: lotus leaf chicken, sweet and sour pork, and the most appealing dish for kids, crispy meatballs. These round little balls combined Miaomiao's favorite ingredients like walnut and rose sugar, and were served with a drizzle of syrup, making them crispy and sweet, sure to please the little girl. He smiled at the two children and said, "Miaomiao, Jiu, look at what you want to eat, and I'll serve it for you." Miaomiao. With a crying child nearby, her appetite suddenly decreased. Never mind. They could eat their own food without bothering each other. Miaomiao licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the lotus leaf chicken. "Uncle Jing, I want to eat chicken." The dishes at the prince's residence might not be as special as those at Yupinju, but they were still mouth-watering. It always seemed like other people's food was tastier. Prince Jing served each of them a chicken leg. "I don't want it. I want to go home. To find my dad and mom."
Boo-hoo.
Jiua began to act up again. She had eaten all the dishes made by the kitchen staff and was already full. The chicken at home wasn't as good as the one from Yupinju. Miaomiao looked at the chicken leg in her bowl, ready to eat, when she heard the whiny voice of the little sprout beside her. Her appetite vanished. She glared angrily at Jiua. Prince Jing's smile instantly froze on his face. His niece was so stubborn it worried him. Miaomiao noticed Prince Jing's frown. Looking at Jiua, she wondered how this child, who refused to eat, still looked the same as before, not losing any weight. She sniffed and leaned closer to Jiua, carefully smelling her sleeve, her clothes, and then her hair. "Little sprout, have you eaten already?" That was the smell, the flavor of Yupinju's chicken, which she had developed with Aunt Xiao. The chicken was wrapped tightly in lotus leaves and covered in mud before being roasted. The steps were nothing special, the only difference was the spices. She had added a unique herb, lemongrass. In ancient times, it was called sweetgrass. The locals in Jiangzhou used it to brew wine, to worship the heavens and ancestors, and also as a medicinal herb for digestion and treating injuries. However, no one used it as an ingredient for food. What a pity! It has a unique and fragrant aroma, making dishes special. In modern times, sweetgrass is an essential spice in Thai cuisine and Southeast Asian dishes. Fortunately, it can still be found in the nearby counties, almost like a magical herb. Speaking of which, the dishes at Yupinju, like lotus leaf chicken, grilled fish, grilled lamb chops, and lemongrass barbecue meat, are all popular because of this sweetgrass. It has become a treasure for her, and she even planted a large patch of it in her backyard. Miaomiao confidently said, "Dia, you've eaten the roast chicken from Yupinju, right?" Jiua, upon hearing this, cried even harder, clenching her little fists and glaring at her. "I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it." Mama was stunned, her body stiffening, and her clenched fist in her sleeve tightened, drawing blood from her palm. Sweat beads formed on her forehead. Prince Jing's pupils narrowed as he glanced at Jiua and then at Mama, taking a sharp breath. He looked at Miaomiao with a softer gaze. "Miaomiao, how did you know Jiua ate the roast chicken from Yupinju?" "I could smell it. Her hair has the scent of roast chicken." Miaomiao pointed at Jiua's little head. Changing clothes didn't help. The unique smell of sweetgrass could be detected even in small amounts.
Oh.
Another careless servant. Then Prince Jing leaned closer to Jiua and sniffed her hair tie. His expression darkened immediately. Since he and his niece were not very close, he rarely held her, and lately, she wouldn't let him. He didn't expect her to cause such a scene. He turned to Shu, Go get the clothes the princess wore that haven't been washed yet. Shu quickly sent someone to search the little princess's bedroom and laundry room. They should still be unwashed, right? Yan Mama felt a wave of panic. She told herself to stay calm. Just because she ate today doesn't mean she had eaten it in the past few days. There was no reason for the little princess's clothes to still be around. She suddenly knelt down. Your Highness, the princess just insisted on eating roast chicken. I thought she was used to having it from the manor, so I had someone buy it from outside. Miss Jiang is right. It was indeed the lotus leaf chicken from Yipinju. After speaking, she secretly glanced at Prince Jing. She had done nothing wrong. She just hadn't reported it in time. Note 1. The ritual of filtering wine with bulrushes is an ancient ceremony of the Chu people, performed to honor their ancestors. Woo woo woo.
Cao Zi A Grai Sop Ti.
Jiang Miaomiao munched away. Prince Jing looked coldly at the servant on the ground, his expression stern yet composed. He couldn't help but recall the words of the old Taoist with a white beard. Little Miaomiao could cure Jiua's illness. But this wasn't an illness, it was something else. In the end, it was his own fault as an uncle for not noticing whether his niece had eaten or lied. He let a servant manipulate the situation. He stared at the unrepentant servant on the ground, remaining silent. Old Madame Yan did not dare to look up, quietly kneeling. She thought that Prince Jing would let her off the hook for the sake of old Lady Chiao. She was a born member of the Chiao family, her parents were trusted aides of old Lady Chiao, and she was also the wet nurse of the little princess. Surely, he would show some mercy. At that moment, she still held onto a glimmer of hope, but her heart felt uneasy. In the hot weather, she was breaking out in cold sweat. The maidservants all lowered their heads. Even their breathing became lighter. Chao Jiua cried out a few times, noticing that the maidservants had retreated far away, while old Madame Yan remained kneeling. Looking at her uncle's dark and displeased face, she dared not cry anymore. She inched closer to Jiang Miaomiao. The chubby girl, who was happily eating, was not scary. Her uncle was far more intimidating. Silence. With the child's cries gone, the dining hall was unusually quiet. Only the sound of Jiang Miaomiao munching and the loud chirping of cicadas in the courtyard could be heard. The little girl focused solely on her food, as if everything around her was irrelevant, her eyes fixed on the lotus leaf chicken and sweet and sour pork in front of her. After finishing, she turned to Prince Jing and pouted, "Wipe." Sierra felt a rush of anxiety and quickly took out a handkerchief. But Prince Jing was already holding the handkerchief to wipe the little princess's mouth, making her eyes widen in surprise. It seemed the little princess treated this place like her own home. It looked like she had gained another area to roam freely. The little maidservants curiously stole glances. Prince Jing was actually wiping the little girl's mouth and letting her boss him around. It seemed that from now on, they would have to treat this master with the same respect as they did the little princess. Seeing this, Chao Jiua imitated Jiang Miaomiao, pouting for a wipe. "I want to be wiped too. My uncle is mine. You can't wipe her." Her uncle had never wiped her mouth before. Prince Jing was already annoyed with her, so he showed no kindness, coldly saying, "Aren't you old enough to do it yourself?" Chao Jiua. "Is she big? Isn't the chubby girl the same age as her? How annoying." Uncle is annoying, and the chubby girl is even more annoying. Jiang Miaomiao looked at Chao Jiua's little face, which was turning red with anger, and she pouted as if she was about to cry. "I'm scared." She quickly took the handkerchief from the king and covered her mouth, saying, don't cry, I'll wipe your tears." Chao Jiua looked at her in shock. That feeling is so familiar. The king was also a bit surprised. The little girl's actions and tone felt strangely familiar. It reminded him of the princess. He remembered a time when the princess was eating peanut butter and Jiua was beside her, almost crying from wanting some, but the little one couldn't eat peanuts because they made her break out in a rash. Just as she was about to cry, the princess covered her mouth and said, don't cry, I'll get you something to eat." Then she had the servants bring milk instead, which calmed the little girl down. After all, both peanut butter and milk were creamy white, and Jiua couldn't tell the difference at that time. From then on, Whenever Jiua pouted, the princess would cover her mouth like this. Today, Miaomiao's expression was just like the princess's. Miaomiao, do you like peanut butter? The king asked unexpectedly. Yes, Jiang Miaomiao nodded. Not just peanuts, she liked all nuts. It seemed the king was planning to prepare peanut butter for her, so she tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, Uncle Jing, I like peanut butter with walnuts and milk. Don't forget. Regular peanut butter is made from ground peanuts and glutinous rice, turned into a paste. But she loved it with milk and walnuts. It made it taste even better. The king paused for a moment, surprised. Miaomiao. Who made it that way for you? Aunt Xiao. Jiang Miaomiao lifted her little face to look at the king. I asked Auntie to add walnuts and milk. It tastes better. She looked like she really knew her food. The king stopped in his tracks. What a coincidence. The princess also loved peanut butter with milk and walnuts. Did they even have the same taste? Before he could think more, Shu returned. She was followed by 2 little maidservants, one of whom was holding a set of small dresses. The 2 girls had red eyes and knelt in front of the king, bowing and pleading for mercy. They cried, Your Highness, please forgive us.
It was Granny Yen.
She made us hide it for her, and she had us secretly prepare the young princess's meals.
And
added something to the food that made the princess sick. They thought the king would send them back to the capital because of this. They also thought that Nurse Yen was too bold, but since she was the wet nurse of the princess and also in charge, they didn't dare to go against her. Halfway through her words, she caught a glimpse of the murderous look in Nurse Yen's eyes, swallowed hard, and didn't dare to continue. Nurse Yen, who had been calm, was now completely unsettled. The 2 maids were the princess's personal attendants, trained by her, and they had betrayed her so easily. 2 ungrateful people. How infuriating! She knelt on the ground and pleaded, Your Highness, please calm down. I only did this because I saw the little princess wanting to go home, missing her parents and grandmother, and I thought of this desperate measure to deceive you. As for the poisonous beans, I had no idea. Nurse Yen pointed at the 2 maids. They resent me for being strict with them and have framed me. I am innocent. But no matter how much she pleaded, it was useless. Prince Jing ignored her, as if he hadn't heard. He smiled at the little girl beside him and gently asked Miaomiao, Have you finished eating? If you have, let Sierra take you out to play, okay? Jiang Miaomiao glanced at the people on the ground and nodded obediently. She reached out her little hand to the prince and said sweetly, Wipe. The prince skillfully wiped her mouth and hands clean. Miaomiao, can you help Uncle watch over Jiua?
Okay.
Jiang Miaomiao nodded. It seemed that Nurse Yen was in big trouble. Daring to add poisonous beans to the little princess's food could lead to serious consequences. What a wicked wet nurse. Poor little Jiua. Sierra and the maids took the 2 of them away. Jiang Miaomiao took Jiua's hand and walked outside. She noticed that Jiua had been staring blankly, not crying or making a fuss, just watching Nurse Yen and the 2 maids as she followed her. She wondered if Jiua could understand. After all, she was just a little girl under 3 years old. Such an event should be frightening, right? Sister Sierra, please watch over Jiua, Jiang Miaomiao said, and then ran back to peek at the door. Sierra frowned. The little princess's curiosity was not a good thing. If there was blood, it would be terrible. She handed Jiua to a maid and quickly returned. The smile on Prince Jing's face disappeared as he kicked Nurse Yen over. You insolent servant. How dare you incite Jiua to deceive me and plot against the little princess? It would be justified to punish you severely. Your Highness, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Nurse Yen was genuinely scared now. This master was usually gentle and forgiving in public, never showing such rage as he did now. In Jiangzhou, far from the emperor, she was dealt with and excuses were found. Afterward, her mother cried in front of old Lady Chiao, but it was of no use. Thinking of this, she felt a chill run down her back. No, she couldn't just die like this. In the evening, as dusk fell and the sky darkened, the Chiao residence was lit up brightly. Prince Jing saw a small figure swaying at the door and couldn't help but smile. He quickly suppressed his anger, turned his back to Shu, and said lightly, Take Granny Yen away. Shu saw his gesture and immediately understood. She led Granny Yen and 2 maidservants out and told the nearby servant, "Send the 2 maidservants to the countryside, and this woman will come with me." The 2 maidservants wanted to plead, but there was no chance to speak. The eunuch didn't give them an opportunity. Although they didn't like Princess Jiua, they felt despair at their fall from being the princess's close maid to becoming rough servants in the countryside, never to see their family again. They felt as if they could die. Watching the 2 being taken away, Granny Yen curled her lip, thinking she had escaped a disaster. But as soon as she stepped out of the inner courtyard, a black cloth was placed over her eyes, and her mouth was covered. She was pushed around, not knowing where she was being taken. After a while, they stopped. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a dim light in a cold, damp place with a terrible smell. Occasionally, there were sounds of wailing. She was startled and looked around. There were all kinds of torture instruments, some stained with blood. It was shocking. This was a dungeon. The residents actually hid such a place. Prince Jing was indeed not as simple as he appeared. Granny Yan's legs went weak, and she struggled to stand, supported by a dark guard. She trembled all over and stammered, Sure Gong Gong, what do you want to do to me?" Shu picked up a red-hot iron from the stove, walked around her, and said with a smirk, "Granny, it's obvious. We are here to interrogate you." Interrogate her? Granny Yen was confused and shrank back nervously. Isn't the matter of the young princess already clear? What more is there to investigate? Granny, how can you say it's clear? You went to such lengths to bring the princess back to the capital. What was your true intention? Were you trying to harm Princess Jiua or hiding something else? Shigonggong, what are you saying? How could I harm the princess? She was raised by me. Granny Yen exclaimed in shock. The fat on her round face trembled with excitement. How could she harm the young princess? She was her future support. Master Shi, please let me see the princess. If I harmed her, it would be easy to find out. What a joke. How can a 3-year-old child clear your name? Just stay here quietly. Shu scoffed, tossed the branding iron back into the fire, and took out a cloth to wipe his hands. Mama opened her mouth, feeling stuck. It seemed impossible to clear her name now. She weakly said, "I didn't harm her." Shu stepped forward and questioned, "Mama, don't you know that a child this young can easily become dehydrated and die from diarrhea? How is that not harming her?" "It's not harming her. The princess just took a little bit." Mama felt her defense was weak. She had only given the princess a small amount of something to help her go to the bathroom more often, so she wouldn't gain weight and would be a bit weaker. How did that become harming her? Thinking about it made her a bit scared. She was just afraid after being punished and wanted to return to the capital quickly. Moreover, Prince Chiao in the capital was urging her, and he even sent someone to Jiangzhou to secretly bring the young princess back. But looking at those fools, she doubted they could even get past the city gates with a princess. That's why she resorted to this plan. Since Mama doesn't want to talk, let's use some serious methods. After Shu finished speaking, 2 men stepped out from the shadows. Shu stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Lord Yen, Duke, this woman is the princess's wet nurse. The prince suspects she has ill intentions towards Princess Jiua, and there may be someone behind her. I leave her in your hands. I can't stand bloody scenes, so I'll take my leave." He paused and added, "I believe this woman has a lot to reveal. If possible, let her spill everything and present it to the prince and the princess." After saying that, he quickly left the dungeon. Mu Yunjie frowned slightly, looking at his brother-in-law. "Lord Shaoqing, you should handle this matter with the woman. Each has their own expertise, and he really wasn't good at this. He could just listen. But he was also puzzled. This woman should be from the Chiao family. Being the princess's wet nurse meant she was trusted by the family. She shouldn't betray them. This could bring trouble to her family. Thinking this way, he patiently accompanied his brother-in-law to investigate. Yan Huan raised an eyebrow and instructed his subordinates, "Let's begin. If she doesn't confess, serve her the 12 dishes of the Dali temple." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. "My lord, I know the background of Princess Jiua." As soon as she said this, all the hidden guards withdrew, leaving only Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan. The young princess's background. There were whispers in the capital that Princess Jiua was not the daughter of Prince Chiao. After all, their marriage had been too hasty and unexpected. No one expected the proud Princess Yuqing to choose such an ordinary person. Moreover, it was said that the princess had given birth prematurely.
Could it be?
Was the rumor true? What do you mean by that? Yan Huan stood up and walked over, examining her from top to bottom. Mu Yunjie also stood up and followed. Old Madam Yan swallowed hard and said, "Princess Jiua is not the biological child of Princess Yuqing." She had already calculated that since she was doomed, she might as well take a chance. She couldn't just be buried in Jiangzhou without understanding.
But
how is this different from the rumors? Mu Yunjie glanced at his brother-in-law. Is it true? He had been away from the capital for many years and had only returned a few months ago, overwhelmed by what he had seen and heard. He was almost at a loss. Yan Huan gave her brother-in-law a look that said, "I don't know either." He was used to the clever words and tricks of criminals. Without any evidence, he approached what they said with a mix of 3 parts belief and 7 parts doubt. He only trusted this woman's words 1 part. His expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, "Go on. Why stop now?" Old Madam Yan. Why weren't these two surprised? Did they not believe her? She had originally intended to keep them hanging to negotiate terms, but now it had unexpectedly turned into her own proof. She had to continue, "My lord, what I said is true. Jiua is not the biological daughter of Princess Yuqing. The real princess died shortly after birth, and Jiua was adopted by Prince Chiao." Seeing the two looking at her with suspicion, old Madam Yan continued, "Think about it. How does Jiua resemble the princess at all?" Although the princess was young and her appearance was not yet set, upon closer inspection, one could still see that the princess had some resemblance to Prince Chiao. As for who she would resemble when she grew up, only Prince Chiao would know. The princess's beauty was unmatched, while the young princess's looks could only be described as ordinary. If she grew up more, it would be hard to hide the truth. According to the original plan of the Chiao family, they intended to raise Princess Jiua in front of the princess, making her feel attached to Jiua as if she were her own child. Even if it were discovered one day, they would say that the princess's biological daughter died at birth. To spare the princess's feelings, the prince consort adopted Jiayu from his family. This way, no matter how angry the princess became, she would still think of their bond and continue to care for Jiayu. However, the Chiao family never expected that the eldest princess would send the little princess to Jiangzhou. That's why they tried every possible way to bring the child back. Recently, Mu Yunji had been preoccupied with military pay and Lu Qingyao, or sometimes with his newly recognized goddaughter and godson. He had no time to think about other children. He looked at his brother-in-law and shook his head, saying he had no memory of her at all. Yan Huan thought carefully. It seemed that it was indeed strange. The beautiful appearance of Princess Yuqing gave birth to the ordinary-looking Jiayu, which was odd. But girls change a lot as they grow up. Jiayu was still very young, and it was too hasty to judge her based only on looks. "Ma'am, you are Jiayu's wet nurse, so you must know the whole story. Why don't you tell us in detail?" Old Madam Yan felt secretly pleased. She had been waiting for this question. She knelt and pleaded, "Sir, could you send me back to the capital? I want to apologize to the eldest princess in person and explain everything to her." "Don't think it's that easy. How do I know you're not trying to deceive us to return to the capital?" Yan Huan knew her intentions. Once back in the capital with someone backing her, she could easily change her story. These household servants could be cunning. He called for the jailer, "Take her away, and keep a close watch." Old Madam Yan's hands hurt from kneeling, and she felt anxious. Gathering her courage, she said, "Sir, I am a witness to the whole matter. You wouldn't want me to die from illness, would you? Could you give me some medicine?" Yan Huan snorted lightly. "You really know how to take advantage." However, it was good that she valued her life. People who feared death were much easier to handle than stubborn ones. This matter still needed to be reported to King Jing for a decision. The two of them went to King Jing's courtyard. A sharp cry of a child broke the peaceful night. Yan Huan paused and looked at Mu Yunji. Brother, what do you think will happen if King Jing finds out that the princess is not his biological niece? It's late at night, and such a loud cry is annoying. It should be sent away, Mu Yunji frowned. Thankfully, his newly recognized goddaughter was well-behaved and adorable. King Jing stood with his arms crossed, looking at his niece who was crying and stamping her feet, his worry evident on his face. Chao Jiayu cried at him, stamping her feet as she did so. The more she cried, the louder she got.
Grandma.
I want Grandma.
Boo-hoo.
Mu Yunji stood outside the door and joked, Prince Jing, I brought some medicine. Should I give this child a little? Do you know the origin of this medicine's name, Duke? Prince Jing shot him a glance, then had a maid forcibly take his niece away. The young son of the famous Dr. Hua Tua, Fair, died after accidentally eating a poisonous fruit. Hua Tua created the medicine from that fruit, hence the name. How could such a small child be given this medicine? I just saw you struggling with the little one, and wanted you to relax a bit. No need to get so worked up. Mu Yunji chuckled and found a spot to sit. Taking care of a child is much more tiring than fighting. Yan Huan didn't dare to sit. He clicked his tongue and quickly reported, My lord, we found out that it was Prince Chiao who sent someone to take Princess Jiua away, probably planning to act first and report later. Is that all? Prince Jing's frown relaxed a bit as he gestured for him to sit and continue. Yan Huan thought for a moment and added, Not just that. The woman also mentioned something about Princess Jiua's background. She said that Princess Jiua is not the biological daughter of Princess Yuqing, but was adopted from the Chiao family. The princess's biological child died shortly after birth. He finished in one breath and looked at Prince Jing for a response. Prince Jing sat there, seemingly frozen in shock. Could it be that he couldn't accept this and was stunned? After all, he had invested so much effort in the little princess, teaching her, watching her eat, and explaining things to her, even using a ruler to discipline her, looking like he was frustrated with her. Yan Huan then looked at his brother-in-law. Mu Yunjie understood and patted Prince Jing's shoulder. Are you okay? Prince Jing came back to his senses and looked at Yan Huan. Are you saying Jiua is not my niece? Yan Huan nodded. Mu Yunjie added, Not your niece, but she could very well be your relative. Yan Huan agreed, looking at the little princess's features. She does resemble Prince Chiao a bit. Note: the reference is from records of the Three Kingdoms. A long night. Prince Jing couldn't sleep all night. Lying in bed with his eyes open, his mind was racing. No wonder Jiua doesn't resemble her royal sister at all and isn't close to her. He suddenly recalled what the old Taoist with a white beard had said, a child with little virtue cannot bear such blessings. So that's what it meant. The next morning, the sky was not yet bright. An urgent letter traveled quickly from Jiangzhou to the capital. During breakfast, Prince Jing had his servants bring out Chao Jiua. He thought about how his sister had cared for her for nearly 3 years, putting in a lot of effort. Even though she wasn't his biological child, he could still treat her like a daughter. He had watched her grow up and felt some affection for her. However, when Jiua cried and demanded to see Nurse Yen, he didn't know how to handle it. In the past, no matter how much she cried or threw tantrums, he could tolerate it, thinking of her as his sister's flesh and blood. But now his feelings had changed. The thought that she wasn't his sister's child and might be the biological child of Prince Chiao made it hard for him to face her. He thought of his dear niece, whose fate was uncertain, and he couldn't bear to look at Jiua anymore. Shu, take Jiua away and have the maids take good care of her, he ordered. From now on, she won't eat with me. Just send her meals to her room. Shu looked at the little princess, who was pouting and refusing to eat, feeling troubled. Your Highness, what if she keeps asking for Nurse Yen and won't eat? Do I need to teach you this? Prince Jing replied coldly, leaving his meal untouched as he walked away, leaving Shu and Chao Jiua staring at each other. What should they do now? Even though Jiua wasn't the biological child of the princess, she still held the title of a princess. They couldn't scold or hit her. They had to treat her like royalty. When Jiua saw her uncle leave with a dark expression and not return, she began to wail, "Nurse. I want to see Nurse." The maids were at a loss and looked to Shu for help. Shu, feeling overwhelmed, muttered as he hurried away, "Let her cry. Once she's cried enough, she'll stop." For a while after that, Jiua was taken care of by the maids and didn't see Prince Jing again. Things were different now. The servants adjusted to the situation. Without the prince's affection, even though the little princess had everything she needed and was well taken care of, no one spoiled her anymore. No matter how much she cried, no one came to comfort her. For the first time, Jiua experienced what it felt like to be neglected and to lose favor. Now, she found herself missing her uncle and secretly ran to the study to see him. Although Uncle Xiao clearly saw her, he pretended not to and let someone take her away, forbidding her from coming to the study again. Shu looked at the shy little girl at the door and felt a bit sorry for her. "Your Highness, I've noticed that the little princess has been more sensible lately. Would you like to meet her?" "No," the king of Jing said coldly, without looking up. She should learn that not everyone revolves around her. It's good for her character to be tested a bit. The little girl's spoiled nature was mostly due to excessive pampering. After thinking for a moment, the king of Jing added, "If Miaomiao is willing, she can play with her." Achoo! Miaomiao, who was snacking, let out a big sneeze. She quickly covered her mouth.
Who was talking about her?
She had been very well behaved lately and wouldn't make a sound unless necessary. In just 2 days, her brothers would be taking their exams. With nothing to do, she went shopping with Aunt Jiangyu and Aunt Qianshui, enjoying tea and listening to stories. She would never disturb her brothers at home. Even the birds and insects outside her brother's study were sent away by her. So now, the area in front of the study was quiet. Only the sound of reading and the occasional breeze could be heard. Miaomiao tiptoed into the courtyard. To her surprise, the clear reading voice came from her eldest brother. He wasn't joking around or dozing off. He was studying seriously, as if he was preparing for something important. In contrast, her second brother sat quietly on a mat under the eaves, looking like a focused scholar. Mr. Cui said the second brother didn't need to review his books anymore. He just needed to calm his mind. Miaomiao felt confident that her second brother was sure to succeed and might even top the exam. She had great faith in him. Yen felt someone staring at him intently. When he opened his eyes, he saw a chubby, round little face. He quickly pulled the little one into his arms. The little girl giggled as her brother tickled her. Yen looked at his sister fondly. "Where did you go to play today? Did you see anything interesting?"
"Yes."
The little girl nodded. "Annie took us to a restaurant to eat, and then we went to a theater to watch a play and listen to stories. Halfway through, Auntie wouldn't let us listen anymore."
"Why not?"
Miaomiao began to chatter about what she had seen and heard at the theater. The people said that Jiangzhou has been unsettled lately with many bandits around. They also said there's treasure hidden in the woods north of Jiangzhou. As soon as Auntie heard that, she took us back. She said she wouldn't go out these days. She always felt that her mother was planning something, but Jiu couldn't find out what it was. All she heard was that there were many people hiding in the woods outside Jiangzhou City. After listening, Zhang Zian fell silent for a moment. The north suburbs? Isn't his family's horse farm located in the north suburbs? His mother and Aunt Xiao had been going to the horse farm every day. Could something happen? He quickly reminded his sister, then Miaomiao should stay home and not go out. "I'll make a kite for you, okay?" "Okay." The kites made by Big Brother are pretty, even better than the ones sold in the street. Miaomiao nodded obediently. "No going out. Miaomiao will stay with brother to study." 2 days later, the long-awaited imperial examination began for Miaomiao's family. The little girl woke up early and chatted excitedly with Jiu. Cheer watched curiously but didn't interrupt. The whole family was either praying to Buddha or worshipping real people. It was quite strange that the little master was praying to her pet bird. In the early morning, before dawn, Jiang Miaomiao got out of bed. Sitting on her bed, she began talking to Jiao. Jiao, are there many candidates going to the examination hall? Jiao, what does the examination hall look like? Have you seen it? Jiao, is fourth brother from across the street going too? To be honest, Jiang Miaomiao had never been this nervous about exams before. Perhaps it was because both of her brothers were taking the exam this time. Her second brother didn't need to worry. The main concern was her eldest brother. She wondered if he would doze off during the exam. You can't slack off in the examination hall. Jiao said that the examination rooms are small, one for each person, where they eat, drink, and take care of everything inside. Just thinking about it was scary. What puzzled her even more was that her absent father, for the first time, had someone deliver a set of writing tools to each of her brothers from far away. Even Jiang Zipei from across the street received one. This showed how much importance ancient people placed on the imperial examination. She heard that some people were still candidates at 50 or 60 years old, and there were even scenes of fathers and sons or grandfathers and grandsons taking the exam together. It was quite a spectacle. She insisted on going to see it and personally send her brothers into the examination hall. Miss, the two young masters said you don't need to send them off, Qi said with a smile as she helped the little master put on her clothes and shoes, then styled her hair into a pretty double bun, tying it with a red ribbon. Red is a lucky color. What about my brothers? They're having breakfast. You should drink this bowl of warm goat milk first before going. There's no rush, Qi said, bringing her the warm goat milk and waiting for her to finish before helping her down from the bed. Jiang Miaomiao hurried into the dining room with her little short legs, while Qi lit a lamp for her. Big brother, second brother. The little girl ran with a flushed face, her voice sweet and soft. It warmed the hearts of those who heard her. Jiang Zian and Jiang Zifeng had already finished their breakfast and were checking what to bring to the exam. When they saw their sister, both rushed to hug her. Qi had just told them that the old priest from Qingyan Temple said their sister was a person of great fortune, a little lucky charm. They wanted to hug her to share in her good luck. Jiang Miaomiao felt that her brothers were overly enthusiastic today, especially the eldest, who was so affectionate that his saliva almost touched her face. Well, today was an important day for her brothers, so she let them be. Laughter filled the room. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. When Shu saw Princess Rongan, he was a bit surprised, but then he noticed Qin Su carrying a food box behind her and understood immediately. The princess actually came to deliver food for the exam. Her two gentlemen must be quite important. Princess Rongan glanced at the food box in his hand and casually asked, "Are you also delivering gifts for the King of Jing?" "Indeed. Please go ahead, Your Highness." Princess Rongan took a step forward, then quickened her pace, pulling Shu and the servant along with her. Qin Su struggled to keep up, saying, "Your Highness, please slow down. Be careful not to trip. I must let Brother Feng be the first to taste the osmanthus cake I made." Princess Rongan continued to walk faster. She seemed to think Shu was bringing food too, and wanted to get there first. Jiang Miaomiao was munching on a bun when she saw Princess Rongan and Aunt Qin hurry in. Without a word, they instructed the maid to bring out all the food they had brought and place it on the table. "Your Highness, why did you come personally? You could have sent someone," Lu Qingyao said, glancing at her and then at the sky. It was still not fully bright outside. She had expected the Cui family to send something over, but she didn't think the princess would come herself. "Aunt, this is from my grandmother and mother, wishing Brother Feng and Brother Yen success in the exam," Princess Rongan said with a smile. She then looked at the brothers. "Quick, try it for good luck. This osmanthus cake was made by me." Jiang Miaomiao curiously leaned in to look.
Wow.
Osmanthus cake, rice dumplings, pig trotters. The osmanthus cake symbolizes success in the exam. The rice dumpling with its homophone suggests winning. If you eat one with dates, it means you will definitely succeed. As for the pig trotters, they sound similar to lifting the list. It seemed that all the students in the city preparing for the exam would be having a serving of this before entering. Sister Yuan actually prepared 2 portions and delivered them personally. She also made the osmanthus cake herself. This friendship is quite special. Mother smiled and thanked her, saying, "Please thank the elder lady and the princess for me. If the princess hasn't had breakfast yet, please stay and eat with us." Princess Rongan nodded, "And I would like to accompany you to send Feng Go and Yan Di to the exam. Is that all right?" "Of course, that's fine." Lu Qingyao glanced at her eldest son, who was only thinking about the pig trotters. She thought to herself that he must be quite lucky. Later, not only would they pay respects to the three teachings, but also to the ancestors of the Jiang and Lu families. Surely one of them would be effective. Hearing this, Princess Rongan was overjoyed and sat down next to Jiang Miaomiao. When Jiang Miaomiao looked up, she realized the spot was directly across from her elder brother.
Inshu.
Why did the princess sit down? Is the breakfast at home not appealing? She watched her princess act so casually and frowned slightly. Lady Lu was straightforward and easygoing. When Shu entered, the table was already filled with osmanthus cakes, rice dumplings, and pig trotters. He couldn't help but smile slightly. There was no avoiding the coincidence of gifts. On a day like this, it wouldn't be appropriate to send them off empty-handed. He also had the servants bring in 2 more food boxes, and upon opening them, they were still filled with osmanthus cakes, rice dumplings, and pig trotters. Wishing the 2 young masters good luck in the exams and success in the imperial examination, Mother and the brothers thanked him again. "Please also thank the prince for us." Before Shu could leave the courtyard, a few young servants came in carrying more food boxes. He smiled lightly. It seemed he wasn't the only one bringing gifts. "Elder sister, all of these were sent by Yapinju." "I looked, and they all have the same dishes," Xiao said, looking worriedly at the food boxes on the table. "How could there be so many?" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Jiang Miaomiao, holding a half-eaten bun, slid off her stool and ran over to see what was happening. A line of food boxes was arranged. 10 boxes, all filled with the same osmanthus cakes, rice dumplings, and pig trotters. They could host a feast with this. Aunt Xiao introduced them one by one. "These 2 boxes are from the Duke and Lord Yan. These 2 boxes are from Chiao heir's parents, sent by Yapinju. These 2 boxes are from Uncle Fusheng, representing Taoshi village, sent by Yapinju. These 2 boxes are also from County Magistrate Su, sent by Yapinju." Everyone looked at each other, wondering if they could finish all this food. Jiang Miaomiao walked around the table. Oh wow! This time, they could eat plenty of meat. Not just her, but the whole family would feast. It was all filled with love from friends and family. The brothers felt quite pressured. The hopes of the entire village are resting on this. Jiang Zifeng's heart raced. What if I don't pass the exam? If I fail, I won't be able to face the villagers. Jiang Zian, who is usually calm, also started to feel nervous. "It's okay, don't feel pressured. Just have a piece of candy," Xiao Miaomiao said as she stuffed candy into her brother's mouths. Just as he reached out to knock on the door, it creaked open. "Young master, here's the food box you ordered." A servant from Yapinju handed over the food box, only to realize it wasn't the doorman who opened the door. It was an old maid. Behind her stood a heavily made-up woman. The woman frowned at him. Why did it take so long? Is there only 1 box? Qi Caiwei looked at the food box being carried into Liyuan and was so angry, she was nearly pulling her hair out. The servant clicked his tongue. "Madam, didn't you only order 1 box? Is that what I meant?" Qi Caiwei shot him a glare. Didn't she have friends and family to send food boxes for her son? Where did all those people who used to flatter her go? Now they were avoiding her like the plague. They were all just opportunists. "Tell me, who sent the food boxes from across the street?" "They were all sent by the villagers from Qingshi town," the servant said eagerly, waiting for a tip. To his surprise, the woman pretended not to understand. Her face darkened, and she inexplicably became angry. Why were only those 2 little brats sent food?
Why?
Clearly, Pear is also a child of the Jiang family. How can they be so biased? "Mother, let's hurry inside. Little brother must be waiting." Jiang Zijing came out looking for Qi Caiwei. She saw her angrily glaring at the servant. The servant thought he had encountered a madwoman, so he hurried away without asking for his payment. Fortunately, the person across the street had paid a good amount, so it wasn't a wasted trip. It seemed that the chances of success were greater at Liyuan. Even manager Jean said that if the two young masters passed, he would give them a month's extra pay. With a loud bang, she shut the door. Qi Caiwei strode into the house, instructing Gong Mama, "Quickly help Pear pack. We need to leave for the examination hall before Lu Qiniao." It didn't matter if the Jiang family didn't value it. Her son worked so hard, he would definitely pass. On the other hand, those two brats across the street probably wouldn't have such good luck. Jiang Zijing pouted, "Mother, why get upset over these small matters at a time like this? What's the point of arguing over a bun? It would be better to focus on something more practical." Qi Caiwei looked aggrieved. "I just feel sorry for your brother. He is also a member of the Jiang family, yet your uncle and the clan do not value him. Your father, too, sending writing supplies to the neighbor's house, must be confused by that woman. If it weren't for her being unable to return to the capital right now, she wouldn't let them be so carefree." Jiang Zijing saw her mother looking so downcast and felt it was unlucky, so she comforted her, "Mother, don't be upset. Brother will definitely pass the exam." "How can you be so sure?" Qi Caiwei looked at her daughter in confusion. Jiang Zijing pulled her mother inside, and seeing no one around, she spoke quietly, "Mother, I haven't disturbed you these past few days while you were unwell. A few days ago, grandmother wrote to me. Grandfather has already spoken to the examiner, Fang Xuezheng, to switch your brother's exam paper with Jiang Zian's."
What?
Qi Caiwei was shocked, her jaw nearly dropping. Is father crazy? Letting those two brothers fail is one thing, but why switch Pear's paper? If your brother knew, he would definitely refuse. Besides, how does grandfather know that Jiang Zian did better than Pear? Does he look down on his own grandson? Pear has always held herself in high regard and despises such tactics. If she finds out, it would be a disaster. Jiang Zijing tugged at her mother's sleeve, signaling her to keep quiet. She lowered her voice, "Mother, at this point, don't be foolish. You know how capable your brother is, right?" Qi Caiwei was speechless. No teacher who had taught Pear ever praised her. Yet Jiang Zian became a student of Master Cui. Why is that? What is Pear lacking? But what if Pear finds out? She might cause a scene. What scene? Once he has his title, he will be grateful to us. Besides, if we don't say anything, how would he know? Jiang Zijing calculated silently in her mind. Jiang Zian's knowledge is recognized even by Master Cui, and he will surely excel. If his paper keeps being switched with her brother's, all his glory will belong to her brother. That would benefit her too. But her brother's studies cannot fall behind. He doesn't need to be outstanding, just passing is enough. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion. Qi Caiwei felt anxious. "Zijing, do you think Fang Xuezheng is reliable? Will this really work?" "Of course. Fang Xuezheng is grandfather's student and will surely follow his lead. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Grandfather has been the Minister of Rights for many years, with students all over the country. This small matter should not be difficult for him." Originally, the two brothers could have failed, but the person recommending them was Minister Cui. It seems that Fang Xuezheng didn't have the courage to act. As they finished talking and stepped outside, the birds in the trees suddenly flew away, chirping as they went. Jiang Miaomiao was held by her mother and got into the carriage. Through the gap in the curtain, she saw Qi Caiwei's carriage moving ahead of them. She leaned against the window and caught a glimpse of a small bird flying from a distance. She pointed in the opposite direction and said, "Mom, can we turn around and go that way?"
Why?
"Isn't that a longer route?" Jiang Zifeng asked, confused. Missing the time would be a big deal. "Yes, sister, going this way is closer to the examination hall. Why should we take a longer path?" Jiang Zian also looked at his sister. Jiang Miaomiao scratched her head and innocently said, "If we all go the shorter way, what if we get stuck in traffic?" She couldn't say that the little bird had seen a traffic jam ahead. The two brothers exchanged glances. How did they not think of that? In unison, they said, "What Miaomiao said makes sense. Let's turn around." "Then let's listen to Miaomiao and turn around." Lu Qingyao watched the carriages passing by them. It really could get congested, just as their daughter said. Even if the road was wide, if many carriages suddenly appeared at once, it would be a problem. Taking a detour would only add about 15 minutes, but if the road got blocked, who knows how long it would take. The carriage moved slowly. Miaomiao held a small red bird, but her chubby face was scrunched up. The little red bird chirped in her arms. Jiangxian must have done better than pay her. Changing papers. Feng Shuezhing. Jiang Zijing speaks too softly. I only heard these bits. Jiang Miaomiao. She pieced together these scattered words and came to a conclusion. That Feng Shuezhing wanted to change her brother's paper. Oh no! The chief examiner wants to cheat and swap her brother's paper. Lu Qingyao initially saw her daughter lost in thought, but suddenly she opened her mouth, her eyes wide, as if she had been startled. Miaomiao, are you okay?
Don't scare me, Mom.
Today is the children's exam. On the not-so-wide road, a carriage sped along, moving smoothly without any obstacles. Although it took a longer route, they quickly arrived at the examination hall's entrance. At this time, the sky was just beginning to lighten. A long line had already formed at the entrance of the examination hall, with all kinds of people, tall and short, fat and thin. Some were in tattered clothes, while others were dressed elegantly. There were both young and old. There are young boys like the second brother, who are still in their early learning years. And there are old men who have lived for over 60 years. They are everywhere. Many students must have traveled a long way from different counties, and some who can't afford an inn sleep directly on the ground outside the examination hall. It's easy to guess that her unreliable father must have spent her uncle's money, enjoying good food and staying in an inn. Jiang Miaomiao rested her head on Aunt Xiuxiu's shoulder, staring blankly and thinking. Her curiosity from before had faded. After hearing Jiujiao's words, she pretended to take a nap, buried in her mother's arms, lost in thought. Now her mind was racing, thinking about how to tell her mother that her brother's exam paper would be switched. Lu Qingyao looked at her little girl, who appeared so innocent, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Miaomiao, your brothers are going to the exam room. Aren't you going to give them a hug?
Yes.
Jiang Miaomiao snapped back to reality and quickly reached out her arms to Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian. Brother, hug. The three siblings laughed and embraced each other. After their hugs, the brothers waved goodbye to their family and prepared to line up for the exam. Princess Roman only smiled at her older brother, saying nothing, and slipped a safety charm into his hand. Jiang Miaomiao thought that this must have been specially requested by Sister Yuan. But her brother probably felt the charm was too hot to hold and quickly handed it to the second brother. The second brother dared not accept it and hurriedly pushed it back. Jiang Miaomiao noticed that under the veil, Princess Roman's face turned pale, and her eyes were red. Everyone was looking around, trying to avoid the awkwardness. The princess surely didn't want to be seen. Jiang Miaomiao glanced around and realized that Jiang Zijing's family had not yet arrived. An idea sparked in her mind. If they missed the entrance time for the exam, would her brother's paper not need to be switched? But just as she blinked, a carriage slowly came into view. Jiang Zijing's family got out of the carriage, and Qi Caiwei shot them a glance before quickly sending her son into the exam hall. Lu Qingyao pretended not to see and focused only on her son in the crowd. After watching her son enter the examination hall, she was about to turn back when Qi Caiwei called out to her. Lu, what are you so proud of? Don't think that just because your son has the esteemed Master Cui as a teacher, he'll come out on top. Just wait and see. You'll have your moments to cry. Lu Qingyao looked innocently at Xiuxiu. Am I proud? Xiuxiu shook her head. No, I think this Qi lady seems more proud. Qi Caiwei hated being called lady and was about to react when a childish voice interrupted. Young lady, your makeup is smudged and your scar is showing. Lu Qingyao and Xiuxiu. They were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha. They were almost out of breath from laughing. Qi Caiwei's already pale face turned even whiter, then flushed red. She didn't bother to argue back and covered her face as she ran back to the carriage. The laughter behind her was very harsh. This was the high-quality face powder her daughter bought at a high price, and she had applied a lot just to barely cover that scar. How did it smudge so quickly? She hurriedly took out a mirror to check her face, and the makeup seemed fine. In frustration, she threw the mirror, her face turning red with anger. "You little girl, how dare you trick me?" Her earlier panicked escape must have been very embarrassing. Jiang Zijing chased after her and got on the carriage, looking at her mother with a helpless expression. "Mother, didn't you see? That little brat was just fooling you." Last time, she had fallen for that little brat's trick and lost face in front of the prince. That little brat was like a jinx. Nothing good ever happened when she was around. "Mother, let's not stay here. Let's go home and patiently wait for the exam results." Upon hearing this, Qi Caiwei's anger instantly vanished. Let her be proud for a few more days. No matter how well her son does, the results will always belong to my pair. There are too many people here, mother. Be careful with your words. Qi Caiwei quickly closed her mouth. At this moment, Miaomiao was listening clearly. On the way back, she leaned on Lu Qingyao's shoulder, chatting with her mother intentionally and unintentionally. "Mother, I had a dream when I came here." "What dream?" Lu Qingyao looked at her daughter with a gentle smile. "I dreamt that after my brothers finished their exams, a person in light pink official robes switched the papers of my second brother and fourth brother." Miaomiao looked up at her mother, curious about her reaction and whether she believed her. She saw her mother's smiling face suddenly freeze, staring at her in shock. Lu Qingyao asked, "Miaomiao, did you really dream that?" Her daughter was different from other children. She had a special intuition. She was clever and often spoke to the little red bird and white wolf, making it seem like they were having conversations. Even the little red bird was very intelligent, guiding her when they went hunting in the mountains, and it was the one that helped find her son and daughter when they were lost. Her daughter often said surprising things. She inexplicably knew many things she had never heard of before. That precious bamboo fungus was discovered by her. And after autumn, she had Xiao dig out the white worms from the bamboo and fry them in oil until they were crispy and fragrant. At first, no one dared to eat them. Only the little cubs and Xiao enjoyed the crispy snacks. Later, this so-called fried bamboo worms became a popular dish at Yupinju. Upon checking the accounts, it turned out that nearly half of Yupinju's profits came from selling these novel dishes. To save some effort and avoid walking a few extra steps, the little one suggested gathering all the delicacies of Jiangzhou on one street. This led to the creation of the current Golden Delicacy Street. Each event shows that Miaomiao is a bit different from others. Now, dreaming of such things, it might be true. Miaomiao looked at her mother's changing expressions and finally fixed her gaze on her. She nodded. "I dreamed about it. I also dreamed that my brothers entered the exam room, and the three of them were seated next to each other." Aunt Xiao turned around, lifting the curtain, and looked at her in disbelief. "Miaomiao, you can dream about this? It seems the old priest from Qingyun Temple was right. You truly are a lucky child. But sister, it's better to believe there's some truth to it than to dismiss it. Perhaps Qi Caiwei is behind this. Just look at how proud she was earlier, as if she was certain her son would succeed." Lu Qingyao frowned. She had thought that with Master Chui's protection, the Qi family wouldn't dare to interfere, but it seemed they were still waiting for her. "I wonder what methods they will use to tamper with the exam paper. I know of an invisible ink that can be written on clothing and paper. Once it dries, there are no traces left, and it only appears when heated, but it doesn't last long." Xiao was aware of this ink. As their secret guards, they needed to protect their master and gather information. They had to study these clever techniques from the world as well. Invisible ink? Lu Qingyao immediately understood. The sun was already bright. The students entered the exam room one after another. The doors of the examination hall slowly closed. The family members who came to send them off left with anxious and tense feelings. However, the mood in Miaomiao's family was quite heavy. Princess Rongan was feeling a bit down and decided to leave early. Lu Qingyao couldn't find the right words to comfort anyone. Although she stood by her son, she still felt deep down that he had gotten lucky. It was unbelievable that Fu Yuan would take an interest in Feng. Even though Fu Yuan wasn't a princess, both she and her daughter liked the girl very much. They genuinely liked her. The young girl, as a princess, was not arrogant or overbearing. Instead, she was very down-to-earth. She was beautiful, kind, smart, and good at managing a household. The most important thing is that the girl's family background is excellent, something she wouldn't have dared to think about in the past. Especially not now. However, these days, the young girl seems to have become part of her family, treating her with respect and caring for Miaomiao as if they were sisters. This made her think a bit more. If Feng Er could marry such a wife in the future, she would surely wake up smiling from her dreams. But when she thought of the Liang Wang and the princess, she hesitated to think further. Her own situation was too complicated, and Feng Er still had no official title. The future was uncertain. It was better not to think too much and let things happen naturally. The carriage moved slowly along the road. Xiao drove the carriage back the same way. This road had few people and cars, making it quiet and easy to talk. She leaned against the carriage railing and turned to say, "Sister, if Miaomiao's dream is real, who would be the person wearing the light pink official robe?" Lu Qingyao thought for a moment. A light pink official robe represents the 5th rank. I remember that Fang Jingqing, the education official of Jiangzhou, is also of the 5th rank and happens to be the chief examiner for this children's examination. Before coming to Jiangzhou, she had done some research on the local officials. Fang Zhengqing was a student of Minister Qi, so he must have been entrusted with this matter. Sister, doesn't that mean he is stealing from himself? Should we tell the governor? That won't work. Without evidence, how can we confront him based on just a dream? If it hasn't happened yet, he probably won't believe us. By the time he might believe it, it could be too late. Lu Qingyao felt troubled. Could this dream of the little girl really be a glimpse into the future? Xiao, since you know about that ink, how do you think he would switch the exam papers? I guess that person would take advantage of the moment when the papers are submitted to use his position to replace the ink of Yan Er and Zhang Zipei. After the writing fades, he could then swap in their names. Lu Qingyao sneered. In that case, he could steal the results without anyone noticing. What a clever plan. It seemed that Fang Jingqing had done this kind of thing before. Perhaps he had even succeeded in this way. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she turned back to say, "Sister, why not tell Prince Jing? He is higher in rank than all the officials here, and since this involves Minister Qi, he is probably the only one who can handle it in Jiangzhou." Yes, let's tell Uncle Jing. Zhang Miaomiao nodded eagerly, like a little chick pecking at rice. Xiao mentioned that the ink she had heard of was likely squid ink. It was said that this was a common trick used in ancient examinations to cheat, and some people would even use it to write IOUs when borrowing money without intending to pay it back. However, this ink was worth 100 silver, making it unaffordable for most people. Similar cheating incidents in the imperial examination are likely not limited to Jiangzhou. Other states like Daqing may also have them. Prince Jing is the future heir. He needs to know about this. Otherwise, it would be very unfair to those students who have worked hard for years. The most concerning part is those who passed by cheating. If they become officials in the future, they will probably be corrupt and exploit the common people. As the three talked, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Chiao residence. Xiao stopped the carriage and asked, "Sister, have you thought about how to tell Prince Jing? We can't just say it was a dream of Miaomiao, right? Let's say we overheard it while having tea with Qi Caiwei." Lu Qingyao replied, unsure if Prince Jing would believe it. But since it concerns the imperial examination, he would likely want to investigate further. In the back courtyard of the Chiao residence, Jiua was crying loudly at the door of her study. Upon seeing him, she hugged his leg and wouldn't let go. It was unclear where she got this behavior from, but it certainly wasn't from her royal sister. No one dared to approach her. If they did, she would scream like a pig and even bite like a little dog. Prince Jing couldn't take it anymore. Covering his ears didn't help, so he prepared to jump out the window to escape for some peace. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "What is it?" "Your Highness, Mrs. Liu, and little Miaomiao are here." Do you want to see them? Shu called out loudly, worried that the prince wouldn't hear over the noise. Let them in quickly. Miaomiao has a way to handle this little troublemaker. Prince Jing decided against jumping out the window, feeling like he had found a lifeline, and urged Shu to bring them in. Shu chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, Mrs. Liu said she has urgent matters, so I let them go to the hall. Before anyone could go to invite them, Jiang Miaomiao ran over by herself and stood in front of Jiua. Seeing her wailing with her mouth wide open was annoying. Miaomiao reached out to the maid beside her. Do you have a handkerchief? Yes, the maid quickly handed one over. Miaomiao crumpled the handkerchief into a ball and stuffed it into the little princess's mouth. Jiua immediately stopped crying, looking at her in surprise. Miaomiao poked her finger on her face. Jiua, shame on you. You're too old to be crying. Jiua pulled the handkerchief out and opened her mouth to cry again, but Miaomiao covered her mouth. Humph. If you cry again, I'll bring the little white wolf over. Unexpectedly, the little princess didn't fall for it this time. Go away. I don't like you.
Caught off guard, Miaomiao was pushed to the ground.
Luckily, she was tough and didn't fall hard. The little maid quickly helped her up, relieved that the prince and Shigongong had just left and didn't see it. Jiang Miaomiao touched her bottom, which had been poked by a stone. Bending down and sticking out her bottom, she searched through the bushes nearby, digging in the dirt. The maid thought she had lost something and asked, Miss, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?
Hee.
No need, I found it. Then the little girl cheerfully pulled out a worm from the bushes. A long earthworm, still wriggling. She walked over to the crying little princess. Suddenly, she stuffed it into her mouth. Still crying. If you cry once, I'll stuff something in again. If you cry again, I'll give you a spider or a cockroach, and then let's see if you keep crying. The maids felt their hearts stop. Jiua stopped crying too. She pulled the worm out of her mouth, glanced at it, and screamed, "Ah, a worm."
Bang.
She closed her eyes and fainted. Oh no. Doctor, quickly call a doctor. Jiang Miaomiao nervously tugged at the maid's sleeve. This is bad. I accidentally caused trouble again. She won't be scared to death, will she? Jiang Miaomiao was terrified, and the maids beside her were also frightened, their eyes wide and mouths covered. After realizing what happened, some rushed to find a doctor, some carried Jiua back inside, and someone to report to the duke. Cheating in the imperial examination is a serious matter and a major crime. In the Great Qing, the examination system implemented collective punishment. Before the preliminary exam, each student must fill out a family declaration. As the name suggests, it requires a thorough check of your ancestors. The declaration must include the household registration of 3 generations. If any ancestor was a sold woman, a servant, or had a criminal record, they cannot participate in the examination. Moreover, candidates need someone to vouch for them. Scholars, neighbors, and students must vouch for each other, with 5 candidates mutually guaranteeing one another. If one candidate cheats, all others will be implicated. Cheaters may face disqualification or even exile. After hearing Lu Qingyao's account, the Duke was furious. He smashed his teacup into pieces. This Minister Qi actually dares to exploit the examination for personal gain. How bold. But after his outburst, he began to worry. The cheaters were the chief examiner and the Qi family, while the guarantors were somewhat innocent. If he exposed this, Fang Jingqing would surely be dismissed and exiled, but the Jiang brothers would also be implicated. After all, they were involved and were brothers, connected by family ties. Not just them. Even Sun Yanshu and Cui Xingzhou, who vouched for Yan Ge, would be affected. Cui Taifu's reputation would also suffer. This situation is difficult to handle. Xiao quietly stood behind her sister. She had some understanding of the prince's temperament. She was certain that he would not stand by in this matter, both personally and publicly. Lu Qingyao was not as calm as Xiao. Her heart was racing. Although the prince was still young, when he got angry, his stern expression made you want to kneel. The prince was in a bad mood today, and this incident had stirred his anger. Once he calmed down and collected his thoughts, he asked, How would you like me to help, madam? Lu Qingyao thought for a moment and replied, Your Highness, can this matter be resolved quietly without making it public? She really wanted to send that official to prison but feared he might retaliate. After all, if word got out about brothers swapping papers, it would be hard to defend. Involving Yan Heir would ruin his future and also affect those who supported him. It was too risky and not wise. Of course, the prince agreed, as he thought the same. He wanted the exam to proceed smoothly and to protect the candidates, while he could deal with the officials later. He believed that Lu Qingyao had a plan and sought his help because of his position. Do you have a good idea?
He asked.
Lu Qingyao nodded. Your Highness, I was thinking, since that official wanted to swap the ink and papers of 2 children, why don't we do the same? How do you propose we do that? If he can swap the ink of 2 children, we can secretly swap his ink and then return the papers to their rightful places. What do you think? That's not a bad idea. The prince waved his fan and nodded slightly. Then let's do as you suggest. Thank you, Your Highness, on behalf of my son. Hearing the prince say this, Lu Qingyao felt relieved. She stood up and bowed deeply. There was still some time before the exam ended, and with so many skilled people in the prince's residence, he could personally go and provide cover. It shouldn't be a problem. When the results were announced, the list would be published. She wouldn't need to intervene. Minister Qi and Qi Caiwei would handle the official themselves. With this thought, she felt less anxious, thanked the prince, and prepared to find her daughter. As soon as the little girl was free, she dashed off like a wild horse. She was very familiar with both the Cui and Chiao residences, and as soon as she entered, she grabbed Qi Heir and ran off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, no one knew where she had gone. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a maid by Princess Jiua's side come rushing in. Your Highness, something bad has happened. The young princess has fainted. The little maid stumbled over. How rude. Don't you see His Highness's guests? What kind of behavior is this? Shu walked over and scolded her softly. Fainted. He suddenly realized and asked the maid, What happened to the young princess? Your Highness, the young princess fainted because… What do you mean?
Just say it.
Shu was a bit impatient. He had important matters to arrange, and this maid was dragging things out. Ever since the prince received a letter from the eldest princess, he had grown increasingly annoyed with Princess Jiua. Not only did he not want to see her, but he didn't even want to hear her name. The eldest princess's message was clear. Princess Jiua would not be returning for now, and would stay in Jiangzhou. Without her permission, the princess was not to see anyone from the Chiao family. But that Granny Yen had been quietly sent back to the princess's residence. It was Miss Miaomiao. She scared the princess into fainting. The little maid glanced nervously at Madame Lu. Shu asked again, How did she scare her? The young princess pushed Miss Miaomiao down, and then she put a worm in the young princess's mouth, and she fainted. The little maid reported honestly. Shu, this little girl is really unexpected. He opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words, looking at King Jing, waiting for his decision. Xiao turned her head away, biting her lip to hold back a laugh. Lu Qingyao frowned. With an apologetic look at King Jing, she said, My child is mischievous. Please forgive her, Your Highness. Perhaps we should go check on Princess Jiua first. King Jing. Did Xiaomiao's actions go too far? It was a bit excessive. Although Prince Chiao and Madame Chiao were detestable, Jiua was also unlikable. But after all, this child was innocent. He waved his hand and instructed, Shu, you go ahead and take care of things. I will look after Jiua.
Yes.
With the master's words, Shu's steps were much quicker than usual. Miaomiao stood there in a daze. She was scared. She never expected that the usually fierce and arrogant Chiao Jiua would faint so easily. Sheer was also startled, but she was more worried about whether her young mistress was hurt. She checked her from head to toe, asking, Miss, are you hurt anywhere? Does anything hurt? She thought the 2 girls were just playing around. With so many maids watching, nothing serious would happen, and then she went to offer her greetings. When they returned, they saw the girl getting up from the ground, putting bugs into someone's mouth. She wondered if Xiao had fed the girl too many bugs, making her think she could eat anything. Yes, if King Jing gets angry later, she would explain it this way. It hurts. My bottom hurts. Miaomiao rubbed her bottom. It was burning. She must have scraped her skin. Sierra, feeling sorry for her, gently rubbed it, Miss Spare with it. Let's go see the princess first, then we can go back and apply some medicine. The little girl nodded. They should go see her. One person should take responsibility for their actions, so the king wouldn't blame the maids. She heard that in these wealthy families, when the master makes a mistake, the servants take the blame and get punished. It's so inhumane. How about trying to press on her chest? Miaomiao leaned over Jiua's bed, staring blankly as the doctor massaged her acupoints. She offered her most sincere suggestion. Shouldn't first aid involve pressing on the chest and pinching the philtrum? Jiua still hadn't woken up, and she was quite worried. What if she scared her to death, and she couldn't wake up? That would be a big problem. The doctor frowned slightly, feeling that this child was just causing trouble and wanted to send her away. But he only dared to think that in his mind. What's going on? Came King Jing's voice from the doorway. Sierra got nervous and quickly ran over, kneeling in front of King Jing. Your Highness, my lady didn't mean to feed the little princess bugs. She thought those bugs were edible. Miaomiao. Those bugs are edible? What kind of logic is that from Sierra? Those are earthworms. King Jing glanced at Xiao. What have you been feeding the child? Making her think she can put anything in someone's mouth. Xiao's eyes widened. What does he want from her? This has nothing to do with her. She looked at her sister innocently and quickly explained, Sister, I didn't give Miaomiao bugs. She clearly asked me to get them for her. And besides, you all ate those bamboo worms too. This was such an unfair accusation. Those bamboo worms and bee pupae were all things the little one asked her to get. But those were indeed edible and tasty. Earthworms are different. They dig in the dirt. Eating them would mean getting a mouthful of mud. Miaomiao surely knows those can't be eaten. I know. You didn't. Lu Qingyao patted her shoulder, looking helpless. Of course, Xiao didn't. It was all the little girl's idea. This blame shouldn't fall on Xiao. A mother knows her child best, and she understands the child she raised. The little one is doing it on purpose, trying to scare the young princess. Her daughter isn't mean-spirited, just a bit mischievous and likes to tease. It seems the young princess cried too hard. She opened her mouth. She had never seen such a scene, but she tried her best. Get up, the prince said, glancing at Sheer and walking straight to Jiua. Doctor, how is she? Your Highness, the princess is fine, just a bit overly emotional, which caused her to faint. She probably cried herself out and is now asleep, the doctor said, watching the young princess's breathing become steady before he left. The prince. She actually fell asleep. Looking at Jiua's face reminded him of Fu Fuma and his mother's actions. And the woman who gave her this face. It was quite unsettling. Then he thought of his missing niece. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Every time he looked at this child, he felt a tightness in his chest. He waved his hand to the maids and servants, since the princess is fine. Everyone can leave. Miaomiao wanted to confirm if the little sprout was really okay, so she reached out and touched her nose. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The prince smiled and gently patted Miaomiao's head, reassuring her, It's okay. It's okay. Jiua is just asleep. No need to worry. Miaomiao looked at her handsome uncle with confusion. I almost scared your niece to death, and you're not angry. Instead, you're comforting me. How strange. Is Uncle Jing not feeling well? Lu Qingyao and Xiao exchanged glances, sharing the same confusion. On the way back, Mother asked Aunt Xiao, Don't you think the prince's attitude towards Princess Jiua is a bit strange? Yes, very strange. If this were in the past. Xiao realized she almost let something slip and quickly corrected herself. A few days ago, I saw the prince was very concerned about the young princess, but now he seems cold as ice, which is quite odd. Yes, something must have happened that we don't know about. Noticing it too, Miaomiao thought the prince's gaze towards the little sprout was strange. There was pity, heartache, helplessness, and even dislike. Such contradictions, such complexity. 3 days later, the doors of the examination hall opened. The students participating in the imperial exam came out. Most looked tired. It wasn't that they did poorly, it was just that the 3-day closed-door exam was quite exhausting. Eating, drinking, and sleeping all in a small square space was hardly comfortable. Second brother said that the place is called the number dormitory, which means it has assigned numbers. The dormitory is spacious, and everything happens there. Miaomiao couldn't imagine it, but she felt that the papers had a certain smell. In the crowd, the older and second brothers walked out slowly. The older brother looked energetic and walked steadily, though he was a bit messy with his hair in disarray. The second brother was the opposite. He walked unsteadily, his face pale, but his clothes were neat, and his hair was tidy. When the brothers saw them, they both smiled widely. As they got closer, Miaomiao noticed a strange smell. "Mother, let's talk later. I want to take a bath and change." The second brother's first words interrupted what their mother wanted to ask. "All right, let's go home." Their mother didn't ask how they did on the exam and quickly helped them onto the carriage, which had soft pillows, tea, and rice porridge prepared. Miaomiao lifted the curtain and saw her fourth brother, Zipe, coming out behind them. He looked worn out, pale, and was almost stumbling as he walked. He had a gloomy expression, suggesting he didn't do well on the exam. Qi Caiwei and her daughter looked delighted and quickly had a servant help him into the carriage. They didn't ask how he did. They just seemed very happy that he took the exam, regardless of the outcome. The worse, the better. "Big sister, look at that pega. Something seems off. He looks like he's sick," Xiao said curiously, watching Zipe get into the carriage with a scrutinizing gaze. "I know." Miaomiao smiled. At that moment, she could finally share many secrets with her mother and aunt, thanks to her dream. Otherwise, she would feel stifled. Interesting things are meant to be shared. Her mother smiled at her. "What do you know? Did you dream again?" "Yes, I dreamed that fourth brother had a stomach issue." Having a stomach issue during an exam is a big taboo. Lu Qingyao. Miaomiao, you can't tell anyone about these dreams. Only your mother and aunt, okay? Not even the brothers? Of course not. It's our little secret. It's better if fewer people know about such strange matters for safety. As they were leaving, Qi Caiwei gave them a smug, mocking smile, as if her son was the top of the class. Xiao scoffed, "Big sister, look at that woman. Why is she so annoying? What's she so happy about?" "She is naturally happy, which means her son didn't do well on the exam." "Payer, how did you do on the exam?" Seeing her son like this, Qi Caiwei felt a bit of pain in her heart. But she couldn't help but ask about his exam situation. Zipe pulled at the cloak wrapped around him and weakly said, "Not good." "How could that be?" Qi Caiwei was not surprised. But inside, she felt conflicted. She wanted her son to do well, but she also wanted him to do poorly. Payer had high ambitions like his father. During the county and provincial exams, she had mentioned to her husband and Payer that they should greet the examiners. As a result, they were scolded by both father and son. They insisted on following the rules and taking the exam repeatedly. Her husband even said, "Payer has limited talent. If he can't pass, he shouldn't take the exam and embarrass us." But Qi Caiwei wanted Payer to succeed and become the most accomplished child of the Jiang family. She wanted their poor relatives to come to her for help. Moreover, she had seen her son's hard work over the years and naturally hoped he would achieve his dreams. But she was also conflicted. Deep down, she knew that no matter how well Payer did, he probably wouldn't surpass Jiang Ziyan. Now, it seemed that the outcome was already decided, and if Payer did well, it would only benefit that boy. At this moment, she felt satisfied and even hoped Jiang Ziyan would come out on top. Zipe looked at his mother's strange expression and turned his face away in disappointment. After a while, he calmed down and quietly asked her, "Mother, how can you be a mother?" Qi Caiwei was confused. What did he mean? Was this boy confused from the exam? She poked his forehead. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with me?" "Mother, what food did you prepare for me? I've been having diarrhea for the past 2 days. And why did you only give me half a jug of water?" After saying this, Jiang Pei closed his eyes, weakly leaning on the servant, not wanting to say more. He was almost driven to despair. After studying hard for so many years, he had made up his mind to take the exam for himself, not for anyone else. But unexpectedly, he didn't lose to other students. He lost to his own mother. He felt like crying and laughing at the same time. Qi Caiwei was even more confused and grabbed her son's arm. "You little rascal, explain clearly. What do you mean by half a jug of water and diarrhea? How did I cause this?" It should not be cold now that autumn had just begun, but Jiang Pei felt cold all over, his body weak and sore. He gritted his teeth and sat up straight. "Mother, other students have steamed buns and dry food prepared for them, but you only gave me osmanthus cake, rice dumplings, and pig trotters. And there's only half a pot of water. What's wrong with osmanthus cake and rice dumplings? They are good luck and easy to eat, much better than those plain buns and dry food. I even prepared a ginseng root for you. Am I treating you unfairly?" Qi Caiwei said angrily, holding her chest. "You ungrateful child. Just like your father, both of you are unappreciative." She had heard that students taking the exam should eat these foods, worried that the kitchen at home wouldn't prepare them well, so she specially ordered them from a top restaurant. She woke up before dawn to check at the door, afraid the delivery would be late and he wouldn't get to eat. She didn't expect it would turn into her fault. Jiang Pei sighed. "Mother, don't you know that the south has a lot of rain and the food spoils easily? Those things aren't meant for students to take into the exam. They are just for a little good luck before the test. But you, are you not afraid I will get a stomachache from what you prepared? The osmanthus cake and rice dumplings might fill me up a bit, but how can I swallow them without water?" She hadn't thought of all this. Qi Caiwei pressed her lips together and explained, "Pei, I clearly prepared enough water for you. I checked before you left. How could there only be half a pot left? Did you spill it?" Jiang Pei scoffed. "But there is only half a pot left. After eating those things, I was so thirsty. That water was gone in a day, and I had to drink from the well at the exam hall, which gave me a stomachache. I was barely hanging on. How could I even take the exam?" Jiang Pei was furious. After the fire incident, Aunt Mei was gone. The servant's pay was reduced, and all the household matters fell on his sister. She wasn't very concerned about his exam. It was likely that the servants had been careless and spilled it. He forced a smile. "Luckily, I still had those ginseng roots and my older brothers shared their clean water with me. Otherwise, Mother, you might not see me again." Qi Caiwei was stunned and opened her mouth. It seemed all her explanations felt weak. She didn't expect that preparing food for her son for the first time would lead to such a mistake. She had always been surrounded by servants, and everything was arranged by Aunt Mei, even the meals for Pear's previous exams. She had no idea about these things. Seeing Pear's haggard face and dejected look, her heart ached for him. "I really want to tell him that it doesn't matter how well he does on the exam. He will definitely succeed, so there's no need to be so upset." But she didn't dare to speak. She held her son's hand. "Pear, listen to me. I really didn't know about this. I didn't mean to. In the past. It was all arranged by Aunt Mei. I truly didn't know. With our ancestors' blessing, maybe you'll do very well. Mother, please stop. Go back to your carriage. I want to be alone for a while." Jiang Pei interrupted her and turned away.
Paya.
Qi Caiwei sighed. She wanted to say some comforting words, but seeing Pear reject her so strongly, she hesitated. She thought Pear must still blame her for not saving Aunt Mei and needed time to adjust. Things will get better. Everything will be fine. When Pear finishes high school and succeeds, he will gradually forget about those people and events from Jiangzhou and won't blame her anymore. When he achieves success, he will even thank her, his mother. She still had faith in her son. After giving a few instructions, She got off the carriage. Watching Qi Caiwei leave, the young servant Shuangrui asked, "Young master, why didn't you tell madam you were unwell and ask her to call a doctor for you?" It was surprising that after all this time, she hadn't noticed her son was unwell. Madam really didn't care for the young master as much as Aunt Mei did. No wonder the young master wanted to keep his distance from her. Jiang Zipei's eyes were red. He sniffed. Mother scolded all the nearby doctors for coming to see her face. They probably made excuses, so it's better to go to the clinic directly. You go tell mother to let them return first. Shuangrui was chosen by Aunt Mei for him. Now that she was gone, he could only share his feelings with him. He thought for a moment and added, "Later, please deliver 2 brushes to my brothers for me and thank them." After all, they were still family. He didn't expect that during a crucial time, they would still be willing to help. That night, the full moon shone brightly. The garden was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. There was also the smell of meat. "Elder brother, eat some walnuts. Second brother, you eat too." Jiang Miaomiao nestled in her elder brother's arms, munching on walnut kernels. From time to time, she would take the walnut kernels that her brothers had peeled for her and put them back in her elder and second brother's mouths. At this moment, her elder and second brothers had already bathed and changed clothes, finished their meal, and taken a rest. Finally, they had time to gather with the whole family to enjoy the moon, eat, and grill meat. Of course, there was also chatting. Under the osmanthus tree, Jiang Miaomiao wanted her older brother to hold her for a while, then her second brother. She buried her head in their arms and sniffed. "Oh, it smells nice. It has a pleasant scent of sandalwood, like books." But soon, the aroma of grilled meat overpowered it. After eating the grilled meat, everyone's clothes would probably smell like it. The little girl still hadn't swallowed the walnut in her mouth when she took the skewer of grilled meat that Aunt Xiao handed to her brother. Their mother glanced at her. Jiang Miaomiao gave her a sweet smile, trying to be cute. Lu Qingyao shook her head. "No, you've already eaten a lot." Her brother took the skewer from her hand. However, when their mother wasn't looking, he secretly stuffed a piece into her mouth. So delicious. The taste of the grilled lamb was simply amazing. Her brother wiped her mouth and began to share stories from his research trip while chewing on the meat. "Mom, the buns and pancakes you prepared for us are easy to digest and store, and there's plenty of water. But Pega is in trouble. His mom didn't prepare anything good for him. That poor kid has an upset stomach and keeps running to the bathroom. I'm in the next room, and the smell is unbearable. It almost affected my performance." Jiang Miaomiao. She reached out her little hand to her second brother. "Second brother, hug me." She originally wanted to sneak some of her brother's grilled lamb, but now she had lost her appetite. She didn't understand how her brother could eat so happily while talking about such unpleasant things. Aunt Xiao brought over the grilled lamb and handed it to her second brother instead. Sister Chiao almost spat out the osmanthus, wine she just tasted, and quickly covered her mouth with a cloth. Their mother tore off a big piece of meat and stuffed it into her brother's mouth. "Eating meat doesn't stop your chatter." Jiang Zian quickly continued his brother's story. "Mom, my brother trains in martial arts every day, and I practice the 5 animal play daily, or we wouldn't last long. But Pega doesn't have such luck. Look at him. He's weaker than a girl and eats all sorts of strange things. He almost got really sick." "Is it that serious?" Lu Qingyao looked at her son. Yenner is about the same size as Jiang Zipei. Although he looks thin, after years of training with her, he has become much stronger. After eating something and taking a nap, he felt completely refreshed. Jiang Zian nodded. "Yes, I noticed on the last day he was relying on just a few pieces of ginseng to get by." Xiao asked curiously, "What did he eat?" "It smelled like zongzi and pig trotters," Jiang Zian replied, familiar with those flavors. Before going to the examination hall, he had tried a bit of everything. Why would they prepare those for the child? Lu Qingyao was shocked when her son finished speaking. "They have already passed the county and provincial exams. They shouldn't be eating that." In such an environment, and in such hot weather, how could a child's stomach handle those foods? Families usually prepared easily digestible and non-perishable meals for students. Qi Caiwei really messed up this important matter. It was hard to know what to say. She had seen her son let her down, but never the other way around. Miaomiao thought that without Aunt Mei as her right-hand support, Qi Caiwei seemed to have lost her common sense. No wonder she always appeared not very smart in the past. Jiang Zifeng clicked his tongue. My brother and I couldn't bear to watch, so we asked the examiner for help, and each gave him some water to drink. Jiang Zian shook his head and sighed. The water at the examination hall is only available once or twice a year. With Pega's delicate body, his stomach couldn't handle it, and he started having diarrhea from the second day. He probably didn't even finish his exam. Speaking of which, that kid had changed a lot over the years. He even knew to greet them and call them brother now. It seemed the books from Donglin Academy were not in vain. It's a pity he had a mother who held him back. Xiao didn't understand. Why can't they eat those things during the exams? In just 3 days, those foods shouldn't spoil to the point of being inedible, right? It's best not to eat them. In such an environment, with that kind of tense atmosphere, it's a strain on both the body and mind. It's better to eat easily digestible foods that fill you up and don't spoil easily. To reduce bathroom trips, it's also best not to drink too much water, and the well water at the examination hall is definitely not safe to drink. Her mother went on and on. Xiao's aunt asked her, "Sister, how do you know all this, while Qi Caiwei doesn't?" "That's because Jiang Yunzi told me about his exam experiences. I suppose he also advised Qi Caiwei, but she probably left it all to the servants and didn't pay attention herself," Lu Qingyao recalled. The reason she knew all this was that Jiang Yunzi, wanting her sympathy, had shared in detail the hardships he faced during the exams. She had felt quite sorry for him back then. But Qi Caiwei was different. The woman considered herself a noble lady, looking down on Jiang Yunzi at first. Even after being forced to marry him, she still maintained her noble demeanor. She was only interested in romantic moments. The interactions between her and Jiang Yunzi were like a classic tale of talented scholars and beautiful women. If he shared his sad and poor experiences, he would likely receive disdain instead of sympathy. When the topic of her irresponsible father came up, the conversation abruptly stopped. Let's change the subject. Princess Rongan is returning to the capital soon. What farewell gifts are you all planning to give her? Xiao coughed a couple of times and asked the children. I'll paint a picture for the princess, Jiang Zian said, looking at his mother. Lu Qingyao thought this was a great idea. Zian's painting skills were exceptional. The book he made for Miaomiao was lively and fun, bringing joy to anyone who saw it. Even the mushroom guide at Yapinju was illustrated by him, featuring clever ideas from his daughter, like little mushroom people beside the mushrooms, depicting funny scenarios. While flipping through it, customers would forget the long wait for cooking mushrooms. She turned to her eldest son. Feng, or what about you? Jiang Zifeng scratched his head, glancing at Chiao's small porcelain bottle, and his eyes lit up. Mother, how about I give the princess some osmanthus wine? What do you think?
Good.
Good. Give her osmanthus cake, and in return, she'll give you osmanthus wine. Lu Qingyao chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Miaomiao suddenly chimed in. Big brother, we've run out of osmanthus wine. Chiao glanced at the little one and nodded in agreement. Yes, there's only this one bottle left.
Autumn.
It's the season for harvest. It's also the season for countless students to reap their rewards. After waiting for a month, the day of the results finally arrived. In the morning, Jiang Miaomiao woke up to find the sun already high in the sky. She quickly got up and sat on the bed, lost in thought. She felt like something important was happening today, but she couldn't remember what it was. Miss, you're awake, Xiao said cheerfully, bringing in water for washing and a towel. She saw the little girl sitting on the bed, looking cute with her messy hair, resting her chin in her hand, deep in thought. When she noticed Xiao approaching with a towel, she looked up and asked, What day is it today? Miss, you forgot? Today is the day the exam results are announced.
Oh.
So, the results of her brother's exams were out. Jiang Miaomiao climbed to the edge of the bed and was about to slide down, saying, I want to find my brother. I want to go see the rankings. Before her feet could touch the ground, Sierra suddenly grabbed them. Sierra picked up the little girl and brought her back to the bed, taking out some small socks. Don't be in a hurry, young lady. You haven't put on your shoes yet, and Miss Xiao has already gone.
Oh.
Okay then, Zhang Miaomiao said, a bit disappointed. She wanted to see the exciting scene of the rankings. Her mother said that in Jiangzhou, scholars are highly sought after. Many families want to find such promising candidates. If they don't act now, they might miss out when someone becomes a top scholar in the future, especially the top-ranked, who is sure to be the best of the best. If they wait too long, it might be too late. Her mother didn't let her brothers go, perhaps out of fear that someone might take an interest in them. It wouldn't be good if they were pulled away for a marriage arrangement. Jiang Miaomiao cheerfully stretched out her little feet for Sierra and tilted her head to ask, "Where are my brothers?" "They're in the dining room having their meal," Sierra replied as she helped the little girl put on her shoes and socks, then tied up her messy hair. She noticed that the young lady was already very concerned about her appearance at such a young age. She wanted to choose her own clothes and shoes, making sure the colors matched. Even the hairband had to match her dress. Since Sierra styled her hair into 2 buns, she no longer wanted the little pigtails. Zhang Miaomiao was very pleased with her hairstyle. Without the pigtails, her brothers wouldn't mess up her hair anymore. Thinking about how efficient her aunt was, she couldn't wait to hear the news about the rankings. When she heard Sierra say, "All done," she quickly ran toward the dining room, just as her mother came to find her. Lu Qingyao scooped up her little daughter, asking, "Why are you running?" "Mom, has Annie come back?" "Yes, she has." Jiang Miaomiao hugged her mother's neck, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Did my brothers do well?"
They did.
Her mother smiled and gave her several kisses on the cheek, leaving her face wet. She pinched Jiang Miaomiao's cheek, saying, "Miaomiao, both of your brothers did well, and your second brother is the top scholar." "Do you know what the top scholar is?" "It's the first place, the top rank in the exams." Her mother was very excited, unable to contain her joy, her voice trembling with happiness as she held her tightly. Jiang Miaomiao was also very excited, clapping her little hands. "Brother is amazing, and second brother is the best." She caught a glimpse of her older brothers coming from the opposite side. She quickly changed her words, saying, "Both brothers are great." Very impressive. In Wu Yi Alley, families with successful candidates began to set off firecrackers. Her mother also had some set off and loudly instructed Aunt Chiao, "The louder, the better." "Okay, sister. We have 2 scholars at home, so we must celebrate well. It should be loud enough for the neighbors to hear." The sound of firecrackers echoed from the neighbors. Qi Caiwei felt a bit excited. She wanted to set off her own firecrackers right away. She had already prepared them early, just waiting for the messenger with good news to return so they could start celebrating. There was no doubt her son would succeed. However, upon hearing the firecracker sounds from next door, she became restless. Who had succeeded? Was it Jiang Zifeng? Was it from the Cui family? Or did he actually pass? That boy always joked around, following the Cui family's young master to enjoy the lake and listen to music. How could he possibly succeed? It was so unfair. She gritted her teeth and said, "Gong Mama, have the firecrackers set off. We can't fall behind." Gong Mama hesitated. "Madam, the good news hasn't arrived yet." What if? If he didn't succeed, it would be embarrassing. She wondered where the confidence came from. The young master's performance didn't seem promising at all. After thinking for a moment, she decided, since the lady wanted to set them off, they would do so. With the sound of firecrackers in the courtyard, a young maid rushed in, out of breath, shouting, "Madam, Shuangrui is back, he's at the door." Qi Caiwei hurried to the front yard, asking, "How did it go? Did he succeed?" The young maid shook her head. Before long, Shuangrui, the scholar, and 2 maids stood before her, looking at each other, unsure who should speak first. Shuangrui had walked slowly on the way back, thinking about how to break the news. He didn't know why the lady was so sure her son would succeed. The young master himself said he wouldn't pass. He hadn't even finished his exam paper. Even a lucky guess wouldn't help him. So, he had already gone to Qingyun Temple in the countryside to find some peace. Yet, the lady and the third young lady still had complete faith in him. They had even considered going to see the results themselves, but seeing the lady next door hadn't gone, they decided to stay home instead. But why was the lady having firecrackers set off before they even knew the exam results? Shuangrui sighed softly. Qi Caiwei quickly walked over, eagerly asking what happened. Speak up. Madam. Young master did not pass. His name is not on the list, Shuangrui replied to her. Qi Caiwei refused to believe it and scolded. How is that possible? Pear couldn't have failed. You must have overlooked something. It must be that way. With so many people, it was easy to make a mistake. Go back and check again. If you don't see Pear's name, don't come back. Shuangrui knelt down, saying, Madam, young master really did not pass. Why wouldn't she believe it? The two maids who went with him also chimed in. After the crowd dispersed, we looked carefully, and his name is truly not on the list. Although they couldn't recognize all the names, they would not mistake young master's name. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qi Caiwei stubbornly refused to accept it. Not passed.
How could that be?
Unless Jiang Zian didn't do well on the exam. She asked the two maids, are there any names for Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian on the list? These two were her trusted maids, who knew a few characters and wouldn't dare lie to her. There are names. Both of them passed. The two maids exchanged glances and spoke softly. Say it again, how did they do? Jiang Zijing approached them. Third miss, the eldest and second young masters both passed. The second young master even topped the list. Top of the list? Qi Caiwei's face turned pale instantly. She stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. A sharp pain pierced her chest. Mother, Fang Jingqing. It must be that old man Fang Jingqing who is being two-faced. Jiang Zijing said, through gritted teeth. Go find him and ask for clarification. The gates of Liyuan were tightly closed. They hadn't opened for several days. Since the results of the examination were announced, many wealthy and influential people wanted to visit. Jiang Zian had become quite famous. After all, a 10-year-old who topped the scholar list was rare. Some were curious about what this little prodigy looked like. Others wanted their children to befriend him, but many were more interested in connecting with Master Cui. Although they couldn't join the Cui family, being able to associate with Master Cui's disciples and discuss knowledge was still an honor. Naturally, fame brought attention, and even the young brothers Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian were already being pursued by many matchmakers and wealthy families. Many wealthy families with daughters of similar age wanted to come and take a look. Everyone thought that even if they weren't of marrying age yet, it was fine to arrange a marriage early. When the time came for success, they could hold the wedding and the banquet together. Their daughter would then become a lady of status. How wonderful! However, when they went to visit, the host was unexpectedly not home. The two young masters were either studying at the Cui residence or out enjoying the spring weather. They couldn't just chase after them. Unfortunately, there was no male host available, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a few gentlemen to chat with a woman. In short, there were many excuses preventing them from connecting, and even with an invitation, they couldn't get a response. They only sent small gifts to the visiting family, a small basket filled with various snacks, though not in large quantities. There were dried bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, pickled bamboo, and different flavored pastries. The so-called flower cakes were made with fillings of chrysanthemum and jasmine, which the ladies really liked. They all sent people out to buy more, but they couldn't find any in the shops around Zhangzhou. Big sister, sneaking in and out through the back door every day isn't right. It feels like we're thieves, Xiao said as she returned from outside and quickly drank a cup of tea. She continued, I see that everyone outside wants Feng Ge and Yan Ge to be their sons-in-law. It's almost causing a stir. It might be exaggerated, but they do have good taste. Lu Qingyao was counting on an abacus when she suddenly stopped and smiled. It's just a temporary excitement. In a few days, no one will come anymore. But we can take this opportunity to do something. Both sons had been successful, making her so happy that she couldn't sleep. She got up in the middle of the night to write letters to her parents to share the good news. However, she only mentioned the boy's success and didn't say anything about the military pay case, fearing it might leak. It had been over a month since she last saw Yan Huan and Mu Yunjing, and she wasn't sure how things were progressing. But this matter was complicated, and there was no need to rush. Thinking this, she instructed Haidang to send out the small basket. Her daughter called these gift souvenirs. Although she didn't know how the little one came up with the name, it was quite clever. The basket contained items from their own home. The gift was light and easy to give to acquaintances without any burden, and there was no need for a return gift. Xiao opened the basket and said, "Big sister, these people are not related to us, and we don't know many of them. Some wealthy ladies even hosted Qi Caiwei as a guest. Why should we give them these gifts?" These flower cakes were made by her for several children, and even if there were only 2 pieces in a basket, she couldn't bear to part with them. Lu Qingyao picked up a piece of chrysanthemum cake, broke it in half, and stuffed one half into Xiaoxiao's mouth. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to hold back. These were made by the chef using your recipe. The ones you made were sent to the Cui family and the Jing Wang's residence, and the rest have already been eaten by these kids." "Have they eaten them all?" Xiao asked in surprise. The cakes were so popular. She had made quite a few, nearly picking all the chrysanthemums and jasmine from the backyard. Using the buds of the flowers to make the filling and wrapping them in flaky pastry, they were baked to create a unique and fragrant taste. The method for making the flower cakes was something Miaomiao had told her, saying she saw someone making them in a dream. Having learned from past experiences, she believed it. However, she only dared to share this with her sister. Although she knew there were many talented people in the world, they often kept a low profile and didn't boast about their skills. The result of speaking out could either lead to being treated like a living deity or being seen as a monster. Especially for a child like Miaomiao, who was only 3 years old. Lu Qingyao brought a plate of cakes and placed it in front of her. "Of course, I saved some for you. Don't underestimate these cakes. I've had people checking, and many have been asking about them at the pastry shop these days. I was thinking, what if we opened a flower cake shop using seasonal flowers as ingredients? What do you think?" "Sounds great. If you say we should open it, then let's do it," Xiao replied without hesitation. She didn't understand business, but she knew her sister had a good eye for it. In just 3 years, they had already made a fortune. Lu Qingyao began to calculate carefully. "I think the climate in Jiangzhou is suitable for growing flowers. We could set aside some land in the countryside to plant flowers and use them as filling for the cakes. Different seasons would allow us to enjoy different flowers, making it quite special, don't you think?" Xiao nodded eagerly. Yes, that sounds special. If her sister said it was special, then it must be. She just thought the cakes were delicious. Miaomiao especially loved them, particularly the rose cakes. However, those flowers only bloom in April, and the cakes could only be enjoyed then. For now, they had chrysanthemums and jasmine, and in 2 months, there would be magnolias. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly, feeling reassured as Miaomiao was being watched by Chiao. With the Lu residence safely situated between the Cui and Chiao families, she had no worries at all. Xiao found herself with some free time and busied herself in the kitchen, preparing meals for the family. She needs a proper identity so that no one looks down on her. Saying this, she took Xiao's hand. "Since you think this idea is good, how about you manage the pastry shop?" Xiao almost spit out her tea. "Manager? Sister, do you really want me to be the manager? Aren't you worried about losing everything? I can read a few characters, but I'm not ready to handle the accounts. Helping you with ink and other tasks is more my level." She clicked her tongue and continued eating the pastries. Studying delicious food is fine, but dealing with accounts and customers is not her strength. She was afraid of difficult customers. One might even lose their temper. Not a manager, but the owner. Lu Qingyao was about to continue when she noticed a small chubby hand reaching for the pastries on the plate. Smack. A sharp sound echoed. "Still eating? Look at your belly, can you fit more?" Lu Qingyao pulled her little girl out from under the table. She took out a cloth to wipe the crumbs off her mouth. Jiang Miaomiao pouted at her mother, showing a sweet smile. "Mom, just a little piece. Whether big or small, it doesn't matter." Lu Qingyao shook her head and pinched her daughter's cheek. Then Xiao saw the little girl move closer to her, pouting with tears in her eyes, looking very pitiful.
Oh my!
Xiao couldn't stand seeing her like that. She tore off a small piece and put it in her mouth. Just this piece, no more. If you eat too much, you'll have a stomachache. Miaomiao.
Well.
A small piece is still a piece. After finishing, she climbed back onto the stool, swinging her legs and happily munching on the seeds and fruits on the table. In the blink of an eye, there was a big pile of fruit peels and seed shells on the table. Lu Qingmiao twitched her mouth. Is she raising a little glutton? She pulled her into her arms, playfully saying, "Still eating. I should sew your little mouth shut." Xiao laughed, covering her mouth. Suddenly remembering something, she said, "Sister, the person across the street has tried to see Feng Shuizheng several times, but was turned away. Did you not see him?" "No, not even Mrs. Feng." Lu Qingmiao lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. "Let's add some fuel to the fire."
How do we do that?
Lu Qingmiao had a maid bring her the prepared invitation. "Let's hold an autumn feast and promote our flower pastries. It will also be a tribute to the Princess Liang and the Roman princess." This is great, a win-win situation. Xiao suddenly understood why her sister wanted to give that gift. She picked up the invitation and flipped through it. Surprised, she asked Sister, "Why are Lady Feng and Qi Caiwei invited too? Aren't you worried they might fight? Isn't it fun if they do?" Xiao tilted her head for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "All right, I'll personally invite them." "Will they come?" Especially Qi Caiwei, who deeply resented her sister. Lu Qingmiao smiled and said, "You can try telling Lady Feng that the Princess of Liang will attend the banquet, and then tell Qi Caiwei that Lady Feng is coming." "I want to go too." Miaomiao raised her little hand. "Auntie, take me with you."
Please take me.
"Okay." Little Miaomiao blinked her bright eyes at her. Her small hand tugged at her finger, acting cute and charming. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Oh no." Xiao couldn't resist. She looked at her sister beside her. Miaomiao must be bored at home these days. "How about I take her out for a walk?" Lu Qingmiao nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, but come back early." Even though the little girl was only 3 years old, she was already very good at charming people. A little persuader. Feng Er was completely taken in by her. He stubbornly learned how to make osmanthus wine from Xiao. He picked osmanthus flowers, washed rice, cooked it, and brewed the wine. In the end, he actually made a few jars. But when he tasted it, the flavor was hard to describe. After all, it was his first attempt, and it couldn't compare to Xiao's. Yet, the princess cherished it like a treasure, unwilling to drink it. She wanted to wait until the way back to drink it. There was no choice but to have Qin Su secretly switch the wine at midnight for Xiao's brew. However, what made the princess happy was that she visited home every day and secretly went to watch Feng Er practice swordsmanship. She was getting more and more involved. But Zhang Yu told her that Mu Yunjie promised Feng Er that if he won against Dolly, he would agree to let him join the army. That child had never wanted to enter government service. He was determined to continue his grandfather's legacy. Passing the scholar exam was all a promise to her as his mother. This worried her greatly. If he really went, wouldn't the little spark of hope be snuffed out? That would be cruel. Watching the big and small figures bouncing away, her thoughts drifted further and further. 3 years old. In the blink of an eye, Miaomiao would soon be 3 years old. On the 10th of next month, it would be her birthday. It was also the day their mother-daughter bond began. Although she didn't know the exact time of her birth, she decided to celebrate the day she found her as her birthday. And the 8th day of the month was the anniversary of her late daughter's passing. In the past 3 years, they had never celebrated Miaomiao's birthday or honored her daughter, who had passed away before her first month. However, every year they went to the temple to have monks chant prayers for her. The elders in the northern border often say that infants are the purest beings in the world, arriving and leaving quickly, untouched by worldly troubles. Tree burials allow her to enter reincarnation swiftly, helping her life continue and grow strong like a great tree. Worshipping and remembering her would only hinder the infant's path to rebirth. She recalled the moment she carried her daughter, whom she had helped cross over, down the mountain for burial. When she saw Miaomiao, she stubbornly believed her daughter had returned to her. As time passed, she gradually accepted reality. Still, she wanted to share the news of Feng'er and Yenner's high school success with her daughter. Lu Qingyao asked someone to call Haiding, but instead, Sierra came. Upon inquiry, she learned that Xiuxiu planned to take Miaomiao horseback riding to deliver invitations, so she hadn't brought Sierra along. With nothing to do, the little girl came to help. Sierra, please buy me a few sky lanterns. Yes, I'll go right away, Sierra replied happily, excited to celebrate the boy's high school success. As she reached the back door, she noticed Xiuxiu and a girl acting sneakily behind a tree. Just as she was about to call out to the girl, Xiuxiu pulled her over and covered her mouth, whispering, "Shh, don't make a sound." Seeing the girl signal her to be quiet, she covered her own mouth. Jiang Miaomiao smiled broadly, her eyes shining as she looked toward the door.
Wow.
What did she see? At the entrance stood a pair of beautiful people. Sister Chiao had her back to them, speaking to someone. The person facing her was a head taller, gazing at her with gentle eyes. "Chiao, this is the snowflake pastry sent by the teacher's wife." Jiang Chiao smiled as she took the food box from Sun Yenshu, looking at him. "Is it really from old lady Cui?"
Yes.
"Of course." Sun Yenshu stammered a bit. Jiang Chiao looked down at the food box and thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Yenshu, for delivering it yourself." "It's no trouble." "No trouble." Sun Yenshu kept smiling foolishly, his ears turning red. Both of them looked down, too shy to meet each other's eyes. After a brief silence, Jiang Chiao spoke first. "Is there anything else, young Master Yenshu?" No. I'll head back now," Sun Yenshu said awkwardly with a smile, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he looked back once more. He slipped out during the break between classes. Today, Chiao brought many flour cakes to the teacher and the teacher's wife, so he thought about bringing some snowflake pastries. He noticed that Chiao loved snowflake pastries the most. Jiang Chiao walked back quickly with a red face. Little Jiang Miaomiao looked at the food box with shining eyes and was picked up by Aunt Xiuxiu. She whispered in her ear, "Wait a bit before going out. Chiao definitely doesn't want us to see her." "Okay." Jiang Miaomiao nodded. She thought Aunt Xiuxiu made a good point. Although Chiao was carefree, she was quite shy. Every time her mother asked her about her thoughts on marriage, her face turned as red as an apple. She would only say she didn't want to get married yet. Aunt Xiuxiu looked in the direction Chiao went and smiled widely, saying, "Our Chiao has had a tough time with marriage before, but now it seems she finally has a chance. That Yenshu kid is really good." She planned to tell her sister as soon as Chiao returned. Brother Jiang and sister-in-law had entrusted Chiao to her sister, even asking her to help with the marriage arrangements. But this girl never seemed to take it seriously, which worried her sister. Today, when she saw Chiao's little face all flushed, she realized that this shy look was something she had never seen before. It seemed like she had found someone she liked. So, she thought, why not play matchmaker? It was interesting, truly interesting. She had never done anything like this before. Aunt Xiuxiu hurriedly took the little one out to deliver the invitation. She wore a smile all the way. Jiang Miaomiao peeked out from her arms, looking around.
Hey.
Why was Aunt Xiuxiu not taking the main road, but instead going down a less crowded path? Just then, she heard, "Miaomiao, sit tight.
Go."
The horse galloped away, moving swiftly. They were riding Jiang Xiaohong, who was fast and steady. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the Fong residence. Jiang Miaomiao looked at the words Fong residence. Had a few extra strokes appeared? Was she seeing things? Aunt Xiuxiu was not just riding, she was racing. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Xiuxiu knocked for a while before the door of the Fong residence opened. The doorman peeked out, and upon seeing them, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't that Qi family girl. He looked at the woman and the little girl in front of him and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Young man, I am from the Liu family in Wui Alley." Our Lady is hosting an autumn appreciation banquet at home in 3 days, and we invite Mrs. Fong to attend, Aunt Xiuxiu said as she handed him the invitation. Our Lady has gone back to her family. Please take the invitation back, the doorman replied without hesitation. Before and after the expedition, many families wanted to invite the lady over, all the way to the street corner. She had not accepted any of the invitations, as she was focused on praying in her small temple. What is this Lu family from Wui Alley? She had never heard of them. Xiuxiu was not so easily discouraged and pushed open the door that was about to close. The doorman was pushed back several steps by her.
What?
What do you want? This is the Fong residence. You can't act so recklessly here. The doorman asked, surprised, pointing at her. He had never seen someone so rude. Don't panic, young sir. I'm just delivering an invitation. There was no need to reject me so harshly. Xiuxiu firmly shoved the invitation into his hand, saying, You must deliver this invitation to Lady Fong. The doorman still refused to take it and tried to close the door. The lady had instructed that during these days, she would not meet anyone or accept any invitations. Xiuxiu pushed against the door and continued, Remember, we are the Lu family from Wui Alley, next to the Cui residence. Upon hearing about the Cui residence, the doorman hesitated and asked, Next to the Cui family? Is your young master the top scorer of this exam? That's right, he is from my family. After Xiuxiu said this, she forcefully pushed the invitation into his hand along with a few coins. Only then did the doorman accept the invitation. Well, since there was money involved, he would take it for now and decide later whether to deliver it. Just as Xiuxiu was about to leave, she suddenly paused and tapped her forehead, saying, Oh no, I almost forgot to deliver an invitation to Princess Liang. My sister said to send her off. The nearly closed door of the Fong residence opened again, and the doorman poked his head out, asking, Is Princess Liang also going to the banquet? He had heard the maids in the residence discussing it. The lady often visited the Cui residence, but had never seen Princess Liang. Perhaps this time, the lady would really go. Of course, she will go, Xiuxiu replied, holding little Miaomiao, and jumped onto her horse. The doorman quickly handed the invitation to the head maid and relayed the lady's words to her. The head maid listened but was still unsure if the lady would attend. However, she still delivered the invitation to Lady Fong, saying, Madam, Mrs. Lu sent an invitation for you to come and enjoy the flowers. Declined, I won't go. Didn't you say not to disturb you with such matters? Lady Fong replied, a hint of anger in her tone. The maid hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up, Madam. It's Mrs. Lu from next to the Cui Tai Fu's residence. Who sent you the invitation? Next to the Cui Tai Fu's residence. Mrs. Lu? Madame Fong paused her movement with the prayer beads, opened her eyes, and turned to the stewardess. Is she the legitimate wife of Jiang Yunze, whose family was exiled for embezzling military funds? The stewardess nodded in response. It seems that the Princess of Liang will also attend. Help me up, Madame Fong said, placing her hand on the stewardess's hand. She sat back down in her chair, thought for a moment, and instructed the stewardess, do not tell the master about this. Her husband had been locking himself in the study for days. He was forced to help those 2 children change their exam papers. After that, he couldn't eat or sleep well, tossing and turning at night, afraid of being found out and feeling guilty inside. Her husband also came from a poor background and understood the importance of the imperial examinations for students. But he couldn't resist the pressure from above. The papers were changed, but he couldn't get past his own conscience. Unexpectedly, the results were announced, and it turned out like this. She didn't know whether to be worried or happy. The couple had pondered for days, but couldn't figure out where things went wrong. Clearly, the papers were changed, yet it seemed like they weren't. If they said Jiang Erling's current score was actually Jiang Xiling's, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Old Master Cui could never teach a mediocre student. At such a critical moment, that girl from the Qi family kept coming to seek an explanation. What explanation could there be? She couldn't just say that the papers were changed but didn't succeed, that it was fate, and that her son wasn't meant for this. That girl from the Qi family would cause a huge uproar at Fang's house. Minister Qi would only think that her husband was unworthy of promotion, pretending to comply while secretly opposing, and would never promote him again. He might even make things difficult for him. If anyone discovered that her husband had cheated in the examinations, the matter would be exposed, and her husband's career would be over, along with the Fang family. She immediately decided to go. She needed to attend that banquet. She had to connect with the Princess of Liang and the powerful to find a way out for her family. If the Princess of Liang attended, the esteemed ladies of Jiangzhou would likely go as well. She had tried to meet the Princess of Liang multiple times without success. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had to go. "Auntie, will Madame Fang come?" Miaomiao looked up at Xiaoxiao's chin. On the way back, the horse slowed down a lot.
She could also speak now.
"Yes, your mother said she would definitely come." Xiaoxiao took little Miaomiao home before heading to the neighbors with the invitation. Miaomiao peeked out from her own door. She saw Aunt Xiaoxiao knock on the neighbor's door, handing the invitation and some coins to the doorman. To her surprise, the doorman accepted them without hesitation. Miaomiao looked longingly at her own doorman. The doorman twitched his lips and quickly explained, "Miss, I am loyal and would never betray you." "Absolutely not."
He didn't dare to.
If Xiaoxiao's wife found out that he took money and a note from the wealthy merchant, she would definitely be furious. He didn't have the guts for that. Miaomiao pouted. "All right, I will trust you for now." Seeing Aunt Xiaoxiao coming quickly, she rushed over. "Annie, are they really coming?" Xiaoxiao playfully pinched her nose and smiled. "They will come, and there will be a good show to watch."
Hee hee.
After returning, Aunt Xiaoxiao excitedly pulled her mother and said, "Sister, Chiao's future is settled. Guess who we just saw?" Lu Qingyao raised her eyebrows, curious. "Oh,
Who did you see?"
Brother Yenshu." Brother Yenshu was with sister. Before Xiaoxiao could finish, Miaomiao clapped her hands and said. Then her mother covered her mouth and looked outside. "Don't talk nonsense about this. It could harm a young lady's reputation." Sierra quickly covered her own mouth. "I won't say anything." Seeing no one outside, her mother asked Aunt Xiaoxiao, "You tell her." Aunt Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together and lowered her voice. "Sister, I saw Sun Langjun give Chiao a snowflake pastry and falsely claimed it was from old Lady Cui." Lu Qingyao released her daughter's mouth and brought over a plate of snowflake pastries from the desk. "Is this it? The one Chiao just brought? Could it just be a simple gift?" Xiaoxiao. "Sister, believe me, Miaomiao and Sierra saw it too." They were gazing at each other, and Chiao's face turned red. "It's true, those two definitely have something going on." "Yes, I saw it. There is definitely something." Miaomiao nodded in agreement. "Even a blind person could see it, right?" Sierra nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Qingyao smiled, stroking her daughter's little head. "Then shall we try it out at the Autumn Appreciation Feast?" "How do we try?" "In the season of autumn and winter transitioning. The north has already entered winter. Jiangzhou is still warm, with yellow and green leaves on the trees. The sun is bright, and the autumn air is refreshing. Sunlight streaming through the flower window creates dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze blows, mixing the window shadows with tree shadows, as if performing a shadow play." Miaomiao sat on the bed, staring at the light and shadow for a while. When she saw Sierra bringing a basin of water for washing, she finally snapped back to reality. Stretching and sitting on the edge of the bed, she wiggled her little feet. Today, Sierra dressed up quite elegantly. Her half-up hairstyle was adorned with a hair tie and a bright red little flower. She wore a lovely red dress and little embroidered shoes with butterfly designs made of golden thread. Looking at herself, Miaomiao felt very noble, not at all inferior to the princesses in the palace. When she glanced in the mirror, she saw a blooming peony. Her face looked very rosy. Today, her mother held an autumn appreciation banquet, and the whole family dressed up for the occasion. Her mother made new clothes for everyone, including the servants and even the doorman. The doorman, wearing his new outfit, strolled in front of the door. making the doorman across the street grind his teeth in envy. In the Qi family, Jiang Zijing was now in charge. Not only were new clothes scarce, but even the usual allowances were cut. Jiang Zijing believed that in difficult times, loyal servants should stand by their master and share the hardships. If they couldn't endure or turned against their master now, they were better off leaving. The doorman had just bought his clothes when he arrived in Jiangzhou. At that moment, he wished his master would sell him to another household soon. Once Miaomiao was ready, she dashed outside. Her mother mentioned the autumn banquet, and she was curious about what they would appreciate. The only patch of chrysanthemums in their backyard had already been picked clean by Aunt Xiao, leaving nothing but bare stems. The garden was filled with various fruits and vegetables. However, when little Miaomiao ran to the front yard, she saw that her mother was indeed telling the truth. It was a true autumn appreciation. Overnight, the yard was filled with blooming chrysanthemums, each more beautiful than the last. To her surprise, there was even a traffic jam at their front gate. Her mother had said their house was not large enough to invite many people, so they only invited a few officials' families, Governor Cui, Judge Qin, and Madame Fong. Most of the officials' families did not regard her, the daughter of a convict and a widow, highly. So, apart from these few, her mother only invited wealthy merchants and their families. As the ladies got off their carriages, they began to show off their wealth, and the banquet was filled with sparkling jewels. Her mother and brothers greeted the guests at the door, while Aunt Xiao and Chiao welcomed them inside. Aunt Jiang and her sisters chatted with the princess and her daughters in the east courtyard. They had also moved many chrysanthemums into their courtyard, brewing tea under the trees and serving chrysanthemum cakes as snacks. Brewing tea and enjoying the chrysanthemums was very pleasant. Aunt Jiua was also a refined person and even collected flour to add to the tea. It is just like the poem says, "In the morning, I drink the dew from the magnolia, and in the evening, I feast on the fallen autumn chrysanthemums." Jiang Miaomiao, with her short legs, stepped over the threshold to join her mother and brother. She imitated their manner of welcoming guests. Many women with small children came forward to exchange polite compliments. The kids helped the parents quickly find common topics, bringing them closer together. However, it wasn't just wealthy families arriving. There were also some uninvited noblewomen who came without an invitation. These ladies carried themselves with great confidence. Miaomiao's mother had little interaction with them, but upon seeing them and hearing the servants report, she quickly recognized them. Even without an invitation, she couldn't send them away since they came bearing gifts. To establish a lasting presence in Jiangzhou, being kind to others was essential. As everyone got off their carriages, they saw the mother and children waiting at the door. Mrs. Liu wore a warm smile, her demeanor gracious. She was dressed in a light green pomegranate skirt, simply adorned, with only the hem decorated with subtle peony patterns. Her features were striking, exuding the elegance of a noble matriarch. With an oval face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, she had a beautiful yet approachable appearance that was quite likable. Thinking about the behavior of the Qi family's daughter across the way, Miaomiao felt a sudden fondness for Mrs. Liu. Next to her was her third child, a round little girl standing beside her mother, smiling adorably, like a character from a painting. So cute! With those features, it was clear she would grow up to be stunningly beautiful, the kind that could captivate anyone. It made one want to hug her. Then, Jiang Miaomiao received some unexpected gifts: a golden hairpin, a jade bracelet, a jade pendant, and a jade ornament. All items that these ladies had taken off themselves. Her little pouch, heavy with treasures, was eventually taken by her mother. Beside the little girl were her two older brothers. The second brother was handsome and poised, with a smile as bright as the moon. The eldest was tall and striking, resembling their mother more. He had a slightly goofy smile, which seemed to appeal to mothers-in-law who preferred a dependable son-in-law. Most young girls, however, seemed to favor the second brother more. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also the top student. As more people gathered at the entrance to comment, the smiles of the two brothers froze on their faces. Among the guests were also mothers who brought their sons, some even attending high school together. Inviting young Lord Xiao naturally fell to Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian. Lu Qingyao quickly welcomed the ladies gathered at the door into the house. Those who knew her were aware that she did not take her husband's surname, so everyone called her Lady Lu. Most of the officials' families still referred to her as Madame Jiang, as she was the nominal wife of the Minister of Rights, which seemed to show her more respect. After all, she would need to introduce the Princess of Liang later, so it was important to be polite. Once most of the guests had entered, the hostess arrived a bit late. She smiled and greeted everyone before stepping inside, looking around as if searching for someone. Lu Qingyao asked, Xiao, who else hasn't arrived? Madame Qin hasn't come yet, and the one from across the street. Before she could finish, a graceful and beautiful young woman stepped down from a carriage. Dressed in a striking red dress, she caught everyone's attention. She looked around with her chin raised, completely ignoring Lu Qingyao and walking straight inside without greeting the host. Madame Jiang, we are from the Qin family, and this is Aunt Wang from the household. A maid behind her quickly handed over an invitation and hurried after her. The Qin family? When did they have someone like her? Would Madame Qin really let her come out in public? Lu Qingyao watched the swaying figure with curiosity. However, this woman also had the surname Wang. At that moment, Jiang Miaomiao, who was being held by her aunt, heard her mumbling. This woman must think her eyes are on top of her head. I wish I could twist that chin off. Jiang Miaomiao stared at the threshold, wondering if this pretty sister would trip while walking with her head held high. The next moment, her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open.
Ah!
With a loud scream, the beautiful sister stumbled and fell right inside the door. Jiang Miaomiao looked down and realized her aunt was holding her with one arm, laughing quietly to herself. The air suddenly froze. The guests all widened their eyes, staring at the beautiful woman who had fallen dramatically. Someone recognized her as the new concubine of Lord Qin, Miss Wang. It was said that she was a younger relative of Madame Qin, sent by the lovely concubine to comfort her during her time of loss. As a result, Miss Wang had become Aunt Wang. Everyone remarked on how generous Madame Qin was, but no one dared to laugh, turning their heads to stifle their amusement. I heard that Madame Qin has been ill for a while, and now all the banquets are attended by Miss Wang. Judge Qin dotes on her like a treasure. If any main wife gives her a cold look, Miss Wang will surely complain to her husband, and that wife's husband might face some trouble. Of course, there are some people Judge Qin wouldn't dare to offend. So, everyone quietly turns away, pretending not to see. Only Lu Qingyao quickly stepped forward, calling for her maid to help Miss Wang up, looking apologetic. I'm sorry. It must be that my doorstep is too high, which caused you to trip. Then she took her to a guest room to change and apply medicine. Miss Wang happened to hit her forehead and had a bruise. Looking at Lu Qingyao, she suddenly felt that she was quite nice. Holding her hand with tears in her eyes, she said, Madame Jiang, I'm sorry for earlier. I thought you were just like those noble girls, and that's why I... Anyway, thank you. Lu Qingyao gently replied, Aunt Wang, don't mention it. You are also a noble girl. Miss Wang smiled bitterly. I'm not really a noble girl. I'm just a tool used by the Wang family to win people over. She glanced at the maid beside her and quickly closed her mouth. Lu Qingyao didn't chat with her any longer, letting her rest in the room while she went to attend to other matters. As soon as she entered the courtyard, many ladies gathered around. They spoke all at once. Madame Lu, can we have a word? Madame Lu, what do you think of my daughter? She excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Madame Jiang, has Princess Liang arrived? When will she come? Why haven't we seen her? Madame Lu, shall we sit down and discuss the marriage of our two children? Lu Qingyao felt overwhelmed and raised her hand to calm everyone. Ladies, please be patient. I'm sure you're all thirsty. How about we have some snacks and tea to refresh ourselves? Jiang Miaomiao quickly clung to Sheer, looking terrified at these women with ulterior motives. Then, She saw Aunt Xiao and Sister Chiao leading a group of servants, bringing in plates of chrysanthemum cakes and jasmine cakes, along with osmanthus, wine, and tea. The freshly baked flour cakes were still warm and fragrant. Someone recognized them as the ones Lu Yuan had sent earlier and immediately asked, "May I ask where Madame Lu bought these pastries? We've searched all over Jiangzhou and couldn't find them." Finding the right person is not easy, ladies. This is a treat from our Lu's bakery, which will open on Gold Street in 10 days. Miaomiao opened her mouth in surprise. Her mother had announced the bakery, even though the owner and manager were not yet decided. That took courage. The ladies stopped bothering her mother and began to taste the flour cakes. Sister Chiao introduced each one to them. Soon, some started asking about Sister Chiao. Today, she looked stunning and confident. Her mother had even taken her to a tailor to make a dress and match it with jewelry. The young girl was truly eye-catching. The attendees were either married women or young ladies around the same age as her brothers. With Sister Chiao's beauty, she became the center of attention. Miaomiao saw her mother and aunt giggling behind their handkerchiefs, showing their teeth in delight. During her time with Princess Rongan, Sister Chiao had learned a lot, not just about manners but also about flower arranging and tea serving. As her aunt's capable assistant, she had handled many business challenges and met all kinds of people. Now, standing before everyone, Jiang Chiao moved with the grace of a refined lady. Her mother began introducing her and Aunt Xiao. "This is my niece, Chiao. And this is my sister-in-law, Xiao. Lu's bakery is managed by these two." Seeing Sister Chiao's expression, Miaomiao realized her mother hadn't told her yet. She was completely stunned. Aunt Xiao also opened her mouth but didn't speak. One kind-looking lady looked at Sister Chiao and nodded in approval. She quickly took her mother by the hand and said, "Mrs. Lu, may I have a word with you?"
Auntie.
"Hug me." Miaomiao reached out to Xiao.
Come on.
They followed and secretly listened outside the window. They heard the lady say, "Mrs. Lu, how old is your niece? Is she promised to anyone?" "Chiao is 16 and not promised to anyone." The lady pursed her lips, took Mrs. Lu's hand, and smiled. "That's perfect. My son is about the same age as Chiao, and I really like her. Could you help arrange a match?"
Well,
"I need to ask her parents first." Xiao looked at the little one in her arms and winked. "Miaomiao, do you want to help Sister Chiao?" Miaomiao. "It seems I have to take action." "Auntie, let's find brother. Yan Shu should be with the older brothers now." Xiao's eyes sparkled with surprise. The little one is indeed clever. She understands quickly. Brother. Miaomiao ran towards her older brothers and jumped into the older brother's arms. She didn't dare jump into the second brother's arms, mainly because she was worried he wouldn't be able to catch her. And just then Yan Shu was sitting next to the older brother. "Miaomiao, what brings you here?" The older brother pinched her left cheek, and the second brother pinched her right cheek. Then other young gentlemen gathered around, playfully poking her. "Jiang brother, your sister is really pretty. So cute. So soft and fair." Jiang Miaomiao. Soft and fair. Am I a bun? She pouted her little lips, her face puffed up with annoyance, and then buried her face in her brother's embrace. After a while, she lifted her little face. "Brother, just now a lady came to find mother." The older brother asked in a supportive tone, "What did she want with mother?" Jiang Miaomiao leaned close to his ear and replied in a voice loud enough for both to hear. She wanted mother to arrange a match for Sister Chiao. She emphasized the words "arrange a match." Clatter. That was the sound of a cup falling to the ground. The teacup shattered. Sun Yan Shu panicked. Every family with a daughter is sought after, especially someone like Jiang Chiao. The family background isn't the best, but it's not bad either. At least the Jiang family has produced a 5th-rank official, even if he was demoted, which is still an unattainable status for the wealthy merchants in Jiangzhou. Moreover, the Jiang family has also produced 2 scholars. Both young scholars are studying under the esteemed Master Cui, and they surely have a bright future ahead. Jiang Chiao is not only beautiful but also literate, skilled in calculations, and knowledgeable in business. She is not spoiled or willful and can endure hardships. Such a girl may not attract officials, but she is very popular among wealthy merchants. Sun Yanshu realized this today. Jiang Zifeng and Chiao are both highly sought after. Fortunately, Chiao has feelings for him, otherwise, he might not have a chance. He can't wait any longer. Jiang Miaomiao looked at Yanshu, who appeared flustered and lost, as if he had lost something precious, and she smiled innocently. Sister Chiao is already of age, which in Qingshi town makes her a young lady. Luckily, in Jiangzhou, she is at the perfect age. If they wait any longer, the opportunity will be lost. Jiang Zifeng quickly handed him a handkerchief. Yanshu, you haven't even had a drink yet. Why do you look so drunk? He had no idea how much impact his sister's words had on Yanshu. However, the usually calm Yanshu seemed a bit restless today, like a young boy. It felt strange. Jiang Zian looked at his sister, who was happily eating a cake, while Aunt Xiuxiu peeked in from outside. He also saw Sun Yanshu, who was sitting uncomfortably and seemed ready to leave. He understood instantly. He pinched his sister's cheek and smiled knowingly. He stood up and grabbed Sun Yanshu, saying, Yanshu, the banquet isn't over yet. Where are you going? I just want to go for a walk. Sun Yanshu said, noticing the teasing smile on Jiang Zian's face, realizing that he might have figured something out. This kid was clever. Well, with his help, maybe he could soon become his brother-in-law. He pulled Jiang Zian's arm and headed outside, saying, Zian, I want to see your mother right now.
But
my mother is entertaining guests. It wouldn't be proper to just go in like this, Jiang Zian said, looking troubled but feeling excited inside. Finally, he understood. No wonder Yanshu had been visiting their home so often lately. He had been bringing gifts from the capital and treats, almost emptying the servant's cart. It turned out he was after his sister Chiao. Good, very good. Yanshu was a friend and a classmate, a gentleman with a bright future. There was nothing better than turning him into a brother-in-law. Sun Yanshu felt anxious and paced in the courtyard. He approached Jiang Zian, bowed deeply and said, Zian, I won't hide it from you. I have feelings for your sister and want to marry her. I hope you can help me. You just heard that a woman has already asked Aunt Lu to propose. I'm afraid it might be too late. If it was too late, someone else might take Chiao away. Sun Yanshu worried that Aunt Lu and those ladies might have already agreed, and in a moment of impulse, they could promise Chiao to someone else. Although this situation was rare, it wasn't impossible. Aunt Lu had a great reputation in Taoshi village, and even in Qingshi town, calling her the breadwinner of the townspeople wouldn't be an exaggeration. If she said someone was suitable, Chiao's parents would likely agree without hesitation. He originally planned to propose after passing the imperial exam next autumn, but it seemed he couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zian stopped pretending and quickly helped him up, saying, Yanshu, why didn't you say this earlier? Don't worry, I've got this covered. In the pavilion, Jiang Miaomiao was snuggled in her brother's arms, enjoying her food. At today's banquet, the table was filled with many delicious dishes. With mother not around, I could eat my fill. Eating is not just about the taste, it's also about trying new things. Like the dishes Aunt Xiuxiu made, which are only available at Yipinju. Rare things are naturally sought after. However, for me, those dishes have become quite ordinary. What really attracts me are the new and unfamiliar treats. At this moment, since my older brother was painstakingly peeling pomegranates for me, I decided to eat some. 1 or 2 pomegranate seeds weren't enough. I wanted a handful. Just as I was about to pop a handful into my mouth, my second brother picked me up. My older brother was about to chase after us when a young man in a blue robe stopped him, saying, Brother Foam, you can't leave us behind. Jiang Zian was carrying his sister out of the courtyard when he saw Aunt Xiuxiu walking toward them. Aunt, could you please tell Mother that Miaomiao has a stomachache and is in my room? Aunt Xiuxiu patted the little girl's head and noticed her round belly. You little rascal. Worried your mother might scold you, huh? Woo woo woo. My stomach hurts. Jiang Miaomiao immediately hugged her belly, pouting. Well, for Sister Chiao's happiness, I guess I can play along. Aunt Xiao frowned slightly. It wouldn't help to pretend. If she was going to be scolded, she would be scolded anyway. She pinched the little girl's cheek and walked away without looking back. Jiang Zian found it amusing and held back his laughter as he watched his sister's performance, carrying her straight to his room. Sierra calmly followed behind. Is Miaomiao really in pain? Should we take her to see a doctor? Seeing no one respond, Sun Yenshu hurried after them. He saw the little girl on Yanji's shoulder, grinning and giggling at him. Sun Yenshu's lips twitched. He then heard the little girl sweetly call out, "Brother-in-law. Hurry up." Her call made him feel warm inside. In the flower hall, Lu Qingyao had just sent off a lady who wanted to arrange a marriage when an unexpected guest arrived. Madame Fong entered, holding a little girl's hand. After exchanging greetings, Madame Fong finally spoke. Does Madame Jiang have time right now? Lu Qingyao thought. Can I say I don't have time? With only the three of them in the room, she couldn't just leave her guests waiting. Madame Fong, please have a seat. Lu Qingyao looked at the little girl beside her and asked, Is this your daughter? The girl looked about 15 or 16, with a blend of her parents' features, charming and lovely. She only remembered that Mrs. Fong came to the banquet alone, so how did she suddenly have a daughter? The little girl noticed Lu Qingyao looking at her and shyly lowered her head. Mrs. Fong introduced, This is my daughter, Jingxian. Then she turned to Lu Qingyao. Madam Lu, what do you think of Xianer? Do you find her suitable? Of course.
She is.
Very good. But suitable. What does that mean? Lu Qingyao found this a bit confusing. Mrs. Fong asked a maid to take her daughter away, then boldly said, They say a girl 3 years older than a boy is a treasure. My daughter has just reached the age of maturity, and she seems quite compatible with your son Fong. They would make a lovely couple. If you don't mind, why not choose a good day to arrange their engagement? Silence. Silence is a form of unspoken communication. Sometimes, silence means refusal. Lu Qingyao thought, could Mrs. Fong be seriously ill? Does she not realize what Fong Shuezheng did to Yenna? How could she still have the nerve to mention a marriage proposal? It was simply shameless. While thinking this, she still smiled on the surface. At that moment, Xiao happened to arrive at the door. She wanted to see what Mrs. Fong was saying to her sister, but instead heard such words. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed in. Sister, Miaomiao has an upset stomach and is looking for you. Hurry. Go check on her. Saying this, she pulled her sister along. No matter what Mrs. Fong wanted to say, nothing was more important than a child. Lu Qingyao quickly changed to a worried expression. Mrs. Fong, please sit for a moment. I need to check on the child. As she spoke, she hurriedly followed Xiao out. Mrs. Fong, unwilling to give up, called after them. Madame Jiang, please promise me you'll consider it. Mrs. Fong paced in the flower hall. She couldn't stay or leave. Her daughter had just been brought in. Seeing that the official families in Jiangzhou had no invitations, she had to swallow her pride and take a chance. She wanted to connect with the Princess Liang. And those merchant wives surrounding the Lu family also wanted to form ties. She changed her mind. The Princess Liang was not easy to approach. Even if she met her, she might not pay attention to her. Why should she seek distant connections when there were closer ones available? Her husband had mentioned that the second son of the Jiang family was talented at a young age and had been taught by the esteemed Master Cui. He would surely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, Xianer was quite a bit older than him. Otherwise, what she was really interested in was Jiang Zian. But the eldest son, Jiang Zifeng, seemed good too. He appeared honest and should be respectful of women. If Xianer marries him, she will have to call her fiancé Master Cui, teacher. With this relationship, it would be easier to meet the Princess of Liang. There would be no need to wait anxiously like now. If in the future, Minister Qi truly cannot accept the Fong family and Jiang Zifeng comes to ask for help, Master Cui will surely not ignore it. Master Cui's son is a Hanlin scholar and a close minister to the emperor. As long as they speak well of him in front of the emperor, her husband won't need to be so fearful of the Qi family. Thinking this way, she felt she had to stay. Even if it meant risking her reputation, she had to make this marriage happen. She observed that Sienna still had a good chance. Most of the officials' families who came today were here for the Princess of Liang and the two young lords, and many were wealthy merchants. Even the richest merchants are still from trading families. In terms of background and looks, which merchant's daughter could compare to Sienna? Lu Qingyao had no idea how many schemes Madame Fong had in mind, but she could guess some of her intentions. She just wondered where Madame Fong got such confidence. She asked Xiao, "Has Qi Caiwei arrived yet?" "Big sister, I'll go check." "Even if she hasn't come, she should," Xiao said, and quickly left. Lu Qingyao quickened her pace, thinking that the young man from the Sun family must be waiting anxiously. She also wondered if her daughter was causing trouble again. When her mother arrived at the second brother's room, Miaomiao had already slipped away with Sheer. At that moment, she was sitting on a stone by the lotus pond, barefoot, swinging her legs. The new embroidered shoes looked nice, but were uncomfortable and pinched her feet. A little red bird was perched on her shoulder, chirping and reporting the conversation between her mother and the ladies. When she heard Madame Fong wanted to marry her daughter to the elder brother, Miaomiao was so shocked that she almost fell into the pond. Fortunately, Xia was quick and pulled her back, though her feet did touch the water. Xia set the girl down on the grass, patting her chest. "You scared me to death, my lady." It was surprising that after almost falling into the water before, she was now playing with it again. No wonder Madame wanted to scold her. Miaomiao smiled up at her, saying in a sweet voice, "With Sheer protecting me, I'm not afraid." She knew Sheer could swim. In dramas about family conflicts, there are countless tricks of pushing people into lakes, so the maids around Aunt Jiua all know how to swim. This is to prevent any accidents, like being pushed into the water and losing their reputation for no reason. After all, Anne has such a background and beauty. Women are jealous, and men are covetous. This is quite normal. Miaomiao had Xia help her put on her shoes and socks, then she hugged Chiao and ran towards the front yard. Xia followed closely behind. Today, there were some unfamiliar faces in the house, and she worried that someone bad might be mixed in. In the flower bushes stood a young girl, beautiful and charming. She wore a light yellow dress that almost blended in with the chrysanthemums. Miaomiao thought that in ancient times, wealthy young ladies were rarely unattractive. A fair complexion could hide many flaws. Even if someone's features were average, good skin made them appealing. The young lady admired the chrysanthemums and inhaled their fragrance, preparing to reach out to pick one. "You can only look, not pick," Miaomiao said, tilting her head to look at her. Fong Jingxian was startled and looked down at the pretty little girl, who seemed adorably silly, with crumbs on her mouth and hands. She frowned and asked, "Whose child are you?" "You scared me." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Miaomiao apologized, tugging at her dress. But the young lady shook her off. Little Miaomiao almost fell, but was caught by Xia. She glared at Fong Jingxian. "Miss, how can you be so rough with a child? What if you hurt her?" Fong Jingxian smiled. "Oh, little one, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Miaomiao was taken aback. This woman was imitating her. Indeed, only Sister Yuan was the best. Only Sister Yuan could be her sister-in-law. Miaomiao pouted, looking pitiful. "My brother doesn't like you. You're too old. He likes someone younger." "You little rascal, who are you calling old?" Fong Jingxian's face turned green. "Wait, who is this child?" Suddenly, she remembered something, paused, and asked Miaomiao, "Who is your brother?" "Jiang Zifeng." "My brother is Jiang Zifeng, and he's younger than you." The little one's soft voice was surprisingly impactful. Xia noticed the young lady's face turning red and her fists clenching, ready to fight. She quickly covered the little one's mouth and ran away. She had no idea which young lady her master had offended this time. That little mouth must have been cursed. Women hate being told they are old, especially at such a young age. It could drive them mad. Qi Caiwei received an invitation from the house across the street. Just as she was about to tear it up, she heard Granny Gong say, "Madam, the doorman said that the family across the street has also invited Lady Fong." Qi Caiwei paused, surprised. Are you saying that Lu Qingyao sent an invitation to the Fong family? Yes, she did. That old man Fong Zhengqing actually dares to betray my father. Qi Caiwei angrily threw the invitation away, gritting her teeth in frustration. It's all that old man's fault for being two-faced. Otherwise, Pear should be the one in the spotlight now. Thinking she can climb up by getting close to the Cui family, how naive. Just wait and see. Qi Caiwei looked at Granny Gong. Which other families did Lu Qingyao send invitations to? The Cui family, the Qin family, and the Fong family. The others are mainly wealthy gentry from Jiangzhou. The Qin family?
Haha.
She even sent an invitation to that old woman from the Wang family. Qi Caiwei scoffed. What a foolish move by Lu Qingyao, inviting her enemies over. Ridiculous. She touched the scar on her face and awkwardly asked, Did the Wang family come? No. Madame Qin is ill. It was the new concubine, little Wang, who went. Granny Gong glanced at the invitation on the floor, picked it up, and placed it back on the table. Little Wang? Qi Caiwei's mood instantly brightened. Isn't that the niece that Li Fei sent to her? Now there's going to be a good show to watch. That old woman must be furious. Qi Caiwei became excited and had someone help her get ready for the banquet. Mother, you can't go. Jiang Zijing tried to stop her. Lu's family is ignorant and sent an invitation to Lady Fong, but you have a conflict with her. If she suddenly invites you, she must have some ill intentions. You can't go. Granny Gong chimed in. I see that all the official ladies in the city are attending. It's said that the Princess of Liang and the Princess of Rongan will also be there. Before she could finish, Jiang Zijing shot her glare. Leave. You don't need to serve here. Find a way to bring Pear back. We are leaving Jiangzhou tomorrow. Ever since her brother finished his exams, she has been preparing to return to the capital. But her brother doesn't even want to go home, staying at the academy every day, even on breaks. She and her mother went to pick him up, but didn't even catch a glimpse of him. No matter how much Jiang Zipei throws a tantrum this time, she and her mother must go back. If they don't leave now, they will have to wait until spring next year. Once winter comes, the roads north will be harder to travel. If it snows, both she and her mother won't be able to handle it. And that mistress and her illegitimate child have been enjoying themselves outside for quite a while. If it's true that her mother caused her father to be demoted, that was her mother's fault, but now her father is supporting a mistress on his own. He doesn't seem to care much about his reputation. Jiang Zijing urged, Mother, we can't go to this banquet. It might be a trap. Besides, I've had everything packed. As soon as my brother returns, we can leave Jiangzhou and celebrate the new year with our grandparents. As for Feng Shuezheng, leave him to grandfather. He won't let him off easily. After hearing her daughter's words, Qi Caiwei wavered. But she just couldn't swallow her pride. She held her daughter's hand and said, I just want to see what Mrs. Fong has to say, just to ask. Jiang Zijing felt helpless. She still couldn't change her mother's mind. However, now her mother was finally willing to listen to her, instead of always favoring her brother. She bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll go with you. We'll just ask and leave, no lingering. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Miaomiao was upset with Fong Jingxian. At that moment, she was chasing butterflies with her friends among the chrysanthemums. The flowers in the garden attracted many butterflies. She suspected her mother had arranged this on purpose, knowing it would please the little girls. Then she saw Qi Caiwei and her daughter arrive in their finest clothes. Given their special status, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Her face was still heavily powdered, very pale. Zhang Miaomiao worried that she might spill tea on herself. Lead powder is toxic. Qi Caiwei entered and scanned the area, then pulled a young maid aside to ask questions. She was very focused. Not lingering in the courtyard, the maid led the way directly to the flower hall. In the flower hall, Mrs. Fong had already had several cups of tea. But Lu Qingyao had not yet arrived. Instead, she was met by Fong Jingxian, who was crying. Mother, I don't want to marry Jiang Zifeng. Let's go home. She had never thought highly of the Jiang family, and now, hearing Jiang Zifeng's sister say that, she felt even more uncomfortable. Mrs. Fong dismissed the maid and quietly comforted her daughter. Sienna, this is not the time to throw a tantrum. The Jiang family may not be prestigious, and Zhang's wife comes from a family of criminals, but Zhang's second son is a student of the esteemed Cui Taifu. With the Cui family's connections, do you really think Jiang Zifeng won't rise to greatness?
But
Jiang Zifeng thinks I'm too old. He dislikes me. Fong Jingxian had been too shy to say this before, but her mother insisted. That's nonsense. Who would say such a thing? You're just 3 years older than Jiang Zifeng, and he dares to look down on you. Before she could finish her sentence, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. At that moment, Lu Qingyao was in her son's room. Sun Yanshu bowed deeply to her. He felt inexplicably nervous in front of Aunt Lu, even more so than when meeting Chiao's parents. Aunt, Yanshu has admired Miss Chiao for a long time and wishes to marry her. Regardless of wealth or poverty, she will be the only one for me. May I ask you not to let her consider other suitors? Tomorrow, I will ask my teacher for leave to go home and have my parents propose to her family. Lu Qingyao looked at him in surprise. You want to marry Chiao? Jiang Zian, seeing his mother's expression, couldn't help but turn away to stifle a laugh, only to receive a glare from her. Does Chiao know about this? She is quite independent. Sun Yanshu nodded. Well, he hoped she would agree. He could sense that Chiao had feelings for him.
Aunt, don't worry.
I will first seek Miss Chiao's consent before having my parents propose. Lu Qingyao was concerned that he might be acting on a whim, thinking Chiao was different from other girls and wanting to marry her out of novelty. She didn't want her to suffer the same hardships she had. She asked again, have you thought this through? After marriage, Chiao might not stay at home to support her husband and raise children. She may want to pursue her own interests. Are you okay with that? Sun Yanshu was destined for a career in government. Families in his position typically prefer their women to stay out of the public eye and avoid mingling with influential families. But Chiao had grown up in the countryside, free from such constraints. Now that she had found something she loved to do, confining her to domestic life would clip her wings, which was something she didn't want to see. Sun Yanshu bowed again. Aunt, I understand your concerns. When I marry, I seek only true feelings. In my career, I aim to serve the people, not to bow to the powerful. I will take each step with integrity. My wife should not have to engage in insincere interactions with the elite. Hearing this, Lu Qingyao felt reassured, unable to suppress a smile. However, knowing how changeable human nature can be, she quickly composed herself. Since you say this, I will no longer seek other matches for Chiao. But you must discuss the proposal with her. Yes, thank you, Aunt, for your support. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly. After Sun Yanshu left, she couldn't hide her smile. She was about to go look for her daughter, who seemed to be causing trouble somewhere, when she ran into Xiao, who had come to find her. She was very excited, sister. Hurry and take a look. There's a fight in the flower hall. They're fighting. They're fighting. There's a fight in the flower hall. Jiang Miaomiao ran towards the flower hall, shouting. Who is fighting? It's the Qi family. She just went that way. Who is she fighting with? Come on, let's go see. The ladies rushed towards the flower hall. Jiang Miaomiao was left behind. Oh, these women. Where there are many women, it's always lively. Whether rich or poor, from any class, like the ants in Peach Creek Village, they all have a curious and gossiping heart. By the time Jiang Miaomiao arrived, the area outside the flower hall was already crowded. Her brother and Aunt Xiao were blocking the entrance, only allowing the ladies in. Some curious young gentlemen tried to sneak a peek, but her brother advised them to leave, saying it's a ladies' fight. Don't look, everyone. A ladies' fight? The young gentlemen exchanged glances. That makes sense. They really shouldn't watch. If they saw something inappropriate, it could cause trouble. They all stepped back. Sierra squeezed through the crowd with her young mistress. They saw Madame Fong and Qi Caiwei grappling with each other. Jiang Zijing and Fong Jingxian were beside themselves with worry, wanting to intervene, but after being kicked a few times, they could only stand by and cry. Instead, the maids they brought ended up fighting. Hair was disheveled, clothes torn, and jewelry scattered everywhere. Qi Caiwei grabbed Madame Fong's hair, shouting, "That ungrateful old woman, relying on my father to get where she is today, has the audacity to betray me just to climb higher. Doesn't she fear the heavens striking her down? Don't think that marrying into the Liu family will let you reach the heights of the princess." Madame Fong cried out in pain and retaliated by grabbing Qi Caiwei's hair. "Crazy dog, you're just a wild dog that bites." She had just been speaking to her daughter when suddenly Qi Caiwei burst in and slapped her. No matter how much the Fong family feared the Qi family, they couldn't let a disgraced, illegitimate daughter humiliate them. Moreover, with words said this far, there was no turning back. The ladies outside heard this, but still didn't understand. They only heard that Madame Fong wanted to connect with Lady Liu. But then they heard something shocking. Qi Caiwei mocked, "Wanting to marry Liu Qingmiao? Don't dream. She probably doesn't even know about Fong Xuejing's cheating in the imperial examination and the swapped papers. If she finds out, do you think she would still want to marry you?" Madame Fong's face, marked with several scratches, turned pale. Suddenly realizing that there was a crowd outside, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was over. They say a gossiping woman is worth 10 officials. Who knows how many gossipers there are now? Jiang Zijing wished she could just disappear. Her mother's self-destructive actions were infuriating. They shouldn't have come today. Before she could stop it, she heard even more devastating words. Swapping papers? What a joke. Who really wanted to swap papers? Wasn't it your father, the official, who used his power to force my husband to switch Jiang Ziyan's paper with Jiang Zipei's, trying to impersonate Jiang Ziyan's results? The crowd erupted in chaos. Jiang Miaomiao marveled at how cunning Jiang was. Turning around, she saw her mother bringing in a bucket of water and quickly covered her eyes. Madame Fong immediately changed to a weak demeanor, tears streaming down her face. She lamented, "Who doesn't know that Madame Zhang's 2 sons entered the school of Master Cui? Master Cui is a renowned scholar, so it's not surprising if he produces a top scholar. My husband refuses to engage in such unethical deeds, and as a result, your son failed while Jiang Ziyan topped the list. You hold a grudge and vent your anger on me. How can you bully me like this? Everyone, please judge for me." Woo-woo. Qi Caiwei's face turned pale, a wave of nausea hitting her. What had she just said? Suddenly, it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Looking closely, against the light, a tall woman stood before them, holding a bucket. "Sorry, but with you all like this, I can't pull you apart or persuade you, so I can only..." Liu Qingmiao said helplessly. Jiang Miaomiao peered through her fingers, fixated on Qi Caiwei. Oh no! The ancient makeup really wasn't waterproof. The white powder mixed with her brow color dripped down her face, creating a dreadful sight. "Look at her face." A gasp echoed from the crowd. Both women were disheveled and soaked. Qi Caiwei finally realized and touched her face. "Ah!" A shriek escaped her lips as she rushed out of the crowd. Madame Fong, at this point, could hardly think of anything else. Life is the priority. She hurriedly pulled her daughter and left the Liu garden, rushing home. At this point, staying alive is the most important thing. This incident will surely reach the officials within a month. The letter. Her husband must still have the letter from Minister Qi. Since the plan to swap things failed, if she hands over those letters, perhaps she can redeem herself. To save her life. Thinking this, she urged the coachman to go faster. When Qi Caiwei got home and looked in the mirror, she almost fainted. She couldn't stay in Jiangzhou any longer. Not even for a moment. Jiang Zijing walked home in a daze, ignoring her mother. She went to her own room and didn't come out until dawn. Standing by her mother's bed, she nudged her mother and said softly, "Mother, we should leave for the capital now." Qi Caiwei woke up with a start, nearly losing her mind. She sat up, feeling pain all over. Ouch! It hurts. Her scalp hurt especially. She grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. "Jinger, your brother hasn't been brought back yet. We can't leave now. Let's wait a little longer, okay?" Jiang Zijing looked at her mother blankly. "Mother, Do you know you've caused a huge problem? Within a month, the words between you and that woman from the Fong family will surely reach the capital. Fong Shuejing might have leverage against our grandfather. And then, the emperor will investigate, and the officials will not let it go. Cheating in the imperial examination, the grandfather will be the first to bear the brunt. At that time, we won't be able to return. Do you want to stay in Jiangzhou forever with your brother, or do you want to return to the capital as soon as possible? The banquet was only halfway through when the guests learned of a huge scandal. A huge scandal. The Minister of Rights used his power for personal gain, leading the way in cheating during the imperial examination for his grandson. Cheating in the imperial examination is a serious matter. Cheating by the Minister of Rights is an even bigger issue. If this reaches the capital, it will surely cause a stir. Regardless of its truth, those who came to the banquet today will remember it well and plan to discuss it with their husbands when they get home. Although the fight between the Qi family and Madame Fong has nothing to do with them, the imperial examination affects the fate of countless students. What family doesn't have a child preparing to take the exam? Especially among merchant families, many hope their children can change their family's fortune through the examination. The fact that even the Minister of Rights is leading the cheating is shocking. It's infuriating. But their anger alone is not enough. All the students in the world must be angry too. Miaomiao saw many wealthy ladies giving instructions to their maids, who then left the room. They returned after a while. On this day, the beggars in Jiangzhou City came into some unexpected fortune. Soon, rumors spread through the streets that Minister Qi was abusing his power for personal gain, pressuring the local scholar to change exam results for his grandson. When the scholar refused, he sought revenge on the scholar's wife. They did not mention Lu Qingyao and her son at all. Even though the plan to switch the exam papers failed, they were still victims. Everyone thought Madame Lu would be angry and upset about the situation, but she was only angry and not at all discouraged. She quickly turned around and cheerfully welcomed her guests again. The banquet at Lu Garden was quite lively. They admired flowers, chased butterflies, watched an annoying person fall, and found delicious snacks. Most importantly, they enjoyed a big surprise. The atmosphere was joyful, and the guests were happy. The ladies had come with specific purposes: to introduce their daughters to the Jiang family sons, to connect their sons with the two young gentlemen, and to meet the princess and the county princess. They were definitely not there just for Madame Lu's tea and snacks. However, once they arrived, they couldn't help but indulge in the treats. In addition to the fragrant flower cakes, there were square, colorful pastries. Each color represented a different flavor. Madame Xiao explained that these were called cakes, made with flower juice and fruit juice, giving them unique tastes. The scents of milk, flowers, and fruit filled the air. Taking a bite, they found them soft and sweet. Each bite left them wanting more. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of Lu's pastry shop. Some people who owned tea houses and taverns even placed orders on the spot, paying deposits for the pastries. Many ladies planning banquets also ordered snacks. Miaomiao watched her mother collect stacks of silver notes. It felt like her mother was pulling off a clever trick. If her mother knew what she was thinking, she might scold her. Her older brother quietly told her that in less than 2 hours, their mother had already earned back the expenses for the banquet. Impressive. Truly impressive. Miaomiao wanted to give her mother a thumbs up. Even she, as a time traveler, felt outdone. She had only asked Aunt Xiao to make cakes her way, and her mother had turned it into a business in no time. Aside from the shop's sign being advertised, nothing else was prepared. Aunt Xiao felt she wouldn't get a break for the next 2 months. She really wants to ask her sister if she can return to being a shadow guard. For the young ladies attending the banquet, being able to walk around, enjoy flowers, eat, play, and show off is quite joyful. However, they also remember their parents' advice. Their eyes search through the flower bushes. Before long, they all focus on a small pink figure. Miaomiao sees her mother hosting guests, while Sister Chiao learns from the side. She feels her mother is training Sister Chiao to become the head of the household. Her mother has said that dealing in business is very different from interacting with noble ladies. their behavior and manners vary greatly. When women engage in business, they are no longer just women. They are the managers supporting countless livelihoods. They must maintain a high stance, whether inside or outside. They cannot show any weakness. The business world is like a battlefield, and the weak have no place in this silent war. Of course, dealing with noble ladies is not easy either. One must be observant, polite, and maintain a balance of humility and confidence. Most importantly, background checks are essential. After all, those who stand firm as heads of households are usually well-born and skilled, likely having more cunning than one can imagine. To harm without being seen is what they do. Her mother said she learned this deeply after returning to the capital from the border and marrying a bad father. She doesn't want the younger generation to face the same hardship she did. Aunt Xiao leads the maidservants in preparing the banquet's food. The kitchen at Liyuan is short-staffed, so they borrowed help from Yipinju, and the dishes are similar to those served there, with some added that make those who love them reluctant to put down their chopsticks, while those who dislike them are frightened away. Miaomiao is on her tiptoes, bored, tossing fish food into the aquarium. Suddenly, she is surrounded by a group of beautiful young ladies. The young ladies are overly enthusiastic. Before she can react, one of them takes off her hairpin and places it in Miaomiao's sparse hair. Some stuff pastries and candied fruits into her mouth. Some hold her hand, pinch her cheeks, and curious ones even touch her round little belly. Some lean in to try to kiss her. Miaomiao, you are so cute. Miaomiao, you are really pretty. What does Miaomiao want to eat? Sister will get it for you. However, as they ask questions, the tone suddenly shifts. Miaomiao, what color does your second brother like? Where does he usually like to go play? What kinds of books does he enjoy? What does your older brother like to eat? Jiang Miaomiao. She automatically blocked out the chattering sounds and hid in Shier's arms, frightened. She frowned at the crazy fans of her older brothers. At that moment, she surprisingly felt they all looked quite similar. Just imagine, if in the future her brother's courtyard was filled with girls like them, they might end up eating less. What beauty! None at all, absolutely none. Jiang Miaomiao raised her little head and asked them, "Do you sisters want to meet my brothers?" The young girls exchanged glances. They had seen each other when they entered the mansion but were too rushed to speak. Although there are rules about boys and girls, they were still young, and there were so many people together. Meeting wouldn't hurt. Jiang Miaomiao led them to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The lotus pond was small, just a little clear spring. Standing by the pond, they could see the scene in the pavilion from a comfortable distance. Jiang Miaomiao ran over and found a cozy spot to sit down before sending someone to invite her brothers. Xie was unsure what the young lady was planning, but felt she wouldn't easily give her brothers away. The autumn breeze was gentle. The sun was just right. They had already missed the best time to appreciate the lotus flowers. The flowers in the pond were nearing the end of their bloom, with petals falling off to reveal tender green seed pods. A group of young girls stood by the shore, gazing into the pavilion, chattering away. When Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian arrived, they were still taken aback. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, facing the intense gazes still made them feel uneasy. They quickened their pace and walked towards their sister. "Big brother, second brother." Little Jiang Miaomiao sweetly called out as she rushed in front of them. The brothers exchanged a glance. One of them pinched her cheek and asked, "Is Miaomiao being good today?" They had learned from their mother that all those ladies surrounding Madame Fong and Miss Qi were brought in by their sister. According to their mother's plan, it was to make the two sides turn against each other. The situation had escalated far beyond anyone's control. Would there be a thorough investigation from above? Would there be a retest for this year's courtyard exam? Whether it was good or bad depended on the emperor's decision. However, they didn't care much. If this incident brought down the Qi family, it would be a profitable deal. They could always retake the exam later. With youthful vigor, they had a spirit of preferring to be shattered than to remain whole. However, Jiang Miaomiao was not so pessimistic. "They say it's nice to relax under a big tree, and now my brothers have 3 big trees nearby. The exam has been taken, and the results are out. The papers are returned to their owners, and even if someone checks, they won't find any faults. There's no need to worry unnecessarily. The most challenging part now is dealing with these beautiful young ladies. If I agree to one, I might offend another, and I can't please everyone. It would be a disaster. I can only cut ties to avoid future troubles. Jiang Zian held his sister in his arms, looking at her fondly. Sister, what do you want to do? Jiang Miaomiao didn't respond, but kept giggling. She took 2 pieces of cake from her little pouch and stuffed them into her brother's mouth, saying, Brother, eat the cake first. Something delicious will come later. Jiang Zifeng faced the shore and started eating, without hesitation. He was eating so greedily that it was a bit rude. He saw how his friends were eating, so he decided to practice a little. It was just to show a few girls, so it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was planning to join the army with his adoptive father and didn't intend to marry without achieving something first. He figured no girl would want to gamble her life away. So, he wasn't worried at all. As for Jiang Zian, he was ready with his excuse. He had sworn in front of the ancestral tablets of the Jiang and Lu families that he wouldn't marry until he became the top scholar. No family would dare accept such a bet. After all, people would wonder if they would succeed, and when. If they didn't, it could ruin a person's life. Or they might end up as old maids before getting married. He dared to bet that no one would be foolish enough to take that risk. However, they wouldn't have the chance to share this with the girls across from them. The maids carrying trays passed by the young ladies, causing a stir. What is that? Get away, take it away. Ah! The little maids lifted the lids to show them. The result was a chorus of screams. Jiang Zifeng leaned out to see what was happening. What was wrong with these girls? Did they see a ghost? After a while, the maids brought out trays of delicacies. Insects, fried bamboo worms, fried bee pupae, crispy cicada pupae, fried grasshoppers, fried crickets. In short, they served up the frightening-looking dishes he remembered from the ethnic insect feast. The girls were most afraid of these things, yet some people couldn't get enough of them. For example, his older brother really enjoyed eating them. At first, he was hesitant, but after watching his sister eat the bamboo worms, he started to try a little bit, and by the end, he accepted everything. Now, seeing the trays of fragrant and crispy insects, he was already drooling. In an instant, I understood my sister's intention. I picked up a plate of fried grasshoppers and, facing the girls, started putting the golden, crispy insects into my mouth. Soon, I finished one plate and picked up another of fried crickets. This made the girls across from me scream, and some even gagged. Oh my, that Jiang Zifeng is actually eating bugs. What kind of bug is he eating? The girl in pink said in disbelief. One plate is locusts, and the other is fried crickets, replied a maid from the Lu family. The young girl stared at the maid in shock. Ah, crickets. Once she realized, she lifted her skirt and ran away in fear. They said he was a noble young man from a capital, and he looked decent, but how could he eat those things? So uncouth. I would rather be a spinster than marry him. I don't want to sit across from him at meals and watch him devour bugs. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Other girls who were initially interested in Jiang Zifeng also left with frowns. The remaining girls had hopes for Jiang Zian. They thought, he looks gentle, he probably wouldn't eat those things, right? Jiang Zian looked at the bugs in front of him, his mouth twitching. No matter how tasty they were, he couldn't bring himself to eat them. He couldn't understand what was going on in his sister's mind. How could she like eating these things? He really couldn't figure it out. Most girls are terrified of bugs, with very few exceptions. Could it be that his sister really wanted him to eat these insects? He stared at the plate, repeatedly trying to convince himself. These aren't bugs. They're made of dough. He was about to close his eyes and deceive himself. But he was mistaken. Those delicacies were not meant for him. His sister had prepared a special recipe just for him. A fresh bowl of chicken blood was placed right in front of him. He smiled wryly and gently pinched his sister's nose. You want your brother to drink this? Hee hee. Choose one of the two. Jiang Miaomiao pointed at the fried bugs and the chicken blood, grinning widely. She knew her second brother wouldn't dare eat bugs, and even if he did, it might not have any effect. With his charming face and gentle demeanor, Eating this could even turn out to be something special. Instead of scaring people away, it might just captivate them. Jiang Zian immediately covered his mouth with a handkerchief and started coughing. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and lifted the cup to his lips. A taste that was hard to describe rushed to his head. He held back his nausea and kept it in his mouth. He took a deep breath.
Wow.
He exclaimed as he spat it out towards the lotus pond.
Blood.
He spat blood.
He
is sick. A little girl's scream came from across, and then she quickly covered her mouth. Did his parents ever say he was sick? Spitting out that much blood looked serious. I heard that the upcoming exam would last for 9 days and nights.
This
can't be. He can't survive this, right? No matter how handsome or talented he is, he can't marry. Absolutely not. Both brothers seemed to have serious illnesses. By the lotus pond, the girls had all left. They hurried away, afraid that if they stayed too long, they would catch the attention of the Jiang brothers. Only one girl, dressed as a maid, remained. She lifted her head, straightened her back, and walked confidently, no longer pretending. She slowly approached the 3 siblings. Jiang Miaomiao recognized her first and ran towards her, falling into her embrace. Sister Yuan.
sister.
Actually, Jiang Miaomiao wanted to tease her and call her sister-in-law. But those words didn't come out. Sister Yuan was a young lady, shy, and couldn't be teased like brother Yanshu. Besides, her older brother was still sulking, calling her that might scare him. Fortunately, those young ladies were so pampered that they were easily fooled by a few bugs and a bowl of chicken blood. It seemed they wouldn't pursue the brothers anymore. However, Sister Yuan's maid disguise might mean she heard something and came to check on the situation. She truly cared. I knew she wasn't the type to just hide and cry. No wonder she was the sister-in-law I liked. Princess Rongan squatted down and caught the little girl running towards her. Sierra quickly stood behind the princess to protect her. Just in case the little one knocked the princess over. The little one now sat on the back of the little white wolf, and it shook a bit. It wasn't as fast as before. Princess Rongan picked up Jiang Miaomiao, kissed her little face, and pinched her cheeks. Chubby and soft. She really liked the little one's quirky nature. Take those bugs, for example. They scared those young ladies away, making them leave voluntarily. No one was offended, and no family's reputation was harmed. But her brothers' reputations might be affected because of her. Thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal. Jiang Zifeng didn't need a good reputation. As for Jiang Zian, once he achieves success in the future, with his looks, he won't have trouble finding a wife. She smiled softly, realizing she was worrying for no reason. When Jiang Zifeng heard his sister call out Sister Yuan, he recognized it was Princess Rongan. He looked at her curiously and asked, "Princess, why are you dressed like this?" Princess Rongan had changed a lot, from being mute at first to now climbing walls and pretending to be a maid. She seemed much more lively. Princess Rongan. She lowered her head and remained silent. Jiang Miaomiao noticed that Sister Yuan's cheeks were slightly flushed, all the way to her ears. Jiang Zian suppressed a laugh and took his sister from the princess's arms. He said to Jiang Zifeng, "Brother, the princess probably has something to say to you. My sister, and I will wait for you by the shore." He meaningfully patted his brother's shoulder and left with his sister, discreetly hiding behind a tree to eavesdrop. Jiang Miaomiao perked up her ears, but still couldn't hear anything, so she sent her little bird over. Although eavesdropping wasn't right, she really wanted to listen. Jiang Zifeng looked confused. What could the princess want to say? Did she want to mention that his sister had gained weight? He had just seen clearly that when his sister jumped into the princess's arms, they almost fell backward. Luckily, there was a girl named Qi supporting them. Sister Yuan sat down across from Jiang Zifeng and poured tea for him and herself. Looking at the insect feast in front of them, she remembered the girls who had looked down on Brother Feng. It made her feel a bit sad. Brother Feng seemed to enjoy the food, but in their eyes, it was seen as crude. How could they think that eating insects was uncivilized? She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a small bamboo worm, and without hesitation, put it in her mouth. "Aren't you scared?" Jiang Zifeng asked in surprise. I saw those girls were terrified just watching me eat. Princess Rongan smiled gently. What is there to fear? It won't bite. She just wanted to comfort Brother Feng. After all, being looked down upon by so many girls must have hurt his feelings. As a result, when Jiang Zifeng heard this, he laughed foolishly. The princess is really special. He then kept piling grasshoppers and crickets into her bowl until it was full. Princess, if you like it, eat more. We have plenty in our kitchen. Princess Rongan. If she didn't know Jiang Zifeng well, she would have thought he was doing it on purpose. She only tried the bamboo worm because she saw little Miaomiao eating it and heard it was nutritious. But not all insects were safe to eat. Jiang Zian frowned as he watched, grateful that the person sitting across from his older brother was Princess Rongan. If it had been another girl, she would have surely thrown the bowl at his face. Jiang Miaomiao's face puffed up in anger. There's no hope. My brother is really hopeless. Princess Rongan's face turned red and pale as she nervously picked up a less frightening fried bee pupa. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Brother Feng, I will leave Jiangzhou tomorrow. Is there anything you want to say to me? Jiang Zifeng thought for a moment and replied, Princess, have a safe journey.
Take care.
He couldn't think of anything else to say. Princess Rongan looked up at him, her face turning red as she shyly took out a sachet from her pocket and handed it to him. Brother Feng, Miaomiao said you're going to join the army.
This
is for you.
Please keep it safe.
I got it from the temple for your safety. Unlike last time, you can't give this one to anyone else. Jiang Zifeng hesitated. He remembered his sister saying that he shouldn't refuse gifts from Princess Rongan, or she would get upset. If she got angry, she might take it out on their mother and sister, which would be terrible. After all, she is a princess, someone even the king would call aunt. He couldn't afford to offend her. Besides, this sachet was also given to his sister. It should be okay to accept it, right? Jiang Zifeng gladly accepted it, tucked it into his pocket, and thanked her. Thank you, princess. I will keep it safe. Princess Rongan smiled and said, I will wait for your return, before running away with a flushed face. Jiang Miaomiao came over to look. A sachet. It was embroidered with the words peace and 2 magpies. This design and craftsmanship were done by Sister Yuan herself. This is an ancient token of love, isn't it? Sister Yuan has succeeded in her matchmaking. Jiang Zifeng didn't mind and felt happy seeing his sister pleased that he accepted the princess's sachet. If his sister was happy, he was happy too. Jiang Zian hesitated about whether to tell his brother that this was a token of love from Princess Rongan. After thinking it over, he decided it was better not to say anything for now. On the other side of the flower hall, laughter and chatter filled the air as drinks were passed around. The scenery was beautiful, surrounded by flowers, with songs and drinks flowing. The snacks were delicious, the flower tea was refreshing, and the food was tasty, especially since it was prepared by the chef of Yapinju. However, there was one special dish added to the menu: fried bamboo worms. Some people glanced at it and shook their heads, too afraid to look. Others picked up their chopsticks, eager to try. One by one, they took bites, chewing slowly and savoring the taste. It was fragrant and crispy. With a look of enjoyment, she said, "It's delicious." The girls all took their seats, smiling as they went and returning with frowns. When they saw that there were bugs on the table, they couldn't hold back anymore and insisted on going home. "Mom, let's go back. I don't want to see them anymore. Those 2 brothers, one is rough and the other is sickly. I won't marry either of them."
Boo-hoo.
Catching a husband under the ranking is not reliable at all. What nonsense are you talking about? The banquet isn't over yet. How can you leave? Don't you understand the rules? After being scolded by their mother, they obediently sat down. However, for a long time after that, the young ladies couldn't be called out again. They either had headaches or felt unwell. The noble ladies who came to see the Princess of Liang stretched their necks longer than geese. "Mrs. Jiang, didn't you invite the Princess of Liang? Why hasn't she come yet?" Lu Qingyao replied, "I did invite her, but she sent someone to say she prefers peace and quiet, so she won't be coming." The noble ladies were speechless. They had sent gifts. They were worried about being laughed at for coming without an invitation, so they even brought substantial gifts. In the end, they waited in vain. As night fell, all the guests had left. Jiang Miaomiao's family then realized someone was missing. They hadn't seen the noble concubine Xiao Wang and her maid for most of the day. They asked the street vendors and beggars, but no one had seen them leave the Lu garden. Xiao and Jiang Zifeng quickly took people to search everywhere. They searched the entire Lu garden but still couldn't find anyone. Even the garden where the little white wolf stayed was checked, and Xiao even pried open the little white wolf's mouth to take a look. "Sister, what should we do? Everyone saw Xiao Wang enter the house, but now she's missing. Won't they blame us?" Xiao was worried about people causing trouble or something happening in the house. But she hadn't considered the possibility of someone disappearing inside. How could several living people just vanish? After asking the maid, they learned that since they had taken them to the guest room, no one had seen them again. Jiang Zian had a bad feeling. "Mom, do you think Qin Tongpan will come looking for them?" "Stop looking. They probably disguised themselves and slipped out among the crowd." Lu Qingyao told everyone to return to the house to discuss further. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. "Sister, could it be? Could it be that Qin Tongpan found out about his son's death being related to those children? Is he seeking revenge?" After thinking about it, it seemed possible. Jiang Miaomiao held her little one, sitting quietly beside her mother. She asked Jiao, but Jiao didn't know either, as it had been with itself all day and hadn't paid attention. However, other birds noticed a few little maids sneaking towards the eastern courtyard. When they saw the guards, they didn't dare to go in. Later, when there was a commotion in the flower hall, they lost interest. However, Jiang Miaomiao obtained an important piece of information. That little Wang might be after Aunt Jiangyu and her younger aunt. To be precise, it wasn't really them, but rather their guardian and uncle. She discovered that her guardian and uncle were in the neighboring King Jing's residence. Sometimes, when Aunt Jiangyu went out for fun, especially to the racetrack or Qingyan Temple, they would disguise themselves as guards and blend into the convoy. Connecting these events, Jiang Miaomiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Her second brother thought of the same thing. He said, "Mother, could that little Wang be targeting the eastern courtyard? Did someone in the capital find out that our guardian and uncle have come to Jiangzhou? Such matters can't be hidden for long. Their guardian has been stationed at the border for years, making his movements hard to track, but Uncle Yan Huan is a minor official in the Dali Temple. Even when he goes out for work, he can't stay away for too long. Although they use Aunt Jiang as a cover, over time, people will notice. It seems that Qin Tong has already sent something. Search the residence. They want to search the house." Lu Qingyao quickly realized. No wonder that little Wang seemed so strange. She probably had a plan to enter the house, cause trouble, and get hurt away from everyone's sight. That fall gave her a chance. "Elder sister, it's fine. They won't find anything. Anyway, the Duke and the others aren't home. Just because they're not here, the guards are short by 2. The Mu family's guards are all tall and strong, making it hard to find someone to impersonate them quickly." Just then, there was a knock at the gate of Lu Garden. Knock, knock, knock. When they opened the door, they found a worried Qin Tong outside, followed by many strong men dressed as servants and a group of sturdy women. They had come prepared. To avoid difficulties in searching the backyard, they even brought the women along, showing their determination. Jiang Miaomiao clung to her older brother and didn't dare to come down. If a fight broke out, their mother and Aunt Xiao would be the targets, and they might not be able to protect her. Her older brother was the safest place. His skills had improved significantly. She had once seen him defeat a strong opponent. Not only that, but he had also beaten the guards brought by their aunt. Being in her brother's arms made her feel secure. Madam asked Qin Tongpan, "Sir Qin, why have you brought so many people here so late at night?" "I apologize for disturbing Madam Jiang at this hour. My beloved concubine came to your residence for a banquet early today, and she still hasn't returned. I came to check on her. Did she offend you in some way?" Qin Tongpan said, looking at Lu Qingyao with a forced smile. He had recently received news from the capital that Yan Huan, a junior official from the Dali Temple, had arrived in Jiangzhou. He began to investigate. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the two women living in Lu Garden were Yan Huan's wife and sister-in-law. What a coincidence. Just then, an invitation from Lu Garden arrived. He sent for Xiao Wang, who was much more clever and sensible than her aunt. Young and beautiful, gentle as water, and resourceful. She won his heart. Originally, they had planned for Xiao Wang to sneak out of Lu Garden without anyone noticing. He would then go to demand her return and take the opportunity to search Lu Garden. If the Lu family refused to hand her over or did not allow a search, it would confirm that Yan Huan and his wife were hiding in her home. They must be dealt with. But Xiao Wang still hadn't returned and seemed to have truly vanished. How could he explain this to Li Fei? Interestingly, Xiao Wang's real name was Wen Yuan. She was from Li Fei's palace and had some skills. Li Fei sent her to assist him while also keeping an eye on him. If she went missing, he wondered how Li Fei and Prince Su would view him. Lu Qingyao looked confused and exclaimed, "Wang hasn't returned? I personally saw her out of the house and helped her onto the carriage. How could she not have come back?" Right. My sister, and I saw her onto the carriage. She bumped her head and left before the banquet even started. Could she have gone to a clinic? Sir Qin, have you sent someone to check the clinic? Qin Tongpan thought she might have gone to a clinic as well. However, this was not the time to search for her. He insisted, "She didn't go to a clinic. We searched everywhere inside and outside the city. The beggars on the street said she entered Lu Garden and hasn't come out since. Madam Jiang, please hand her over. Or I can send someone in to take a look." Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. The dogs in Wu Yi Alley barked incessantly. Jiang Xiaobai had very sharp hearing, said to be able to hear sounds from 10 kilometers away. From the backyard, it heard the noise outside. So, it howled at the full moon. The neighborhood dogs seemed to respond to its call, barking wildly. Qin Tongpan stood at the door with many people, and upon hearing that howl, he shivered. In her heart, she wondered what kind of woman raised wolves at home. Didn't she fear that the beautiful little cubs might be eaten? Madam Jiang actually keeps wolves at home? Lu Qingyao smiled at Qin Tongpan. In the household, there are only women and children. I worry that if thieves see us as weak, they might plot against us, so a wolf is kept. To guard against thieves. Guard against thieves? Who was she implying? Qin Tongpan frowned. After all, she was a wild woman raised on the frontier, lacking the grace of a noble lady. Instead of keeping dogs or rabbits, she chose to raise wolves. Such a pretty face wasted. No wonder Jiang Yunze didn't like her. What man would dare to take a woman like this? Yet, at this moment, facing Lu Qingyao, he still felt a hint of caution. He put on a worried expression and said, "Madam Jiang, please understand. My concubine is not an ordinary servant. She is a younger relative of my wife, who values her greatly and cannot be without her. We must find her wherever she is gone to feel at ease." Lu Qingyao nodded in understanding. "Of course, what you say is true. We should search thoroughly. How can a person just disappear like that?" After saying this, she instructed someone to open the main door and let the people in. Qin Tongpan was completely caught off guard by her willingness to cooperate, feeling there might be some trickery involved. He didn't dare to go to the backyard himself and only sent a maid to investigate. Meanwhile, he and his servants searched the front yard, checking the guards' quarters, the servants' rooms, and even the corners of the well, but found nothing. Just as he was about to head to the backyard, he heard a clear, bright voice from a distance. "Yao Yao, look at the thieves I've caught for you." In the light, a woman with a stern face, but a bold demeanor approached, with a sword in hand. 5 maidservants followed her, dragging something behind them.
Was that
people? As they got closer, he saw that it was the same maids who had just entered, each with bruised faces. They kept shouting, "Heroine, spare us! Heroine, spare us!" Qin Tongpan's heart sank. These maids were trained by the lady and had some skills. Even the Qi family couldn't handle them. How could they be beaten so badly by a few maidservants? If the maids were this fierce, the guards outside must be even stronger. And the woman with the sword, could she be Yan Huan's wife? Given her demeanor, it seemed likely. She was indeed here. It turned out to be quite easy to find her. He straightened his back and questioned Lu Qingyao. What does Madame Jiang mean? Since you agreed to let us search for someone, why make things difficult for my servant? It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Lu Qingyao looked helpless and introduced. This is Madame Yan Huan, the wife of the minor official from the Dali Temple, and also Miss Mu from the Duke's residence. She has been visiting my house recently. Madame Yan is very generous and understanding, and today, it seems a few of the maids offended her, which is why they ended up getting punished. Jiang Yu's boldness made even the spoiled ladies of the capital avoid her, let alone a few old women who tried to search her courtyard. If they weren't fed to the wolves, that would be good enough. Qin Tongpan's lips twitched. That troublesome Lu family must be doing this on purpose. Mu Jiangyue looked coldly at Qin Tongpan. How can you, the magistrate of Jiangzhou, break into someone's home in the middle of the night? What kind of behavior is that? And your maids barged into my garden, destroyed my flowers, broke my porcelain, and spoke rudely. I would be justified in giving them a good beating. They deserve it, they should be punished. Severely, Qin Tongpan chuckled awkwardly. The maids turned pale, feeling distressed. This Lu garden was strange. It was vast and dark, filled with chrysanthemums. They only tripped over a few pots of chrysanthemums and didn't break anything. So how did it become destroying her flowers? And the porcelain? It was clearly the maids who dropped it while holding it. Now, they were being blamed for it. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. They would be in debt for life at this rate. Just as they were about to defend themselves, Qin Tongpan shot them a glare. Qin Tongpan quickly changed his tone, stepping forward with a bow and said, "Oh, it's Madame Yan. My apologies, I didn't recognize you. It's my fault for not managing my servants properly. I will certainly compensate for the damaged items. But since Madame Yan is here, I assume Lord Yan is also around? Could you please introduce us?" "He's not here," Mu Jiangyue replied bluntly. "Do you think my husband is like you, wandering around at night and disturbing others?" "He is busy in the capital." Qin Tongpan's expression darkened, and he looked even more upset when he saw the list of damaged items. He left with a scowl, taking his subordinates with him. The maids claimed they saw no signs of a man in that courtyard, not even a trace. He was half convinced. As he left, he heard a commotion from the neighboring Chiao residence. Someone was shouting to catch an assassin. He originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, but since the Prince Jing was staying at the Chiao residence and he was an official from Jiangzhou, he had no choice but to act. Even though he secretly hoped the prince would meet a tragic end, he was still preparing to get into his carriage when he paused to instruct his subordinates to summon people from the government office. After waiting for a while, Prefect Cui arrived with some officers, and they went to the Chiao residence together. They knocked on the door and approached Prince Jing. Prefect Cui stepped forward and said, "I apologize for my late arrival, Your Highness. I hope you are unharmed. Do we know where the assailant is? We will send people to capture them immediately." Qin Tongpan glanced at Prince Jing. The prince was wrapped in a white cloak, stained with traces of blood. His chest area was torn, soaked in blood, indicating a serious injury. Who could be so bold? That person must be quite skilled. Qin Tongpan secretly admired the assassin, thinking that if they managed to escape this time, he would definitely find them and make use of their talents. With that thought, he quickly lowered his head to hide the smile in his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Husband, help me. Husband, I didn't try to assassinate Prince Jing. I'm innocent."
"I'm innocent."
Qin Tongpan froze in shock. He looked up to see a woman, her mouth covered with a cloth, being escorted by guards. Her limbs were bound, and she squirmed like a worm, with several maidservants beside her in the same condition. The woman looked at him with a sorrowful expression, yet her eyes sparkled as if she had found a lifeline.
This
wasn't his missing beloved concubine Wen Yuan? How could she be here? And, as an assassin? Qin Tongpan was utterly bewildered. He felt both shocked and terrified, as if 1,000 horses were galloping in his mind. Surely, Prince Jing wouldn't think he was behind this? Lord Qin, you know this person, don't you? Do you have anything to say? The murderous intent in Prince Jing's eyes was chilling. And no, Qin Tongpan stammered for a long time but couldn't bring himself to say he didn't know her. When Yuan had been well known, everyone knew she was a prized concubine of the Qin family. Prince Jing stared at him, and so did Prefect Cui. All the officers and guards held their weapons, watching him closely. They were all on high alert. Qin Tongpan could imagine that if he made even the slightest move, a sharp sword would soon be aimed at him, turning him into a sieve. He dared not move an inch and knelt down, saying, "Your Highness, I'm innocent. I am wronged. This woman, although she is my concubine, was sent by Lady Li and is only staying in my residence temporarily. I had no knowledge of her actions. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I could never do such a thing. Your Highness, please see clearly. Indeed, I am pushing the blame onto Lady Li. After all, Prince Jing cannot touch her, and even the Empress cannot do anything to her." When Yuan looked at Judge Qin in shock, then glared at him with anger, thinking, "Traitor, opportunist, may you have a bad end. She is the most wronged one." She originally planned to secretly drug the guards and sneak out through the back door of Lu Garden. However, both the front and back doors were heavily guarded, making it very difficult to escape, so she had to come up with another plan. Then she saw a ladder leaning against the wall. Judging by its position, it should be near the stable next door, making it easier to escape. They climbed the ladder and looked down from the wall. It was indeed the stable. Strangely, the stable was empty, with no horses or people around. It was very quiet. They moved the ladder over and climbed down. Just as they landed, a huge creature pounced at them, biting at them. It turned out to be a wolf. Then, out of nowhere, several men in black appeared and knocked them out. When she woke up, she found herself tied up tightly. Her and her maid's clothes had inexplicably turned into night clothes, and there was a bloody short knife beside her. She had become an assassin without knowing it. Standing in front of her was a young man dressed in white, his chest soaked in blood. It was Prince Jing. It seemed that Prince Jing recognized her. She was a personal maid of Lady Li and one of the many daughters born to the royal family's numerous concubines. She had some knowledge of medicine and was skilled in using poisons. That was why Lady Li had summoned her to the palace. At that moment, her tendons had been cut, and she could no longer use poison. She felt like meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. All she wanted was to end her life quickly to avoid endless suffering and not to burden her mother, who remained in the capital. Judge Qin only wanted to clear himself. As long as he could leave tonight, he believed he could explain everything to Lady Li and Prince Su. They were all in the same boat. He held the biggest secret about Prince Su. Lady Li and his wife were blood relatives, so he was confident they would not turn against him over a minor concubine. Most importantly, he believed that when Yuan would take all the blame for her mother. "Your Highness, you must believe me. If anything happens in Jiangzhou, I will be held responsible. Why would I harm myself?" Qin Tongpan knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. He felt his reasoning was sound. However, the prince did not agree and ordered Governor Cui to take him away for questioning. One Yuan was also taken away by the prince's men. It suddenly dawned on him. The prince returned to his room and took off his cloak. Looking at himself in the mirror, he chuckled. "Shu, your fake wound looks quite convincing. You deserve a reward." "Thank you, Your Highness," Shu replied, biting her lip, remembering to thank the girl next door. The next morning, Miaomiao finished washing up and came out for breakfast, only to find the atmosphere strangely quiet. All the maids had been sent away. The only ones left were those from the Mu family, standing in the courtyard. The main door was tightly closed. "Sheer, I want to go in and find Mother." No one stopped her as she entered. To her surprise, the hall was filled with people. Almost the entire family was there, eating breakfast and discussing matters. The prince had arrived. Even her long-unseen godfather and uncle were present. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly became lively, and everyone smiled at her. Miaomiao is awake.
Come, eat something.
Miaomiao is amazing. Miaomiao is so clever. Miaomiao quickly nestled into her mother's arms, gazing at everyone with wide eyes. The sudden warmth in the morning caught her off guard. How was she amazing? She truly had no idea what remarkable things she had done. Were they talking about her behind closed doors?
Could it be?
Could it be that they found out about her making her older brother eat bugs and her second brother drink chicken blood? But that wasn't a big deal. Seeing her confusion, her mother explained. It turned out Aunt Xiao was worried that Jiang Xiaobai would scare the noble ladies, so she sent him next door. Coincidentally, the stable next door was empty, so they put Xiaobai in there. Worried that Xiaobai might be hungry, she had Shiter set up a ladder to throw food to him. After throwing the food, she forgot to take the ladder away, which led to Qin Tongpan's concubine taking advantage of the situation, resulting in the rumor of the prince being attacked. An attack on the prince was a serious crime. They swiftly sent Qin Tongpan to prison without hesitation. Jiang Miaomiao was stunned. So, that young lady hadn't gone elsewhere but had ended up next door and was caught by Jiang Xiaobai. It's not her who deserves credit, but the latter. She should keep it well, as it might be useful in the future. Mother looked at Prince Jing with hope. Your Highness, now that the rebels in Jiangzhou have lost their leader, they are like scattered sand. The person who takes over them might not come quickly. We should take this opportunity to eliminate them all. This way, perhaps our parents can return in time for the new year. Prince Jing nodded. What Madame Lu said makes sense. What do the Duke and the Minister think? After he spoke, he looked at Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan. The people who needed to be captured have been caught, and those who needed to be interrogated have been questioned. It's time. Mu Yunjie pondered. Then let's act quickly, but we must not let the capital notice yet. He and his men are not in the capital, fearing that Prince Su might act out of desperation. Prince Jing agreed. In that case, I will take the Liang family back to the capital first and bring that Qin official back to be dealt with by father. Without their presence in Jiangzhou, Prince Su's faction might feel more at ease. Moreover, the crown prince seems to be unwell, and mother has been urging him to return to the capital, without explaining why. Also, the matter of the crown princess's offspring needs to be investigated thoroughly. Although she was vague in her letter, it can be confirmed now that Jiua is not the crown princess's biological child. Autumn. Light rain was falling. An autumn rain brings a chill. The yellow leaves on the streets of Jiangzhou are not entirely yellow. There are still hints of green mixed in. However, the leaves on the ground are yellow, fallen from the rain. With a gentle breeze, they rustle down. Autumn in Jiangzhou always arrives later than in other places. Departing from Jiangzhou, taking a boat north, and then traveling by road to the capital, it should be snowing heavily by now. Fortunately, the further north you go, the easier the roads become, and the highways are wider. It's not too much of a problem. Many people have left Jiangzhou in recent days. The wheel tracks on the road are much deeper. In the early morning, the weather is slightly cool. Jiangzhou has a significant temperature difference, especially when it rains. It gets a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. The servant at Jiang Miaomiao's house woke up early, put on the new coat the family had bought for them, and was ready to show off to the neighbor. However, he found the door across the street tightly closed. No one was coming or going, and it had been a while since anyone had appeared. Have they really left? He quickly reported to Madame Xiao, who rewarded him with a few coins. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Autumn is a season that easily brings feelings of melancholy. He had gotten used to showing off in front of the other family for fun, and now he felt quite empty. However, he was happy for the servant next door. He had finally escaped from that troublesome mother and daughter. Even though they were all servants and had no freedom, it was very important to have a good master, and one should cherish that. Thinking this way, he felt more energetic and worked harder. Jiang Miaomiao woke up from a short nap. Sleeping on a rainy day is so comfortable, she was too lazy to get up. As usual, she lifted the blanket and sat up. Just as she was about to daydream. "Brr, it's cold."
She shivered.
Then, a warm woolen shawl was draped over her shoulders. Sierra helped her get dressed and washed up, then carried her to the dining room. On rainy days, she turned into lazy Miaomiao and didn't want to walk. "Miss, the lady and the young masters didn't go out today. They are waiting for you to have breakfast," Sierra said with a smile. "Didn't second brother go to study?" Jiang Miaomiao asked curiously. Eldest brother was determined to join the army, practicing swordsmanship every day, aiming to win against Dolly. Although he occasionally won, it wasn't every time, and he still needed to improve. Eldest brother shared his ambitions with Mr. Cui, who was not surprised, as he had been guiding him in that direction all along. He even gave him many military and strategy books. So, eldest brother was the happiest these days. A good teacher can discover a student's potential and teach accordingly. As for second brother, the road to the imperial examination is long. The preliminary test is just the beginning, and he has a long way to go. However, today was not his day off, yet he was resting. Usually, it was either he had something to do or the teacher had something to do. Sierra replied, "Princess Liang and the county princess will be leaving for the capital tomorrow, so today they want to spend time with Mr. Cui and the old lady, and they let Yenga come back." "What about Sister Chiao? Did she go back to Qingshi town to discuss marriage?" Since the chrysanthemum feast, she hadn't seen Sister Chiao. When her sister left, she hadn't woken up, so she didn't get to say goodbye. "You're very clever, miss. You'll have a brother-in-law soon," Sierra said happily, excited about the feast. It was still Zhang's feast, a joyful occasion. Jiang Miaomiao was also very happy. She loved feasts. However, looking at today's breakfast with rice porridge, buns, and wontons, it didn't taste like what Aunt Xiao made. It must have been bought from outside. The buns from outside had less filling and more dough, and the rice porridge was pure without any chicken. The wontons couldn't be made with much filling, so they were smaller than what Aunt Xiao made. The taste was not as good as Aunt Xiao's. Everyone felt a bit unappetized. Aunt Jiang finished her meal, while Aunt Qianxue only had a little porridge. Even the older brother ate less than usual. Jiang Miaomiao felt that life at home had indeed improved. Thinking back to the past, when her mother made dumplings, they could see the bottom of the bowl. Now, they were being picky. She heard her mother explain, "Your aunt is busy running a pastry shop, so she might not be able to cook for us for a while. You'll have to make do for now. I'll find a chef from Yupinju to help us." Then Aunt asked Qianxue, "Prince Jing has invited us to return to the capital. Do you want to go?" Everyone's gaze turned to Mu Qianxue. She nodded and said, "Yes. Does my sister miss her child?" "Of course." After being away for some time, Mu Jiangyue naturally missed her son, although she also felt reluctant to leave her good friends and Miaomiao. But mountains and rivers will always meet again. There will be a day to reunite. Jiang Miaomiao thought her aunt was doing this on purpose, wanting Qianxue to return with Prince Jing to build their relationship. Well, if it's meant to happen, it can't be stopped. After observing Prince Jing for these days, she found he was not the carefree prince as rumored. He was quite dedicated, helping with several important matters. After the incident involving Minister Qi's corruption, Fang Xianzhen quickly switched sides, handing over all his evidence to Prince Jing and taking the opportunity to ally with him. So, Prince Jing had important tasks to accomplish upon returning. Aunt Qianxue was not naive either. As long as Jiang Zijing didn't interfere, they should end up happy together. Fate is a frightening thing. It can't be grasped or escaped. The current Prince Jing was completely different from the one in her dreams. The dream version was cold and indifferent. It seemed he had been missing for a while, likely experiencing the ups and downs of life and enduring harsh treatment before surviving. In the end, he was rescued by his shadow guards, but it took longer than expected. After all, not many normal people would think of turning someone into a bear. Indeed, after experiencing major changes, most people's personalities are affected. Mu Jiangyue asked her friend, "Yao Yao, I heard the servants discussing that the family across the street left before dawn. Is it true? They left, and that house should be reclaimed now. Lu Qingyao noticed her daughter looked unwell and personally brought over the porridge to feed her. Every bite of food is precious and should not be wasted. Just as Mu Jianhua pondered the meaning of her friend's words, Xiao returned. She took a sip of tea and said, "Sister, the house has been reclaimed. I think it looks good and doesn't need much repair. Should we sell it or keep it?" "Let's keep it for now." Mu Jianhua widened her eyes. "What do you mean? Did you buy that house?" "Yes, I bought it for 400 coins through someone," Lu Qingyao replied with a grin. Although the house wasn't big, it was in a great location. Qi Caiwei had bought it for 800 coins and had even renovated it. She sold it for a low price because she was in a hurry to return and needed cash. It was a great bargain for Lu Qingyao. But that house belonged to Qi Caiwei. "It feels unlucky." Mu Jianhua still felt uneasy. Her sister was quite bold. Lu Qingyao didn't think so. She laughed and said, "What does it matter? The house hasn't had any ghosts or deaths. Even if we sell it, we can still make a few hundred coins. It's money to be made, so why not?" Miaomiao opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at her mother. For a moment, she even doubted if her mother was the one who had traveled through time. Her thoughts, her demeanor, her mindset, she was truly a strong and clear-headed main character. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian didn't notice anything unusual. Their mother had always been like this, but others didn't know. Qi Caiwei probably still couldn't figure out what happened to her dowry. She wouldn't realize that her mother's fortune was built using her dowry. She also wouldn't know that all the rent she paid went into her mother's pocket. Xiao was excited. She loved making money off Qi Caiwei. It was a pity she had to return just like that. "Sister, are we really just letting her go? That's too easy on her. What if? What are you thinking?" Lu Qingyao poked her forehead. "Isn't it good for her to return to the capital? My husband is kind and the family is happy. They live comfortably." "Hey, that makes sense," Xiao nodded with a smile. "I think so too. I'll make sure Qi Caiwei finds Tao and her mother's house right away. Tao will also learn about her father's cause of death," Mu Jianhua promised. Finally, they could get back at Yao. Qi Caiwei and her son left in a hurry. Learning from past experiences, they left before dawn this time. Jiang Zijing pulled her cloak tighter, gripping her handkerchief, leaning against her mother. She was tense the whole way, fearing something might go wrong. After they had walked for a while, she noticed that Grandma Gong was missing. Recalling the past, she always felt that the old woman had a strange demeanor. However, since she was sent by her maternal grandmother, it wasn't surprising. Besides, neither she nor her mother had ever trusted her. Still, her sudden disappearance left her feeling uneasy. It wasn't until she saw through the swaying carriage curtain that the sky was bright that she finally relaxed. Taking a deep breath, she noticed that the air outside felt fresher than in Jiangzhou. Finally, they were out and could return to the capital. Looking at her mother, who was peacefully sleeping beside her, she felt curious. How did her mother grow up in such a family and still manage to give birth to them safely? Although her ideal mother wasn't like this, having her around brought her a lot of comfort. As for her younger brother, Jiang Zipei, he should stay at Donglin Academy. There was no use in bringing him back. Donglin Academy was a dream school for many students, and someone with her brother's talent wouldn't usually qualify. His admission was entirely thanks to their grandfather. Such opportunities were rare. Moreover, her mother had caused trouble, and returning to the capital meant facing unknown challenges. It seemed they wouldn't have peaceful days ahead. However, the journey back gave her a sense of reassurance. The next morning, the weather was clear and sunny, with autumn winds swirling the leaves on the ground as they followed the large caravan away. Almost simultaneously, everyone was leaving Jiangzhou. The joy of arrival was matched by the sadness of departure. But it was all right. They were leaving together, so they could be sentimental just once. In ancient times, travel was slow, and letters took time. Who knew when they would meet again? The Princess of Liang and Princess Rongan cried the hardest as they hugged old Lady Cui, knowing that married daughters would eventually leave home. Princess Rongan was the most reluctant, turning back to look 3 times as she boarded the carriage. This place and its people had changed her greatly, giving her and her mother a new lease on life, along with the person she cared about. Aunt Jiua and her younger aunt were also saddened, holding on to her and her mother tightly. The prince, who should have been happy traveling with his beloved, felt a pang of sadness when he saw the little child waving tearfully at them. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. If only he could bring them back to the capital. Looking at the little maid holding Jiua, he felt troubled. The child had just seen Miaomiao's little red bird and started crying, insisting on having that bird. But the bird, just like its little owner, was quite mischievous, circling above Jiua's head, making her jump and reach out excitedly. The result: smack! A lump of white something fell on the little girl's forehead. Jiua cried, repeatedly saying, "It stinks. So bad. That bird. Let's get rid of it." "Princess, the bird has flown away. We can't catch it," the little maid replied while cleaning the mess. The princess, even the birds dislike her, is really not charming. Song Siyuan covered his nose with a handkerchief. "Your Highness, how about we switch to another carriage, or we could ride horses instead?" "It stinks. Who knows what that bird ate? But it smells terrible." "Then let's ride horses," Prince Jing said helplessly. "This child, there's no saving her. After suffering a few times, she still wants to provoke that bird. It's just asking for trouble." Miaomiao looked at the gifts Prince Jing gave to her brothers. For the eldest brother, there was a military book and a fine sword. For the second brother, a box of books. Books were very precious in ancient times, especially original manuscripts. To see how wealthy a family is, one only needs to look at their collection of books. Many people valued books as their lives. In ancient times, during wars, people would carry their thousands of books while fleeing. So far, the family with the most books Miaomiao has seen is the Cui family. The whole building was filled with books, and there were guards to protect them. It was clear that Prince Jing had high hopes for his elder and second brothers. Prince Jing gave Miaomiao a jade pendant, saying that with it, she could come and go freely from the prince's residence. Miaomiao remembered the jade pendants in her small box, which seemed to be passes for different residences. But she hadn't used any of them yet. Suddenly, she felt a bit of excitement about the capital. After everyone got into the carriage, a huge figure was carried out from the Cui family's gate. It was the already very overweight Liang Wang. From head to toe, he was just a mass of flesh. A dozen guards struggled to lift him and stuff him into the carriage. The carriage was specially made, only big enough for him. Moving must be a challenge. It would probably be a tough ride. He smiled at everyone, looking like a fool. But he really was foolish. When Prince Jing first arrived, he was startled and even suspected someone wanted to harm Liang Wang. An investigation was conducted. It can only be said that his uncle brought this upon himself by being greedy for food. At first, he thought there was something wrong with the food, but after checking, it was found to be non-toxic. Upon further investigation, it turned out that Ipinju sold it too, and he had tasted it himself with no issues. He could only blame his uncle for his excessive appetite, which led to his current state. It must have been bad luck that caused him to fall and hit his head. Still, it should be taken back to the capital for the doctor to check. However, Miaomiao felt a bit guilty. Looking at her round little belly, she vowed never to eat those fattening snacks again.
It was terrifying.
Gaining so much weight could lead to high blood pressure and diabetes. She felt almost useless. It seemed like she would lose a few years of her life. Prince Jing has left. But there are still people at the Chiao residence. During the farewell, Mu Yunji and Yan Huan did not appear. They hid behind a tree and watched from a distance. Everyone waved goodbye. Miaomiao waved her little hand until it got tired. Princess Rongan looked through the carriage curtain and saw Jiang Zifeng waving at her. She continued to wave until the carriage was far away. In fact, Jiang Zifeng was waving at everyone. It was like in school, when a teacher glanced at the class, and students thought the teacher was looking at them, but actually, no one was being singled out. Nevertheless, Princess Rongan was very happy and left with great expectations. Qin Tongpan was taken away from Jiangzhou by Prince Jing. His hands and feet were tied, his eyes were covered, and his mouth was blocked with cloth, leaving him unable to move. Guards surrounded the carriage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The assassination plot was all nonsense. Prince Jing was not injured. This was a trap. It was meant to control him with baseless charges, take him away, and divert everyone's attention. This way, Yan Huan could do whatever he wanted in Jiangzhou. It must be true. Yan Huan was definitely still in Jiangzhou. He was probably disguised as part of the lady's entourage. The rumor in the capital was that the deputy minister of the Dali Temple had gone to inspect the area. However, this guy had been hiding in Prince Jing's residence all along. By this calculation, he had been there for several months. Now they were turning against him. Were they planning to take action? This was it. Everything was over. Realizing all this, Qin Tongpan felt fear spreading through his entire body.
Disaster.
A beautiful disaster. Prince Jing rode away grandly, leading a large group out of Jiangzhou. When Manager Lu received the news, he felt much more relieved. These imposing figures had been suffocating them, and now they were finally gone. As for Lord Qin, he was not worried since Prince Su was looking after him in the capital. Early in the morning, he instructed his trusted aide to continue refining silver. He chose that horse farm because it was remote and hard to spot, which is why Lord Qin bought it to mix in with the gifts for Prince Liang. This way, he could use Prince Liang as cover. Even if things went wrong, he could drag Prince Liang down with him. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Liang turned out to be foolish, and the power of the royal residence fell into neglect. By chance, the Princess of Liang gave the horse ranch to the Lu family. The Lu family often brought people to play polo, making it difficult for others who could only practice secretly at night, wasting a lot of time. Even worse, that woman alternated between raising sheep and planting flowers. Look at how quickly she is clearing the land. Within a year, she will finish clearing that forest. He considered whether to move the military funds elsewhere, but the risk seemed too high. It was better to stay put for now. Even if the Lu family discovered it, they wouldn't dare to report it. The deed for the horse ranch was in her name. If anything happened, she would bear the blame. Jiang Miaomiao tearfully said goodbye. She thought she wouldn't feel sad, but she couldn't help but cry. The little one leaned on her mother's shoulder, sobbing, with tears streaming down. Don't cry, Miaomiao. Big brother will buy you candied hawthorn, okay? Miaomiao, don't cry. Second brother will buy you sugar figurines, alright? Lu Qingyao gently touched her daughter's hair, took a piece of candy from her small bag, and sweetly coaxed Miaomiao. Don't be sad. When your mother takes you back to the capital next year, you will see Aunt and Sister Yuan. Really? Jiang Miaomiao lifted her little face, feeling the sweetness in her mouth, and unconsciously stopped crying. She was getting older now. It would be embarrassing to cry. Jiang Zifeng sighed. No one knows a daughter like her mother. Mother, you really have a way. Jiang Ziyan silently wiped his sister's tears. Xiao held a pile of gifts, feeling a bit sad. In fact, she hadn't felt such sorrow before, until her husband passed away, and then she understood. They watched the convoy leave until it disappeared over the horizon. Only then did Jiang Miaomiao's family head back home. When they arrived, her godfather and uncle were already waiting for them. Mother and Aunt Xiao took them to the flower hall. Closing the door, Lord Duke, Mr. Yen, are you here regarding the military funds? After waiting patiently for several months, Lu Qingyao was quite anxious. Ever since she learned that the military funds hidden in the cave were the reason her entire Lu family was exiled, she had been restless, hoping for justice for her father. Every time she went to the horse ranch, her heart raced, fearing that the cave would suddenly disappear, worried it was all just a dream. Now, she had finally waited long enough. Yan Huan felt the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he joked, Qingyao, you don't have to be so formal with us. You can call me brother-in-law, and as for my elder brother, you can call him Mei Gu, or just his name. Mu Yunji nodded, yes, no need to be so formal. Calling him by his title felt like they were strangers. He remembered the spirited young girl who rode in on horseback. At that time, Lu Qingmiao was carefree, galloping across the grasslands, laughing freely, and calling him by name.
Mu Yunvi.
Come on, you can't catch me. Back then, he wasn't the Duke of Shen, and she wasn't the dignified Lady Jiang. Now, seeing her again, she was a married woman, while he remained alone. How could he not feel regret? Lu Qingmiao noticed the sadness in Mu Yunji's eyes, but she didn't know why he felt this way. Perhaps he was thinking of his late father. Calling Mu Yunji by name was a sign of youthful ignorance. In those vast grasslands, people either served as soldiers guarding the borders or were their families, along with local residents. The borderlands were harsh, but also free. Over time, people adapted to local customs, marrying and starting families, gradually becoming less concerned with the traditions of the Central Plains. When she first met the handsome young Lord Mu Yunji, she thought he was younger than her. So she treated him like a younger brother and naturally called him by name. But now, everything had changed. Lu Qingmiao smiled awkwardly and quickly refilled their tea, hesitantly calling out, "Brother-in-law."
Mu Ye.
Then she asked them, "Are you here to prepare for the final move?" "Yes," Mu Yunji nodded. "But we've encountered a very tricky situation." Hearing this, the siblings outside were getting restless. Jiang Miaomiao sat on a small stool, no longer swinging her legs, listening intently as Chiao reported the conversation inside. Then she saw her brother doing something reckless. He climbed a tree like a monkey. Then he jumped down lightly onto the roof, crouching down to eavesdrop. Surprisingly, their mother didn't come out to scold him. Could it be that their mother was training his scouting skills? It was possible. They say there are scouts in the army. Maybe her brother could start as a scout and gradually become a general. Jiang Miaomiao looked up at the person lying still on the roof and then glanced at the person under the tree. Her second brother sat quietly beside her, focused on his book. He seemed very calm, but Jiang Miaomiao felt that he was actually quite nervous inside. Because he was holding the book upside down. Lu Qingmiao felt a bit anxious. She was most afraid of hearing bad news and didn't like the feeling of waiting passively. She urgently asked, "Brother-in-law, has Brother Mu run into any trouble?" "Qingmiao, don't worry." Yan Huan handed her a cup of tea. "Drink some tea and listen to brother talk." Mu Yunji thought for a moment and then spoke. "Qingmiao, you've known the princess consort for a long time. Have you noticed anything unusual?" It wasn't that they were thinking poorly of her, but the situation was too coincidental. "Unusual?" Lu Qingmiao asked in confusion. "Have you found something?" "Not exactly," Mu Yunji said seriously. "As far as I know, that horse farm originally belonged to the Prince of Liang and was a gift from Qin Tongpan. But now, the princess consort has given it to you, and the deed is in your name, including that piece of woodland and farmland." His already serious expression made the atmosphere even more tense. He continued, "If things go wrong, you will be the first to be implicated. The worst part is that the rebels could use this to confirm General Lu's guilt, and then you might find it hard to defend yourself. The Lu family would have no chance to recover." Lu Qingmiao felt a chill. She understood this reasoning well. When she first discovered the official silver in the cave, she felt both excited and worried. She even suspected the princess consort and tested her. Fortunately, she was unaware. Yan Huan noticed the tense atmosphere and interjected, "Brother, don't scare Qingmiao. We came here to find a solution, and we have gathered so much evidence. It's not useless." His brother-in-law really didn't know how to speak. He made everyone too scared to talk. No wonder the young lady liked him. It seemed he needed to be taken to listen to some music when they returned to the capital. Hearing Yan Huan say that, Lu Qingmiao looked at Mu Yunji. He had been quiet in his youth, but now he was speaking more. However, his words only added to her worries. Plus, his military demeanor could indeed make people feel tense. Seeing Lu Qingmiao's bad expression, Mu Yunji suddenly felt a bit at a loss. "In the military, I'm used to speaking this way, and it's hard to change right now." "Never mind. It's better to say less." He looked at his brother-in-law, "Sir Yan, why don't you speak?" "All right then." Yan Huan smiled and continued, Qing Yao, you don't need to worry too much. There will be a way to solve this. Did my brother just mean that you think the Princess of Liang might be involved? Or that the Liang couple is also unaware and has been tricked into giving you that horse farm? Lu Qingyao shook her head. The Princess of Liang should be innocent. I had someone investigate. This, Lu Qingyao was quite sure of. She had specifically taken the princess to the horse farm and even to that forest. By observing her behavior and expressions, it was clear that the princess was visiting for the first time and had no idea what was deep in the forest. As for the prince, he likely didn't know either. The princess and the county princess had questioned all the maids and servants around him, and no one even knew about the existence of that horse farm. Yan Huan exchanged glances with Mu Yunjie and said, It's good that she's unaware. What we mean is to find a way to make that Mr. Lu transfer the official silver. My brother and I will intercept him midway, catching him red-handed. This way, we can clear you from this matter. Lu Qingyao frowned and thought, brother-in-law, getting Manager Lu to voluntarily transfer the official silver won't be easy. Although Qin Tong was taken away, Manager Lu is not someone to underestimate. He might already be a person of the Prince of Su. Xiao didn't dare to make a sound, tightly clenching her fists. If she could, she would want to deal with Manager Lu right now. How infuriating. They want to make my sister and the Princess of Liang take the blame. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Mu Yinjie frowned and reminded, I'm afraid Qin Tong has already realized he's been tricked. The king of Jing won't hold out much longer, and our time is running out. We must intercept the silver before the Prince of Su gets wind of it, without anyone noticing, and smoothly bring it back to the capital. Yan Huan thought for a moment. That's true. So in the next few days, we will spread the news. Lu Qingyao asked, What news? Let it be known that there's a gold mine deep in the forest of your horse farm, making that place a hot spot for everyone. Yan Huan said with a smile. This would turn Qingyao into the biggest victim. Good, this plan is excellent. Lu Qingyao's eyes brightened, and her heart felt clear. This is a great idea. As soon as the news about the gold mine spreads, whether true or not, people will flock there daily, as if countless eyes are watching them. When the shopkeeper Lu received the news, he would definitely want to escape and quickly move the silver. At that time, it would all be taken at once. As long as the people and the silver weren't caught on her territory, it wouldn't be her problem. Brother-in-law, Mu, let's do it this way. Okay, but I need you to help act out a scene, Yan Huan said. Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement and instructed Xiao, spread the news quickly and as far as possible, ideally reaching the capital. Although Jiangzhou was peaceful under the Cui family, nearby areas still had many bandits causing trouble. If they could lure them all in and catch them while Mu Yunjie was busy, it would be a service to the people. This would also help cover their tracks while secretly transporting the military funds back to the capital, catching the faction of the Prince of Su off guard. Lu Qingyao was eager for Xiao to deliver the message, but Mu Yunjie stopped her, worried, Qingyao, once the news spreads, your horse farm might be affected. I know, I'll be careful. The door creaked open. Miaomiao, looking very obedient, snuggled into her brother's arms. Brother, hug me. Jiang Ziyan looked up at the sky. Jiang Zifeng, lying on the roof, didn't dare to move. After everyone left, he jumped down. As he looked up, he saw his mother standing in front of him with a feather duster. He quickly knelt down. Mother, I won't eavesdrop again. Lu Qingyao. This kid learns quickly when he's caught, but he never changes his ways. He must have learned this from his little sister. It made it hard for her to be strict. With a serious face, she said, You still need to be punished. Copy Sun Tzu's Art of War 20 times. Jiang Zifeng. It seems that what you fear often comes true. 3 days later, news of a gold mine in the western suburbs of Jiangzhou spread throughout the streets. Bandits and outlaws nearby were getting restless. After all, it was a gold mine. It was said that someone had already been secretly refining gold in the caves there, and they must have produced quite a bit. Shopkeeper Lu was riding out when he heard this news, and nearly fell off his horse. He was so nervous that he trembled quick. Gather everyone, We need to move the silver tonight. Early in the morning, Mother and Aunt Xiao were not at home. Jiang Zian was taking care of his sister today. She was surprisingly well-behaved, sitting on the mat and grooming Jiang Xiaobai. The little white wolf looked content, lazily lying beside her. Jiang Zian had planned to read for a while, but gave up. He noticed that the little red bird was quite noisy today. Not just the little red bird, all the birds were very noisy. Today, there are unusually many birds in the courtyard, hopping on the branches as if they are having a meeting. Jiang Zifeng has taken on a task, patrolling the city with Cui Xingzhou. However, the patrol is secondary. The main focus is to monitor any movements outside the Qin residence to prevent the Qin family from sending messages. Recently, it is said that several groups of bandits have arrived outside Jiangzhou, all eyeing the horse farm in the western suburbs. They are likely after the gold mine in the forest. Fortunately, they are currently just wandering outside the city and have not harmed anyone. When Governor Cui heard this news, he was startled. He quickly increased the number of guards at the city, ensuring that not a single bandit could enter. Of course, the arrival of these bandits has made Lu Yi the most anxious. He is currently pacing back and forth in a cave, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan. The temperature in the cave is already high, and his back is soaked with sweat. A subordinate rushed in to report, "Master, the area around the horse farm is surrounded by bandits. I fear they might try to break in under the cover of night." Lu Yi's expression turned serious as he ordered, "Split the men into 2 teams. One team will bravely block the bandits, while the other will escort the silver away with me. And find someone to keep an eye on that woman Lu Qingmiao. She must not be allowed to report to the authorities." The matter of refining official silver in Jiangzhou was directed by the Prince of Su, with the then-governor, Lord Qin, fully responsible. Lord Qin was stationed in Jiangzhou, and this place is remote with dense forests, making it hard to expose the silver refining operation. Once refined, the silver without the official seal could quickly enter the market and be exchanged for food to be sent back to the capital. No one would know. Thus, not many people are aware of this. Only he and Lord Qin know, and even Lady Qin is unaware. Coincidentally, Lord Qin has been inexplicably implicated by a minor concubine, becoming the mastermind behind the assassination of the King of Jing, and the Qin residence has been surrounded. He has a bad feeling about this. Distant help won't solve immediate problems, and relying on the Prince of Su seems hopeless. Has the message been sent out? Lu Yi asked his subordinate. It has been sent, urgently delivered to the capital over 800 miles. Good. Send another letter to Tanzhou by carrier pigeon. Without Lord Qin's protection, Lu Yi cannot stay in Jiangzhou. He is considering whether he can transport this batch of silver to Tanzhou, but he needs the governor's people to assist. He wrote a note, placed it in a bamboo tube, took the carrier pigeon handed to him by his subordinate, and tied it to its leg. Watching the pigeon fly away, he felt a little more at ease. The autumn sky is clear and refreshing. The sun is bright, and the blue sky is like a wash. A flock of geese flies by, leaving one bird behind. A white bird flies out from the horse farm, gliding over the treetops and above his head. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air. It landed, with a white dove impaled on the tip. Usually, doves are seen in flocks, but this one was alone, making it easy to recognize. "Sister, we can roast this dove for Miaomiao. It might be a bit small, though," Xiao said as she picked up the dove and handed the message tube attached to its leg to her sister. They began to think about whether to stew or roast the dove. Lu Qingmiao took out a small note from the tube and smiled, saying, "It seems Lu Yi is really in trouble, thinking of writing for help. I wonder if any letters have made it to the capital. Sister, when I passed the post station yesterday, I saw the Duke's men watching closely. I doubt the Duke would let Lu Yi send any letters." Xiao looked at the dove and thought to herself that no matter how well it could fly, it couldn't reach the capital. "Sister, do you know where this dove was headed?" "From the direction, it seems to be going to Tanzhou. The current governor there has the surname Wang and is a cousin of Madame Qin," Lu Qingmiao said confidently, looking northwest. There was no doubt that Lu Yi wanted to transfer the military funds to Tanzhou. Since learning that the stolen military funds were related to the Prince of Su, she had asked Jiang Yu to investigate the prince's connections. To her surprise, Jiang Yu had indeed uncovered some information. Jiangzhou is remote, with high mountains and dense forests. If it weren't for the horse farm accidentally falling into her hands and Miaomiao finding the silver by chance, it would have been hard to discover that cave in a short time. Moreover, the cave had more than one entrance, and without proper preparation, it would be very difficult to capture both the person and the goods. Xiao looked towards the horse farm and asked, "Sister, there's something I've been wondering about. Is it okay to ask?" In the past, while working for the king of Jing, she always followed orders without questioning. But once she started thinking, a flood of questions filled her mind, making her curious.
"What is it?"
Lu Qingyao asked with a gentle smile. "I just can't understand why the Prince of Su doesn't refine silver in his own territory but instead risks bringing it all the way to Jiangzhou." Lu Qingyao smiled softly. "It's naturally for the food." Today, her feelings were a mix of excitement and nervousness. She felt a bit overwhelmed and shared her thoughts without thinking about whether it might surprise Xiao. Jiangnan is a land rich in fish and rice, and the large areas near Jiangzhou produce a lot of grain. The Prince of Su chose this place to refine silver, probably to take advantage of the grain supply for his troops. Lu Qingyao learned from Muyunjia. The silver refined by the Prince of Su is not only sent to the capital but also used by the Wang and Qin families to store grain and transport it to the prince's territory. Xiao was puzzled. "Sister, why do they need so much grain? Look at all those ships carrying grain out of Jiangzhou. It feels like the prince has taken most of our grain from Daliang." Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment but replied, Xiao, think about it. A prince who falsely accuses loyal officials and needs so much grain and silver. What do you think he plans to do? Rebel?" Xiao blurted out, quickly covering her mouth. Seeing her sister's serious expression, she realized it was true. Although concubine Li is favored by the emperor, the Prince of Su has no military power, and the Wang family consists of civil officials. So, the prince is raising an army. Raising an army requires money and grain. However, they cannot afford that money and grain. Lu Qingyao and Xiao exchanged smiles and rode quickly to the horse ranch. The bandits immediately became alert but relaxed when they saw two young ladies. Upon questioning, they learned that one of them was actually the owner of the ranch. This piqued their interest, and they wanted to take over the ranch. After all, gold mines are not just lying around. If they could mine it legitimately, that would be best. The leader of the bandits blocked their way with a large knife, asking, "Who is the owner of this ranch?" "I am Lu, the owner of this ranch." "What do you want?" Lu Qingyao raised an eyebrow at him. Outside the ranch, in broad daylight, a group of bandits surrounded the two women. It was clear that there were three groups of bandits, as there were three leaders. They all looked at each other with suspicion, but no one dared to act rashly, knowing that robbing a mine is not as easy as taking silver. Lu Qingyao looked at them helplessly. "How can you be so sure there is a gold mine here? Maybe it's just a rumor from outside and you believe it?" The leading bandit scoffed. "You woman, if you don't want people to know, just say so. We have found treasures inside, so don't try to deceive us." Saying this, he pulled out a stone. The stone was white and bedded with specks of yellow gold. The other two bandit leaders also took out several stones of different sizes, all containing golden flecks. The bandit leader glared and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I've had experts look at it. It's a gold mine. Just tell me, are you selling this horse ranch or not?" The other bandit leader, who seemed a bit more refined, said, "You must be Madame Lu, right? We want to buy your horse ranch. Just say if you're selling it." Lu Qingyao stared intently at the pieces of gold ore. She felt suspicious. Could this really be true? Did Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan actually find some gold? But she had never seen gold ore before and couldn't tell. After a while, she coldly replied, "What if I don't want to sell?" The first bandit leader laughed shamelessly, his gaze lingering on Lu Qingyao. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, her slim waist and legs were just as attractive as the women from the mountains, unlike those rich ladies who seemed fragile. He laughed boldly. If you won't sell, then we'll just take you by force and make you my wife. What's yours is mine.
Ha ha ha.
The bandits started to cheer. Yeah, let's take her back as our wife. Lu Qingmiao smiled sweetly, never expecting that one day she could charm someone with her looks. She tossed her hair back, smiled even brighter and playfully said, "But there are 3 of you, and I'm just one. Why don't you fight for me? Whoever wins gets to take me and the ranch." After saying this, she felt a chill run down her spine. She almost made herself sick. Xiao was stunned. Her breath caught for a moment. Was this really her sister? She seemed like a completely different person. At that moment, Mu Yunjie, hidden in the crowd, was furious, held tightly by Yan Huan. He almost rushed out to take down the bandit. Hearing her words, the 3 bandit leaders became tense. Such a good opportunity shouldn't be shared. It was better to keep it all for themselves. If they had this woman, they could openly claim the gold mine. Just thinking about it was tempting. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air, heading straight for the first bandit leader. He screamed and covered his eyes, cursing, "Who dares to attack me? Step forward, and I will make you pay dearly."
Who?
Who did this? You little brats. You dare to covet what's mine? The woman and the gold mine belong to me, so get over here. The bandits rushed forward, and the crowd erupted into chaos. Lu Qingmiao shouted, "Whoever wins has the right to marry me, so what are you waiting for?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a few arrows flew out from nowhere.
Who is attacking me?
The bandits started fighting among themselves. The sound of clashing swords and knives. Screams. Shouts of anger. Disguised as bandits, Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan quietly left. Once the fighting calmed down, Lu Qingmiao and Xiao also slipped away. They hid in a secluded spot. Taking out a dagger, they tore their clothes. They made cuts in their clothing. They smeared water and dirt on their clothes. Then they spread some prepared chicken blood everywhere. Removing their hairpins, they messed up their hair. They rode their horses toward the city, calling for help. Help! We were robbed. Bandits attacked us. They headed straight for the government office. Some tried to stop them along the way, but they nearly got trampled by the horses. In the cave, Lu Su was directing his men to move silver to another exit, sweating profusely. The cave entrance was small and the tunnel was narrow, so they could only move slowly. However, the path outside led directly to the river. They planned to escape by water. The silver was heavy and plentiful, and traveling by water would be the fastest. Suddenly, a subordinate reported, "Master, it's bad. The bandits have broken in and are coming this way. What are we waiting for? Hurry and move. The rest of you, block the entrance. Don't let them in." Lu Yi forced himself to stay calm. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't abandon the silver. If he lost it, the Duke would not spare him. Even if it cost him his life, he couldn't lose the silver. Lu Qingmiao and Xiao rode to the government office, and the guards, seeing their state, took them to see the governor. Governor Cui jumped up in shock. "What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Quick, take a seat and bring tea." Lu Qingmiao didn't hold back. She drank a cup of tea before speaking. "Governor Cui, I am here to report a crime. My sister and I went out this morning and found that the horse farm in the west suburbs was taken over by bandits. They injured us and... What else happened? They wanted to take me back as a bandit wife and aimed to seize the horse farm. I suspect they are after the forest behind the farm. How outrageous. Such boldness." Governor Cui slammed the table and ordered his subordinates, "First, send Madame Zheng back home, and the rest of you come with me to deal with the bandits." Lu Qingmiao and her sister didn't wait for anyone to escort them. Instead, they found a quiet place to change out of their torn clothes before leaving. Xiao asked Sister, "Do you think Governor Cui is in league with us? What do you think?" Lu Qingmiao was also pondering this question. After all, Lord Cui's reaction was too convincing. "I think so too. He didn't even question the truth of our gold mine and just took people there directly." Lu Qingmiao nodded. I think so too. Lord Cui acted quite well. Yeah, I think my sister acted even better. Haha. Xiao finally couldn't hold back. The way my sister just tossed her hair and spoke in that tone was really funny. Lu Qingyao shivered and tapped her on the head. Just pretend I'm possessed by a ghost, but you mustn't go out and say anything. I won't say anything. In the evening, the sun set. When Governor Cui arrived, the bandits were already fighting fiercely. Seeing that it was getting dark, Governor Cui went to catch them. The night was dark and windy. The night was as dark as ink. Sounds of fighting came from the horse ranch. The noise was getting closer. The deep cave seemed bottomless, with flickering lights. Luo Yi faintly heard the sounds of fighting outside the cave and was anxious, pulling at his hair. These people had gone mad, completely mad. Which scoundrel spread the news about the gold mine at the horse ranch? He hadn't seen a single piece of gold. He frantically urged his subordinates. What are you still hesitating for? Are you all starving? If you don't want to die here, move faster. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate reported, Master, the officials are here. Governor Cui has brought a large group to catch the bandits and is coming this way. Is there anyone else besides Governor Cui? It must be Lu Qingyao who reported to the officials. What was bound to come had finally arrived. He knew those useless fools couldn't stop that woman. The subordinate replied, Yes, there is one more person beside Governor Cui, dressed like a scholar, but the officials seemed to obey him completely, treating him with great respect. Luo Ye's heart sank slightly. A scholar, and they were treating him with respect. It seemed like the rumored young official from the Dali Temple, who was scholarly but ruthless. He suddenly remembered that Qin Tongping had gone to Lu Garden to investigate Yan Huan's whereabouts, but ended up as the mastermind behind the assassination of King Jing, dragging himself into it. A conspiracy. It was all Yan Huan and King Jing's conspiracy. He wiped the sweat from his face. Now this person was back, and life and death hung by a thread. He shouted at his subordinates who were working hard to move boxes. Quickly send the order down. Don't stay outside the cave anymore. Retreat completely. Block the entrance tightly. And within an hour, all the boxes must be loaded onto the ship, or you can take care of yourselves. This is very useful. If the task cannot be completed, and they do not want to fall into the hands of the authorities, they have no choice but to take matters into their own hands. This is their fate. Sure enough, before the third watch, all the boxes filled with silver were loaded onto the ship. Before boarding, Lu Yi ordered the cave to be destroyed. Erasing all traces is their usual method. However, this suited Lu Qingyao just fine. With the cave destroyed, she was simply a victim, with no connection to the matter. At the horse ranch, the bandits were fighting each other. Once they got caught up in the fight, they couldn't stop. Although they were all bandits, there was still competition among them. They fought over territory, valuable targets, and women. They often clashed violently. It was rare to gather them all together today, allowing for a situation where they would weaken each other, and by the time the officials arrived, they would be exhausted. Many had fallen. Governor Cui felt like the lucky fisherman who benefited from their struggle, gaining a great advantage. As for the cave in the forest, he had no intention of attacking. He only instructed his men to make fighting sounds at the cave entrance. The sounds of fighting outside grew quieter. Inside the cave, all the large boxes had been emptied. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Moonlight poured down like water, shimmering on the river's surface. A full moon reflected on the water, appearing as if there were two moons, one in the sky and one in the water. A full moon symbolizes reunion. Every time he saw the full moon, it stirred feelings of longing. Lu Yi sat down at the bow of the ship, letting the night breeze dry his sweat-soaked clothes. He felt a sense of relief, as if he had survived a disaster, and let out a long sigh. After a busy day, his stomach was empty, and after sweating so much, he felt light and weak. Not just him, everyone felt the same. In a daze, he noticed the moon's reflection in the water was shaking, more and more violently. The reflection rippled across the surface. He wondered why the water was still moving when the wind had stopped and the rustling of the leaves was gone. Silence. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Only the loud chirping of insects and the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard. The riverbanks were dark and eerie, with occasional flickers of green light. Luya's mind instantly cleared. Be careful, there are water bandits. There are people in the water, he shouted, immediately getting up. But everyone was exhausted from moving silver all day and was slow to react. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis felt a chill at his neck, a piercing cold spreading through his body. Don't move if you want to live, a familiar woman's voice came from behind him. He was startled and dared not move an inch. He watched as countless dark figures emerged from the water, quickly boarding their boats. In no time, both ships were filled with tall men in black. Without saying a word, they charged forward with their weapons, striking fiercely. His own people were no match for these black-clad figures. Clang, clang, clang.
Splash, splash.
In just a short while, some fell into the water, and others were captured, with no one escaping. The water surface returned to calm. Louis was tied up tightly. In the dim light, he scanned the faces of those around him. A scholarly-looking man? It was Yan Huan, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. He recognized him. As for the tall man in the middle, he had no impression of him, but he was amazed to see such a person beside Yan Huan. Then he noticed the woman next to them. Louis exclaimed, Lu Qingmiao, how could it be you? Weren't you injured by bandits? The woman who just spoke was indeed her. They were all in this together. Lu Qingmiao drew her sword and pointed it at his throat. Lu Yi, you have aided the enemy, stolen military funds, and caused soldiers at the border to go hungry. You have led my Lu family to be confiscated and exiled. How can I not come to kill you? Louis looked up at the sky, a faint smile on his face. Lady Lu, we are partners in crime. You can't escape responsibility either. Lu Qingmiao chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? What evidence do you have? Evidence? Louis froze. The cave was destroyed, and no one saw them hiding the silver there. They were using a diversion. You set me up on purpose? He looked at them in disbelief. Forget it. The victor is king, and the loser is a criminal. I have nothing to say. If you want to kill me, then do it. Confessing was not an option. He looked up at the full moon. He wondered if his wife and children, under the same sky, could see it. He realized he had been away from home for 3 years. He was originally a minor official in the Ministry of Works, managing mountains, gardens, and mines. Though his position was small, he worked hard and was dedicated. Yet, he was inexplicably framed for murder and imprisoned. Thinking he was doomed, he was rescued by Prince Su and sent to Jiangzhou, where he became the manager of a tavern. He relayed messages for Prince Su and bought food supplies. Just when he thought he could live comfortably in Jiangzhou and prepare to bring his wife and children from their hometown for a reunion, he learned they had already been taken to the capital by Prince Su. He lived in constant fear. For the sake of his wife and child, even if he had to become a servant of the Prince of Su, he had no complaints and could only obey his orders. A year ago, Lord Qin brought him to this cave and entrusted him with the task of refining silver. There was a lot of silver. He had never seen so much in his life. At first, he was shocked to see the boxes full of shiny silver. Then, when he noticed the official seal on the silver ingots, he recalled the rumors he had heard when leaving the capital. General Lu Huayan had embezzled military funds, and his entire household was confiscated and exiled. He was immediately terrified and collapsed to the ground. But after thinking it over, he quickly understood where this official silver came from and why the Prince of Su had chosen him. He had once served as an official in charge of the gold and silver mines in the Great Liang. The prince wanted him to refine silver. He had struggled and thought about escaping, but he realized he was powerless against the situation. He wanted his wife and child to live. At this point, if he were to die, he wondered if the prince would show mercy and spare his family. Thinking this, he moved his head toward the blade. Do you really want to die? Mu Yunjie pulled him back forcefully.
He didn't die.
Louis hung his head, looking despondent. Mu Yunjie placed a small pouch next to him. Lu Yi, don't you want to know how your wife and child are doing, whether they are alive or dead? Of course he wanted to know. Lu Ye's gaze fell on the pouch, and he was momentarily stunned. He picked it up and stared at Mu Yunjie.
Who are you?
Why do you have my son's pouch? This was embroidered by his wife for their son, with every stitch made by her hand, and it contained a protective charm. His son never left it behind. He quickly opened the pouch. The charm was still inside. But there was also an additional note. Scrawled on it were the words, "Stay alive." This was his son's handwriting. His wife was not literate, but their son knew a few characters, though he wasn't at the level of writing letters. In the past, every letter he received was written by someone else, but it always included a token from his wife. Why would his son's handwritten note be here? Louis felt a surge of emotion and grabbed Mu Yunjie's sleeve. What have you done to my son? Your son is currently in my residence. Mu Yunjie pulled out a silver hairpin from his sleeve and handed it to him. Your wife passed away last spring. When I saw your son, he was fighting with a beggar for food. These tokens are what he asked me to give you.
Impossible.
I received a letter from my wife last month.
How could she be dead?
Lu Qingyao looked at the note in his hand and asked, Are you sure that letter was written by your wife? This question reminded Lu Yi. How could it be written by his wife? She couldn't even recognize the characters. That letter could have been forged. Although Lu Yi had come to terms with the reality, he still didn't want to believe it. How can I trust you? Mu Yunjie took out his badge and said, I am Mu Yunjie, Duke of the State of Shen, sent by the Emperor to investigate the military funds theft case. He didn't want to waste time with unnecessary words, but this person was a crucial witness in the military funds case. His testimony could determine whether General Liu could be exonerated. He needed to earn Liu Ye's trust. Liu Yi believed he was the Duke, but he refused to accept the fact that his wife was dead. I want to know how my wife died. I want to know how she and our child lived these past few years. He bit his lip tightly, causing a bit of blood to seep out, and his voice was hoarse. Lu Yunjie said softly, after the king took them to the capital, they were settled in a farm on the outskirts. At first, the caretaker treated them well, but over time, he saw that no one cared about their well-being, so he began to mistreat them. Your wife, unable to endure the humiliation, tried to escape with your son. To help him flee, she was caught again and beaten to death. Enough, don't say any more. Lu Yi curled up on the ground, holding his head and crying in pain, his body trembling. He never expected that while he risked his life for the king in Jiangzhou, that scoundrel would allow his subordinates to mistreat his wife and child. It led to his wife's death. How despicable. They deserved to pay. They truly deserved it. He couldn't let his wife die without reason. Mu Yunjie thought he still didn't believe him and continued, Your son hid among beggars to escape those people. It wasn't until I and Lord Yan took over the case that we found him. He is now in my residence, waiting for you to return. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi suddenly spoke, I believe you both. He didn't know Mu Yunjie well, but he trusted Yan Huan, who was known for his fairness in the Dali Temple. No matter the reason, their goals were now aligned. Moreover, they were the only two who were not afraid of the king and could protect his son. He had to find a way to ensure his son's safety. He knelt before Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan, saying, Gentlemen, as long as you can keep my son safe, I am willing to share everything. I will tell you whatever you want to know, and I will provide all the information I have. All right, I promise to keep your son safe. Mu Yunjie nodded in agreement, but he couldn't feel any sympathy. Countless soldiers at the border were suffering because of them, lacking food, and even their pay. Yet they still had to risk their lives. These people deserved to die 1,000 times over. But the innocent child should not suffer because of him. With Mu Yunjie's promise, Lu Yi felt much more energized. He had many things to do and could not afford to die. Mu Yunjie and Yan Huan were truly reaping the benefits now, with ready boats to take them north. They traveled to the capital quietly and without notice. When saying goodbye, Mu Yunjie had many words to say, but only managed, Wait for our news. Your parents and siblings will surely return safely. Lu Qingmiao had many things to express as well, but simply said, thank you.
Take care.
They both knew they would see each other again soon. As dawn broke, the sky turned light. Xiao came with a small boat to take her sister back. Under the morning sunlight, her sister wore a bright smile. Outside the city, there were sounds of chaos and fighting, while inside it was calm. The people woke to the sounds of roosters and dogs. The calls of vendors and the steam rising from open steamers made Lu Qingmiao feel warm and grounded. The two exchanged smiles and hurried home to prepare porridge, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and dumplings before the child woke up.
Today was a good day.
Miaomiao was awakened by the noise of magpies under the eaves. When she got up, she saw her mother and aunt safe and sound in front of her. She felt a lump in her throat and started to cry. Only she knew what her mother and aunt had gone through the day before. She felt a bit sad, but after that, she was happy. Early winter. Not too cold, but the temperature difference between day and night in Jiangzhou was quite large. Miaomiao felt chilly as soon as she got up. Sierra helped her put on a small coat, a light cream color with little floral embroidery, which looked adorable. She had always thought that little girls around 2 or 3 years old looked great in floral dresses. Now, she had one for herself. However, her mother thought the color was too light and changed it to a goose yellow coat. Miaomiao found this a bit strange. Her mother had never interfered with her clothing choices before, and now she had her own room right next to her mother's. She also had a large wardrobe filled with a variety of clothes. Almost all her relatives and friends gifted her new outfits, and she had more than she could wear. Some people come to measure and tailor clothes for her, and there are also handmade outfits from Sister Chiao and Aunt. They make her some outfits every year. However, she usually wears the ones made by Sister Chiao and Aunt because they are practical, durable, and suitable for everyday wear. As for the fancy dresses, they look beautiful, but they require special care when wearing and washing. Climbing a tree or jumping over a wall could lead to losing a gem or pearl, which would be a big loss. Those pretty little dresses make her feel like the clothes wear her instead of the other way around, binding her in a way. No wonder the expensive dress her mother wore at the chrysanthemum banquet was only worn once. Although Xiaomiao has many clothes in her wardrobe, there aren't many made by her mother. She feels embarrassed when she sees the clothes made by Sister Chiao and Aunt compared to her own. So her mother only makes her undergarments and nightgowns since no one sees those. However, Xiaomiao discovered that this little jacket she was wearing was actually made by her mother because the stitches weren't very fine. She also found that her mother had made a slightly larger one, and the two jackets were almost the same, just different sizes and patterns. Strangely, her mother makes one every year, puts it away, and it doesn't seem like it's meant for her. Her mother doesn't say anything, and she doesn't ask. When she went to the dining room, she found that breakfast was very generous today. Our Xiaomiao must grow up healthy and happy, her mother said as she placed a bowl of fine noodles in front of her. After finishing her noodles, she didn't notice anything unusual until her mother placed a red egg in front of her, and everyone else had one too. That's when she realized something was off. Only she had the noodles, and the red egg reminded her of her last birthday when her grandmother would always give her a red egg. It turns out that eating red eggs is the same in both ancient and modern times. Could it be that today is her birthday? It must be. She has never celebrated her birthday here. Her older brother secretly told her that she has an older sister who passed away 2 days before her birthday, so everyone keeps a vegetarian diet on that day. Her mother even spends the whole day at Qingyan Temple. The day before, she was delayed because of the salary issue, and it seems like she'll be going out today. Today, Xiaomiao is being very well behaved, trying not to disturb her mother and brothers. Although no one wishes her a happy birthday, she has eaten the longevity noodles, the red egg, and is wearing the new clothes made by her mother. She is still very happy. She received a small bamboo flute from her second brother and curiously blew into it, which made Jiang Xiaobai come wagging his tail. Jiu also flew in from somewhere. Her eldest brother brought her a string of candied hawthorns. Aunt Xiao didn't know it was her birthday. She just thought she was happy after finishing a big task. However, she still secretly saved a chicken leg for her. Mother and her brothers left after breakfast, and today, Miaomiao was taken care of by Aunt Xiao. After Xie arrived, Xiao felt much more relaxed, but unknowingly, Xie became the little one's playmate. So, she had to take care of the child while working. Today's work was relatively easy, picking flowers. They picked the chrysanthemums in the yard to make sauce and chrysanthemum cakes. Sister also made good use of these flowers. She took the little maids to pick flowers while the little one busily chased butterflies, being quite obedient. However, the little one, dressed in a yellow coat, often got lost among the chrysanthemums, making her hard to find. Miaomiao was bored, sometimes chasing butterflies and sometimes gathering food for Jiua. When she got hungry, she would eat some freshly baked chrysanthemum cakes. She had a happy birthday. But the Princess Jiua, who shared the same birthday, was not so lucky. Although it was the same birthday, there were doubts about whether she was actually born on that day. They continued their journey today, moving slowly due to the many carriages. There were also many women sightseeing along the way, which made them go even slower. The mindset on the way there was completely different from the return trip. The Princess of Liang was both excited and worried on the way there, often taking her frustrations out on the prince, leaving no mood for sightseeing. Princess Rongan and the heir were rushing there, with no time for leisure. As for the Mu sisters, they were also in a hurry, not stopping for a moment. However, their mindset was now different. Mu Jiangyue was no longer afraid of wolves, thanks to clever little Miaomiao. Several times, when she woke from her nap, she would see a child and a wolf at her bedside, which scared her quite a bit. After experiencing this multiple times, she eventually lost her fear. Now, she wasn't afraid even when camping outside at night. As for the Princess of Liang and her daughter, they were radiant, enjoying the scenery, making tea, and playing cards in the mountains, feeling very content. However, they kept a close watch on the prince. The princess thought it was fine for the old man to maintain the status quo, but it was tough on the horses and the servants attending him. They could only give the horses more feed and increase the allowances for the maids and servants. But there was one person who was most anxious about his father, and that was the prince's heir. Every day he would have the doctor check on the king. He prayed in his heart, "May the Buddha bless and keep the king in his current state of mind." To Prince Jing, he seemed like a devoted son. When Prince Jing turned around, he saw the troublesome Jiua. He remembered that today was her birthday. Every year, her parents would gather to celebrate with a big party, and many people would come to give her gifts. She could choose anything she wanted, like a star surrounded by admirers. Especially her father, who would get her anything, even if it was something as far away as a star in the sky. Prince Jing regretted mentioning it in front of Jiua. He had casually said to Song Siyuan, "It seems today is Jiua's birthday." And she overheard him. Jiua tugged at Prince Jing's sleeve, shouting, "Uncle, I want gifts." "Lots and lots of gifts." "There are no gifts." "Uncle, I want a little red bird." Prince Jing. He was speechless. Why was she still thinking about the little red bird? "Uncle, I want a kite." Prince Jing replied sternly, "There is no little red bird and no kite." "I want a kite, uncle, you make one for me." Jiua insisted, pulling at his sleeve. She had seen Miaomiao's brother make a kite, and it looked beautiful. She wanted one too. Prince Jing's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "I can't make one." Even if he could, he wouldn't. The little girl pouted, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Yet, no one came to comfort her, especially Mu Jiangyue, who kept her distance. As a mother herself, she couldn't stand to see a child cry, especially one so young and without parents nearby. The little girl's uncle was indifferent to her, showing little warmth. As Jiua continued to cry, Mu Jiangyue and her sister even suspected that Prince Jing was mistreating her. Sure enough, her maternal instincts kicked in, and she brought the little girl to her tent. However, less than an hour later, they regretted it. The little princess wouldn't listen. She kept demanding this and that. If she didn't get what she wanted, she would scream and cry, and if things didn't go her way, she would even bite like a little dog. Then she just cried and cried. Reluctantly, they had to return the little princess. When they returned her, Mu Qianxue went along, looking at Prince Jing with sympathy. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were mistreating the child. Prince Jing was taken aback, watching her retreating figure.
What?
Child abuse? Suddenly, it made sense why ever since they left Jiangzhou City, Shuer had been looking at him strangely and didn't want to talk to him. It turns out Shuer thought he was mistreating Chao Jiua. The Prince of Jing couldn't help but laugh. Chao Jiua cried loudly whenever she was unhappy, so it was no wonder she misunderstood. The prince's mood suddenly improved a lot. He couldn't bring back the little red kite, but he could still get some delicious food. He took the tearful little girl out of the tent and walked toward the campfire, saying, Jiua, today is your birthday. Uncle will roast some lamb for you. He remembered that little Miaomiao also liked roasted lamb. Moreover, the two children's birthdays seemed to be in the same month. He just didn't know if it was on the same day. Chao Jiua looked at the lamb and then at the mother sheep eating grass in front of the tent. The mother sheep was already showing signs of pregnancy. She pointed at the mother sheep and said, Uncle, I want to eat steamed lamb. The prince was taken aback, looking at her as if she were a strange creature, and asked seriously, What did you say you want to eat? Steamed lamb. Chao Jiua said with innocent eyes. She didn't understand why Uncle was looking at her so shocked and without expression.
So unfamiliar, so scary.
The prince gasped and said coldly, Chao Jiua, do you know what steamed lamb is made from? I know, baby sheep. The little girl said proudly. The Princess of Liang, who was making tea nearby, paused and looked at Princess Jiua in surprise, asking, Who has given you steamed lamb? Chao Jiua looked at everyone in confusion and said, Grandmother. Her grandmother had let her taste a bite or two, and it was delicious. This dish. Children shouldn't eat it. Lady Chiao must be crazy. She doesn't care about the child's well-being. The Princess of Liang immediately ordered someone to take the mother sheep away. These lambs were prepared by Yao Yao for their meals, but that mother sheep had gotten separated from its flock when they passed through a village and had been following their caravan. Who would have thought this little one wanted to eat steamed lamb? What kind of child is this? Princess Rongan was hearing about this for the first time and asked in confusion, Mother, what is steamed lamb? It is a medicinal dish. As the name suggests, it is made from a live lamb. It involves taking a lamb from a pregnant mother sheep, specifically an unborn one, and cooking it with chicken soup, snow fungus, and fresh milk, which is said to have health benefits. If you ever see this dish at a banquet in the future, don't eat it, especially children shouldn't eat it. The Princess of Liang advised. Let's not even mention that young people can't handle this, and even if they could, it would harm their reputation. It's too cruel. Princess Rongan and Mu Qianxue stared wide-eyed at Chao Jiua in disbelief. This little girl dared to eat a dish made from a live lamb. And what about her grandmother, Madame Chiao? What kind of food was she giving the child? Didn't she worry about the consequences? Mu Jianghua moved closer to her sister, afraid that Princess Jiua would cling to her. Although children often speak without thinking, just imagining her eating steamed lamb made her shiver. Prince Jing didn't know what to say. He was relieved that this child wasn't his niece. Otherwise, he would be furious. Since learning the truth, he felt less angry with Chao Jiua and more impatient. Perhaps it was because she wasn't his own child, so he had no high hopes for her. She felt completely unrelated to him. He called a maid, take the little princess back to the tent, and keep a close watch on her. Chao Jiua heard this and became upset, jumping up and down. No, I won't go back. I want to eat steamed lamb. Uncle is a bad guy. Prince Jing had no intention of dealing with her. He waved his hand, and the maid carried the child away, letting her cry. The ladies who had previously shown maternal affection all pretended to be deaf and mute, not wanting to get involved. They silently sympathized with Princess Yuqing, wondering how she ended up with such a troublesome child. Chao Jiua was taken back to the tent, her mouth covered by a maid. hungry and upset. She cried sadly, feeling hurt. Today was her birthday. How could her uncle treat her this way? She didn't understand why he had suddenly changed and felt so unfamiliar. She disliked her uncle. As the little girl thought more about it, she became angrier and started kicking the maid's feet, biting and tearing at them in frustration. At first, the maids endured it, but eventually, they could no longer tolerate her behavior. After discussing it, a few maids decided to add a small amount of sleeping medicine to the little princess's food. They had prepared this medicine back in Jiangzhou. Especially at night, they would give her the medicine, and every night, the little girl would sleep soundly. She would also feel a bit drowsy during the day. Everyone thought the little girl was either tired from traveling or had learned her lesson and was being more sensible. No one suspected that she was being drugged. They just felt that the world had become much quieter. Princess Jiua had a terrible birthday, all because she wanted to eat a dish of steamed lamb. Perhaps that day wasn't even her real birthday. Miaomiao, on the other hand, was very satisfied with her birthday, even though no one wished her a happy birthday. Mother and the brothers returned in the evening. The family gathered in the yard. They admired and picked chrysanthemums. They enjoyed chrysanthemum porridge, chrysanthemum cakes, and chrysanthemum omelets. They drank chrysanthemum wine and chrysanthemum tea. Of course, she couldn't drink the wine. She had sweet chrysanthemum tea instead. The wine was for Mother and Aunt Xiao. Even though it was just simple food, it felt very warm. Aunt Xiao started to worry as she sipped her drink. She tugged at Mother's sleeve. "Sister, the pastry shop is opening soon, but we haven't even chosen a location yet. Plus, the chrysanthemums in our yard aren't enough." Lu Qingmiao pressed her lips together, realizing they hadn't picked a shop yet. "Mother, there are flowers across the street, lots of chrysanthemums," Miaomiao said, raising her little face. With a clever thought, she had an idea. Ready-to-use ingredients and a shop. Enjoy the flowers while they bloom. Eat the flowers when they wilt. In fact, ancient people also ate flowers, calling it flower dishes. They made snacks or dishes using seasonal flowers. At first, using flowers in cooking and tea was just a way for scholars and nobles to show off their elegance. Common people didn't care much for this. After all, the poor just wanted to fill their stomachs. Flowers were just a novelty to them. After going through the trouble of gathering them, they would shrink down after cooking, wasting time and still not being as filling as wild vegetables. But for scholars, food lovers, and doctors, these edible seasonal flowers were treasures. Many wrote poems, essays, and cookbooks about them. To them, eating flowers was about enjoyment, elegance, and even healing. While some loved to eat and others knew how to cook, there weren't many experts in using flowers in dishes. There probably weren't any restaurants dedicated to flower dishes, at least not in Jiangzhou. They were quite rare. Cooking with fresh flowers is different from other vegetables and fruits. It has its own unique style. Some flowers smell sweet but taste bitter. Some can be medicinal, but eating too much can be harmful, especially for those with special conditions. Some flowers are toxic. If cooked well, they can be a delicacy, but if not, they can be poisonous. For example, white azaleas can be toxic if not cooked properly. Bitter honeysuckle is a dish that clears heat and detoxifies, but it needs to be blanched many times to reduce its bitterness. Peach blossoms can be used in tea or as snacks, but eating too many can cause diarrhea. There are even cases of people mistaking flowers, using unopened daffodils as garlic shoots, and not realizing they were in danger. Even though there are risks in eating flowers, some people are eager to be the first to try. Miaomiao discovered a small business opportunity. The climate in Jiangzhou is great for both people and flowers, with many types of flowers growing lush and vibrant, producing large, beautiful blooms. These flowers, after being admired, often end up as compost, which is a shame. They could actually be used more effectively and have greater value. Miaomiao had an idea. However, she couldn't share everything with her mother and aunt. Sometimes, being talented can be a burden, especially for a young child. If you show a little intelligence, people think you are clever, but if you know too much, they might see you as unusual. So, Jiang Miaomiao only revealed a bit of her cleverness occasionally. She held her mother's little finger and looked up, asking, "Mother, there are so many chrysanthemums and magnolias at the house across the street. Aunt said we could make delicious food. Why don't we open our shop there?" The house is located in a wealthy area of Jiangzhou, making it perfect for a private restaurant that serves flower-themed dishes for ladies to gather, chat, and enjoy afternoon tea. After all, young ladies in ancient times didn't have the chance to go out every day, especially to busy places, but having it right at their doorstep is different. With the right timing, location, and people, it would be a shame not to start a flower banquet. Lu Qingyao and Xiuxiu exchanged glances and nodded. The house was bought at a low price and was still cheaper than a busy shop on Gold Street. Since it was sitting empty, they decided to transform it into a restaurant. Being so close to home means they could easily have meals there. "Big sister, this is great," Xiuxiu said, liking the idea. It was close to home, and she could keep an eye on Miaomiao while working. Thus, Jiang Miaomiao's suggestion was accepted. The bakery quickly transformed into a private restaurant, and her mother chose a simple name for it, Baihuazhai, which means flower pavilion. As the name suggests, it focuses on flower-based dishes, allowing guests to enjoy seasonal flowers and partake in flower banquets. They would only serve dishes and snacks related to fresh flowers. The plan was to provide food and fun all in one place. Guests could admire flowers, enjoy flower banquets, play games, arrange flowers, and enjoy tea while watching performances. Of course, the prices would be high. A meal could cost over 100 taels of silver, or even 1,000. It's all about the emotional value of the experience. When Aunt Xiuxiu heard this, she felt it was quite a challenge and became excited, bringing out a box of savings to give to Miaomiao's mother. "Sister, I can agree to be the owner of Baihua Restaurant, but I will only focus on creating dishes. I won't handle anything else." "That's fine. You just need to create the dishes and collect the money," Lu Qingyao said with a smile. Since there are more people involved, including Chiao, she decided to let Chiao manage the restaurant while she focused on collecting payments, becoming a hands-off manager. It was also time for Chiao to take on more responsibility. Lu Qingyao learned about the Sun family from old Lady Cui. Manager Sun Yu used to hold an official position as an inspector, but was demoted after offending the emperor. Old Master Cui admired his character and didn't want his talents to go to waste in the countryside, so he invited him to be an advisor. He worked in that role for many years. Now, he has a large family. Even after old Master Cui retired, Sun Yu continued to follow him, bringing his wife and children to Jiangzhou. Sun Yanshu is the youngest in the family and the only one planning to enter officialdom. He has two older brothers. The eldest brother is in business and married the daughter of a merchant from Fuzhou. The Sun and Pan families have a long-standing friendship, and they grew up together. The second brother is a soldier under General Mu Yunji and married the eldest daughter of Sun Yu's former colleague, Inspector Su. Now both sons are in the capital, and although the eldest brother's wife manages the household, it is said that the two daughters-in-law have been arguing over family matters for years. The Pan family looks down on the Su family for being poor, while the Su family thinks the Pan family is of lower status, and neither respects the other. So, Lu Qingyao felt it was time to give Chiao some extra lessons. While the Sun family may not be a prestigious family, they still have to deal with complex family conflicts. It's easy to see that Chiao will have two difficult sisters-in-law. Family disputes can be unpredictable. However, there is still time. The Sun family has their own residence in Jiangzhou, and Manager Sun is a kind person whom Lu Qingyao has dealt with before. Mrs. Sun is also easy to get along with. If the marriage goes through before Sun Yanshu passes the exams, Chiao should not leave Jiangzhou for a while. There is time for her to gain experience. After lunch, Jiang Miaomiao did not take a nap today. She watched her mother work on the abacus, her slender fingers moving the beads quickly. Click-clack, click-clack. The speed was fast, making Miaomiao a bit dizzy and sleepy. So, she leaned on the table and dozed off.
Miaomiao.
Jiang Miaomiao thought she was dreaming when she heard Qiao Jiejia's voice. When she opened her eyes, Qiao Jiejie was standing in front of her, glowing with happiness. Uncle, aunt, and Jiang Wenshuan also arrived. The family's dressing style has really improved. They look like wealthy people from the village. Aunt has gained a bit of weight, and uncle's leg has healed well. As for Jiang Wenshuan, he has grown a lot and looks refined, resembling his father. He is no longer the little boy who used to wipe his nose. I heard from Sister Chiao that he has started studying at the village school. Jiang Miaomiao sweetly called out to them, "Uncle, aunt, brother Xian. Miaomiao, it's been so long since we last saw you. Aunt has missed you so much," Lu Yuliang said excitedly, hugging the little girl and giving her kisses on the face. Then she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what have you been feeding Miaomiao? She's so chubby. She feels like a little stone." Jiang Miaomiao. Chubby? The little girl blushed and felt shy. Her young heart was hurt. How could they say she was chubby? Others always said she was cute and plump. Isn't baby fat normal? She retorted, "I'm not chubby." And is just saying that. This made everyone laugh. After a cup of tea, Uncle spoke, "Sister-in-law, we came today to ask for your help in preparing Chiao's dowry. The Sun family comes from a scholarly background, so they probably have many customs. We thought we should ask for your opinion." "Sure, leave it to me." "Miaomiao, why don't you try it on?" "Little girl, don't run away." Jiang Miaomiao ran ahead while Lu Yuliang chased after her. The little girl was running quickly with her short legs looking like a little meatball. Lu Yuliang couldn't keep up. Breathing heavily, she sat down on the small stool her daughter handed her and took a sip of tea. With a frown, she looked at her daughter and said, "What's wrong with Miaomiao? How can she not like such a beautiful coat?" Jiang Chiao pursed her lips, folded the coat, and replied, "Miaomiao doesn't like anything too flashy. She didn't like fancy clothes before, and now she finds them a bit outdated. Besides, her mother wanted Miaomiao to wear it at her wedding. The little one would be unlikely to wear it then." "Flashy? Don't little girls love flowers and pretty things? You loved them when you were young," Lu Yuliang sighed, feeling helpless. Jiang Chiao. Could she not like them? Back then, just having a coat without patches made her happy for days, let alone something with flowers. "Mom, Miaomiao will wear the coat. But definitely not when there are too many people around. The little one is still very concerned about appearances." Jiang Miaomiao looked at the floral coat and couldn't bring herself to say no, so she just ran away. It's fine to wear it at home, but at a banquet with so many people, she would surely become the center of attention. She might even steal the bride's spotlight. Listening to her aunt's endless chatter, Jiang Miaomiao felt a sense of liveliness. Since her aunt and Princess Roman returned to the capital, the house had become much quieter. Her mother and aunt were busy running the 100 Flowers studio, while her brothers went to class every day, undeterred by the weather, day after day, year after year. Studying is not easy, and having a renowned teacher like Master Cui is like a blessing from above. So her brothers cherished this opportunity very much. Even the eldest brother, who didn't enjoy studying, never skipped school and took it seriously. In ancient times, studying was much harder than it is now. Books were a precious and rare resource, and those who had the chance to read were often from well-off families. For an ordinary family to support a scholar, it took the effort of the entire family, or even the whole clan. Once someone became an official, it was a matter of great pride for the family. So even though their unreliable father didn't repay their uncle's family after becoming an official, they endured it and never thought of ruining his reputation. An important reason was that they also benefited indirectly. Once a scholar passed the exam, the family could be exempted from 50 to 80 acres of land tax and 2 people's labor tax. Their frugal grandmother probably thought that the money owed to their uncle could be offset by these benefits. It had long been settled. But personal debts aren't calculated that way. This time, their uncle and aunt came to Jiangzhou, bringing 2 large carts of gifts for the family. These were all fruits and vegetables grown by the villagers of Taoshi village, along with chickens, ducks, ham, and cured meat. 2 full carts were quite generous. Such gifts were expected during festivals as well. Naturally, their mother and brothers would reciprocate. Their mother would find various seeds of fruits and vegetables to send back with their uncle, while their brothers would give him the books they copied to take back to the village school for the children. Each time their uncle brought gifts, he not only brought fruits but also a box of letters from the village children to their brothers. Some were written in messy handwriting, some were crooked, and some were neat, with even a few that only had the word brother written on them. The sight made the eldest and second brothers laugh for several days. So these past few days, the usually unhappy eldest brother was smiling like a fool. The reason my older brother is unhappy is that our godfather, Mu Yunjia, quietly left without taking him along. However, he left behind a letter and a sword manual. The letter said that my brother is still young and not tall enough, and he must be at least 16 to join the army. Our mother patted my brother's head and said, "It's okay, just practice more. This sword manual is a treasure from your godfather. It should be a collection of martial art secrets. If you practice well, you can fight alongside him in 3 years." Hearing this, my brother's face lit up with joy. It's not that he can't go, it's just that he isn't old enough yet. Miaomiao. My brother was easily comforted by our mother. Our godfather is a general, and whether he can join depends on his words. Although my brother is a bit young, it doesn't mean he can't join. In the end, it's just that my brother is still young, and our mother is worried. Not only her, but everyone is concerned, especially Princess Rongan, who secretly spoke to our mother about this. I also don't want my brother to go. It's not just anywhere, the battlefield is dangerous. Since my brother isn't going, I feel relieved. Actually, that sword manual isn't a martial arts secret at all. It's something our godfather drew himself, based on what he learned. But my brother treats it like a treasure and practices with it every day. Today, we have guests at home, and we slaughtered a sheep. Aunt Xiao cooked personally, and my aunt helped out. The kitchen maids and servants were wide-eyed. They had never seen a master cook for themselves while the servants just stood around. They were worried about losing their jobs and looked anxiously at their master. "If there's nothing else, you can go help at Baihua's Hai across the street," said Lu Qingyao. "There aren't many servants in our house. Everyone has their own duties, but sometimes they do other things too. As my daughter says, they help wherever needed." "Sister-in-law, how come you have so few servants in such a big house?" Lu Yunyang asked, puzzled. She understood that Xiao cooked because she is good at it, but she had seen other ladies surrounded by servants. My sister-in-law's house had only a few people, yet they worked efficiently and listened well, unlike those in her own house who often slacked off. Lu Qingyao smiled. "We aren't one of those wealthy families. We keep to ourselves and don't need to show off. There's only so much work at home, and it's enough. Having too many servants would just waste money, right? So Lu Yuan doesn't keep idle people, but their monthly pay is quite generous." "Sister-in-law, you don't know, there are many fallen nobles in the capital who care too much about appearances. They have many servants at home, and even set up gardens to raise opera troupes and build temples for monks. In reality, they have long run out of money and resources." "Really?" Lu Yunyang widened her eyes. It sounded like something from a play. Miaomiao was eating walnuts, listening closely. She felt her mother was using the situation to teach Auntie Chiao how to manage the household. This was because Chiao had complained about Auntie, saying her mother was stingy, always looking for bargains, and ended up buying many useless servants. Either they were old, or they were children, or they were lazy. There were very few who could actually work. For this reason, Uncle had dealt with it several times, and his method was to sell them and buy new ones. The new ones were much better, but she often heard the servants complain. "The lady won't throw away leftover food, she reheats it, and it makes everyone sick. The lady doesn't like to bathe, she has an odor. The lady cuts our monthly pay." After hearing this, Chiao felt a headache coming on. She knew her mother was afraid of being poor and had gotten used to saving. She couldn't say much, only telling them, "Let the lady do whatever she wants, just go along with her. As for cooking, just make enough food, and don't leave her any leftovers." The monthly pay was something she quietly supplemented. The start of winter. It was a bit cold. They lit a charcoal fire in the house. It was much warmer, but it was still cold outside. When Miaomiao got up, the whole family was gathered around the fire. Xier brought her a chair, and she sat in front of her mother, munching on steamed buns while listening to everyone chat. She really enjoyed listening to Annie talk about the village gossip. Her mother and aunt also loved to listen. But they only liked to hear stories, not tell them. She heard Auntie say to her mother, sister-in-law, "The fish in your yard is doing well." Uncle Fu even found someone who knows how to take care of fish to look after them. The fish is still alive? Lu Qingyao was a bit surprised. She had forgotten about the fish. The villagers really cared.
What are you talking about?
Everyone treats them like gods. Lu Yinyang wanted to cover her mouth. Jiang Miaomiao remembered the large tank that was as wide as their door. She heard that koi can live for 60 to 70 years, and some even over 100 years. She wondered if the feng shui really worked. In any case, the family had been quite fortunate these past 2 years. Her mother's business was thriving, and she had made connections with influential people. Her brothers had also passed the scholar exams, and now there was hope for her grandfather's vindication. Overall, everything was looking up. Then Auntie mentioned Jiang Yunyan and his wife. They were persistent and later came to their home to take advantage, but the villagers drove them away. Unwilling to give up, they went to the town to cause trouble at the Lu family, and before anyone could report them, they were arrested by the officials and locked up for 3 months. When they got out, they finally calmed down. However, it was sad to hear about their nephew, Chu Mingyuan. He almost starved at home. After his parents were imprisoned, he didn't know how to do anything. Once he spent all the family's money, he went out to beg. He was useless. Jiang Miaomiao saw Auntie speaking animatedly, clearly relieved after years of frustration. But then she looked at her uncle, who was quietly holding his tea, not saying a word. After all, they were siblings, so he must have felt bad too. Actually, their mother wasn't completely ruthless. She suspected that Jiang Yunyan and his wife wouldn't give up, so she asked County Magistrate Su to keep an eye on them. Whenever they caused trouble, they would be thrown into jail for a while. She just didn't expect that Mama's boy, Chu Mingyuan, would turn out to be so useless. A young man with strong limbs, yet he almost starved to death. Then Uncle sighed and said, "What does it matter if he goes hungry for a few meals? As long as he doesn't die, it's all his parents' fault for spoiling him." Jiang Miaomiao felt that her uncle had changed. "Uncle, Harley Erlang and Sanling doing? Are they well?" Jiang Zifeng was a bit worried about his friends. They couldn't read much, and writing a letter was difficult for them, so it was easier to ask Uncle directly. They've become much more reliable. Erlang joined the transport team, and Sanling joined the forest protection team. They both started studying at the village school during breaks and have already learned quite a few characters. Erlang even got engaged recently, and they plan to marry next spring. Jiang Yunhu said, looking pleased. Since the two boys joined the transport and forest protection teams, they helped him manage those troublemakers, which made things much easier for him. Speaking of the forest protection team, Jiang Miaomiao thought about how her mother got the county magistrate's wife involved. It was a smart move. Once everyone's interests were tied together, they all benefited and worked differently, treating it as their own responsibility. Uncle said the forest protection team was initiated by County Magistrate Su, with participation from every village. Now, bamboo shoots and mushrooms had become the pillar industry of the entire Qingshi town, and the vast bamboo forests were treasures for the villagers. They not only needed to plant new bamboo, but also protect the old ones. The villagers valued the bamboo forests greatly. When County Magistrate Su called for action, every household voluntarily sent people to join the forest protection team. As for the caravan, it is still managed by my uncle. The caravan is not like it used to be. My mother invested money, and the county magistrate Su led people to repair and widen the road from Qingshi town to Jiangzhou. In the past, we would leave before dawn, deliver bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou, and then rush back without stopping. If we didn't hurry, we would not make it back to Qingshi town before dark. Traveling at night in ancient times was very dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to trouble. Now, the caravan is divided into several groups. In the morning, they make one trip to Jiangzhou, and after returning, they can make another trip before dark. Jiangzhou also has places for drivers to stay and eat. The scale has grown significantly. In the Liu family home in the town, my mother hired a steward, but she still relies on my aunt's management. Although my aunt cannot read much, she is quite skilled at managing the village's young women. No one can get away with any tricks or theft under her watchful eye. Liu Qingyao poured tea for the two of them, saying, "Elder brother and sister-in-law, I want to thank you with this tea for managing things in Qingshi town. Sister-in-law, we are all family, no need for such formalities." Liu Yunyang said, feeling a bit flustered by her sudden seriousness. She quickly looked at her husband, unsure of how to respond, and decided to let him speak. Jiang Yunhu looked at his sister-in-law. Noticing her demeanor was different from before. She used to try hard to fit in with the village, hiding her true self. Perhaps this is her true self now. She is no longer just their sister-in-law, she is also their employer and the provider for everyone in Qingshi town. Talking to her now feels different, as if there is an invisible pressure. He quickly took the tea and said, "Sister-in-law, you flatter us. We should be thanking you. Thanks to you, my wife and I can live well. We are grateful for your help in finding a good match for Chiao, and we can only do our best to help you manage the business in Qingshi town. Please don't think poorly of us." "Exactly, sister-in-law. What your brother said is what I wanted to say." Liu Yunyang nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. She took Liu Qingyao's hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I came here to ask you some things." Just as my aunt finished speaking, Chiao, blushing, reached out her hand, saying, "Miaomiao, let's go play outside." Jiang Miaomiao actually didn't want to go. But my uncle, elder brother, and second brother had all gone out. She knew that the topic aunt and mother were about to discuss was something Chiao Jia didn't want them to hear. What could it be about? Jiang Miaomiao was a bit curious, but followed Chiao Jia outside obediently. After all, she had Qiuzhu, who would tell her what they heard later. After they left, Aunt closed the door. To be honest, Liu Qingyao and Xiuxiu were also curious, feeling that it might be something inappropriate for children. Then they heard Liu Yunyang speak, "Sister-in-law, I came to ask you how we should prepare Chiao's dowry." This was troubling her greatly. She had asked the villagers for advice, but it was not very helpful. Since Chiao had mentioned Yan Shu's family background, it was shocking to learn more. They thought that Sun Zhonggui was just the owner of a small bookstore in Qingshi town, but it turned out he was a scholar and had once been an official in the capital. Coming from a prestigious family, Yan Shu was likely to become an important official, making Chiao a lady of status. The most important thing was that Yan Shu was a good person. She and her husband discussed it and decided to come to Jiangzhou to ask her sister-in-law for reassurance. The Sun family proposed with a bride price of 600 taels and even gave Chiao a silk shop in Jiangzhou. Liu Yunyang tightly clutched her handkerchief, feeling both nervous and excited, but mostly worried. With such a large bride price and a shop, I wonder how much dowry we should prepare? If we give too much, we can't afford it. If we give too little, people might think we are selling our daughter, and Chiao might be looked down upon after marriage. We probably can't afford a house or shop in Jiangzhou. Sister-in-law, do you think we should buy a few acres of land? Liu Yunyang poured out her thoughts to her sister-in-law, unsure who else to turn to. But her husband didn't know how to handle it either. In their village, even with better times, the bride price rarely exceeded 80 taels. 600 taels, plus a shop, made her anxious about how to prepare her daughter's dowry. Liu Qingyao gently patted her hand and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. First, tell me how much dowry you and your husband can provide." What was supposed to be a good thing was causing this couple so much distress. She calculated that her brother's family could save about 1,000 taels over 3 years, considering their monthly income and expenses. Liu Yunyang counted on her fingers and muttered, "After taking out the household expenses and the cost of the banquet, I should be able to come up with around 600 taels. Little sister-in-law, do you know how much the silk shop given by Yan Shu is worth?" "I guess it earns about 1,000 to 2,000 taels a year," Liu Qingyao said, trying to lower the estimate so as not to shock her. 1,000 to 2,000. Liu Yunyang's mouth dropped open, and she couldn't close it for a while. "Yeah, it's quite a lot." Jiang Miaomiao was playing with a little bird on a small stool in the yard, watching it fly back and forth. She wasn't surprised at all. In ancient times, betrothal gifts were very expensive, far beyond imagination. Sister Chiao was doing well. For those noble ladies from wealthy families, the starting point was often tens of thousands, along with fields, shops, and jewelry. That's why people in ancient times emphasized matching social status. Rich young masters and poor girls, or wealthy daughters and poor scholars, often couldn't get past the betrothal gift hurdle. So, many eloped. As for why her mother married her unreliable father, perhaps she was just naive with too much money. Jiang Miaomiao quickly tapped her little head. She shouldn't think that way. What one thinks during the day, one dreams about at night. What if her mother heard her talking in her sleep? She would get scolded. It must be her unreliable father deceiving her mother. People say that scholars are more cunning than they seem. Jiang Chiao walked back and forth in the yard, then was pulled by a small hand towards the door. The big and small figures squatted outside. Jiang Miaomiao knew her mother wouldn't meddle in matchmaking. She took out 2 brocade boxes from the cupboard. Opening them revealed a set of jewelry in each. One box contained a pearl headdress and a pair of jade bangles, while the other had a gold headdress inlaid with precious stones depicting a dragon and phoenix. She heard her mother tell her aunt, "These are for Chiao's dowry, prepared by me and Princess Roman. The dragon and phoenix set was made by the jewelry shop at my request, while the pearl headdress and bangles were given by Princess Roman." The princess had a friendship with Jiua. Jiua had embroidered many clothes for her, and she often gifted Jiua things without charge, treating them as part of her dowry. Then her mother took out a contract and handed it to her aunt. "Sister-in-law, I plan to let Jiua manage the Manhwa studio across the street, and the 40% profit will also be part of her dowry." Lu Yunyang hesitated to accept. Although she couldn't calculate how much 40% would be, it was certainly a lot. Their family only had a small share of the bamboo shoots in Qingshi town, earning several hundred taels of silver each year, let alone 40%. Although she was very touched, she knew she couldn't accept it and declined, saying this. "This must be a lot of money, too much. Chiao can't accept it." Lu Qingyao smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, please accept it without worry. Whether the Manhwa studio can succeed and make money depends on Chiao managing it. If it earns money, it will all belong to her." Even though she said this, she was confident it would be profitable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered it to Chiao. Xiao also chimed in, "Sister-in-law, I have some too. Only by earning can we have money." "Really? You're not just joking with me?" Lu Yunyang felt reassured after hearing them. The two shook their heads. "Of course not. Sister-in-law, there's one more thing I'm worried about. I heard from Chiao that there are 2 brothers-in-law on the Yanshu side, and their wives are quite strong. One is a noble lady, and the other is the daughter of a wealthy merchant. I'm afraid they might bully Chiao." Lu Yunyang said, frowning as she clutched her handkerchief. After seeing Qi Caiwei's behavior, she realized that those wealthy young ladies could be very cunning and ruthless, even more so than a scorpion. Although Chiao was clever, she was also quite naive. With an age and status much lower than theirs, it was clear she would be bullied. Her heart was in turmoil. Lu Qingyao understood her concerns. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. They won't be living together. Although their family backgrounds are slightly better now, who knows what the future holds. Maybe Yanshu will help Chiao earn a good reputation. Once a woman gets married, her life changes completely. Even if her family is perfect, a bad marriage can lead to a difficult life. If someone comes from a humble background but finds a good match, their life might turn out differently. No one can predict how things will end up." Jiang Miaomiao felt her legs were numb, so she stood up and saw that Chiao was already in tears. She didn't know if Chiao was crying out of gratitude or excitement. She could somewhat understand her feelings. In the past, it took a month of hard work to embroider a handkerchief that sold for just a few coins. Now, just adding a bit of decoration could be worth hundreds of coins. Her fiancé was even more generous, directly giving her a shop and a monthly allowance of over 100 coins. It seemed her future brother-in-law's family was quite wealthy. Jiang Miaomiao felt she should give something in return. It's only polite. She remembered the beautiful jewelry given by the ladies at the chrysanthemum banquet. Shower. Let me add some decoration for you. Saying this, she pulled Shower toward her room. After the start of winter, the weather became even colder. After breakfast, Zhang Yunhu was about to head home with his wife and children. Before leaving, he handed 2 silver notes to his sister-in-law, asking her to prepare a dowry for Chiao. They were excited to have a son-in-law like Yan Shu, but he felt anxious about the connection with the Sun family. He had mixed feelings. He wanted his daughter to marry well, but worried that a good match might hold her back. After seeing them off, Lu Qingyao looked at the silver notes in her hand. 1,000 taels. Her brother and sister-in-law truly cared for their daughter. This must be their only savings. But it wasn't surprising. Her brother had once given all his savings to Jiang Yunza, so it was natural for him to support his own daughter. As she watched the carriage drive away and was about to head back, she noticed a sneaky figure at the door. "Aren't you Jiang Zipei's servant? What are you doing here?" Jiang Chiao ran over and blocked his way. The young servant, seeing no escape, bravely approached and knelt before Lu Qingyao. "Madam, I am Shuangrui, the servant of the 4th young master. I wish to see the eldest young master." Lu Qingyao examined the young servant. He looked about 12 or 13, still a child. His clothes were wrinkled, and he had bruises on his hands, as if he had been beaten. "Shuangrui, why are you looking for Feng'er?" Lu Qingyao couldn't understand why Jiang Zipei's servant would seek out Feng'er. Although they were brothers, they were not close and had never played together as children. She didn't believe in any brotherly bond. Shuangrui bit his lip, thought for a moment, then bowed his head to Lu Qingyao and said, "It's my young master. He was bullied at the academy and pushed into an icy lake. Please help him." The 4th young master's mother and sister had returned to the capital, leaving him alone and helpless here. He had no one else to turn to except the eldest and 2nd young masters. Although it was a long shot, he had no other options. Despite the conflict between the 2 families, he felt that the madam was just trying to find fault with the other lady. The madam was kind even to beggars at the door, offering them food and warm clothes. She seemed like a good person. "Did your young master send you?" Lu Qingyao asked, curious. It was surprising that Qi Caiwei's son would come to her for help. Shuangrui cautiously replied, "I came on my own. When I left, my young master was still unconscious." He was afraid that the madam would turn away and ignore his master. "Tell me, how could anyone dare to bully your son? Being the grandson of a high official? Even if he was bullied, why not go to the headmaster instead of coming to my son? Do you want my son to fight back? Why should he?" Lu Qingyao chuckled awkwardly. She wondered where this child got his courage. Shuangrui opened his mouth, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He suddenly bowed deeply several times, tears pouring out like a flood. "Madam, please calm down, it's not like that. Please, save my son. He will die." He didn't care about any grudges. He only knew that the woman in front of him was his young master's only hope. Poor young master, stuck with such a heartless mother and sister. Seeing the little scholar's forehead bleeding from bowing, Lu Qingyao became anxious and flushed. He didn't seem to be lying. Even after what Jiang Chiao did, this little scholar remained loyal to him, proving to be a faithful servant. She waved her hand. "All right, tell me everything in detail." Then she instructed the servant to bring him some medicine. Shuangrui felt a surge of joy and quickly said, because the young master was admitted to Donglin Academy as an exception, the other students dislike him and exclude him. Recently, due to the rumors about Minister Qi, they hate him even more. No one wants to share a room with him, and some even secretly put insects and snakes in his room and attacked him. This time, they even pushed him into an icy lake. Luckily, he was saved by the Academy's guards otherwise. Jiang Chiao was greatly shocked, thankful that, thank goodness, Yan Shuj was not studying at Donglin Academy. It was unbelievable that such things could happen in a renowned academy. Lu Qingyao thought to herself, this must be karma. The sins of the Qi family were coming back to haunt their own child. Donglin Academy had an unwritten rule to only accept exceptionally talented students, regardless of wealth or age. Only those who passed the academy's entrance exam could enroll. She had considered letting her 2 children attend Donglin Academy, but because of their grandfather's disgrace, even if they passed the exam, they would still be excluded. They were just young kids, with limited understanding. How could she expect them to distinguish right from wrong and not be affected by outside rumors? Jiang Zipei, benefiting from the protection of his elders, was admitted as an exception, which naturally caused resentment, especially since his grandfather was a high official who led the corruption. It was like a knife, cutting into the hearts of the students. It was no wonder they would resent the grandfather and grandson. Lu Qingyao asked, "What about the headmaster? Didn't you report this to him?" Report. There is no evidence found. The headmaster and the students all agree that the 4th young master jumped into the lake to end his life. Mother, my brother, and I will go check on the 4th brother. You don't need to worry about this. A clear voice came from behind. Lu Qingyao turned around and saw 3 children standing behind her. They had been there for a while.
Mom.
Jiang Miaomiao stretched out her arms, wanting a hug. At that moment, she felt that she must have done many good deeds in her past life to have such a wonderful mother. Looking back, she indeed had helped many children and done good things. However, it ultimately turned into a story of a fisherman and a snake. She was reluctant to think about that painful memory. Now, she worried that after her mother helped Jiang Zipei, he might turn against them like a poisonous snake. She reached out her small hands to her brothers. "I want to go too. Miaomiao wants to see 4th brother." Lu Qingyao felt that the children were unusually eager today. She hesitated for a moment and asked her second son, "Yener, what do you think we should do?" "Mother, it's simple. To stay safe, we need to get 4th brother away from Donglin Academy quickly. As for the other matters, let's leave that to his powerful grandfather," Zhang Ziyan said seriously, looking up. "Go ahead, let Xiu accompany you," Lu Qingyao said approvingly, looking at her son. "What about me? I want to go too." Zhang Miaomiao clung tightly to her older brother. Lu Qingyao looked at her smiling daughter, straightened her face, and stretched out her arms. "You can't go. Come back home with me." The little girl pouted, her smile fading as she obediently reached out to her mother. Jiang Miaomiao felt frustrated that her attempts to be cute didn't work. It seemed to work for others, though. Glop glop, glop glop. A few swift horses galloped away. The cold wind blew fiercely. Jiang Miaomiao was carried home by her mother, still feeling uneasy. So, she let Jiao follow them. Worried that the academy wouldn't let them in, Jiang Ziyan brought along Cui Xingzhou. In Jiangzhou, there was no place he couldn't go, and Donglin Academy would give him some respect because of the Cui family. When they arrived at the academy, they were allowed in, but Xiu was not permitted to enter. Xiu was so angry that she nearly caused a scene. "What nonsense is this academy? Why can't women enter? Be careful, or I'll tear your roof down. Women are not allowed in. It's a rule passed down from our ancestors." The gatekeeper had never seen such a fierce woman and was ready to call for help. But Jiang Ziyan stopped him and reassured, "Aunt, we will be out soon. Please wait for us outside." Xiu had no choice but to back down. She took a few steps back and jumped onto the roof, crossing her arms as she stood there. They only said she couldn't enter, not that she couldn't go on the roof. The gatekeeper's already red face turned even redder as he pointed at the roof. "Why you? Come down." In the blink of an eye, where did she go? Jiang Zifeng gave his aunt a thumbs up. When they reached Jiang Zipei's room, he was already awake. The young man had bruises on his hands and face, sitting dazedly on the bed in his coat. His disheveled hair made him look very thin. His face was haggard, and his eyes were vacant. He didn't react when he saw them enter. The 2 young servants also had bruises on their faces. One was warming soup for him, while the other was feeding him medicine. They took turns putting it in his mouth. Jiang Zipei seemed like a wooden puppet, opening his mouth, swallowing, opening his mouth, swallowing. Is Jiang Zipei out of his mind? Jiang Zifeng leaned closer to him. Still, there was no response. Shuang Rui quickly waved his hand. He's not out of his mind. The doctor said he is just feeling very down and scared. That's good. Let's pack up and leave with us, Jiang Ziyan said, sitting beside Jiang Zipei. He spoke softly, fourth brother, I'm here to take you home. Let's go, okay? Jiang Zipei's eyelids moved, and his gaze suddenly focused as he turned to Jiang Ziyan and said firmly, I won't go back. I won't return to the capital. He couldn't face his parents or his grandfather. His closest family had teamed up to deceive him, leading to his humiliation among the other students. In this vast world, he felt there was no place for him. Jiang Zipei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Jiang Zifeng looked at his brother's confused and distressed state, worrying about his future. Looking at his brother, he thought he should have a solution. You can't stay here. Those students hate your grandfather deeply and won't let you go. They will torment you, drive you to madness, or make you fall back into the water. Jiang Ziyan said seriously, looking at Jiang Zipei. He sounded like a caring older brother. Jiang Zipei's eyes showed fear. Why? I have no grudge against them. Why do they treat me this way? Because your grandfather held the position of Minister of Rights and was in charge of the imperial examinations. He did not set a good example. Instead, he acted unfairly for your benefit, breaking the fairness of the exams and taking away the opportunity for those students who studied hard for many years to change their fate. How can you expect them not to hate you deeply? Even if it's not your fault, it still reflects on you. What angers them the most is that your grandfather can remain safe and sound in the capital despite his actions. They can't confront him, so they take their anger out on you. Jiang Zipei felt completely frozen. At this moment, he was more awake than ever. With this stain on his reputation, how can you expect them not to hate you deeply? Even if it's not your fault, it still reflects on you. What angers them the most is that your grandfather can remain safe and sound in the capital despite his actions. He found himself with nowhere to go, nowhere to belong. Jiang Zipei looked out at the gloomy sky with tear-filled eyes. No matter how cold it was outside, it couldn't compare to the coldness in his heart at that moment. Fourth brother, if you don't want to return to the capital, I can take you to a place where you can forget your worries. Jiang Ziyan's gentle voice reached his ears. What place? Jiang Zipei raised his pale face, looking intently at this brother who seemed both friend and foe. Jiang Zifeng and Cui Xingzhou were also very curious. They were sure that Yengo would never bring Jiang Zipei back home. Jiang Ziyan said to Jiang Zipei, if you trust me, come with me. His voice was soft and soothing, like sunshine in winter, carrying an unexplainable charm that made it hard to refuse. I'll go with you. Jiang Zipei nodded without thinking. Jiang Ziyan continued, before we leave, I need you to write a letter of withdrawal to the headmaster, or he might think we've kidnapped you. Okay, I'll write it. Shuang Rui quickly brought paper and pen to his master. He also didn't want his master to stay there. It was too dangerous. Anywhere would be better than staying here. The group quickly packed their bags and left. When Cui Xingzhou delivered the letter, the headmaster readily agreed. He was eager for this troublemaker to leave Donglin Academy. If he stayed any longer, it might lead to serious trouble. He didn't want the academy's century-old reputation to be ruined because of him. When Xiao saw them come out so quickly, she was a bit surprised. Then she looked at the frail child and sighed, feeling sorry for him. Yan where shall we take him? After Xiao finished asking, she thought to herself, never mind, saving a life is better than building a tall pagoda. As long as he is not placed in the Lu Garden, anywhere is fine. If not, he can be sent to an inn. Come with me, Jiang Ziyan said calmly, and then he rode away. Jiang Zipei and the others followed in a carriage behind. The journey was through dense forests, with the sounds of birds singing and streams flowing. After about an hour, the view opened up, revealing distant mountains. They arrived at a temple. Inside the temple, the sound of bells and chanting could be heard. Just listening to the sounds made Jiang Zipei feel calm. After getting off the carriage, he looked at the tall red walls and unconsciously walked inside. Jiang Ziyan's voice echoed in his ears. In this world, only the Buddha is truly generous, able to accept everything about you. Only he can understand your joys and sorrows. He will not pressure you for exams, look down on you, or bully you. He will take you in even if you stay for a lifetime. Jiang Zifeng, Cui Xingzhou, and Xiao Xiao stood there, staring in shock as the two boys climbed the steps into the temple. Shuang Rui suddenly had a bad feeling. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad. What if the young master is feeling hopeless? He felt like he had dug a pit for himself. Young master. He hurriedly rushed after them but was stopped by a young monk at the temple entrance. In the evening, as night was approaching, Lu Qingmiao suddenly felt inspired and decided to cook herself. On winter days, it gets dark early, but it was only a little past the hour of the rooster. After finishing the meal, the children should be back soon. Jiang Miaomiao saw her mother heading to the kitchen and quickly took Xi and Jiang Shao by to the door to greet her brother and aunt. Xi quickly wrapped the girl in a fluffy cloak, making sure only her rosy little face was visible, which made people want to pinch her cheeks. Although the girl might not get angry, Xi held back, as no maid would dare to pinch their master's face. Jiang Miaomiao held her little hands and peeked out the door, waiting for the returning family members. Before long, they heard the sound of hooves approaching from the alley. The little red bird flew back first to deliver the news. Today, the little red bird stayed home because it looked like it was going to rain when the brothers left. It didn't want to get soaked and decided to be lazy. In the blink of an eye, several tall horses arrived at the door. Jiang Zifeng was the first to jump off the horse, pick up his sister, and couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face. Is Miaomiao here to pick up her brother? No, she wasn't. She was here to wait for Auntie. She wanted to eat the food Annie made. But she still smiled and nodded. Oh. Big brother hadn't washed his hands and had a faint smell of incense on him. Jiang Miaomiao swatted his hand away and reached out to Xiao Xiao.
Auntie, I'm hungry.
Okay, let's go back and make some food, Xiao Xiao said with a smile, playfully tapping the little girl's nose, and then she carried her over the threshold and headed to the kitchen. Even though the little one loved to eat, she was very picky. If something didn't taste good, she would only take one bite and never eat it again. She insisted on washing fruits or peeling them before eating, and she wanted to see how street food was made first. If she saw a vendor who looked messy or unkempt, she wouldn't eat their food, no matter how delicious it looked. Xiao Xiao suspected that without her, these kids would surely go hungry. Jiang Zifeng rubbed his belly and followed along, grinning at Miaomiao. You're the only one who understands me. You don't know how many steps we climbed. There are steps at the academy and more at the temple. The temple food is bland, and I got hungry quickly. Jiang Miaomiao. Big brother was already this hungry after just one day out. What would happen when he went to the army? He probably wouldn't have any snacks or fruits, just steamed buns or flatbreads, and occasionally some meat. It seemed she needed to ask Annie to make more jerky for him to save. Second brother also looked tired, dragging behind them, and there was brother Cui, who seemed to be lost in thought, probably dreaming of the kitchen. Cui Xingzhou naturally stayed behind. It was a rare chance to enjoy a meal made by Auntie Xiao Xiao, so he couldn't leave. However, things didn't go as he wished. Following the delicious smell to the kitchen, their mother had already prepared the food and was waiting for them. Go wait in the dining room, it will be ready soon. Tonight they were having scallion oil noodles, marinated meat, and a few dishes of pickles. Jiang Miaomiao felt relieved when she saw it. This was one of the few dishes their mother was good at making. The noodles she made were surprisingly good and chewy, but tonight's scallion oil noodles were a bit too salty. But that was okay, they could turn the noodles into soup noodles, so there was still hope to save it. Fortunately, the marinated meat turned out well. Probably back in Qingshi town, when they had the most bamboo shoots at home, their mother made it every day and gained experience. At that time, little Miaomiao was still a baby and didn't get a chance to be the taste tester. Now, they were eating the marinated meat that had been perfected through countless experiences, and it was delicious. It was so good that it made them smile. Lu Qingmiao took a bite of the noodles and calmly said, "Oh no, I forgot to add the broth." Without hesitation, She added a big spoonful of broth to everyone's bowl, turning the original scallion oil noodles into noodle soup. It seemed like she intended to make noodle soup all along. Everyone was used to it and happily slurped the soup and noodles, quickly finishing their bowls. Jiang Zifeng held out his empty bowl to his mother, saying, "Mom, is there more? Can I have another bowl?" "I want another bowl too," Cui Xinju said shyly as he handed over his empty bowl. There is, Lu Qingyao replied with a smile. It was surprising that the kids enjoyed her noodles so much. She felt her cooking skills had improved. She was very happy. After everyone was full, they began to ask about her son Jiang Zipei's situation. Pei has been placed in a temple in the countryside by his brother. I could tell he wanted to become a monk and even asked the abbot to shave his head. The abbot said he would give him 3 days to reconsider, and if he didn't change his mind, he would go ahead with it. Even now, Jiang Zifeng found it hard to believe. Mom, how could he think like this? He's so young and wants to become a monk? He was passing up delicious meat to choose a vegetarian life. There must be something wrong with his mind. Jiang Zian also handed over 2 letters saying, "Mom, these are from 4th brother for father and Aunt Qi. One is written by him, and the other is a note from his servant about what he has seen and heard at the academy." Lu Qingyao took the letters, but showed no intention of opening them. She put them away. After finishing the meal, Lu Qingyao pulled Xiuxiu aside and asked, "What happened? Why did he end up in a temple?" Xiuxiu whispered, "I don't know what Zian said to that boy, but as soon as he saw the abbot, he knelt down to become a disciple and shouted that he wanted to be a monk." Suddenly, a strange thought crossed her mind. "Sister, do you think Zian went there specifically to send Jiang Zipei to become a monk?" Lu Qingyao fell silent. No one knows a child better than their mother, and this seemed like something her son would do. But this was better than him being harmed at the academy or being forced by her. She looked at the letters in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and still did not open them. Xiu guessed that her sister wanted to know the content of the letter and said, "Sister, this letter was written by Pei Gu in front of us. It's just a farewell to his parents and telling Qi Caiwei not to look for him. There's nothing wrong with it." As for the letter written by the servant, it was specifically instructed by Yenner. It mentions how Pei Gu was bullied, beaten, threatened, and pushed into an icy lake where he nearly drowned. Lu Qingyao clicked her tongue, feeling that Qi Caiwei was truly heartless for leaving her child behind and returning to the capital alone. If it were her own child being bullied, she would definitely demand an explanation. Xiu, do you think the headmaster of the academy knows about this? I think that old man is turning a blind eye. He probably knows something, and it seems he's not that afraid of the Qi family. Lu Qingyao smiled lightly. Of course he's not afraid of the Qi family. At his age, being the headmaster of Donglin Academy means he's not an ordinary person. Although the academy is in a remote location, its graduates are all over the court. Many prominent families have their children studying there. Xiu seemed to understand why Yenner wanted the servant to write that letter. "Sister, I'll send someone to deliver the letter to the capital first thing tomorrow morning, so it reaches Qi Caiwei as soon as possible. Do you think that woman will be furious when she learns her only precious son has left home?" Qi Caiwei was indeed furious. However, it wasn't from anger. She was coughing up blood. The further north they traveled, the colder it became. Heavy snow fell, forcing Jiang Zijing and her mother to stay at an inn. After a long journey and the bumpy ride, Qi Caiwei's health couldn't handle it, and she caught a cold. She had always been carefully nurtured and taken care of by Aunt Mei, and even when she had twins, she didn't suffer much harm. But after just 2 or 3 years in Jiangzhou, she felt like she had aged several years. Not only was her face injured, but there were also signs of wrinkles appearing. The closer they got to the capital, the more anxious she became. She grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. "Jinger, do you think your father found a mistress because he thinks I've lost my looks?" "Mother, don't think like that. If it's about looks and demeanor, that mistress can't compare to you at all. You are the daughter of a minister. It's just that since you're not in the capital, father is alone, and that mistress took advantage of the situation." Even as she said this, Jiang Zijing didn't believe it herself. But her mother was like a frightened bird, needing to be reassured. Is it really just taking advantage of a situation? After several days of snow, the sky finally cleared. The sun was bright, but it couldn't chase away the chill. The capital was very cold, much colder than Jiangzhou. Qi Caiwei and her mother were a bit unaccustomed to it. Seeing the bustling crowd and the busy streets outside the city gate, they finally felt they had truly returned to the capital, to their home. They felt much more relaxed. Qi Caiwei had felt guilty about leaving her son in Jiangzhou, but the thought of soon seeing her parents made her excited. In Jiangzhou, wherever Lu Qingyao was, she was always looked down upon as a concubine. But in the capital, she was first the daughter of a high-ranking official and then Jiang Yunzi's main wife, and no one dared to disrespect her. Jiang Zijing took a deep breath. She felt the air in the capital was fragrant, with a hint of magnolia and the delicious smells from restaurants. It was a familiar scent. The years spent in Jiangzhou felt like a distant dream, as if she had been trapped in a long nightmare. A nightmare that had stripped her of her pride and erased her brilliance. She was born and raised at the foot of the royal palace, and in her previous life, she had even been the mistress of this palace. She felt her fortune was closely tied to the capital. Otherwise, how could everything go wrong once she left? Now that she was back, everything would be all right. The carriage slowly arrived at the city gate. Butler Wang, sent by her father, had been waiting at the entrance. When he saw the carriage, he greeted them with a smile. "Madam, Miss San, the journey must have been tiring. The master has prepared food and drinks to welcome you. He wanted to come personally, but unfortunately, he had official business and will return later, so he sent me to greet you." Butler Wang was a trusted aide of her father, and Jiang Zijing did not like him much. "Let's not go home yet. Let's go to the Qi residence." A clear, bright voice came from the carriage. Butler Wang's smile stiffened, and he cautiously replied, "Miss San, the old lady is waiting at home." "Is she? Then you can personally go to the Qi residence and inform my grandfather." The young girl's innocent voice carried a hint of anger, her tone firm and cold. Butler Wang was taken aback. Who would dare to go against Lord Qi's wishes? Not even the old lady? He wondered why Miss San seemed different from before. But he didn't dwell on it and bowed apologetically. "I overstepped. Madam and Miss San can go wherever you wish. I will take you to the Qi residence. Then let's go." On the road, Qi Caiwei held her daughter's hand tightly. "Jeaner, I don't believe your father really went to the official office. He must have gone to that little troublemaker Tao Tao. Shouldn't we go back? I want to see how he explains himself." "Explain himself?" Jiang Zijing scoffed and pulled her hand away from Qi Caiwei. "Mother, what will you do if we go back? Cause a scene and make father send that woman and her child away? What else can we do? Should we keep her around for the new year and bring her back to the house?" Qi Caiwei replied irritably. For a moment, she felt her daughter's gaze was so unfamiliar and cold. A sense of unease filled her heart. If they returned to the Qi family, her father might not treat her kindly. The news from Jiangzhou had probably reached the capital. She was afraid to face her father. Jiang Zijing felt helpless. Was this woman really her mother? Why was she so simple-minded? During the journey back, she had thought about many things. In the past, when the Lu family was still strong, her mother didn't provoke the Lu family and they ignored her, allowing them to coexist peacefully for many years. Later, her mother and grandmother wronged the Lu family, who didn't defend themselves and took Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian to Jiangzhou. They quickly became students under Master Cui and won the support of the people in Qingshi town. Now that she thought about it, it seemed her mother had not gained the upper hand. It was Lu Qingyao who sought to thrive after facing hardship in Jiangzhou. Now, her elder brother and second brother had both passed their exams. If they succeeded in the future, they could easily rise through the ranks with the Cui family's help, becoming good sons to their father and pillars of the Jiang family. With the support of her sons, the Lu family could rise again, and even her own family. Just thinking about it sent chills down Jiang Zijing's spine. By then, there would be no place for her mother in the Jiang family, and her own marriage would surely be affected. She needed to discuss strategies with her maternal grandparents. As for the woman and that child, they absolutely couldn't cause a scene. It would only drive a wedge between her and her father. But they couldn't be allowed to stay either. The carriage slowly arrived at the Qi family home. Jiang Zijing was not surprised to find her maternal grandfather and grandmother were not there. She went directly to see her aunt, her maternal grandmother, Lan. "Grandmother, I missed you so much," Jiang Zijing said, leaning into Lan's embrace, acting like a sweet little girl. Lan gently stroked her granddaughter's head, examining her face with a warm smile. "You've grown even more beautiful. Jiangzhou's scenery is good for you, but you've lost some weight." As she spoke, she popped a candied fruit into her granddaughter's mouth. But when she looked up at her daughter, her smile vanished. The thick makeup on her face couldn't hide the signs of aging and hardship, nor the faint scars. "Vire, how did you end up looking like this? And where is Pear? Why didn't she come back with you?" Qi Caiwei lowered her head, unable to look at her mother. Her mother, now a grandmother, still looked radiant and showed no signs of aging. Even though she was only a few years younger than her stepmother, she appeared at least a decade younger. It was a mystery what her mother had done to maintain such beauty. "You really are a worry. Speak up," Lan said, feeling both angry and pained at her daughter's state. "Grandmother, mother has suffered a lot in Jiangzhou. The Lu family has attached themselves to the Cui family and has been targeting her. The noble ladies there look down on her and make things difficult. Even Mrs. Qin, the magistrate's wife, hit her and left a scar on her face." Jiang Zijing slowly spoke. The more her mother suffered, the more her grandparents would feel sorry for her and refrain from blaming her. "My brother didn't do well on the exam and is too ashamed to see you and grandfather, so he wants to stay in Jiangzhou to study and return to the capital after the next exam." Lan was furious but couldn't bring herself to blame her daughter. Her expression softened a bit. "Don't rush back to the Jiang residence yet. Rest for a few days and let Jiang Yunzi come to pick you up himself." Qi Caiwei bit her lip and couldn't help but ask, "Mother, what about the concubine? Should we quietly have someone take her away?" Lan poked her forehead. "Silly. Why would you dirty your hands over a village woman? Have you lost your mind?" Inside the Qi residence, the atmosphere was tense. As soon as Jiang Zijing entered, she noticed the change. The steward looked surprised to see the mother and daughter. When her mother said she wanted to see her father and stepmother, the steward hesitated, saying they were not home. Then the maids and servants whispered behind their backs. When they reached her grandmother's courtyard, she learned from her grandmother that rumors of her grandfather's misconduct in the imperial exams had reached the capital. The emperor was furious, and the officials were criticizing him. Although there was no solid evidence, the gossip still led to her grandfather being reprimanded by the emperor. Now he had been summoned to the palace. The Qi residence was now in a precarious situation. Both the masters and servants were cautious and careful in their actions. As a result, the people in the Qi residence were not very welcoming to them. The root of all this trouble was her mother. Her mother still wanted to see Madame Qi, as it was customary to pay respects to the head of the household when returning to her family. However, the lady did not want to see them. Jiang Zijing also did not want to see her. Thinking of Granny Gong, who had mysteriously disappeared, she felt something was off. Perhaps she had already returned to her mistress to report on her. Jiang Zijing was wise and went directly to her grandmother's courtyard. After some small talk, her grandmother closed the door and began to scold her mother. She stood outside for a while and listened. The main points were that her mother was careless and often caused trouble for her grandfather, which affected her as well. Her mother was being reprimanded, and Jiang Zijing felt somewhat relieved. Even if her mother had faults as her daughter, she could not say anything. Otherwise, people would accuse her of being disrespectful. She couldn't speak up, but her grandmother could, and it was right for her to do so. She wondered how such a wise grandmother could have a daughter like her mother. Yet, her grandmother only pretended to be strict and could not bear to be too harsh on her daughter. There, it's normal for men to have multiple wives. The key is to hold on to his heart, support him in getting what he wants, and then use that to get what you want. Do you understand? Lady Lan gently touched her daughter's cheek, feeling the scar there, her eyes filled with concern. This was her only daughter, born after much hardship, and she valued her more than her own life. How could she not feel heartache and plan for her future? She realized she had underestimated Lu Qingyao. If they had spent more money and sent skilled people 3 years ago, they wouldn't have let her and her son escape. In the end, they only lost some servants while remaining unharmed. This time, they could not be careless. She even suspected that everything Veyre encountered in Jiangzhou was orchestrated by Lu Qingyao. Veyre had never been someone who didn't know the stakes, so why did she seem so affected after going to Jiangzhou? Time and again, she didn't want to speak about it. But Qi Caiwei couldn't hold back her frustration. She grasped her mother's hand. "Mother, I can't accept this. From the moment I married Jiang Yunze, I was unwilling. Even though he never strayed after our marriage, there has never been a place for me in his heart. Even after everything Lu Qingyao has done, he still won't divorce her. If it weren't for that incident, with how much father loves you, I could have found a good family to be the main wife and wouldn't need to compete with Lu Qingyao. Because she was born a secondary daughter, even with her father's affection, she always felt inferior to her legitimate sisters. Take her out. In others' eyes, she is just one of the legitimate sisters and never gets any attention. Mother, you don't know about my husband's relatives. They are rude, uncivilized, and not worth mentioning. And that old woman is just a country peasant, greedy and snobbish, always trying to show off in front of me and looking down on father." Lan interrupted her. "Enough. You're married now, so what can you do? The most important thing now is to use this concubine to make Jiang Yunze divorce her and elevate you to the main wife. In 3 to 5 years, Jiner and Peyer will also need to find suitors. We can't let them carry the titles of illegitimate children." Qi Caiwei nodded in agreement. "You make a good point, but how should we deal with the concubine and the illegitimate child? Should we use them to threaten my husband?" Lan slapped her forehead lightly. "Foolish. That woman has been married before and is just a country girl. If Jiang Yunze still wants her, it means he hasn't forgotten her. If you threaten him with her, won't you drive him away? Even if he reluctantly agrees, do you think he'll treat you with respect in the future?" Of course not. Hearing her mother say this, Qi Caiwei began to understand a bit more. "Mother, what should I do then?" Her mother had been able to maintain a loving relationship with her father for many years and kept her stepmother from bothering her, so she must have some skills. Then she heard her mother say, "Take her as a concubine and bring that woman into the house."
What?
Qi Caiwei thought she had misheard. "You want me to help Jiang Yunze take a concubine and bring Tao Tao and the illegitimate child home? She must be crazy. Her mother must be crazy." "Exactly. You go and bring her back yourself." Lan looked at her slow-witted daughter and smiled. "It's just a concubine. Once she's home, you will be in charge. In the future, you can find a reason to sell her off. There's no need to panic. Just kindly bring her home to live, and your father will handle Jiang Yunze." Jiang Zijing sat quietly nearby, eating candied fruit. She didn't dare to say anything, fearing her grandmother would notice. But she agreed with her grandmother. This plan was good. The woman outside was a decent person, and her mother couldn't do much to her. But once she became a concubine, it would be different. That woman's father had committed a crime and served time. Even as a concubine, she would be considered a lowly one. Once she entered the house, she would no longer be free. Everything would have to follow the rules. In this big household, incidents like drowning, poisoning, scheming, and selling off are all quite common. Moreover, she has an ex-husband and a child, so it's not impossible for things to get complicated. As for divorce, it's clear that her father has already lost all feelings for Lu Qingyao. If he still cares about his first wife in front of his future and his beloved, Jiang Zijing would almost admire him. Thinking this, she took her mother's hand and said, "Mother, I want to go with you to pick up Aunt Tao. I also want to see what the little sister looks like." The little sister. She didn't like her. To say nothing else, she really disliked Jiang Miaomiao. What she disliked the most was that pair of eyes. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Yunze had just returned home from the office when he heard that Qi Caiwei and her daughter hadn't come back and had gone straight to the Qi residence. He felt anxious and hurried to the Qi residence to pick them up. Although his father-in-law was his direct boss, who could easily make his life difficult, he was often blamed for not managing his wife and daughter well whenever Qi Caiwei caused trouble, as if the troublemaker wasn't his daughter. With no wife or children around, what was wrong with having a concubine? Yet he still had to swallow his grievances. In the north, there is a beautiful woman. She is unique and stands alone. There are many beautiful women in Daliang, but only one can be called stunningly beautiful, Princess Yuqing. In a villa outside the capital, the ground was covered in thick white snow. The ice and snow had not melted, and the spring chill was biting. A beautiful woman stood in the wind, letting the cold breeze tousle her hair. Her hair, tied with a ribbon, danced in the wind, and even the passing geese paused to take a look. Dressed in a bright red cloak against the white snow, she was strikingly beautiful. Just from her silhouette and posture, one could tell she was an extraordinary beauty. "Your Highness, let's go back. It's windy here," a maid said, handing her a warming pot. The woman turned her head, and indeed, she was stunning. Her features were striking and elegant, the kind that draws both men and women closer. With delicate brows and captivating phoenix eyes, she seemed to capture hearts. Princess Yuqing asked the maid, "Has Prince Jing arrived?" "Soon. He should be waiting for you at the 10-mile pavilion outside the capital, but Prince Chiao has been following you since you left the princess's residence."
Oh.
"Let him follow then," Princess Yuqing replied with a smile, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She quickly got into the carriage and looked back at the villa. After a pause, she instructed the guards, "Seal the villa and do not allow anyone from the Chiao family to enter or leave." 3 years ago, on her way to the villa, she encountered assassins, and many of her guards and maids were injured. Originally planning to announce a premature birth, she unexpectedly gave birth early. Everything became chaotic and messy. After she gave birth here, she fainted from exhaustion. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the dark, wrinkled baby. Everyone said that babies looked like this at birth, but they would grow up fine. Strangely, she kept thinking about Jiu. She felt an emptiness inside and an inexplicable sadness. It turned out her feelings were not unfounded. Chao Jiu was really not her child. Darn Chao Chong, darn that old woman. How dare they switch her daughter? Fine, if she wanted Chao Jiu to call her mother, then she would be a good mother. "Princess, why are you crying? Are you excited to see the little princess?" A maid quickly offered her a handkerchief. "Yes, how can I not be excited?" Princess Yuqing laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling to the ground. Her real daughter's fate was uncertain, yet she had been raising her enemy's daughter like a treasure. How ridiculous! She felt like slapping herself. It looked like it might snow. The king of Jing and his group quickened their pace. Someone in the group had fallen ill, the oldest and the youngest. Prince Liang had gained too much weight, making it hard for him to move. Unless necessary, he stayed in the carriage, even with servants taking care of him. After days of travel, his health had declined. His bones ached, his muscles hurt, and he felt pain all over. Little Jia, you had caught a cold. Cuddled in the nurse's arms, she looked weak and quiet. She seemed to only be this calm when she was sick. When the convoy reached the capital, it was already evening. In the distance, they saw a carriage parked outside a long pavilion. A woman in red stood in front of the carriage, her cheeks red from the cold, seemingly unaware of the chill, standing still like a beautiful statue. When the carriage stopped, the king of Jing lifted the curtain and stepped forward, noticing the tear stains on his sister's face. He felt a pang of sympathy. He understood that his sister's feelings were complicated and conflicted. "Sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine, really," Princess Yuqing replied, but her eyes were fixed on the carriage behind him. She softly asked, "What about her?" The king of Jing glanced at Chao Fu Ma not far away, then looked back at his sister before signaling for them to bring Chao Jia down from the carriage. Princess, the grand princess has come to see you. A little maid gently shook her awake and carried her to Princess Yuqing. Chao Jiua slowly opened her eyes and saw a beautiful face. After a moment of confusion, she realized who it was and joyfully reached out her arms to Princess Yuqing, saying, "Mom, hug me." However, Princess Yuqing did not respond, her expression cold and emotionless. Chao Jiua, feeling a bit disappointed, withdrew her hands and called out in a soft voice, "Mom, I miss you. Mom, I want a hug." She leaned toward Princess Yuqing, extending her hands with a look of grievance.
Crying, she said, "Mom,
I want you." Princess Yuqing took 2 steps back, looking at Chao Jiua with cold eyes, her own eyes filling with tears without her realizing it. Suddenly, she scoffed and said to the little girl, "Chao Jiua, I am not your mother." "Mom, what's wrong? Don't you want me anymore?"
Woo, woo.
Chao Jiua stretched out her hands, reaching desperately. But she couldn't touch her mother. Her mother was getting further away, and she felt an inexplicable panic. It was as if she had lost her mother forever. She sensed that her mother no longer liked her, that her mother was disgusted with her. She had seen that kind of look in the eyes of the maids and her uncle, who didn't like her. She didn't understand why, overnight, both her mother and uncle no longer wanted her. Why was this happening? Chao Jiua burst into tears. This time, she wasn't being cute or seeking pity. She was truly heartbroken, crying out all her grievances from the past few days, becoming more and more sorrowful. Still, no one came to comfort her. In the past, her mother would have held her close and gently soothed her. Through her tears, she saw her mother looking completely indifferent, very cold toward her. "Jiua, it's Dad. Dad is here." Chao Fuma rushed over. But he was stopped by the guards and couldn't get close to his daughter. He struggled desperately. "Princess Jiua is crying like that. How can you be so heartless as a mother? Don't you know to hug her? And why are you stopping me? If you don't want to take her, let me take her back to the Chiao residence."
Dad.
"I want Dad." Chao Jiua cried even harder when she saw her father, struggling to get down to find him. "Go bring her back. Take her to the princess's residence." Princess Yuqing waved her hand. A few maids quickly stepped forward to pick up Chao Jiua, taking her to the carriage and covering her mouth. The air immediately fell silent. Chao Fuma stared in shock at this scene. This is not how to treat a crying daughter, clearly. He suddenly realized that Princess Yuqing must know something, which is why she is treating Jiua this way. His eyes showed fear, and he was about to speak when someone covered his mouth.
Sister.
The king of Jing didn't know what to say at that moment. Prince Chiao, whose surname is Chiao, could be considered their cousin. But how dare he boldly switch his sister's child, stealing the royal bloodline? Unforgivable. Princess Yuqing patted his shoulder. "Junior, Mother is waiting for you in the palace. Hurry along." The ladies in the carriage behind watched from a distance, already having some guesses in their minds. What a significant event this is. They didn't dare to get out of the carriage, holding their breath and pretending to be invisible. Note, from the Han Dynasty poem Li Yanian Song. Outside the long pavilion, the wind was strong. The cold wind brushed against her face, tousling Princess Yuqing's hair. She adjusted her cloak and stepped forward slowly. Pulling the cloth from Prince Chao's mouth, she looked at him with a cold, mocking gaze. "What do you want to do to Jiua?" Prince Chiao broke free from the guards and glared at Princess Yuqing. "I am Jiua's mother. What else could I do to her?" Princess Yuqing chuckled lightly, showing no effort to hide her sarcasm. At that moment, a child's whimpering cry came from the carriage, catching Prince Chiao's attention. Through the wind-lifted curtain, he saw Jiua looking at him with tearful eyes, and his heart ached instantly. He wanted to rush to his daughter, but was stopped by the guards. His face turned red with anxiety as he pointed fingers at Princess Yuqing. "Yuqing, you are indeed a noble princess, but you are also Jiua's mother and my wife. I don't blame you for being cold and distant towards me, but Jiua is just a 3-year-old child. How could you bear to leave her in that remote place in Jiangzhou? Now that you are back, why won't you even show her a kind face? Is this how a mother should act? If you don't want her, let me take her back to the Chiao residence. I promise she won't appear in front of you again. Princess Yuqing remained silent, looking at him as if he were foolish. This made Prince Chiao uneasy. At that moment, he felt Jiua's cries growing louder, tightening his heart with pain. Meanwhile, Princess Yuqing listened to Jiua's increasing cries and watched as Prince Chiao struggled against the guards, remaining unmoved. Her daughter, whom she hadn't even seen, was lost to her. She didn't know if she was alive or where she was. Why should Chiao Chong be able to see his daughter every day? Why did you take her daughter and still have the audacity to say such things? Princess Yuqing looked coldly at Prince Chiao and scoffed. Prince, are you too deep in your role? You shouldn't be here. You should go to the theater. Prince Chiao paused, his struggle stopped, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Deep in his role. Yes, he was. The proud woman before him was stunning, a beauty that could captivate a nation. She was the most esteemed princess of Daliang and a goddess in the hearts of countless Daliang men. Yet, when it came time to choose a husband, she had picked him among many noble young men. He knew he wasn't exceptionally talented or charming. Though born into a prominent family, he lost his father young and lived with his widowed mother, facing exclusion from his relatives. He was just an insignificant person. Yet, Yuqing chose him. He had once admired Yuqing, even though before their marriage, she had told him directly that she was already pregnant, and their marriage was merely a political arrangement, a mutual benefit. She asked if he still wanted to marry her. He agreed and promised to treat the child as his own. But then his mother found out and insisted he take a concubine to ensure he had his own heirs. He didn't want to betray Yuqing, but this princess was like a cold stone, unwilling to be alone with him, let alone be husband and wife. The eldest princess had always looked down on him and never regarded him properly. So, he complied with his mother's wishes. Ironically, the princess who once despised him began to treat him differently because of his affection for Jiua. It was truly laughable. But now, he noticed the princess had changed again. She reverted to the aloof and indifferent princess she once was. He panicked. Princess Yuqing approached Prince Chiao and softly said, "Why are you so upset? Don't you remember, Jiua is not your biological daughter?" Prince Chiao's mouth twitched, and he had a bad feeling. He lowered his gaze and awkwardly replied, "Yes. Jiua is indeed not my biological daughter, but everyone has feelings. After raising her for so long, I see her as my own. Besides, I promised you I would treat her as my own." What a promise to treat her as his own. Princess Yuqing smiled and said, "You don't need to worry. I have already asked my father for permission to separate from you. As for Jiua, you don't need to concern yourself anymore. She is my daughter, and whether she lives or dies, that is my business. I should take her to meet her real father. Perhaps it's time for her to return to her roots. I'm not going to agree to the separation. Jiayu is not your daughter, and she certainly cannot see that awful biological father." Chiao Duke felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How could Jiayu be his daughter and recognize someone else as her father?
He firmly said no.
"I do not agree to the separation. You cannot take Jiayu away. She is not." "Not what?" Princess Yuqing stepped closer, anger in her voice. "Chiao Chong, have I been too lenient with you? Over the years, you and your greedy mother have taken enough advantage of my status. Do you still want more?" "Princess, that's not what I mean. I simply do not want to separate from you." Chiao Duke was sweating nervously. Princess Yuqing replied seriously, "This is not up to you. If you refuse to separate, I can also lose a husband." The words "lose a husband" were pronounced heavily by Princess Yuqing. You cruel woman." Of course, Chiao Duke did not dare to say this out loud. His face turned dark, even darker than a pot's bottom. "Separation is fine, but Jiayu cannot go with you." He held Princess Yuqing's hand, knowing it was a bit forced, but he still pleaded, "Princess, I beg you. Do not take Jiao away. My mother is not well, and if she knows she will never see Jiao again, she will not be able to handle it. Whether your mother lives or dies is none of my concern. Princess Yuqing interrupted him. Chao Chong, do you think I am a fool or blind? Don't you see that Jiao looks a bit like me? Do you think I must take her away for no reason?
You know?
Chao Duke was shocked. His face turned red, and his head buzzed. Despite the cold weather, he felt cold sweat all over. The princess must know something, otherwise, she wouldn't treat Jiao this way. He opened his mouth but felt his throat dry. He couldn't say a word. He sensed Princess Yuqing's presence getting closer, her fragrance mixed with a hint of blood. A sharp hairpin pressed against his throat. He stood frozen, unable to move. Princess Yuqing leaned in and whispered in his ear, Duke, you have never experienced the pain of losing a child, have you? These days, I have been unable to eat or sleep, and every time I close my eyes, I think of my poor daughter. Is she alive or dead? If she is dead, where will she be buried? Is her body resting well? Is her soul at peace? Will she be reborn, and if so, into what kind of family? Will they treat her well? If she were alive, she would be the same age as Jiua now. I wonder where she is. Does she look like me or her father? Is she fat or thin? Is she living well? Does she have clothes to wear and food to eat? How do her adoptive parents treat her? Will they care for her like I care for Jiua? Princess Yuqing straightened up, tears in her eyes, and smiled. Prince Chiao trembled all over. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting him. It was like someone was gripping his throat tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he felt weak, collapsing to the ground. His pupils dilated as he looked at Princess Yuqing in terror. He clutched her skirt tightly, saying, Jiua is innocent. Please, princess, spare her. Princess Yuqing drew the guard's sword and cut the corner of his clothing. Coldly, she looked at the person on the ground begging for mercy and continued her earlier thought. Don't worry, I won't be as heartless as you. I wouldn't harm a 3-year-old child. You are fortunate. You won't experience the pain of losing a child. But I won't spare anyone responsible for separating me from my daughter. Your mother, Lady Chiao, should perhaps feel the pain of losing a child to understand how much I hurt right now. Prince Chiao looked up at the woman filled with sorrow and anger. He felt that her anger could burn everything he cared about. In a moment of desperation, he seized the sword from her hand and stabbed himself in the chest. Princess, if someone must pay for your daughter's life, let it be me. The next morning, the weather was clear and sunny. The Chiao family hung white banners. On their way to retrieve their daughter, Prince Chiao and Princess Yuqing encountered assassins, and the prince was tragically killed. Both the princess and the young lady were injured and returned to the princess's residence to recover. They only came to pay their respects later. Lady Chiao, with white hair mourning her son, cried almost to the point of fainting. She sat in the morning hall, saying, My son, my only son, how could you leave me alone like this? How could you abandon that poor child, Jiua? Princess Yuqing stood before her and said softly, Mother-in-law, please accept my condolences. Seeing you in such pain, the prince would not have left with peace of mind. Madame Chiao looked up at her. It's you. You sent Jiua to Jiangzhou. Otherwise, how could Chonga have gone to pick her up and encountered assassins? It's all your fault. Those assassins must have come for you. You have offended many people with your arrogance, and now your enemies have come for revenge, putting Chonga in danger. You have harmed Chonga. Princess Yuqing pinched herself, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Supporting Madame Cui, she whispered in her ear, Mother, Chao Chong is my husband, and as the eldest princess of Daliang, it is only right that he protects me. He died honorably.
You.
How can you say that? Madame Chiao stared at her in shock. Princess Yuqing looked pitiful, tears flowing like beads from a broken string. She wiped her tears and said, Mother, please don't be sad. It's my fault for not protecting my husband well. Your Highness, please don't cry too hard. Your Highness, it's not your fault. It was just unfortunate for your husband. Your Highness, please take care. A group of noble ladies surrounded the princess, offering comfort and wiping her tears with handkerchiefs, nearly pushing Madame Chiao out of the morning hall. Madame Chiao was furious. Were these women here to mourn or to curry favor with Princess Yuqing? Princess Yuqing pushed through the crowd, hugged her, and cried in her ear, "Mother, please don't be too sad. You still have me and Jiua. Don't grieve too much." "What about Jiua? How is she?" Madame Chiao tried to break free, but couldn't move. "Is Jiua seriously hurt? I want to see her." Jiua, her granddaughter, her only granddaughter, the only bloodline of her son. Princess Yuqing whispered in her ear, "Mother, Jiua is fine. How do you feel about your son's death? Are you heartbroken? We share the same sorrow. I have also lost a child. I lost her right after she was born. It was my failure to protect her." Princess Yuqing cried deeply, her sorrow affecting the ladies around her, who couldn't help but shed tears alongside her. Madame Chiao felt her whole body stiffen. She looked in shock at Princess Yuqing, who was leaning on her shoulder. Her mind was struck by a thunderbolt. What did she just say? Sharing the same sorrow? Losing a child. Did she know? The pain of losing a child. Her son didn't die from an assassination? It is Princess Yuqing. It is her revenge. She caused the death of my son, Chong'er. It's you, you wicked woman who killed my son. I want you to pay for his life. Madame Chiao, in a frenzy, grabbed Princess Yuqing by the neck. She's gone mad. Madame Chiao is furious. Someone help. The morning hall immediately fell into chaos. The ladies quickly restrained Madame Chiao and looked at Princess Yuqing, asking how to handle the situation. "Take her back inside, and keep a close watch on her. Don't let her out again to avoid hurting anyone." Princess Yuqing gasped for breath, holding her neck, a smile in her eyes as she looked at Madame Chiao. As soon as Madame Chiao left the courtyard, someone covered her mouth and took her back inside. "Sister." Prince Jing rushed in upon hearing the commotion, pulling his sister away from the crowd and scolding her. "Sister, this is too risky. If someone discovers the truth, those officials will surely report you. It has nothing to do with me. The prince took his own life." Princess Yuqing touched her neck, feeling a sting. "That old woman has quite a bit of strength. She almost choked me to death." Prince Jing looked at his sister with concern, pulling out ointment from his pocket for a maid to apply on her. "Sister, did Granny Yen confess? Does she know where the child was sent? Is she still alive?" Princess Yuqing took a deep breath and said firmly, "That old woman will confess. Her family is now in my hands. Her daughter must still be alive. She is the legitimate princess of Daliang, and that person dedicated most of her life to Daliang, tirelessly working for the common people. She does not believe their daughter would leave so easily. Her daughter must still be alive." Achoo, achoo, achoo. Just as Miaomiao was about to eat, she sneezed several times in a row. Lu Qingao, looking worried, draped a small wool cloak over her and said sternly, "It's chilly in spring. You can't just take off your clothes, or you'll get sick." "I know, mother." Miaomiao smiled sweetly, nuzzling against her mother like a little kitten. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, and she actually felt warm. But after sneezing so many times, it could mean someone was thinking of her, or that she had allergies. As winter turns to spring and flowers bloom, it's a season when old ailments can easily resurface. But it is also a time of harmony between heaven and earth, where yin and yang meet. In the morning, the sun shone brightly outside. Inside the room, it was completely dark. The firewood room in the princess's residence had no windows. The door creaked open. Mama weakly lifted her eyelids and saw a beam of white light shining in. It was a bit blinding. She didn't know how long she had been locked up or what year it was. In the darkness, there was no sense of time or day. It felt like she had been there for a very long time, yet it also seemed like several years had passed. The only feeling she had now was pain. Her whole body hurt, and moving caused unbearable agony. So, she wouldn't even budge. It felt like a hot iron was pressed against her, and she wished for death, but the princess wouldn't let her die, nor would she let her live well. She had already confessed. Her words were the same as when she was in Jiangzhou. The princess's child had died, so Prince Chiao adopted a child from the family. As for the deceased child, the servants were told to take care of it. She stubbornly refused to say more. She didn't dare admit that she had thrown the child away, left alone in the wilderness. If the princess found out, she would face severe punishment, and the Chiao family wouldn't spare her parents or brothers. Her whole family would suffer terribly. However, the princess seemed to doubt her words and kept her locked up. The light at the door grew brighter. She felt someone being pushed in and falling beside her, making soft whimpering sounds. Before long, someone entered with a torch, illuminating the entire room. Through the flickering light, she recognized the two people beside her. They were gagged, masked, and bound, but their familiar hairstyles, clothing, and presence were unmistakable. Mother.
Sister-in-law.
Mama cried out in surprise. The two on the ground heard her call and struggled fiercely, making muffled sounds. Mama, I said I would let your family reunite with you. See, I keep my promises, came the voice of Princess Yuqing from the doorway. Not just your mother and sister-in-law. Your father, brother, husband, son, and nephew are all here, just next door. Now you are all under my care. Mama's body trembled. I confess. I will tell everything. In fact, when she was in Jiangzhou, King Jing had already questioned her once, and she seemed very sincere. He didn't know whether to believe her. So, he returned her to his sister, knowing that women understand women better. This old woman was indeed not telling the truth. King Jing ordered that Mama's family be taken away, then spoke. If you tell the truth, I promise your family won't be harmed. Your Highness, you must keep your word, Mama said, trusting King Jing more than the princess. A woman who has lost her child can sometimes be more terrifying than a ghost. Princess Jiua is the biological daughter of the prince consort, born from an affair with a woman from Lady Chao's family. As Granny Yan spoke, she recalled the past. Princess Yuqing chose Chiao Chong as her prince consort, and Lady Chiao and her son were initially very happy, thinking their luck had finally changed. However, before the engagement, Princess Yuqing's conversation with Prince Consort Chiao was overheard by Lady Chiao. Upon learning that the princess intended to take advantage of her son, Lady Chiao, in a fit of anger, arranged for an affair for the prince consort, resulting in the birth of Jiua. To cover up the situation, Princess Yuqing tried to create the illusion that the child was born prematurely and went to a villa 30 miles outside the capital to give birth. Unexpectedly, they encountered bandits along the way, causing panic and distress. Many attendants were injured or killed, especially the midwife and physician, who were severely hurt and had to find help from nearby villagers. What the princess did not know was that the villa had already been monitored by Prince Consort Chao's people. The midwife had also been bribed by him. Even the woman from the affair was taken by Lady Chiao to a farmhouse near the villa, waiting for the moment of the princess's child's birth. Granny Yan looked at the princess's dark expression, fearing that if she continued, the princess might harm her. She pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and tightly clutched her clothing. Above her, the angry voice of King Jing echoed. How did Jiua manage to be born at that time? Did the prince consort have an affair with that woman before marrying the princess?
No.
Lady Chiao gave that woman a labor-inducing medicine. The young princess was born prematurely, Granny Yan stammered. Every time she thought of these events, she realized she knew too much, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She constantly felt as if her life was in danger. King Jing asked again, were those assassins also arranged by the Chiao family?
Yes.
They had planned it all along.
And you?
You are not part of their family. How were you bribed by them? Thinking of this made her feel desperate, as she had accidentally discovered Lady Chao's secret. Lady Chiao was having an affair. I caught her, and she threatened me using my son, giving me a lot of gold and silver. King Jing's eyes widened as he asked, so, does that mean Chiao Chong might not even be a true member of the Chiao family? She had thought their life as a single mother and son was difficult, and that Chiao Chong was honest and kind. It turned out he was involved in such disgraceful matters. Princess Yuqing believed she had not wronged Chiao Chong. She had given him a chance to back out and promised he could take a concubine, supporting him and his mother in the Chiao family. Even if they were using each other for their own needs, I didn't expect to be outsmarted by him. Madame Yen shook her head and said, I don't know. How could Lady Chiao possibly tell her about this? Perhaps even Prince Chiao was unaware. Princess Yuqing wasn't interested in this troubling matter. She only wanted to know about her daughter. She looked down at the person kneeling on the ground and demanded, "Tell me how you swapped my daughter and where you took her. Is she still alive?" At this point, Madame Yen became anxious, her back soaked with sweat. She bit her lip, thinking about how to respond without angering Princess Yuqing. The princess grabbed her collar and asked, "Why won't you speak?" "I will speak. I took advantage of your unconsciousness to swap the little princess with Jiua and brought her to the pine forest 10 miles south of the garden, hanging from a tree. Your Highness, this was all instructed by Lady Chiao. I was forced into it." Madame Yen closed her eyes after saying this. She knew that in the next moment, the princess's sword would surely pierce her chest. In the forest, hanging from a tree, was a newborn baby in the cold weather. That wretched woman. How dare they? Princess Yuqing felt dizzy and stumbled backward. Prince Jing supported her and shouted at the guards, "Did you hear that? Go find her. I want to see her alive or dead."
Wait.
"I will go myself." 3 days later, Prince Jing returned. He went straight to Princess Yuqing's residence. He held out a wooden box to the princess and said, "Sister, we couldn't find the child, but we found a coffin in the forest. It looks like it's for a baby, and I found this inside." Prince Jing opened the wooden box. Inside was a faded small doll and a baby hat. It was clear that both items were made by the same person, though the stitching was not very neat. He wasn't sure if this belonged to his sister's child, as the bone age didn't seem like that of a newborn. It looked like the baby was at least 2 or 3 months old. He had heard of this burial method, which was common in some border areas, where even if the person burying the child wasn't the parent, it was evident they loved the child. The items in the small coffin were made with great care. Although the craftsmanship was lacking, they were made from precious and soft fabrics. "Sister, did you make this with your own hands?" Princess Yuqing stared intently at the items in the box and shook her head, no. Her needlework wasn't the best, but under the guidance of the palace maids, it shouldn't be this bad. Besides, she was sewing a swaddle for the child, not a hat or a doll. "Take it to Grandma Yen and see if she recognizes these items." "Your Highness, I recognize them. I've seen this stitching on the young lady of Madame Jiang in Jiangzhou." The prince's eyes lit up. Miaomiao. It was Miaomiao, he remembered now. As a man, he rarely paid attention to such needlework, but Grandma Yen was different. As someone who did needlework herself, she could easily identify it. He handed the box to the old servant, Shu. "Take it to the maids who have seen Miaomiao and ask if they recognize this stitching. And also, the small coffin we brought back, please ask the abbot of Bema Temple to bless it and return it to its place." He then turned to the confused Princess Yuqing and said, "Sister, I found your child." On a clear spring morning, Jiangzhou City was shrouded in light mist. Outside the window, birds were singing and flowers were blooming. Jiang Miaomiao woke up early. Today, her older brothers had a day off, and the whole family was going out to enjoy the spring. This was a family tradition, riding horses to admire flowers and flying kites in spring. In summer, they would go boating, enjoy the lotus, and pick lilies. In autumn, they would climb high to enjoy the chrysanthemums and the moon. In winter, they would admire the snow, gather around the stove, and drink tea. Jiang Miaomiao wore a pretty little dress, took a kite, and prepared to wait in the carriage for her mother. She thought it would be great if they could take pictures. One downside of ancient times was the lack of communication devices. They couldn't take photos or make phone calls. Travel was slow, and letters took a long time. Just like the money her godfather sent back, there was still no news. She wondered if it had reached the capital. Had it been presented to the emperor? Was the case resolved? Would the emperor pardon her grandfather? These days, her mother and brothers had been quite anxious. Not just them. Even little Miaomiao felt a bit restless, and her lips had developed blisters. But her mother made her a soothing herbal tea, which was perfect for her to cool down and aid digestion. Miaomiao packed her little bag and water bottle and got ready to go out. As she stepped outside, she saw her older brother and sister talking at the door. Sister Chiao was about to load her small basket onto the cart when brother Yanshu stopped her, saying, "Sister Chiao, please let me go with you. I don't want to go home." "That won't do. If you don't go home on your day off, your parents will be upset." Jiang Chiao shook her head. Her mother had told her that since they were not yet married, they should keep their distance and not be together all the time. She didn't want others to think she was rude. Miaomiao had also told her to maintain a proper distance, as distance creates beauty and they shouldn't always stick together. She felt that both her mother and sister were right. But Sun Yanshu was puzzled as to why, ever since their engagement, his fiancée always avoided him. However, he really couldn't go home these past few days. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Sister Chiao, my second brother and sister-in-law have returned to Jiangzhou, and they brought Miss Su with them." "Then you really should go back," Jiang Chiao replied, confused. She thought he should be happy that his brother was back and should spend time with him. Why did he look so troubled? Sun Yanshu. He really wanted to tap Jiang Chiao on the head. He felt he had been clear enough, so why couldn't she understand? "Sister Chiao, it's just, my sister-in-law wants me to accompany her and Miss Su to the lake." Sun Yanshu looked at her hopefully, wishing for a reaction. Instead, his sister Chiao smiled and said, "Where are you going to the lake?" "You could go to East Lake. The flowers there are blooming beautifully." Sun Yanshu rubbed his forehead. He couldn't exactly say that his brother and sister-in-law had tried multiple times to match him with Miss Su. He thought to himself that Sister Chiao seemed very clever about other matters. Why was she so clueless about this? Miaomiao was peeking from behind the door, feeling anxious for Sister Chiao. "Brother Yanshu." A soft and pleasant voice came from behind the carriage. Sun Yanshu looked over in surprise. "Second brother, sister-in-law, Miss Su. What brings you here?" The Su sisters walked over to him with smiles, while his second brother waited by the cart. It seems the third brother has completely forgotten about his family for a girl, not even returning home on his day off, Mrs. Su said, somewhat displeased, as she openly scrutinized Jiang Chiao. Sun Yanshu smiled awkwardly. "What are you saying, sister-in-law?" "I was delayed because the teacher needed me. It has nothing to do with Chiao." Mrs. Su raised an eyebrow. "Oh, already defending her before marriage." "Miss Su, please don't mind my sister's joke. We just came to see you. If you're busy, it's okay." She gestured for the maid to bring over a food box. "This is the peach blossom pastry I made myself. Please try it." "No need. I'm fine." Sun Yanshu waved his hands repeatedly. Miss Su took a peach blossom pastry from the box and handed it to him. "Come on, Yanshu, just try a little." "Are you saying my sister's cooking isn't good?" The two sisters completely ignored Jiang Chiao, pushing her aside. Jiang Chiao looked surprised. "Is this the sister-in-law and Miss Su he just mentioned? How rude. Aren't they supposed to be young ladies from a wealthy family? They don't seem impressive at all." Jiang Miaomiao. "Oh no. Is this the rival of Sister Chiao? She's not bad-looking, maybe even a bit prettier than Sister Chiao. What should I do? Sister Chiao might not be able to compete with her." Jiang Miaomiao ran over with her short legs, squeezed next to Sun Yanshu, tugged at his sleeve, and looked up at him. "Brother-in-law, I want to eat peach blossom pastries." Sun Yanshu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled widely. He took the peach blossom pastry from Miss Su's hand and gave it to the little girl. "Here, Miaomiao likes them, so have more. Once you finish, I'll get you more." Jiang Miaomiao handed it to Sister Chiao and said to Sun Yanshu, "Brother-in-law, I want more." Sun Yanshu looked at Miss Su. Jiang Miaomiao also looked at Miss Su. Jiang Miaomiao stretched out her little hand, eagerly looking at the older girl. Miss Su's face darkened, even darker than a pot's bottom. Reluctantly, She placed a piece of peach blossom pastry in the little girl's hand, sizing her up. This girl must be the troublesome fifth sister Jiang Zijing mentioned, right? She's pretty, but quite annoying. Just as Jiang Zijing said, she's a little troublemaker, coming here to ruin her good time. Watching Jiang Miaomiao finish a piece of pastry, she smirked.
You must be Miaomiao.
I'm friends with your third sister, so you can call me Sister Sue. After saying this, she directly brought out a plate of peach blossom pastries and handed it over. Miaomiao is so cute, have some more. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback. Third sister? She must be talking about Jiang Zijing.
No wonder they seem so similar.
Thinking Miss Sue wanted to impress brother Yanshu by being generous, she didn't think much and reached out to take a peach blossom pastry. As soon as her hand touched the pastry,
crash.
A plate of peach blossom pastries fell to the ground, and the porcelain cup shattered. Oh no! My hand slipped. I couldn't hold it properly. Miss Sue pouted, a slight smile on her lips. What a shame. Now there's nothing to eat. She looked pleased with herself, thinking that since brother Yanshu wouldn't eat the pastries, that little brat shouldn't get any either. Jiang Miaomiao hated seeing others waste food. She squatted down to pick up the fallen pastries, muttering, Mother said that every grain of rice is hard-earned and should not be wasted. I will take these back to feed the chicks. As she spoke, she looked up at Miss Sue, her eyes sparkling, making Miss Sue feel a bit guilty. Sister Sue, didn't your mother teach you anything? Miss Sue. This little brat was actually mocking her. She felt embarrassed. Then she saw the little girl squatting on the ground, holding her stomach and crying out in pain. My stomach hurts. It hurts. Sister, my stomach hurts. Jiang Chiao quickly walked over, pushed Miss Sue aside, and picked up the little girl, worriedly asking Miaomiao, what's wrong?
Sister.
It hurts. My tummy hurts. Jiang Miaomiao was acting, burying her head in Chiao's shoulder and crying out in pain. Jiang Chiao frowned, glaring at Miss Sue, and questioned, Miss Sue, what did you do to my sister? Did you put something in the peach blossom pastries? It wasn't her fault. Knowing that Miss Sue was friends with Jiang Zijing, and now her sister was in pain, her first thought was that Miss Sue had bad intentions. Moreover, she had just noticed that Miss Sue looked at her and Miaomiao with hostility. But when she looked at brother Yanshu, her gaze was soft and affectionate, as if he was the only one in her eyes. That feeling made her very uncomfortable. Son Yanshu also became alert, protectively standing in front of the Jiang sisters and looking at Miss Sue. Miss Sue, did you really put something in those pastries? After all, her friend Jiang Zijing had almost harmed Miaomiao. One should be cautious of those who are close to bad influences. I didn't. Brother Yanshu, don't listen to Jiang Chiao's nonsense. I didn't put anything in there. I made those pastries myself. How could I have done that?
Miss Sue who then defended herself.
Son Yanshu's actions deeply hurt her. She couldn't understand why this child just happened to eat her pastries and then have a stomachache. Why did they insist on thinking she wanted to harm the child? What broke her heart even more was that Son Yanshu defended Jiang Chiao so fiercely, completely ignoring her explanations. Son Yanshu did not pay her any more attention and respectfully said to Sue and his older brother nearby, brother and sister-in-law, please excuse me. You should take Miss Anne back now and avoid coming here in the future. After saying this, he pulled Jiang Chiao along and entered the Lu garden without looking back. Yanshu. Son Yanshu, come back to me. Sue was so angry she pounded her chest and stomped her feet. Son Yanshu had always been respectful to her, but now he was arguing with her for Jiang Chiao. She could not allow this girl to marry into the Sun family. If he treated her this way now, how would he ever respect her as a sister-in-law in the future? Miss Sue-san watched the two leave, biting her lip tightly, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string, looking pitiful. This sight made Sue feel very uneasy. She loved this younger sister the most and couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little. Ever since Miss Sen saw Son Yanshu at her wedding, she insisted she would only marry him. She had mentioned it to her mother-in-law several times, but her mother-in-law always brushed her off, saying that her younger brother was still too young. Now, without any discussion, they had quietly arranged a marriage for him. and it was to a country girl. No matter how well she dressed, it couldn't hide her roughness. Moreover, she had heard Qi Caiwei mention that Jiang Daren's niece had a bad reputation in Jiangzhou and had been rejected in marriage several times. Either her fate was bad, or her behavior was inappropriate. In short, she could not marry her. After returning to the carriage, she held Sun Erlang's hand tightly. "Husband, you saw it too. Jiang Qiao's character and looks are nowhere near my sister's. Yanshu is destined to succeed and is the pillar of the Sun family. How can he marry a farmer's daughter? It would only make us a laughingstock. Please talk to your parents and have them cancel this marriage. Even if Yanshu doesn't marry my sister, he cannot marry Jiang Qiao." Sun Erlang rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Wife, let it go. A forced marriage is never sweet. Yanshu has feelings for Miss Jiang, and our parents will listen to him. He hadn't gone over earlier because he didn't want to embarrass Miss Su-san. If Yanshu wanted to agree, he would have done so by now. Why wait until he was engaged to someone else to change his mind? That would be shameful." Su also knew that her in-laws favored their youngest son, and her husband's words didn't carry much weight. So she changed her approach and sighed, "Husband, if we don't discuss it, we won't. But it's rare for my sister to accompany me to Jiangzhou. You know she has her heart set on Yanshu. Why not talk to him about spending a day with us sisters? It would fulfill my sister's wish." Sun Erlang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He is also going, so there shouldn't be any problems. Over here, Zhang Miaomiao returned home and heard that Sun Yanshu wanted to invite a doctor. Her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. "I don't want to see a doctor. I just ate too many buns this morning and my stomach hurts," Zhang Miaomiao said seriously. Sun Yanshu frowned at her, thinking that this little one was doing it on purpose. Jiang Qiao awkwardly glanced at Sun Yanshu, poked the little one on the forehead, and smiled. "You are quite clever." Zhang Miaomiao pouted, "Sister, my stomach really hurts. It hurts again." She was truly worried about these two. If it weren't for this, brother Yanshu might have been taken away by the Su sisters. It was clear that they were not genuinely there for the wedding banquet. Their intentions were not good. It seemed that this Mrs. Sun was not happy about Sister Chiao becoming her sister-in-law. Her gaze towards Chiao was filled with disdain. Who knows if she had heard some gossip? In the evening, after returning from the spring outing, just as they got off the carriage, Sun Yanshu was called away by his brother and talked for a while before coming back. "Sister Chiao, tomorrow I will accompany my brother and sister-in-law on an outing. You should come with us." Little Zhang Miaomiao raised her hand eagerly. "I want to go too." "Go ahead," Lu Qingyao agreed for her niece. She had heard from Shir about what happened at the door that morning, and she was worried that Sister Chiao's marriage might face some difficulties. Although the Sun family had already made a formal engagement and set the date for March, which was less than a month away, the arrival of Miss Su was troubling. It seems that good things often come with challenges. As dawn broke and the roosters had just started crowing, Zhang Miaomiao was pulled out of bed by her mother. She felt like she was being treated like a tool. "Miaomiao, remember, don't let that sister Su get close to your brother Yanshu." "Okay, just stay close to brother Yanshu, and don't go anywhere. Especially by the lake. Stick close to brother Yanshu." Zhang Miaomiao thought, shouldn't she be sticking close to Sister Chiao instead? Why did she have to cling to brother Yanshu? Jiang Qiao was also puzzled. "Aunt, why can't Miaomiao follow me?" Lu Qingyao asked, "Chiao, do you think brother Yanshu and his sister-in-law want you to go with them?" "Naturally. They probably don't want that, right?" Jiang Qiao pondered. She could sense that the Su sisters looked down on her. But their opinions didn't matter. What mattered was how brother Yanshu saw her. She only cared about his thoughts. Lu Qingyao asked again, "Then why do you think brother Yanshu wants you to go?" "It seems they want Miss Su-san to give up on him." Chiao felt pleased with Sun Yanshu's behavior yesterday. She thought Miss Su-san was pretty, but Yanshu had never looked at her. Instead, it seemed like Miss Su-san's eyes were always on Yanshu, which made her feel uneasy. "Aunt, I understand. Miss Su-san is definitely not going to give up." Sun Yanshu was already waiting at the entrance of Lu Garden on horseback. When he saw them come out, He acted like a child who had done something wrong, trying hard to please Chiao Air. Jiang Miaomiao sat in the carriage with her sister Chiao and Xi Er. All the way, the little girl snuggled in her sister's arms, yawning and looking sleepy. She dozed off until the carriage stopped by East Lake, remembering what her mother had told her, and then perked up. Sun Yenshu was curious. The little one clung to him as soon as they got off the carriage, following him everywhere and holding onto his sleeve tightly. He felt like he couldn't walk, so he picked her up and bounced her a little. He laughed and said, "Miaomiao, did you eat too much again?" "No," Jiang Miaomiao replied, her little face turning red from being called chubby by anyone other than her brother. She felt a bit shy. Today, she wore a fluffy white cape, looking like a little ball of fur. Yenshu and Chiao Air wore matching capes and outfits, making them look like a couple at first glance. The lake water in February was still a bit cold. They say that the first to know when the spring river warms up are the ducks, but there were no ducks in East Lake, just a few white water birds flying by and resting in the reeds. A thin mist covered the area, and the morning sun shone on the mist, making the lake look dreamy. If she were not with the Su sisters, Jiang Miaomiao would have been quite interested. They boarded a painted boat, where they brewed tea and waited for others. When the morning light filled the lake, people arrived. As the curtain was lifted, their eyes met. Miss Su San's smile froze on her face. The Su sisters' expressions fell as they glanced at Jiang Chiao Air and the others, displeased. "Third brother, why did you bring them here?" Sun Erlang was taken aback and then tried to smooth things over, saying, "I asked third brother to bring Miss Jiang along. More people make it livelier." Everyone got on the boat. Sun Erlang and his wife sat on one side, while Sun Yenshu and the Jiang sisters sat opposite them. Silence filled the air. The Su sisters expressed their dissatisfaction through their silence. Sun Yenshu and Jiang Chiao sat in awkward silence. Sun Erlang felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to scratch his toes. "Jiang Miaomiao." She kept pulling on Sun Yenshu, asking for water, then walnuts, then snacks. Suddenly, Sun Yenshu and Jiang Chiao became busy. One poured tea and water for the little girl. The other peeled walnuts for her. Then, Su Sanyang felt it was too bright and went outside for some fresh air. Sun Erlang, catching his wife's glance, invited his brother to play a game of chess. The chessboard was set up, and Sun Yenshu couldn't refuse. Jiang Chiao and Jiang Miaomiao felt a bit bored. They didn't understand chess, so they sat nearby like little squirrels, munching on seeds and walnuts. Su Shi suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Jiang, let's go outside for some fresh air." Seeing that Sun Air's wife was in a good mood, Jiang Chiao couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Jiang Miaomiao hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to follow her mother's instructions and stay with brother Yenshu or go outside with sister Chiao. After thinking, she took sister Chiao's hand. She felt that Sun Air's wife's smile hid something sharp. On the deck, a small table and cushions were set up. Miss Su sat by the boat playing the pipa, and the music was quite lovely. Jiang Miaomiao pulled her sister to sit on a small cushion. The willows by the lake swayed gently. Under the willow trees, people moved about with vendors starting to call out their wares. Baked cakes. Fresh baked cakes. Steamed buns. Freshly made steamed buns. Flowers for sale. Plum blossoms, peach blossoms, apricot blossoms. And the singing of the lakeside vendors echoed. Jiang Miaomiao and Jiang Chiao curiously looked around. They had never come to East Lake this early and were surprised to see so many people. The vendors' calls sounded almost like singing and were quite pleasant. Jiang Miaomiao listened, captivated. Suddenly, there was a splash. Someone fell into the water. They heard several shouts. "Miaomiao, sit still. Sierra, keep an eye on your young lady." Jiang Miaomiao was held by Sierra and sat on the cushion. She saw Sister Chiao walking toward the edge of the boat. The maid on the boat also gathered around. Jiang Miaomiao wasn't worried about Sister Chiao because she was a good swimmer. In the village, everyone could swim. However, Jiang Miaomiao saw a pink figure flash and then appear behind Sister Chiao.
Splash.
Sister Chiao lost her balance and fell into the water. The girl in pink shouted, "Miss Jiang fell into the water." Miss Jiang. Hurry, what are you waiting for? Go save her. Sun Heir's wife urged the guards. 2 guards exchanged glances, hesitating.
Madam, this.
Men and women should keep their distance, especially since the one who fell into the water is the future wife of the 3rd young master. Sister Sun urged, stop hesitating. Yan Shu doesn't know how to swim. Hurry and save her. This could ruin Sister Chiao's reputation. Miaomiao thought it was bad news. She suddenly stood up and leaned closer to Xie, whispering, push that woman in. Yes, miss, sit still, Xie said as she pressed her back down and quickly moved to the back of the crowd. Plop, plop, plop. Someone fell into the water. The second lady has fallen in. There was chaos on the boat. The Su sisters had brought 4 maids, none of whom could swim. They only shouted for help. The 2 guards could swim but were too afraid to act on their own. In the minds of these young ladies, drowning was minor, but losing one's reputation was a big deal. Their low status meant that if they rescued someone, they might not receive thanks but rather face danger themselves. So, they went to ask their master for guidance. When the Sun brothers heard someone had fallen into the water, they rushed out and saw the Su sisters struggling in the water. Sun Erlang quickly took off his cloak and jumped into the water without hesitation. Sun Yanshu, unable to find Sister Chiao, grew anxious and asked Miaomiao, where's Sister Chiao? Where did she go? She's over there. Little Miaomiao pointed to a light blue spot on the distant lake surface. She actually wanted to say that Sister Chiao could swim very well, so there was no need to worry. However, before she could say it, Sun Yanshu tore off his cloak and jumped into the water. Miaomiao gasped, wide-eyed, watching the person swim towards Sister Chiao. Didn't they say he couldn't swim? He seemed to be doing quite well. She added another point to her future brother-in-law. Sister Chiao, floating on the water, was quietly observing the chaos on the boat, recalling how she had fallen in. She felt as if someone had pushed her from behind. Whoever pushed her must be connected to the Su sisters. Just then, she saw Yanshu jump into the water, swimming straight toward her. She quickly swam to meet him. Meanwhile, Sun Erlang's first reaction was to swim toward his wife. After rescuing her and bringing her to shore, he heard a maid say that the 3rd young lady was still in the water. He saw his sister-in-law almost submerged and jumped in without hesitation, bringing her up and handing her to a maid before returning to care for his wife. Su woke up after spitting out water several times, trembling in her husband's arms as she cried about her fear. After calming down, she remembered to ask about her sister. Where is my 3rd sister? Su Sanyong had just woken up too, looking a bit dazed, shivering in her maid's embrace. She was still wrapped in a wet cloak. There were no extra cloaks available, but they couldn't let her go without one, as that would be embarrassing. Su couldn't give her own cloak either, as it would also leave her exposed, and she couldn't give her husband's clothes to her sister. But her first thought was, who saved her sister? She looked around and saw that the guards were dry. Fortunately, it wasn't them. Her gaze landed on Sun Yanshu, who was soaking wet, supporting Jiang Chiao, who was wrapped in his cloak. The 2 looked close and didn't seem to care about others watching. Who else could it be? She felt a chill and looked up at her husband. Did you save my 3rd sister? Sun Erlang looked a bit embarrassed but nodded. Madam, it was an urgent situation, and I had no choice. After all, they couldn't let Su Sanyong drown, could they? Su's pale face turned green as she glanced at her husband and then at her sister, her emotions complicated. Her husband was a warrior, straightforward and noble, simply saving a life. But for a woman, this was not a small matter. She felt both angry and frustrated. Su Sanyong, still trying to process everything, suddenly realized it was her brother-in-law who saved her. Her face turned bright red. Burying her head in the maid's arms, she sobbed quietly, no one knowing how she truly felt. Seeing Sun Yanshu focused on Jiang Chiao, completely indifferent to her situation, made her feel even more embarrassed about being saved by her brother-in-law. In that moment, she truly wished she could disappear. She pushed away the maid, wanting to jump into the lake. Let me die. I can't face anyone. The guard stopped her. Miaomiao, who had been sitting on a mat eating walnuts and seeds, was startled by her actions. Was it really that serious? She remembered that in ancient times, it was believed that men and women should not touch. If a woman was saved by a man from the water, her reputation would be ruined. She would either have to marry her rescuer or face disgrace. No wonder the rate of women drowning in ancient times was so high. Perhaps no one dared to save them. But thinking about it, it made sense. With the belief that men and women should not touch, rescuing someone from the water would inevitably involve physical contact. In ancient times, this would have been called a close relationship. It's no wonder people feel desperate. It seems that when she grows up, the first thing she should learn is how to swim. Otherwise, she might drown or end up marrying someone unexpectedly, which is quite ridiculous. Fortunately, it was her fiancé who went to save her sister, so no one can say anything about it. However, this situation is awkward for Miss Su. Is she really going to marry her brother-in-law? It's not unusual for two sisters to share a husband in ancient times, but usually, it happens when the elder sister passes away and the younger sister marries as a continuation of the family line. Most marriages were meant to strengthen ties between families. Of course, there are cases where a younger daughter serves as a concubine for her elder sister's husband, but these situations mostly occur in wealthy families. It's rare for two legitimate daughters to marry the same man. I wonder if Sister Sun feels uncomfortable about this. Does she regret her plans involving her sister? Mr. and Mrs. Sun looked very unhappy, especially Mrs. Sun, who shot several glares at her husband but then thought it wasn't entirely his fault. She felt very awkward. She couldn't even stand the thought of her husband taking a concubine, let alone marrying her own sister. After all, it was because of Chiao that they ended up in this embarrassing situation, and the person who pushed her into it would definitely face consequences. Mr. Sun felt frustrated too. He wasn't sure what his wife meant. They had already saved the person. What else could they do? Could they just send her back? If given another chance, he would still save her. He cautiously suggested, "Dear, what if we just let this go?" "No way," Mrs. Su shot him a look. "Do you think we sisters would serve you together?" "What a silly dream." Mr. Sun replied, "Are you crazy? That's not what I meant." He intended to say that as long as no one gossiped about the people on the boat, they could keep the reputation of the third sister intact. When Sun Yenshu turned around, he saw his sister-in-law looking at Xiao Mei and Miaomiao with a disapproving gaze. Since they were going to be family, it would be best if their relationship could improve. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable for him and his brother to be caught in the middle. He spoke up, as the ancient sages said, if a sister-in-law is drowning and you don't help, you are like a wolf. There are rules about how men and women interact. Helping a drowning sister-in-law is a matter of principle. Miss Su was drowning, and as her brother-in-law, my second brother helped her. This is a reasonable and practical solution. Mr. Sun sighed in relief and smiled. What Yenshu said makes sense. As her brother-in-law, it's only right for me to save my own sister. Little brother really is a scholar. He solved this troubling problem in no time. Su showed a happy expression, surprised that there was such a saying. The husband who saved his drowning sister-in-law was criticized, but he still felt a bit uncomfortable about it. Su Sanyang stopped crying and looked at Sun Yenshu with gratitude, thinking that brother Yenshu still cared for her. However, what Sun Yenshu said next made her heart sink again. "Xiao Mei, how did you fall into the water?" Sun Yenshu adjusted Jiang Qiao's cloak. "Someone pushed me from behind," Jiang Qiao said, looking at the Su sisters. She was not the type to back down easily. Being bullied before even getting married was unacceptable. Her aunt had said that when facing bullies, one must never retreat. At first, they might be testing your limits. The more you back down, the more they will take advantage. People tend to pick on the weak, but she was not weak. "I saw who pushed Chiao Jia," Zhang Miaomiao tugged at her sister's hand. Even if she didn't see clearly, Chiao did. Who pushed you?" Jiang Qiao squatted down to look at her sister. "A pink figure appeared behind you, and then you fell into the water," Zhang Miaomiao said, glancing at Su Sanyang, implying something.
Pink.
Today, only she wore a pink dress. Su Sanyang adjusted her wet cloak, not wanting anyone to see her dress underneath, and retorted, "How can you believe what a child says? My sister and I fell into the water too. Who should we blame?" Her voice trembled, and her lips turned pale, yet she remained stubborn. "You fell into the water. That was your own doing. As for why I fell in today, I believe you know better than anyone. If you continue such dirty tricks in the future, don't blame me for being rude," Chiao said, throwing her teacup onto the deck and taking Miaomiao into the cabin. She patted her sister's head and glanced at the guilty-looking shear, realizing how those two ended up in the water. Not wanting to make things difficult for brother Yanshu, she decided to let it go and not pursue it further. Miaomiao sat quietly beside her sister, looking up at her. She thought Jia looked even prettier when she was angry, her cheeks flushed. Although she wasn't scary, she was charmingly bold. Sue's expression was somewhat embarrassed, and she mocked, "Yanshu, look at what kind of country girl you've found. She's so rude and uncouth." Son Yanshu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of Chiao Mei. With a serious face, he said, "Second sister-in-law, although the sage says that brother-in-law saving the third young lady is a temporary measure, words can be powerful. If this matter spreads today, it might affect Miss Sue's marriage. In the future, please think carefully before doing anything to Chiao."
Are you threatening me?"
Su sure was surprised to hear such words from this seemingly gentle man. "Yes, I hope second sister-in-law will think twice before acting in the future. Don't you care about your second brother?" Su sure glared at her husband, feeling frustrated that he didn't support her when she was being bullied. Is it wrong for the second brother to save someone? If it's a problem, he can just marry another wife, Sun Yanshu said, feeling angry at the thought of them pushing Chiao into the water to ruin her reputation. Luckily, both he and Chiao could swim, or they would have succeeded. Sun Erling frowned, wondering why he was being dragged into this.
"You're
ridiculous." Su sure pointed at her brother-in-law, trembling with anger. It wasn't from the cold, but from frustration. "Brother Yanshu, how can you speak to me like this?" Su Sanyang felt both ashamed and angry, covering her face, wishing she could jump into the water to escape it all. How could brother Yanshu say such things? Seeing more people gathering by the lake, Sun Erling worried that things might escalate. He quickly stepped in to mediate. "Brother Yanshu, I apologize for not managing your sister-in-law well. I'm sorry for Miss Jiang. I'll apologize on her behalf." His younger brother appeared gentle and easy to talk to, but he was quite principled. He was firm in his decisions, and if angered, he could easily turn unfriendly. "How about this? I will transfer ownership of a cosmetic shop in the capital under my and your sister-in-law's name to Miss Jiang as a gift. Let's consider this matter settled, and no one should mention it again. Does that sound good?" "Thank you, second brother and second sister-in-law. I will accept the shop on behalf of Chiao," Sun Yanshu said with a bow. His second brother was indeed reasonable. Su sure reluctantly agreed, knowing it concerned her sister and husband's reputation. She had no choice but to accept. However, the fact that it was her husband who saved her sister still bothered her. "I will send someone to take Sanmei back to the capital tomorrow. Can you ensure that the Jiang family's second daughter won't mention today's events to anyone?" Sun Yanshu nodded. Of course. Miaomiao felt even more favorable towards her brother-in-law. The more dowry, the better. That's the way it should be. Her unreliable father should contribute too. Every little bit helps. Early in the morning, Zhang Yunze was helping his beloved concubine and young daughter arrange the courtyard when he received a surprising invitation to his niece's wedding. His cousin, Zhang Yunhu, had unexpectedly sent him an invitation, and the family marrying his niece was actually the Sun family, who served the esteemed Master Cui. This nephew-in-law seems to have potential. Otherwise, Master Cui wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Since they are all family, they can support each other in the official circles in the future. Zhang Yunze knew that he came from humble beginnings, and to establish a firm footing in the court, he needed to strengthen his family and ensure that future generations would be talented, rather than relying on others. He was genuinely grateful for his cousin's past help. He felt guilty knowing that his mother had stopped his cousin from visiting, taken money, and even caused injury to his leg. He had written several letters to express his remorse, but they all went unanswered. His mother and aunt had always been at odds, which affected their view of his cousin, but as a son, he couldn't blame her. What he owed, he could only repay in secret. Since the invitation was sent, he had to follow the proper etiquette, and he happened to have some extra funds recently. Butler Wang, take 1,000 taels of silver notes to Jiangzhou, and also send the pair of lotus paintings for my study. Don't let the old lady know, he instructed. Yes, I will arrange that right away. Jiang Yunze was in a very good mood today. Qi Caiwei surprisingly discussed with him and agreed to bring Tower and Shuju back to the residence. He had thought she would cause a scene upon hearing the news, but her understanding nature truly surprised him. Of course, the Qi family had their own motives. The father and daughter of the Qi family played their roles well. One was the good cop, and the other the bad cop. He wasn't blind to it. While Qi Caiwei welcomed his concubine back to the residence with a pleasant demeanor, her father kept pressuring him, all for the position of the main wife of the Jiang family. He was well aware of this. Jiang Yunze was also willing to do a favor. It was time for him and Xingyao to part ways. He couldn't let her hold the title of the main wife without any purpose. Moreover, their marriage had ended the moment she spent all her dowry. On this spring day, Jiangzhou was calm and peaceful, while the capital was filled with turmoil. Prince Jing suspected that the baby bones found in the cypress forest might be related to Lu Qingyao, so he sent people to investigate overnight. They discovered that Lu Qingyao had indeed given birth to a daughter 3 years ago, and less than 2 months after the birth, the Lu family faced a crisis, followed by rumors that were unfavorable to her. She took the 3 children to Jiangzhou. However, they faced multiple attacks along the way. Thanks to the housekeeper who fought bravely to protect them, the mother and children finally arrived safely in Jiangzhou. Prince Jing looked at the 2 paintings laid out on the table. On the left was a portrait of his eldest sister as a child, where the little girl was sweetly nestled in their mother's arms. The princess was the first child of the emperor and empress, so she was cherished like a precious gem, and every year on her birthday, a painter would create a new portrait for her. The girl in the painting looked just like Miaomiao at her current age. On the right was a painting created by Jiang Zian for Princess Rongin and Miaomiao, which he had borrowed from the princess under various pretenses. He had noticed before, but now that the 2 paintings were compared side by side, they did resemble each other. Especially the pair of phoenix eyes, which looked almost identical to his sister when she was young. What a coincidence it was. No wonder he felt drawn to Miaomiao. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that made him feel this way. When Shu entered, he found Prince Jing lost in thought while looking at the portraits. He called out, "My lord, we have received news." He had been busy and rushed back to report as soon as he got the information. Prince Jing raised his eyes. "What is it?" "My lord, our people searched all around the Songbai forest and finally found a monk in a nearby temple who recognized this hat. According to him, 3 years ago, a lady came with 2 young boys and a deceased infant, asking him to perform a ritual for the baby. Is it confirmed that they are the Lu family mother and children?" The monk said yes. He remembers it very clearly. He said the mother and children looked like they came from a wealthy family, yet they were traveling alone without even a maid or servant, so it left a strong impression on him. Getting closer to finding his niece, Prince Jing excitedly paced the room, then suddenly stopped and asked Shu, "Have we received any news from Jiangzhou? Can we find the swaddling cloth?" Once it was confirmed that the swaddling cloth was sewn by his sister, Miaomiao's background would be clear. Just received news that the clothes Miaomiao usually wears are mostly made by the women of the Jiang family's second branch. Lady Lu occasionally makes some as well, and those stitches are likely from her. However, the little princess's swaddling cloth has not been found yet. No one dares to enter their garden, and our secret guards have been discovered by Xiao and Lady Lu several times. That girl Xiao was completely devoted to the Lu family. She had almost cut off all contact with others. He hoped she would act as an insider, but she could easily betray them. So, He didn't share anything about this with Xiao. Prince Jing was surprised and asked, "Are they really that powerful?" "It's not just them. It's that white wolf. Its sense of smell and hearing are extremely sharp." As soon as the secret guards entered Miaomiao's courtyard, it started howling. What's strange is that every time it howls, it manages to attract both Lady Lu and Xiao. Fortunately, the secret guards had met Xiao before, otherwise there might have been some conflicts. Prince Jing. "A bunch of useless people can't handle a wolf.
What use do I have for them?"
"Your Highness, please calm down," Xiao said, lowering his head and not daring to speak further. He had seen the wolf. It was different from ordinary wolves, larger and more intelligent. If it were a regular wolf, there would be many ways to deal with it. But that white wolf was the little girl's beloved pet, treated like a treasure. She shared everything with the wolf, turning it into a creature that would eat anything. Even if the secret guards had countless ways to deal with wolves, they couldn't use them on this one. "Master, we can only have the secret guards feed the white wolf more meat and see if it can be persuaded," Xiao said helplessly. Prince Jing. Feeding it more meat wouldn't help. He had tried to win it over before just to see swear, but the wolf still howled loudly. He wasn't truly angry. He looked at the portrait and asked Xiao, "Do you think they look alike?" "Yes, in my opinion, Miaomiao's phoenix eyes are very similar to the princess's. Not only does she resemble the princess, but she also looks like you," Xiao said, sincerely admiring the person in the painting. However, he was puzzled as to why such a clear resemblance had gone unnoticed before. Perhaps it was because there was no comparison. Once compared, anyone would say they looked alike. That little girl resembled the young Princess Yuqing, not an exact match, but there were definitely similarities. The reason no one noticed might be that the grown-up Princess Yuqing had changed too much, or perhaps no one dared to think in that direction. After all, the Jiang family had no connection to Princess Yuqing. What about other features? Who does she resemble? Prince Jing frowned in thought. Who do you think her father might be? There are many young men who admire my sister, but she seems indifferent to everyone. It's hard to tell if she has a special feeling for anyone. He couldn't understand how there could be a noble princess in Daliang who loved someone she couldn't have and was willing to have his child. He wondered if something had happened during the year he was missing. Shu shook his head. I can't see it. The princess was deliberately hiding it, and even if he noticed, he wouldn't dare to say anything. The princess held a very noble status. How could she let others know whom she truly loved? However, there were still some clues to follow. The bond between blood relatives is quite mysterious, and there will eventually come a day of recognition. Never mind, one day, my sister will reveal it herself. For now, let's not mention the matter of Miaomiao to her. If she asks, just say we are still investigating, Prince Jing said as he put away the two paintings and had them returned to Princess Yuqing and Princess Roman. Although he believed Miaomiao was the one, the evidence only confirmed that Lu Qingyao's biological daughter had passed away and Miaomiao was her adopted daughter. Whether she was his sister's daughter still needed to be verified by finding her swaddling clothes. Not telling his sister was to prevent her from worrying and rushing to Jiangzhou to see the child, which would disturb the peace of the Lu mother and son. Shu pressed his lips together and continued to report, "Master, there is one more thing. The biological mother of Princess Jiua has come to light. She is the illegitimate daughter of a distant cousin of Madame Chiao. She came to the princess's residence yesterday to claim her." "Claim her? Claim Jiua?" "Yes. She claims to be Jiua's biological mother and the prince's concubine, wanting to take the princess back." How did the princess handle that mother and daughter? Though the child was not very likable, she had been raised in front of his sister for 3 years. It wasn't as if they could just take her life. However, the next day, news spread from the princess's residence that Princess Jiua had suffered severe injuries and had passed away. In the princess's residence, Princess Yuqing looked down at the woman on the ground. She was a distant cousin of Prince Chiao, with an ordinary appearance. If not for her resemblance to Jiua, she would not have caught anyone's attention in a crowd. Her clothing and accessories were very luxurious, with a few pieces even gifted to Madame Chiao. It seemed the Chiao family treated her quite well. However, Princess Yuqing was curious about how this woman could bear to let her daughter recognize her as mother. She coldly asked, "You say you want to claim Jiua back as Chiao Chang's concubine?" "Yes, I ask for your grace, your highness. I will take Jiua away and won't let her be a burden to you," the woman said, kneeling on the ground, occasionally stealing glances at Princess Yuqing. She wanted to see how beautiful this renowned beauty truly was, the one who made her cousin Chiao so infatuated that he refused to bring her into the household, only giving her some gold and silver jewelry. When she looked up, she met Princess Yuqing's piercing gaze. With just one glance, she felt ashamed and couldn't bear to look again. She guessed why her cousin Chiao had died, and she hated Princess Yuqing for being so cold-hearted. She was afraid that Princess Yuqing would harm Jiua. Although they had been mother and daughter for over 3 years, she had no doubt that Princess Yuqing, who could kill her cousin, would not show mercy to Jiua. That's why she acted first and spread those rumors. She had heard from Prince Chiao that the crown prince's health was not good, and the position of heir was likely to change. At this critical moment, she was sure that Princess Chang would fear public opinion and consider the Chiao family, thus sparing them. As for her cousin's inheritance, although Princess Yuqing was his legitimate wife and a noble princess, it was unlikely she would let Jiua be raised like an ordinary widow's child. She might even remarry. Jiua was Chao's only child. If the inheritance wasn't left to her, who else could it go to? However, in the next moment, her hopes were shattered. She heard Princess Yuqing's mocking laughter and cold voice from above. "Do you think that after you spread those rumors, I would generously allow you and your daughter to reunite? Let you take Jiua to inherit Chiao Chang's fortune?" Lin's thoughts were exposed, and her face turned as pale as paper. Yet she still held on and said, "What does your highness want then? Do you intend to bully us, a mother and her child? Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the officials or the people?" Princess Yuqing's eyes darkened, revealing a cold light. "You have quite the nerve to threaten me, the crown princess. You and the Chiao family are the first to try to scheme against me." Lin felt a chill run down her spine. Threatening a royal princess was new for her, but everyone said that wealth and power come with risks. She was willing to take that chance. If Jiua's appearance hadn't been so different from Princess Yuqing's, the princess might not have discovered Jiua's true identity, and her cousin and aunt could have continued to deceive her. It seemed this princess wasn't as clever as everyone thought. Lin sincerely bowed her head and said, "Your Highness, I know you resent Prince Chiao for taking your child, but Jiua and I are innocent. Moreover, Jiua has been raised under your care for 3 years and has called you mother for 3 years. She truly sees you as her own mother. For the sake of your bond, please let me take Jiua with me." "Innocent?" Princess Yuqing scoffed. The thought that the daughter she had raised like a precious gem for years was someone else's, while her own daughter suffered somewhere because of Chiao Chong, made her want to tear Chiao Chong apart. How dare this woman come before her and talk about maternal affection? "That's enough. You can enter the Chiao family home, and you can take Jiua with you." "Really?" Before she could finish speaking, Lin interrupted her. Princess Yuqing changed her tone and smiled. "Of course. I allow you to take Jiua to the countryside for a short stay. Coincidentally, Madame Chiao is very ill from her grief, so you can help me and the prince show her respect. You must be thrilled to serve her day and night, right? To the countryside? Why not back to the Chiao residence?" Lin's smile faded instantly. She felt there was more to the princess's words. Princess Yuqing smirked slightly and said, "I forgot to tell you, I have publicly announced that Princess Jiua is severely injured and has gone with the prince. From now on, there will be no more Chiao Jiua, only Lin Jiua. No more Chiao Jiua." Lin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she sat down in despair. "How can this be? On what grounds do you take Jiua's identity and everything from her?"
"Why?"
Princess Yuqing's gaze was sharp. "What do you think?" "Because she stole my daughter's life. Just because she is your daughter doesn't mean she deserves to keep everything she has. Take her away. Tell the steward of the estate to keep a close watch. If anyone dares to let them out, they will face the consequences. Lin's face turned pale. She hadn't expected this outcome.
She had even put herself at risk.
As soon as she finished speaking, a maid brought in Chiao Jiua.
Jiua, is that you? Lin Edgar Lim, Hugin Gao Zie Tai Li.
Before, she could only look from afar and never dared to get close. Now, holding her in her arms felt surreal. It had been over half a year since Jiua was taken to Jiangzhou, and Lin looked at her daughter with deep concern. She had grown taller, darker, and thinner. Get away, who are you? Chiao Jiua pushed the tearful woman away and ran towards Princess Yuqing. While running, she shouted, Mother, oh mother, he misses you so much. But she missed and fell short. Princess Yuqing pushed her away. Lin Jiua, I am not your mother. That woman down there is your mother. Go find her. No, she is not my mother. You are? Chiao Jiua sat on the ground, tears in her eyes as she looked at her mother, and then at the woman kneeling below.
Why?
Why did her mother not want her, and let someone else be her mother? Jiua, I really am your mother, Lin said, stepping forward to hold her daughter tightly. Now, she had nothing left, only Jiua. If her daughter didn't recognize her, what was the point of living? Chiao Jiua looked at the ugly and crazy woman in front of her and screamed, Ugly woman, you are not my mother, let go. Let go of me. Mother, help me. Chiao Jiua's heart-wrenching cries did not move Princess Yuqing. She asked her maid, How is the investigation on King Jing going? Why hasn't anyone reported back? Your Highness, the prince first took people to the pine and cypress forest outside the other courtyard, and then he went to the temple. It is said he is looking into a woman with the surname Liu, who is the wife of Lord Jiang from the Ministry of Rites. In the tea houses and taverns of the capital, storytellers share new tales every day. Their stories often come from the common people. However, no one is interested in the mundane affairs of ordinary families. People want to hear the gossip and stories of princes and princesses. Recently, the taverns and tea houses have been crowded, and Yupinju in the capital is no exception, as they have also invited a storyteller. Not only in the capital, but Yupinju in various states have also invited storytellers. The owners believe that tea houses and taverns are the most popular places and hubs for news. Today, the storyteller is mostly retelling the story of Princess Yuqing. This is because a significant event has occurred in the princess's residence. Qiao Fuma was assassinated and passed away. Then, less than 2 days later, his most beloved daughter, the little Princess Jiua, also followed him. Princess Yuqing was heartbroken from losing both her husband and daughter. As if that wasn't enough, on the day of Qiao Fuma's funeral, Madame Chiao became mentally unstable due to overwhelming grief and nearly attacked Princess Yuqing at her son's wake. The princess, being generous and understanding, not only called for a doctor for Madame Chiao but also arranged for someone to take care of her. This person was Lin, a distant niece of Madame Chiao. The trouble started a day after Qiao Fuma's death, when rumors spread that a woman claimed to be his mistress, and that little Princess Jiua was not the princess's biological daughter, but the child of the mistress. Just as the rumors about the mistress surfaced, the little princess passed away. Princess Yuqing, feeling pity for her cousin Lin, granted her a title and status, elevating her to a concubine and allowing her to accompany Madame Chiao. After all, with the princess's noble status, she could not truly remain a widow serving her mother-in-law. However, within 3 days, Madame Chiao went mad and attacked Lin, leading to a violent confrontation where Lin accidentally killed her mother-in-law. Realizing the gravity of her actions, Lin took her own life. The Chiao household now faced 2 more coffins. The most touching story is about Princess Yuqing. She had only been married for 3 years when, in one night, her husband's family was completely gone. Many common people felt sorry for her, but the women in the inner court shivered with both respect and fear. Indeed, she is a true princess. While other families might have a concubine, her husband had one too. The outcome was total destruction. Such determination and skill are truly admirable. Of course, some think the princess is cruel and heartless, mostly those who were involved with her husband. They were terrified to speak out. Even the officials remained silent. If the rumors are true, then Princess Jiua might not be the princess's biological child. Mixing royal bloodlines is a serious crime. This way of handling things actually protected the Chiao family and preserved the queen's dignity, showing that she considered the bigger picture and acted appropriately. Moreover, any mother would want to eliminate threats to her child. Especially the main wives, who supported Princess Yuqing, warned their husbands, stay out of trouble, and be careful of those outside who could cause harm. While people discussed gossip, many also mentioned the missing true princess. The poor little princess, no one knows if she is alive or dead or where she is. Princess Yuqing disguised herself and went to Yapinju. She heard many things about herself from the crowd, some of which she didn't even know. She smiled. Listening to the people's discussions and thinking about her brother, King Jing's investigations, her mind opened up. She deduced that her daughter was in Jiangzhou and connected to the abandoned Lady Jiang. Coincidentally, Lady Jiang had a daughter the same age as hers. And then there were the baby bones found in the pine forest. There could be no mistake. She had only known that the Liu family had helped her brother, which is why he protected them so fiercely. Her brother's benefactor was also her benefactor. So when she learned that her brother wanted to get rid of the Qishi's illegitimate daughter, she felt obligated to help. Little did she know, she was helping herself. Princess Yuqing looked at the tired old maid and smiled. Maid Feng, you've traveled so far from Jiangzhou. You've worked hard. Your Highness is too kind. I am grateful for your regard for my old self, and I will do my best to serve you, Maid Feng replied. Maid Feng was an old servant in the palace and had watched Princess Yuqing grow up. When the princess married, she came to the princess's residence and managed the household storehouse. She rarely shows herself in front of outsiders. Upon learning that Lady Qi had found a palace nurse to discipline her illegitimate daughter, Nurse Feng took her place on the way. Princess Yuqing granted her a seat and served tea and snacks before asking, "So, did you find anything?" "Yes, the Qi girl has opened gambling houses, pawn shops, and antique stores in Jiangzhou, making a lot of money. She has taken bribes under the names of Minister Qi and Lord Jiang, forming alliances for personal gain. Is there any evidence left?" "Yes, before they destroy the evidence, I had someone copy a version," Nurse Feng said as she presented a wooden box. She even admired Miss Jiang a bit for her ruthless and decisive actions, as well as her keen mind. At such a young age, she managed household affairs very well. Her methods and demeanor often made Nurse Feng forget how young she was. She definitely did not have the mindset of a typical teenager. If she hadn't been prepared, she wouldn't have been able to obtain these letters and account books. Princess Yuqing had the account books and evidence collected. In the past, she thought she was just helping her fifth brother repay a favor, but now dealing with the Qi family felt very different. This matter involved the Jiang family, Lady Jiang, and that young girl. It needed to be handled carefully. Fortunately, the Qi illegitimate daughter was foolish, so eager to betray her father and husband, which worked to her advantage. Princess Yuqing took a sip of tea, hiding her delight. After setting down her teacup and calming her emotions, she asked, "Nurse, have you met Lady Jiang in Jiangzhou?" "Yes, I have met Lady Jiang a few times." If it were before, Nurse Feng would have been curious why the princess was so interested in the wives and concubines of the Jiang family. But upon seeing the young daughter of Liu Qimiao, she was quite surprised. Those eyes looked so similar. As soon as she returned to the capital yesterday, she heard that Prince Chao's family was gone, along with Princess Jiua, and there were rumors that the prince had taken a mistress. Now the princess was asking about Lady Jiang again. Looking at the princess, although she wore plain clothes and had a pale face, there was no sign of weariness. When she saw her, the joy in her eyes was evident. She didn't look like someone who had just lost a husband and a child. Upon closer inspection, her pale face seemed a bit too much. It must be due to her maid's poor makeup skills. Nurse Feng felt her suspicions were likely correct. Just as she was pondering whether to share her findings with the princess, she heard the princess eagerly ask, "What is Lady Jiang like? Does she have a daughter? What is the child's name? And is Lady Jiang good to her?" Princess Yuqing tightly held her fan, leaning forward slightly, her eyes sparkling. She recalled the portrait that King Jing had shown her. She had seen that child before. However, the little figure in the painting was so lively that it didn't even leave a clear face. At that time, she thought the little girl in the painting was the most adorable and playful child she had ever seen. Now, realizing that the little girl was her daughter felt unbelievable. Princess Yuqing was a bit excited and nervous, constantly fiddling with the ring on her finger. Seeing her like this, Nurse Feng thought she must have already figured it out. After all, King Jing had many interactions with the Liu family, so it was impossible that she hadn't noticed anything. Even if she hadn't thought about it before, with everything that had happened, it all made sense now. Nurse Feng replied, "Your Highness, Madame Jiang has 3 sons, but she loves her youngest daughter the most. That child is named Jiang Miaomiao, and her family treats her like a precious gem, raising her very well." Since the princess hadn't directly asked about the secret, Nurse Feng didn't dare to say too much.
But she spoke positively about it.
Thinking carefully, it was true that Madame Liu and her 2 sons treated the little girl very well.
Miaomiao. Jiang Miaomiao.
Princess Yuqing murmured. This must be the name of Liu Qingyao's late child. It seemed they had raised her as their own. The thought of her daughter calling someone else mother felt strange, but knowing that the family had taken her in, cared for her, and ensured she was warm and well-fed made her feel grateful. She should be genuinely happy that Liu Qingyao had found her. What mother wouldn't want her child to be well, even if they weren't raised by her? How is the little girl's personality? The old servant thinks she is quite good, lively and clever, and everyone likes her. Even King Jing takes good care of them, Nurse Feng replied. Who wouldn't want their child to be smart and adorable? This would surely ease Princess Yuqing's worries. A smile appeared on Princess Yuqing's lips. She had heard from Jiua that during their meals, the little girl had turned her bowl upside down on her head, scared her with a wolf, and even stuffed bugs into her mouth. Hearing this made her laugh. That mischievous spirit truly resembled her. With that, she felt reassured. This child was not easily bullied. She was indeed her daughter. Princess Yuqing pondered for a moment and finally asked, "Little girl, do I look like you?" Nanny Feng was taken aback at first, then quickly replied, "Yes, you look very much alike. Your eyes are just like hers. Both are phoenix eyes." The princess couldn't help but ask. In this vast world, many people have phoenix eyes, but none are as beautiful as those of the eldest princess. At least, when she first saw the little girl, she was quite surprised. Princess Yuqing stood up and paced. She wanted to rush to Jiangzhou immediately, but she couldn't. Her mother and younger brother needed her. Moreover, the situation in the capital was complicated. If she brought the little girl back, it might be dangerous. With determination, she instructed, "Nanny, send more people to Jiangzhou to protect the Liu mother and daughter." Jiangzhou. In the warm spring of March, the grass grew, and the birds flew, with flowers blooming everywhere. It was beautiful, but also the season when people easily fell ill. Jiang Miaomiao caught a cold. Since that day at the lake, she and sister Chiao had both fallen sick, with high fevers, runny noses, and sneezing. The 2 patients had been resting at home for several days. Sun Yenshu felt very guilty. There was no need for modesty. He took care of his fiancée every day, bringing her soup and medicine. He regretted taking them to the lake. He secretly decided that when they returned to the capital, he must separate from his second brother and live in a different household. Although his second brother was brave outside, he was afraid of his wife at home and easily swayed. If they lived together, he and Chiao would surely have a hard time. He frowned. With Chiao in this state, he wondered if she would recover by the time they married. The doctor said that in March, everything comes to life, and with the return of cold weather, one must be careful of the wind and illness, or old ailments could resurface and colds could easily spread. Unfortunately, they had fallen into the water, which could lead to chills. Chiao had grown up climbing trees and catching fish, so her body was stronger than those of sheltered young ladies. She felt fine and didn't think it was serious. After taking some medicine, her fever had gone down, though she occasionally coughed. Unconsciously, she reached out to touch her fiancé's forehead, wanting to smooth the worry lines on his face. She comforted him, saying, "Yenshu, I'm fine. Don't worry." At that moment, Lu Qingmiao entered the room and, seeing their affectionate gesture, quietly stepped back. After thinking it over, since they had come out of the water together, it could be considered a close bond. Besides, their wedding was just days away, so a little intimacy was fine. Let it be. At lunch, Miaomiao, are you feeling better? Is Miaomiao still unwell? Should I go get a doctor for you? Miaomiao entered the room and saw everyone looking at her. She sniffed and, imitating Sister Chiao's tone, smiled widely and said, "I'm doing well. No need for a doctor or medicine. The medicine is too bitter." This made everyone burst into laughter. "Don't eat it, don't eat it. It seems Miaomiao is all better now." Miaomiao had been worried because she heard that in ancient times, a cold could be very serious. There was no choice but to obediently take her medicine. She thought it would be nice if she could get an injection to feel better faster. After days of taking herbal medicine, she felt like her mouth was always bitter and the taste wouldn't go away, making even meals unappetizing. However, after a few days, she was almost better. She and Sister Chiao caught the cold quickly, but also recovered quickly. But the Su sisters were not so lucky. It seemed their condition was quite serious. After all, they were delicate young ladies, and even a breeze could make them sick, let alone falling into the water. The early spring river was no joke. It could be freezing. The sisters would likely have to stay indoors for a while, making it impossible for them to cause trouble. Chiao had previously felt a bit insecure about her background, but now her strengths were showing. Being a sheltered young lady wasn't great. Being delicate meant that even a simple cold could be dangerous. Not to mention childbirth. Aunt Xiao said many young ladies suffered during childbirth, so she encouraged her to practice martial arts and swordplay. Seeing Aunt Xiao's strong arms and legs, she was reluctant. But now, she was starting to take it seriously. When Old Lady Sun learned about this, she immediately ordered her son to take the sisters back home once they recovered, advising him not to come to Jiangzhou without reason. Sun Erling. His mother was being too obvious about her favoritism. After lunch, there was a knock at the door of Liyuan. Someone from the capital had arrived to deliver wedding gifts to Miss Jiang. There were 2 silver notes and a pair of lotus flowers, but they also brought something else, a letter of divorce. That afternoon, light rain fell in Jiangzhou. The weather, which had warmed up, turned cold again. An unexpected visitor arrived at Liyuan. Wang Qi, a servant from the Jiang family in the capital, who worked for Jiang Yunzi. He appeared disheveled and weary at the door of Liyuan, but even in his state, his pride was evident. After wandering around Wui Alley for a while, he finally found Liyuan, a rather unremarkable residence. He had come to deliver a gift for Miss Jiang on behalf of his master. Jiang Chao did not accept the gift and returned it to him, saying, "Take it back. I don't want anything from Jiang Yunzi." Wang Qi. This girl resembled Lord Jiang a bit and behaved quite properly, but her words were too rude.
Of course you should accept it.
Jiang Yunzi is your uncle. He should give you a gift for your marriage, Lu Qingmiao said, snatching the silver note and the brocade box from Wang Qi's hands and stuffing them into Chiao's hands. Then she turned to look at Wang Qi. This man was the new steward Jiang Yunzi hired after she left the capital, helping him manage household affairs. According to Mu Jiangyue's investigation, he was actually connected to the 4th prince, Prince Chen. Although she didn't know the relationship between Jiang Yunzi and Prince Chen, Wang Qi must be someone special to have gained Jiang Yunzi's trust to come to Jiangzhou. She glanced at the silver note in Chiao's hand and smiled. "Steward Wang, why did your master only send such a small gift? He even sent you personally instead of giving something like a piece of land or a shop." Wang Qi smiled without answering, his smile not reaching his eyes. Even in this situation, this woman was still so greedy. 1,000 taels might be a bit less in the capital, but this was Jiangzhou, a poor and remote place, and she still complained it was insufficient. Truly, some people are never satisfied. He replied with a smile, "Madam, you must know that the master is diligent and honest, and the family savings are not much. This amount is what he has saved over several months." Really? Didn't Qi Caiwei gather a lot of wealth in Jiangzhou? Didn't she share some with your master? Lu Qingyao wanted to know how much he knew about Qi's troubles in Jiangzhou. In the next moment, Wang Qi's expression darkened. Madam is joking. How could Aunt Qi possibly gather wealth in Jiangzhou? Wang Qi felt a bad premonition. From her words, it was clear she was probing him. Lord Jiang had many tasks for him in Jiangzhou, not just this one, but this gift was urgent. It had to arrive before Miss Zhang's wedding to show sincerity. He had been rushing day and night, changing horses several times, just to reach Taoshi village. Who would have thought that when Lord Jiang's brother heard he was sent to bring gifts, he didn't even let him in, let alone accept the gifts. He had to handle another task Lord Jiang entrusted him with first. He took a divorce letter to find the Jiang clan leader, intending to remove Lu Qingyao's name from the family tree and add Qi Caiwei's name instead. Unexpectedly, the clan leader chased him away with a stick, and those unruly villagers, upon hearing that Lord Jiang was divorcing his wife, even dared to set dogs on him. They chased him away for several miles. That's why he was in such a sorry state. But he really couldn't understand how someone like Lord Jiang could come from such a poor and remote place like Peach Creek Village. Shouldn't he be respected and honored? Even though there had been many misunderstandings before, he had come to apologize with great respect and gifts as ordered. Yet, these villagers treated Lord Jiang like a monster. When they heard about the divorce, they saw him as an enemy. What kind of nonsense had the Lu family fed them? He took out the divorce papers and handed them to Lu Qingyao, saying, "This is what the head of the family asked me to deliver to you. Although you have wronged your mother-in-law and harmed her son, thankfully it did not lead to a disaster. The head of the family, remembering the Lu family's past kindness to him, will not pursue this matter further. He also promises that you can continue to raise the 2 young masters and the 5th young lady. Of course, if they wish, they can return to the capital with me." He added that last part himself. It was clear that the 2 young masters would not leave their teacher, Master Cui, to return to the capital with him. Lord Jiang would naturally not agree to that. Only a fool would do such a thing. However, he was surprised that before Lu Qingyao could speak, Miss Jiang snatched the divorce papers and tore them to shreds. What nonsense! Jiang Yunzi can't divorce my aunt. Our Jiang family will never deny her. Wang Qi looked at the torn papers on the ground in disbelief. Just moments ago, this girl seemed like a refined young lady, and he had begun to see her in a new light. He didn't expect her true nature to show so quickly. After all, a chicken coop cannot raise a golden phoenix. "Miss, Lord Jiang is still your uncle. How can you say such things?" "It's simply uncouth," Wang Qi said. Lu Qingyao was also surprised by Chiao's strong reaction, and she found herself saying harsh words. She pulled Chiao back and smiled at Wang Qi, saying, "Manager Wang, since these divorce papers are already in pieces, they should be considered void. When you can remove my name from the Jiang family tree, then come to me about divorce. And as for my Chiao, no matter her upbringing, she is not someone a servant like you should criticize. Who is the one that truly does not understand respect and manners?" Wang Qi's face turned a mix of green and red as he bit down hard on his teeth. This woman, this difficult woman. No wonder Lord Jiang wanted a divorce. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Madam, you made the mistake first. Lord Jiang does not like you and wants to divorce you. Why must you make things difficult for a servant like me?" Lu Qingyao scoffed, as if anyone likes that Jiang Yunzi. She took a booklet from Xiao and handed it to him, saying, "Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. This is the account of Qi Caiwei's corruption and bribery in Jiangzhou. Please give it to Jiang Yunzi and tell him that if he wants a divorce, he can forget it. The only option is separation. Don't forget to tell him that I have many more accounts like this. If he and Qi Caiwei dare to have any bad thoughts, these pieces of evidence will soon be presented to the court. Wang Qi thought she was just trying to scare him. On the way back to the inn, he opened the book and was stunned. Just this little evidence was enough for Lord Jiang to be in big trouble. He quickly ordered his subordinates, "Don't go to the inn, go pick up the fourth young master. Once you have him, we will return to the capital early tomorrow morning." His important task in Jiangzhou was to bring back Jiang Zipei. Those in the capital knew that Mei Gu was being bullied at the academy and didn't tell his family, instead running away to become a monk. It almost made them furious. When Qi Shongshu learned that his grandson almost drowned, he immediately submitted a complaint against the culprit's older brothers, accusing them of not properly disciplining their children and allowing them to harm others. Of course, he only targeted those he could hold accountable, not everyone. This time, when looking for people, Lord Jiang instructed that they must bring him back, even if it meant tying him up, to avoid embarrassing the fourth young master in Jiangzhou. After all, this was his hometown. It would be a disgrace to Jiang Yunze. However, Wang Qi soon found himself in a difficult situation. The unassuming temple hidden in the mountains actually had many warrior monks. When they barged in, they were beaten badly. What was most frustrating was that the young master, who had been shaved bald, didn't even look back as he struck a wooden fish. He simply said, "Go back. I am now a monk named Liaochen, leaving behind all worldly matters." The boy's voice was young and cold. Wang Qi. On the way back to the capital from Jiangzhou, the mountains were high and the waters long. He accomplished nothing. Manager Wang left feeling very dissatisfied, but still left in defeat. Before he left, he was still unwilling to give up and tried to sneak into Liyuan to steal those accounts. However, as soon as he climbed over the wall, he was caught by a white wolf. Or rather, he was caught by a little girl riding the white wolf. Lu Qingyao threw a red spear at him, pinning him to the wall. In that moment, he thought he was surely going to die. To his surprise, the woman let him go, allowing him to return to the capital unharmed to deliver a message for her. Now, sitting in the carriage, Wang Qi's legs were still shaking. Lord Jiang had never mentioned that his wife was this formidable, almost like a female general on the battlefield. Thinking about how the reckless Qi concubine managed to return safely to the capital was truly a miracle. There was also a little girl riding a white wolf. She must be Miss Jiangwu, but he had never heard Lord Jiang mention her. The girl actually dared to ride a wolf. He had never seen such a large wolf before. If that wolf attacked him, it could probably snap his neck in one bite. Thinking of this, he felt a chill. He suddenly remembered that wolves are social animals. He quickly instructed his men, "Move faster. Let's leave Jiangzhou as soon as possible." After thinking for a moment, he realized traveling by carriage was still too slow. He added, "When we reach the post station, find a few good horses." Wang Qi's arrival and departure did not cause much of a stir. Jiang Chiao received a gift of makeup, but she couldn't tell if she was happy or not. She was worried that her aunt would be heartbroken over the divorce. Her aunt was such a good person. Why would her uncle want to divorce her? It must be that he was blinded by the whispers of Qi Caiwei. She took her aunt's hand and comforted her. "Aunt, my father sent a letter asking me to tell you that he and Uncle Fu absolutely do not agree with my uncle's decision to divorce. No matter what happens in the future, I will only recognize you as my aunt." "Child, what if I were to part ways with your uncle?" Lu Qingyao smiled. She had expected Jiang Yunze to mention separation, but she was surprised he brought up divorce. She had underestimated this man's desire for power and his lack of compassion. She wondered what her brother and sister-in-law thought about her divorce. Jiang Chiao grew up in the countryside. Although she did not receive formal education, her ancestors were educated, and she studied with her father for a few years. She had not read the classics in detail, but she knew a little about them. She understood that no woman would willingly seek a divorce unless it was truly unbearable. For a woman from a prominent family like her aunt, who initially married a low-ranking official without power, it must have been genuine affection. Now, It seemed her feelings for her uncle had completely faded. A divorce might be for the best. And if you want a divorce, then go ahead. What does it matter? You will still be the mother of Fengge, Yenge, and Miaomiao, and you will always be my aunt, just not my uncle's wife anymore. Nothing will change. Mother, you should divorce father. We all support you. Jiang Zian's clear voice rang out from outside the door. Although he was their biological father, he was also a heartless, selfish, and hypocritical man. He did not deserve their mother. She should not be trapped in that house, caught up in the struggles of the inner court. As a child, Jiang Zian thought his mother was no different from other delicate young ladies. Until mother, in a fit of anger, took them away from the capital, fighting off bad people with her red tassel spear and taking them hunting in the mountains to survive in difficult times. He realized that the mother he knew in the Jiang household was not the real her. She forced herself to become that highborn lady for them, to be a good official's wife. Jiang Zifeng held his sister closely and said angrily, Mother, my brother and I just wrote a letter to father. If he dares to divorce you, we will cut ties with him. They had just been flying kites with their sister in the backyard when they heard the servants discussing the matter and rushed over. If father wants a divorce, that's out of the question. Jiang Yunze is indeed his father, and as a son, he cannot hit or scold him, but he can choose to not acknowledge him. And me too. I will cut ties, Jiang Miaomiao said, jumping into her mother's arms. To be honest, she didn't have much of a connection with Jiang Yunze. She wished mother would leave him soon. With so many good men out there, why hang on to a crooked tree? She had a thought when looking at her godfather Mu Yunjie. If mother divorced and married him, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Her godfather would surely be loyal to his wife, especially since he even refused the Empress Dowager's marriage proposal. The best part would be no conflicts with sisters-in-law. But her godfather was high-ranking and a royal relative. Mother was a divorced woman with children. Jiang Miaomiao thought about it and felt it was still impossible. In ancient times, social status was very important, and given the current situation of the Liu family, she really shouldn't think too wildly. Sister, if Jiang Yunze writes any more divorce papers, I will go and tie him up to make him write a separation agreement and sign it, Xiao said, punching a tree, shaking off many tender leaves. Liu Qingyao laughed until tears came out. She had been unsure how to talk to her son about this, as divorce could sound harsh, like abandoning them. Even if they threatened Jiang Yunze with Qi Caiwei's accounts, he wouldn't agree to cut ties with the Jiang family. Even if they could cut ties with Jiang Yunze, they couldn't sever the connection to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zian noticed that although his mother was smiling, there was worry in her eyes. Being as clever as he was, he understood her concerns. He walked up to her and said, seriously, Mother, I have grown up. I can protect myself and my brother now. Even if we return to the capital in the future, we won't easily be controlled by father and grandmother. From now on, the head of the Jiang family will be you, and there won't be anyone else. You don't need to worry about us. Mother, don't worry. I will take care of my younger siblings, Jiang Zifeng said, looking at his mother with determination. Jiang Miaomiao. What should she say? Forget it. Maybe it's better not to say anything. She seemed to be the luckiest, able to stay by her mother's side. Jiang Yunze probably didn't care about her. Maybe he didn't even remember he had a daughter. Thinking about her mother's late daughter made her feel sorry for her. Since she had taken her name and identity, she should do her best to protect her mother and brother. She would make that irresponsible father regret abandoning them. Even though she was just a little baby who ate and slept, she would grow up one day. Though she didn't know where her confidence came from, it felt like she could do it. Jiang Miaomiao raised her chubby little face and rubbed it against her mother's cheek. Mother, I will protect you and my brother. Good job, you're the best little sister, Jiang Zifeng said, pinching Miaomiao's cheek, and this time, she didn't pull away. Then big brother will rely on little sister for a good life, Jiang Zian teased, gently touching her little nose. Liu Qingyao looked at her cheerful children and smiled, taking out a letter from her pocket. Zifeng, Zian, Miaomiao, I have good news for you today. Mother, what is the good news? The three siblings quickly sat in front of their mother. They raised their little heads, staring intently at the letter in their mother's hand. The letter said, "To Yao Yao." That was their grandfather's handwriting. Today the sun was shining brightly. The weather was clear. Miaomiao watched a magpie land on a branch outside the window. Every time she heard a magpie call, it meant there would be good news at home. Even though they received a divorce letter yesterday, it didn't stop them from feeling joy about their grandfather's letter. Her mother didn't say what was in the letter, probably because it was confidential. The letter was delivered by her godfather Mu Yunjie's messenger. Her mother only mentioned that the emperor knew their grandfather and uncles were wronged and that they were framed, so he secretly issued a decree to pardon them. They were already on their way to the northern border. Her grandfather and aunts had also set off back to the capital, and her grandfather entrusted her grandmother and the women of the family to her mother. The messenger also brought a message from her godfather, telling her mother not to worry, as the emperor would soon clear the Liu family's name and right the wrongs. "Mother, when will we set off back to the capital?" After listening to what their mother said, Zhang Zian was the first to ask a question. His pale little face turned red with excitement, and he trembled as he held his mother's hand. Their grandfather and grandmother had been away for more than 3 years, and during this time, they had constantly thought about them. Their mother worked tirelessly day and night, running a business to earn money, all to ensure that her children had enough to eat and wear, allowing them to pursue their dreams without worrying about making a living. She also wanted to improve their grandparents' lives in exile. Every year, she spent a lot of money sending supplies like food, cloth, and medicine to them. If their grandparents did not return, she planned to expand her business to where they were. Although their mother and Aunt Xiuxiu had never told him these things, he just knew. At first, Jiang Zifeng didn't react, but when he heard his brother's question, he suddenly stood up. He picked up little Jiang Miaomiao, lifted her high above his head, and spun around. Excitedly, he said, "Sister, did you hear? We can go back to the capital and see Grandma." Although he felt a bit sad about not seeing their grandfather and uncle, he was still very excited. In the air, little Miaomiao felt like she was flying and was a bit scared, her chubby face twitching. She shouted to be put down. Although she used to find this fun when she was younger, she had grown and felt heavier now. It had been a long time since her brother had carried her like this, and it startled her. People tend to become more timid as they grow up. Her brother must have been too excited about the news of their grandfather's pardon. Even their usually calm second brother was very excited. Qingmiao nervously stood by, worried that the little girl might be dropped, ready to catch her. She watched her son's strength grow and felt reassured. It was no wonder they were so excited. In the children's lives, their father's love was rare, especially for Yenu. He was born right after Jiang Zijin and Jiang Zipei, and all the attention from their grandmother and father was on the twins. While his younger siblings played with their father, he could only watch with envy. Feng'e wasn't much better off. He was Jiang Yunzi's first child, and things were fine until he turned 3. After that, with the arrival of his younger siblings, the concept of fatherly love gradually faded from his life. Even when Yener showed great talent and the two brothers gained their father's attention, it was only during moments of learning. Jiang Yunzi is a strict person, especially when it comes to studies. That's why he agreed to let her bring the 2 children to Jiangzhou. So, the children's impression of their father is mostly about studying, being strict, and punishing them. They feel more of a father's love from their grandfather and uncles, who teach them to read and write, play games, and hunt. Only their uncles would lift them up high. Jiang Yunzi thinks that is not serious. Lu Qingmiao thought for a moment and said to everyone, "We can start packing. After Chiao's wedding at the end of the month, we will return to the capital." Although she is reluctant to leave Jiangzhou, her mother and sisters-in-law have been sent to the capital, and she needs to be by their side. The matter of divorce also needs to be resolved. If she misses this opportunity, it will be hard to negotiate with Jiang Yunzi again. During dinner, Jiang Chiao returned and was surprised to hear they were going back to the capital. "Aunt, what will I do if you leave for the capital? What about the Manhwa studio?" She had just taken over the studio and still needed her aunt's advice on many things. Over the past 3 years, She learned about business, managing accounts, and how to interact with others from her aunt. She also learned swordplay and cooking from her cousin Xiao. They were both teachers and friends. She spent more time with her younger siblings than with her parents. If they left, she would feel lost. In business and as a new wife, she wouldn't know whom to turn to for help. She couldn't talk to her parents about some things because they wouldn't understand. She also couldn't talk to her brother Yan Shuj, as he was busy studying. Don't worry, silly girl. By the time we leave, you'll be married and living with the Sun family, Xiao joked. She would miss this place too, but wherever her sister and Miaomiao went, she would follow them. She didn't mind the capital. It seemed more exciting and vibrant. She was a bit eager to go. Miaomiao was happy but also reluctant. She wanted to see the capital, the most bustling place in the Liang region with more delicious food and fun activities. She longed for it but would miss the people of Jiangzhou, especially Sister Chiao. She ran over to Chiao and asked for a hug, snuggling into her arms. In the blink of an eye, the little girl who used to be shy and wore patched clothes is now a graceful young lady about to get married. It still feels a bit unreal. Lu Qingyao looked at her little daughter, who had buried her head in Xiao's arms. Are you feeling sad? She gently stroked Xiaomiao's head and comforted her. When you go to the capital, you can still come back to see your sister. One day, when your brother-in-law becomes an official in the capital, your sister Chiao will go there too. Really? Xiaomiao said with red eyes, lifting her little face to look at her mother. Her mother must be comforting her. To become an official in the capital through the imperial examination, one must overcome many challenges. If you are not the top scholar, you must be the second or third. For others who want to stay in the capital, it is not that easy. Most are assigned to various counties as local officials and then gradually rise through the ranks. Of course. Lu Qingyao held her daughter close and soothed her.
Aunt, I'm scared.
I don't want to get married, Chiao said, looking down and fiddling with her clothes. For some reason, hearing that her aunt and sisters were leaving made her anxious. Thinking about living with the Sun family after marriage, facing her in-laws without anyone to talk to frightened her. Xiaomiao thought this must be pre-wedding anxiety. Even if you marry someone you like, is it still scary? Xiaomiao didn't understand what worry felt like. In her past life, she had never been married, so she couldn't empathize. She didn't know how to comfort Chiao either. She could only give her a piece of candy, as sweets can lighten the mood.
Tianqiu looked eagerly ahead.
If she didn't want to marry, she didn't dare to tell her parents. She would surely be scolded by her mother. She didn't even know what was wrong with her. She liked Yan Shu very much but felt scared. Xiao crossed her arms, looking at Chiao, completely confused by her feelings. Wasn't she in love with Sun Yan Shu? Why was she having second thoughts? This was a tricky situation. She said directly, Chiao, if you really don't want to marry, we can cancel the wedding plans.
No.
Aunt, that's not what I mean. Chiao's face turned bright red. Xiao was really Xiaomiao. Lu Qingyao. Chiao, you still have half a month before your wedding. I will talk to old lady Cui and ask her to have Aunt Qing come and teach you. She knows the old lady well and understands her preferences. If there's anything you want to say but can't, you can write a letter to your aunt. There's no need to be afraid. As for business matters, if you're unsure, you can ask Manager Jean from Yupinju for advice. I will have him help you find capable people to assist you, so don't worry. Lu Qingyao gently patted her hand. As someone who had been through it, she understood the fears in a young girl's heart. At first, in the days leading up to her wedding, she had trouble sleeping. Chiao was different from other girls. She grew up in the countryside, loved by her parents. Although she learned many things, she lacked experience in managing a household and dealing with wealthy ladies. Most of her childhood friends were from farming families in her village or nearby, so they didn't have many formalities or rules. Chiao wanted to seek advice from her friends, but had no one to turn to, and she probably didn't even have someone to confide in. As for the rich girls, many of them looked down on her, even if they didn't show it. Her future mother-in-law seemed kind and reasonable, But she came from a well-off family and had many expectations. Chiao might manage to fool outsiders, but it would be harder with her mother-in-law, whom she would see every day. No matter how carefree Chiao tried to be, she still felt worried and scared, just like when she first returned to the capital. After listening, Jiang Chiao felt much more relaxed. The next morning, Jiang Miaomiao was happily eating a bun for breakfast. Their mother received a letter from the capital. Jiang Miaomiao saw her mother take the letter and go to the next room to whisper with her aunt. The three siblings were curious and exchanged glances. Jiang Zifeng jumped up onto the roof, while Jiang Zian picked up a book and walked back and forth outside the door. Jiang Miaomiao, holding half-eaten bun, walked straight to the next room and pushed the door open, snuggling into her mother's arms. Little kids have this privilege. They can pretend not to understand. She enjoyed her bun while listening intently. Jiang Zian looked through the crack in the door, watching his sister eavesdrop openly with some envy. He heard Aunt Xiao ask their mother whose letter it was. Their mother replied, "It's from Jiang Yu. She says that Qi Caiwei has taken a concubine for Jiang Yunza and brought Tao Tao and her daughter back to the Jiang family. Jiang Yunza plans to make Qi Caiwei his main wife, and I should take this chance to divorce him. As for the case of the examination fraud involving Qi Shangshu, Yan Shaoqing is still investigating it. They will present it after my divorce." That's good. With the Qi family pressuring us and using Tao Tao as leverage, Jiang Yunza will definitely come to ask you for a divorce. We have the upper hand now.
This was going to be interesting.
Xiao was already eager to give Jiang Yunza a piece of her mind. Lu Qingyao nodded. Looking at the several pages of the letter, it mentioned that the Jiang family had taken back the concubine and the illegitimate child. The crown prince was seriously ill, and the Duke of Shen had presented evidence of the stolen military funds to the emperor, who had sent people to arrest Prince Su. Soon, the Lu family would clear their name. There were also juicy gossip from the capital. Princess Yuqing lost her husband and her child, and now the Chiao family is gone. Princess lost her child. Lu Qingyao exclaimed, looking at Xiao. Does that mean Princess Jiua is gone? How could this happen? Even though she was someone else's child, it was hard for any mother to hear about a child's death. Lu Qingyao had seen that child before. She was as thin as a little monkey and was said to be a premature baby. They had traveled back and forth from Jiangzhou to the capital without any issues, so how could this happen right after returning? Could it be that she caught a cold on the way back? Lu Qingyao then remembered that little Miaomiao in her arms also had a cold and was currently sniffling. She instinctively hugged the little girl tighter and asked Xiao to bring a small blanket to wrap her up. Jiang Miaomiao opened her mouth, looking a bit dazed. The bun in her hand fell to the ground. It wasn't until her mother covered her with the blanket that she snapped back to reality.
Dead.
Although the little bean sprout was not very likable, how could she just die like that? When she left, it was autumn, and by the time she reached the capital, it should have been winter. If they traveled slowly, it might even be spring. Could it be that she died from illness? Thinking about it, she was so thin and didn't eat well. Even when encouraged to eat more, she wouldn't listen. Were children really that easy to get sick and die? She sniffled, feeling an inexplicable fear rising in her heart. They were about to head to the capital, which was a long journey, not just in ancient times, but even in modern times. It seemed she needed to exercise more and eat better. Xiao, what kind of person is Princess Yuqing? Lu Qingyao asked, feeling curious. Something felt off about the situation. It didn't make sense for an entire family to be wiped out. She had met Princess Roman and Princess Jing while in Jiangzhou, so it was likely she would encounter Princess Yuqing in the capital. It wouldn't hurt to know a bit more. Xiao was taken aback, almost thinking that her sister had figured out her identity. After a moment, she decided that wasn't the case. As shadow guards, it was normal for them to be well-informed, especially since Princess Yuqing was the elder sister of Prince Jing. Her sister always asked her to pay attention to the people they interacted with and their connections, so knowing about it was reasonable. Sister, I heard from a maidservant by Princess Jiua that Princess Yuqing is incredibly beautiful, perhaps the most stunning woman in the Great Liang. However, Prince Chiao is just average in looks and talent. Although he is from the main branch of the Chiao family, he lost his father at a young age and was not well regarded in the family until Princess Yuqing chose him. It seems she wasn't very fond of him. It was just a political marriage, and after they married, they lived separate lives. The rumors say that Princess Yuqing is very ruthless, like a smiling Grim Reaper. The noble ladies in the capital fear and respect her. The court officials are also afraid of her. The crown prince can hold his position thanks to the empress and Princess Yuqing. Smiling Grim Reaper? Lu Qingyao was slightly surprised. This was different from what she had heard in the capital. Spring is the best time for marriage. It is when the world comes alive, and everything begins anew. Jiang Qiaoer is getting married in 2 days. Jiang Miaomiao's family returned to Toxi village 2 days early to help. Lu Yunyang had the house cleaned thoroughly, and the flowers and trees, along with the vegetables and fruits in the backyard, were lush and green. A few plump carp were happily swimming in the tank. There was also a large dog in the yard to guard the house. The dog, which had been barking loudly, instantly became a gentle sheep when it saw the white wolf, shrinking into a corner and too scared to make a sound. When they heard that the family was back in the village, many people were already waiting at the door. The aunts and young wives of Toxi village came one after another. Master Lu, we are all on your side. Master Lu, we have discussed this with Jiang Lichang. He will not agree to remove your name from the Jiang family tree. No one can replace your position in the Jiang family. You are a good daughter-in-law who honors your elders, raises talented children, and benefits the community. Why should Jiang Liar divorce you? Yes, even if Jiang Liar came himself, it wouldn't matter. The voices of the villagers echoed in the yard. Jiang Miaomiao and her brother peeked out from the window. Brother, why are the aunts so excited about mom being divorced? It's not them who are getting divorced, Jiang Miaomiao asked. Just moments ago, Jiang Zifeng quickly took his sister and hid inside when he saw the crowd. The aunts made him very uncomfortable. Their eyes had been on him since they entered the village. The young girls kept coming close to him, stuffing things into his sister's arms. Jiang Miaomiao felt that the girls were being a bit too enthusiastic. The villagers rely on our mother for their livelihood, so they naturally look up to her, Jiang Ziyan said, gently rubbing his sister's chubby little hand. Jiang Zifeng nodded. He had read this in a book and understood the reasoning. But aren't they shouting that mom's name shouldn't be removed from the family tree? Could that stop her from getting a divorce? Jiang Ziyan had a charming smile on his face as he said, No, the villagers are worried that if father divorces mother, he will take all her properties, including the bamboo shoot business in Peach Creek Village. But only mother can manage this business. Yupinju only recognizes her. So, as long as she is not divorced, and as long as the business in Qingshi town is still under mother's name and run by her, it doesn't matter to them if she separates or remarries. Protecting mother's interests is protecting their own. Jiang Zifeng nodded, curiously looking at his brother. You stay indoors reading every day.
How do you know so much?
He felt as if mother had already anticipated this day. No wonder she seemed so calm. Jiang Ziyan replied, Of course, I learned it from books. There are clever strategies in them. Brother, you should read more in the future. Jiang Zifeng nodded repeatedly. You're right, I need to study more. Jiang Miaomiao. Isn't that what mother and Xiao talk about? It seems that the older brother has been outsmarted by the younger brother. Jiang Ziyan looked down and saw little Miaomiao gazing at him with bright eyes. He playfully poked her nose and said, You too, it's almost time for your lessons. I'll teach you to read. Jiang Miaomiao shook her head.
No.
She had just gotten the hang of using chopsticks. Why should she start using a brush now? That was much harder than using a pencil or pen. Maybe in a year or so. Mother said she would ensure that father wouldn't divorce her, but they would separate. The bamboo shoot business in Qingshi town would not change at all. The ants in the yard felt relieved and went home. They probably thought their useless father in the capital would never guess that the biggest obstacle to his divorce would be the villagers. Wang Qi hurried back on horseback. When Jiang Yunzi saw him return, he guessed that his son had failed and asked about the divorce papers. He didn't get them, he tore them up. He even brought back the account book. He asked, "What is this?" Wang Qi hesitated and said, It's evidence of Qi Xiaonyang and Jiangzhou embezzling and forming cliques for personal gain under the name of Minister Qi.
What?
Embezzlement? Forming cliques? Jiang Yunze took the account book and found a letter from Lu Qingmiao inside. After reading the letter, he stood there in shock. The woman he had worked so hard to win over, thinking he could use her father's influence to rise in the court, had unexpectedly become a stumbling block on his path. He, the abandoned wife exiled to Jiangzhou, surprisingly turned Qingshe town into her stronghold, conspiring with the elder brothers and uncles who watched him grow up to betray him. It's ironic and utterly ridiculous. He slumped back into the armchair and asked Wang Qi, "How much money does she have left?" "There should be a lot." The lady agrees to a separation, but a divorce is impossible. The Jiang family does not approve of it, Wang Qi replied awkwardly. During his recent trip to Jiangzhou, he met Madame Jiang. Deep down, he felt that if it came to being the head of the household, the Qi family was far inferior to the Lu family just by looking at the actions of the Qi family daughter. They brought trouble to the family and their descendants, showing short-sightedness. Even if the Qi family could eventually resolve the issue, it would still be quite embarrassing. Wang, the Qi concubine, has returned to her family. You should hand over these accounts to Minister Qi and also bring the mother and daughter back home, Jiang Yunze said, having nothing more to say about the matter. It was the Qi family that pushed for his divorce, and it was also the Qi family daughter who caused the trouble. He couldn't scold or hit them. He had no hope for the Qi family. As long as his father-in-law didn't create trouble for him in the court, he would be grateful. It really is true that a higher official can crush you. Perhaps relying on Prince Chun would be more dependable than this father-in-law. Wang Qi left the house, riding straight to the Qi family. He first met with Minister Qi and reported the situation in Jiangzhou honestly. Upon hearing this, Minister Qi was furious. He slammed the table and shouted, "How outrageous! Jiang Yunze is useless. He can't even manage his own relatives. What good is he? And Payer must be coerced by that Lu family. Why don't you send more people to flatten that temple?" He looked at Wang Qi and scolded, "Just as useless as your master." Wang Qi replied, "My lord, the fourth young master said that if I force my way into the temple again, he will take his own life." He firmly believed that Jiang Zipei chose to become a nun willingly. The determination in such a young child's eyes was something he had never seen before. He felt she would follow through on her words. Minister Qi sneered, Well, it seems we raised a white-eyed wolf, just like his father." He had always looked down on Jiang Yunze. If it weren't for his daughter acting recklessly and losing her reputation, she wouldn't have married him as a concubine. Later, seeing that he had some talent and was somewhat obedient, his opinion changed slightly. However, he never expected Jiang Yunze to hesitate over the divorce for 3 years, which made him furious. After receiving a scolding, Wang Qi went to fetch the Qi mother and daughter. As he was leaving, he noticed a fierce look in Minister Qi's eyes and thought that the person in Jiangzhou might be in trouble. March 30th. It's a good day. A day for weddings. In Qingshe town, Jiang family's daughter is getting married. The eldest daughter, who had been rejected multiple times, is finally getting married. Her husband is a talented young man, reportedly a scholar. Some people genuinely wish her well, while others feel resentful. For example, her aunt, Jiang Yunyan, spread rumors before the wedding to tarnish her reputation. As a result, she ended up in jail again and was not released until after Jiang Qiao's wedding. Interestingly, the foolish son of the Lu landlord from the same village is also getting married on the same day. Perhaps this day is truly auspicious, or it could be intentional. In any case, it doesn't matter now. On this day, the Jiang family was filled with guests, and everyone was happy. Even the county magistrate and the Cui family from Jiangzhou sent gifts. Lu Qingmiao was a bit busy, so she entrusted the children, Jiang Miaomiao and Jiang Wenshuan, to Sheer. Sheer felt nervous having to look after both kids, especially since they were so energetic and there were many people around. She closely followed them, worried about losing track of them. Before Jiang Miaomiao even entered the house, she saw her aunt, mother, and another relative surrounding her sister, giving her advice. This made Chiao's sister very anxious as she tightly clasped her hands together, gripping her handkerchief, her face turning red. Once Chiao's sister was alone in the room, Jiang Miaomiao and Jiang Wenshuan sneaked in. "Sister, what's wrong?" Jiang Miaomiao asked her sister, who was dressed in a beautiful red outfit. Jiang Miaomiao wasn't foolish. She knew her sister was shy. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Jiang Chiao replied, her face growing even redder as she quickly hid a small booklet in a box. She had heard from Zhaodi about having children when she was younger and didn't understand much then. Now, after hearing her aunt and mother talk about it and seeing the booklet, she understood immediately. Looking at the two eager little ones in front of her, her cheeks burned, and she casually said, "Sister is just a bit hungry." Thinking about leaving the home she had lived in for many years made her feel very reluctant. She hugged her younger siblings and kissed their little heads, giving various reminders to Jiang Wenshuan. Jiang Miaomiao took out a bag of walnuts from her small pouch. "I knew you would be hungry, so eat this. If you drink less water, you won't need to go to the bathroom often." She had heard that on the wedding day, brides should eat less to avoid any inconvenience, almost going hungry. Jiang Wenshuan took out a pack of peach blossom pastries and said, "Sister, eat this. Walnuts won't fill you up." Just as Jiang Chiao was about to reach for the pastries, she heard her Aunt Qin's advice in her ear. On the wedding day, drink less water and eat less. Endure it. She pulled her hand back and picked up the walnuts that Xiaomiao had prepared for her. After only a few bites, she heard someone outside shout that the groom had arrived. Jiang Xiaomiao had to hand the pastries and walnuts to her sister's maid and ran outside to see. Sun Yenshu, dressed in red and looking refined, rode in on a tall horse. He had come to fetch his bride. He looked cheerful. Entering the hall, he and the bride bowed and served tea, bidding farewell to their parents. Her uncle's eyes were slightly red, and her aunt cried in her mother's arms. The bride's brothers, Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian, sent her off, chatting and laughing. For them, it was just marrying their sister to a good friend, so they would still see her often and had no worries. Yet, she was still going to another family, which was a bit sad. They thought if Xiaomiao got married in the future, they would surely cry. Jiang Zian thought he needed to study hard to become a high-ranking official and find a good husband for his sister. Jiang Zifeng thought he needed to practice martial arts to bring a good husband back for his sister, ready to defend her from anyone who dared to bully her. Thus, the two brothers shared a new goal, to find a husband for their sister. Jiang Xiaomiao had no idea her brothers were thinking so far ahead about her marriage. She watched as Chiao Jia was taken away, getting into the bridal sedan chair, growing farther away. Firecrackers popped and drums beat, creating a lively atmosphere. The wedding procession disappeared from the village. She felt a bit dazed and somewhat sad. On this day, she hadn't spoken much with Chiao Jia, and now she was part of another family. When would they meet again? In ancient times, travel was slow, and letters took time. The people you meet in a lifetime are very limited. Fate is what brings people together, and it is indeed a deep connection, not just polite words like today. At the moment of bidding farewell to her parents, Jiang Chiao cried, and now, feeling tired from crying, she was also hungry. She checked her waist and was relieved to find the walnuts her sister had prepared. She had been so nervous before, but now her biggest feeling was hunger. However, thinking about finally getting married to someone she liked made her a bit excited. The Jiang family in Jiangzhou was celebrating, but the Jiang family in the capital was not having such a smooth time. Qi Caiwei heard that her son could not be brought back and had truly become a monk, even failing to divorce his wife. She was so angry that she fainted. Jiang Zijing took care of her mother while looking through the calendar. March 30th was the day Jiang Chiao was getting married. Remembering the outcome of Uncle Zhang's family in her past life made her uneasy. It was different, too different. In her previous life, she had not paid much attention to this cousin. She barely knew of her existence as a child, only learning about her later from her father. Uncle Jiang had fallen deeply into debt in Jiangzhou, constantly being harassed by creditors. He worked at the docks to repay the debts, but tragically drowned in the river, with no body ever found. Afterward, Jiang Chiao married the foolish son of a local landlord and died in childbirth after having a son. She was truly unfortunate. Aunt Jiang, overwhelmed by the burden of raising her son, an elderly mother while dealing with huge debts, could not go on. She ended her family's life by poisoning them with a pot of porridge mixed with oleander juice. When Jiang Zijing heard about it, she felt pity for them and wondered why they didn't seek help from her father. Her father was saddened by it for a long time and even returned home to set up a memorial for his cousin and handle the aftermath. But in this life, everything seemed to have changed. They were living well, repaying their debts, and had built a house, becoming a wealthy family in Qingshi town. Jiang Chiao even married a scholar instead of a fool. Although she felt sympathy for Uncle Jiang's family in her past life, the way things had turned out now seemed to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. This made her very anxious and uneasy. She thought she had gained foresight and would have an easier life than others. But it was still so difficult. What she wanted still required effort to achieve. It seemed she could not remain stuck on the crooked tree of Prince Jing. She needed to plan for herself again, to have more choices and paths. In the early morning, Qi Caiwei woke up feeling lost. She couldn't understand how Pear could bear to leave everything behind to become a monk. He was so young. Did he even understand what becoming a monk meant? When she first saw the letter, she thought Pear was just upset with her for not saving Aunt Mei, trying to make her feel guilty. She never expected he would really become a monk. How could he do this? Didn't he know he was his mother and sister's support? How could he leave? Qi Caiwei found it hard to accept. He was her only son, her heart. If she had known, she would have tied him up to bring him back. When Jiang Zijing entered the room, she saw her mother sitting at the vanity, holding her brother's letter and wiping away tears. She pinched herself hard, and tears immediately filled her eyes. She went up to hug her mother, saying, "Mother, my brother may not want us, but you still have me." Hearing the news about her brother becoming a monk surprised her. In her past life, her brother, no matter how untalented or timid, would never have thought of leaving everything behind. That was something only a coward would do. Well, someone as weak as her brother couldn't support the Jiang family. Perhaps the temple was more suitable for him. Living a life of mere survival was what he wanted. Her mother was still young. If it didn't work out, she could have another child. Jiang Zijing held her mother's hand and comforted her, saying, "Mother, my brother has always lived in luxury. How could he really adapt to a life of poverty? He is just acting out of anger and will come back in time." Qi Caiwei looked at her daughter and, after hearing her words, felt much better. That's true. Monks must follow strict rules, and he can't endure that kind of hardship. She then picked up the booklet, saying, "Zijing, didn't you say all the evidence was destroyed? How did it end up in Lu Qingyao's hands and become a threat to us?" She knew this couldn't be blamed on Zijing. Her daughter was still so young, yet she was already worrying about her. But this evidence was serious. If mishandled, it could harm her husband and father. "It must be Granny Gong. She must have betrayed us," Jiang Zijing said confidently, suspecting that person. When they returned to the Qi residence, the mistress had specifically asked where Granny Gong had gone. From her expression, it seemed the mistress was unaware. But even with constant vigilance against Granny Gong, there could still be oversights. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. Qi Caiwei grabbed Jiang Zijing's hand tightly, anxious, and asked, "What should we do? What is she plotting? Could she hand the evidence to the court?" "She wouldn't. If she wanted to, she would have done it already. If she is with Lu Qingyao, she definitely won't. My elder brother and second brother are also father's sons. If father falls, what good would it do them? With a criminal's grandson and another criminal's son, what future do those brothers have? In this matter, they are all in the same boat. If the boat capsizes, it benefits no one." Father knows that Lu Qingyao wouldn't dare to truly hand over the evidence, yet he still pushed this matter onto their grandfather. He is just trying to smooth things over. Mother, let's have father divorce the Liu family. It just means losing some money, which isn't a big deal. As long as her mother could be recognized as the legitimate wife, she would be the legitimate daughter, and finding a good place to settle down was what truly mattered. Hearing Zijing's analysis, Qi Caiwei felt a bit more reassured. As for the evidence, she believed her father would find a way to handle it. She looked at the sun and thought her husband should be back from court soon. She took her daughter by the hand and said, "Jinger, let's go find your father now." Jiang Zijing had already sent a maid to wait at the door, but she saw that her father hadn't gone to the study or to her mother's courtyard. She cautiously said, "Mother, I think father has gone to Aunt Tao's courtyard." Seeing Qi Caiwei's face change, she quickly added, "Grandmother dislikes Aunt Tao and her son the most. We might as well visit grandmother. Father is very filial. But your grandmother is still upset with me for bringing Tao Tao into the house. How could she be kind to me?" Qi Caiwei was uncertain if bringing the concubine back was the right decision. Jiang Zijing held her mother's arm and glanced at the bracelet in her jewelry box. "Mother, you forgot that grandmother loves gold jewelry. Didn't you just get a pair of gold bracelets with rubies from the pawn shop? Grandmother would surely love them. Such old-fashioned bracelets are rarely worn now, but grandmother likes them because they are made of gold. They suit her taste perfectly. Grandmother is actually easy to please as long as you know what she likes. But those preferences can be costly." Qi Caiwei nodded and instructed someone to find a silk box to pack them. The bracelets were originally sent from her pawn shop, and she had planned to take them to a jewelry store to be redesigned. Since the old lady likes them, giving them to her is fine. Only by making Tao Tao uncomfortable can she feel justified in swallowing her anger. Moreover, her mother had told her to be patient and avoid direct conflict with her husband. No matter how her father played the bad cop, she had to play the good cop. The mother and daughter carried the silk box to Old Lady Zhang's courtyard. Indeed, Old Lady Zhang was very pleased with this gesture. She had been angry, but when she saw the gold bracelets in the box, her gloomy face brightened up. After listening to Qi Caiwei's explanation, she was no longer upset. "Mother, as a woman, you must understand the difficulties of a daughter-in-law. No woman wants to share her husband with anyone. I am also forced into this situation. My husband is deeply attached to Aunt Tao. If I don't bring her back, he will spend all his time away from home. Fine, if we must bring her back, but I will never acknowledge her." Old Lady Jiang waved her hand. She had been troubled by the events of the past, still holding a grudge against Tao Tao's parents. Back then, Tao Tao's parents looked down on the Jiang family and insulted her son, saying he was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Not only the Tao family, but also those from Taoshi village mocked them. Now that Tao's father was gone, that family had nowhere to go and came to bother her son. This young man, seems to have been enchanted and dares to go against her, which makes her chest hurt with anger. Qi Caiwei took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Mother, the daughter-in-law brings Aunt Tao into the house to help you vent your anger. While she is outside, my husband doesn't come home every day, and you can't do anything about her. But now it's different." Seeing the change in Grandma Zhang's expression from gloomy to bright, she felt relieved. This old lady is good at playing the role of a mother-in-law and enjoys tormenting her daughter-in-law. After Liu Qingyao's family fell on hard times, she was often tormented by her. Grandma Zhang quickly understood and looked at the old servant beside her, saying, "Have Tao Tao bring Shu Shu over for me to see." At that moment, Tao Tao was trying to persuade Jiang Yunze not to divorce Liu Qingyao. "Brother Zhe, considering that the Liu family gave you children and helped you in the past, please don't divorce her. If she wishes to separate, that's fine, but the two boys will not resent you when they grow up." She had seen Liu Qingyao and her children living in Taoshi village. Their life was poor, and even she felt pity for them after hearing Liu Qingyao's words. She knew that person could not return to the Zhang family. Even if she was no longer a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, there was no need to be ruthless. The Zhe she knew was not that heartless. "Okay, I promise you, Tower is kind-hearted," Jiang Yunze said, stroking her hair, and the frustration he had felt for days disappeared. He liked Tower for her kindness and innocence, unlike the noble ladies in the capital who were always scheming. While they were enjoying their time together in the room, they heard someone outside reporting that the old lady wanted to see Aunt Tao. "I'll go with you," Jiang Yunzi said, worried that his mother might make things difficult for Tower. "I think I should go alone. Didn't Mother say she wanted to see Shushu?" Although Tao felt anxious, she knew she couldn't avoid what was coming. Late spring and early summer. During the Qingming festival, after a few light rains, the mornings and evenings were cool, but it surprisingly started to get warm at noon. After attending Sister Chiao's wedding, Zhang Miaomiao's family stayed in Taoxi village for several days, mainly because the villagers were very welcoming. They received many gifts, including fruits, vegetables, cured meats, eggs, and homemade fruit wine. Her small bag was stuffed with dried fruits and candies, almost overflowing. It felt as if they might never return. However, they truly didn't know if they would come back, as the capital was far away, and they probably wouldn't be traveling back and forth for a year or two. After bidding farewell to relatives and friends, her uncle took the three siblings to visit their late grandfather's grave. Zhang Miaomiao curiously looked at the inscription on her grandfather's tombstone. Her second brother, Jiang Zian, also noticed it and asked, "Uncle, is the Jiang family not from Qingshi town?" "No, your great-grandfather was from Jinling," replied the uncle. He explained that the Jiang family originally came from a scholarly background, but after their fortunes declined and due to the chaos of war, they moved south from the north and sought refuge in Qingshi town, planning to settle there. At first, the locals were very resistant to outsiders. However, since her great-grandfather could read and write and was good with numbers, he naturally stayed. In the eyes of the villagers, educated people were highly respected, as they were needed for reading letters and doing calculations for trade. Her great-grandfather settled in Taoxi village, married a local woman, and had children, continuing the family line. Her grandfather was the youngest son, gentle and quiet by nature. Her great-grandmother, worried about her sickly son being bullied, arranged for him to marry a strong woman, Jiang Laofuren, who was the mother of Jiang Yunzi. After their marriage, the couple grew apart. Jiang Laofuren, who could barely read, constantly pressured her husband to achieve fame and honor. With his poor health, her grandfather had little energy to study or take exams, spending his days in arguments with his wife. Over time, he became depressed and passed away, leaving behind his young son, Jiang Yunzi, and his mother to rely on each other as they continued the pursuit of education. His widowed mother did laundry while he studied, and with the help of Uncle Jiang and the clan leader, he managed to complete his studies and enter government service. However, as a poor scholar without connections, it was not easy for him to rise in the ranks and establish himself in the court. He relied on mentorship and marriage. He achieved both by marrying their mother and becoming a disciple of Minister Qi, even marrying his mentor's daughter, gaining influence through both families in the court. He rose quickly and was appointed as the Deputy Minister of Rights at a young age. However, once he succeeded, he did not want to remember his difficult past. After paying respects to their ancestors, their mother burned paper money by the river and released lanterns to honor those who had risked their lives to save others. When Chiao returned home and finished paying respects to their ancestors and bidding farewell to friends and family, Zhang Miaomiao's family prepared to return to Jiangzhou and then to the capital. The whole family was busy packing from dawn, including little Zhang Miaomiao. She thought long and hard, but didn't know what to pack. In the end, she only took some toys to pass the time on the journey, as children mainly eat and play. Her mother and aunt had prepared everything for her. Ever since she started living like a wealthy young lady, she felt as if she had no hands or feet. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, everything else was managed by her helper, Xiao. In the past few years, even eating and drinking were done by someone feeding her. She didn't have to worry about meals. Aunt Xiao would prepare them, and they might even have some lamb. As for pots and pans, they would likely bring those too. The journey from south to north was long, and they might not always find inns to stay in, so they would often have to camp outside. Jiang Miaomiao felt like they were going camping. Her aunt would hunt and gather wild vegetables, making delicious meals. They also brought along the dried fruits and sweets given by the villagers to pass the time on the road. Watching her mother pack light cotton clothes, she noticed there were very few silk garments. Her mother said there was no need for fancy clothes, prioritizing comfort instead. Her mother was very thoughtful. Fancy clothes could attract thieves, wrinkle easily, and wear out quickly. Her older brother didn't bring much, just the sword manual given by his godfather and the sword gifted by the prince. But her second brother packed a lot. In addition to a large box of books, he brought everyday items, including teacups and a soft pillow he used regularly. Jiang Miaomiao thought her second brother was a bit spoiled. What was most surprising was that he also brought the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic, which seemed like he intended to teach her during the journey. As for the little white wolf, her aunt worried it might hurt its legs, so it was assigned to a cart. The car was loaded with gold, silver, and account books. With the little wolf around, no one could steal from them. Before they left, they had a farewell meal with the elders of the Cui family. Old Lady Cui handed a letter to her mother, saying, "Qingyao, please deliver this letter to Cui Yan personally." Lu Qingyao nodded. "Don't worry, old lady." The old lady held her hand and smiled. "If you encounter any trouble in the capital, you can always seek Cui Yan's help. He will definitely assist you." Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Although she appreciated the Cui family's kindness, she felt it was already quite a lot, and she hesitated to ask for more. Jiang Miaomiao found it strange that old Lady Cui had 2 sons, but only asked her mother to deliver the letter to the elder son. She had heard from Princess Rongan that her uncle was quite impressive, serving as a Hanlin scholar and trusted by the emperor. He had a significant voice in front of the emperor. However, she also heard that her uncle was getting older and still hadn't found a wife for himself. "Cousin from my second uncle's family has reached adulthood." Jiang Miaomiao wondered if that young Master Cui was unattractive. Otherwise, how could someone of his status not find a wife? But then she thought that didn't make sense. No one in the Cui family was ugly. Looking at the large number of items at the entrance, Lu Qingyao sighed. When they arrived, they had nothing but a cart and a few bundles. Now it felt like they were moving, wanting to take everything with them. After leaving the city, they traveled north with the caravan from Yipinju. It was a coincidence that they ran into the 2 couples from the Sun family returning to the capital. They were relatives, so they decided to travel together. Everyone thought Sun Erlang was already back with his wife and sister-in-law, but it turned out they were just leaving now. Sister Su and Miss Su were hiding in the carriage, probably feeling embarrassed. Sun Darlang's wife, Mrs. Pan, greeted them, but it was a bit distant. However, Lu Qingyao still went to talk to Mrs. Pan and even climbed into her carriage. At first, Jiang Miaomiao didn't understand why her mother wanted to get close to them. But in less than half a day, her mother and Mrs. Sun became like sisters and even made a business deal. In the evening, the sun was setting. The wind blew continuously, spreading a large area of red across the sky. Under the sunset, the caravan moved slowly. They heard that traveling by water was faster, but Jiang Miaomiao thought land travel was safer. She had heard merchants say that there were often bandits on the waterways. Although not every ship was targeted, very few dared to rob Yipinju's boats. Still, there were some who were reckless or specifically aimed at them. If a fire broke out on a ship, surrounded by water, they might not know where to escape. Those who could swim might jump into the river, but as a little girl, if she fell in, she could easily drown or freeze without timely rescue. The river water was very cold at night. Lu Qingyao and Xiao exchanged glances, agreeing that land travel was indeed more prudent. The Sun brothers chose land travel because the Su sisters were afraid of water. They hadn't been afraid before, but after an incident of falling into the lake, they became very scared. So, they all took the official road and happened to meet, deciding to travel together. Now, the caravan stopped in an open grassy area to set up camp. After the carts were stable, Jiang Miaomiao's mother emerged from Mrs. Sun's carriage, bringing back a package of chestnut pastries. Seeing the pastries, Little Miaomiao's eyes lit up. Just then she was also hungry. The little girl sat in her mother's lap, swinging her legs while eating and listening to her mother and Aunt Xiao talk. Lu Qingmiao held a chestnut pastry in one hand and gently touched her daughter's hair with the other, smiling at her. You can't eat too much. Sitting still in the carriage can cause a tummy ache. Okay, Mama. Jiang Miaomiao nodded and smiled sweetly at her mother. Lu Qingmiao noticed that her daughter adapted very well. Despite the long journey, they were all a bit tired. The little girl remained full of energy. She ate and slept, and when she wasn't sleeping, she leaned against the carriage window to enjoy the scenery. She even had Yenner make her a little windmill. Often, a small chubby hand would reach out of the window, holding the windmill, spinning around. After getting tired of sitting in the carriage, the little one climbed onto Xiao's horse, shouting, "Giddy up." The two of them sped away like a whirlwind, disappearing ahead of the caravan in an instant. They were somewhere, waiting for them, having fun every day, laughing cheerfully. Although Jiang Miaomiao found the carriage a bit bumpy, she still thought it was quite fun. However, at that moment, she was more curious about what her mother was doing visiting Sister Sunday. That sister seemed hard to get along with a cold expression that could be described as frosty. But since her mother managed to bring back chestnut pastries for her, it seemed like they got along well. Then Aunt Xiao said, "Sister, Chiao mentioned when she visited that the Sun couple arrived in Jiangzhou just a few days before the wedding to visit their parents, attend a brother's wedding, and see what business opportunities Jiangzhou has. She seems indifferent towards Chiao, not particularly friendly, but she didn't make things difficult for her. You weren't looking for her just because of Chiao, were you?" "Not exactly. I was discussing a business deal with her." "What kind of deal?" Xiao was curious about what kind of deal could make that cold face smile. "The Sun family has a dyeing workshop in the capital, and we have a lot of high-quality wool." "It was a perfect match," Lu Qingmiao replied with a smile. "Jiangzhou isn't very big, but she has plenty of wool. If sold locally, there is an oversupply." She had considered starting her own workshop for weaving and dyeing, but decided against it after realizing how skilled one needs to be in that field. So, she planned to open up the market in the capital, selling it far and wide like bamboo shoots and grains. Just then, the Sun couple appeared. Xiao nodded. "This is good. With this deal, at least the Pan family will treat Chiao better." "Does that mean we have to sell all our wool to them from now on?" "It's not just about supplying wool to them. We're discussing a partnership. But we need to see their dyeing workshop in the capital before making a decision." Lu Qingmiao thought she could offer the Sun family a low price, but she also wanted to be involved in their weaving and dyeing business. This approach would benefit both sides and also support Chiao and the Sun family. Throughout history, power and wealth have gone hand in hand. Those noble families that thrive usually have brothers who work in government and others who run businesses. Studying requires support, and entering government also needs connections. Without financial backing and with high ambitions, many may end up on the wrong path. After getting to know her, Lu Qingmiao saw that Sun Dalong's wife was a reasonable person. She might seem cold, but her heart was warm. The gift she gave to Chiao showed she cared. While the material wasn't particularly precious, the hairpin and jewelry were clearly in styles and colors that Chiao liked. The craftsmanship was excellent, likely custom-made. It seemed she had inquired about Chiao's personality and preferences. So even though she didn't smile much, Chiao felt her kindness. In contrast, the gift from Sun Erlang's wife was much more perfunctory, with mostly old styles and mediocre craftsmanship, likely leftover stock from a jewelry shop. Jiang Miaomiao thought her mother was quite impressive. Their path was widening. They had already started branching into the dyeing and weaving industry, and they might even buy a clothing store. If all goes well, she wouldn't need to spend money on clothes anymore. Her mother only did what she believed was right, not afraid of being misunderstood or called foolish. In reality, she had her own considerations. She always managed to surprise people. Lu Qingmiao had this plan because they needed to sew seasonal clothes every year. The adults were fine with simple and practical styles. However, Miaomiao was very particular about clothing styles and fabrics. She wanted good designs and comfortable materials, and disliked anything too flashy. Most of the clothes available didn't meet her taste, but there was nothing else to wear. At that moment, Miaomiao was leaning against the car window, looking outside while playing with a small windmill.
Hey.
Those guards of brother-son heir look familiar. How do they look familiar? Lu Qingyao followed her daughter's gaze and saw the group of guards Sun Erlang had brought, helping them set up a tent. Height, figure, and even movements are surprisingly similar. The movements are quick, proving they are trained soldiers from the Mu family. However, Xiaomiao's observation skills are quite impressive. She noticed it right away. Xiaomiao lifted her little head and thought for a moment. They look alike, walk alike, and even move alike. It feels like those people my godfather brought last time. Lu Qing ruffled his daughter's hair and smiled. Look at you being so clever. Your brother's son heir works under your godfather, so it's not just a coincidence. Those guards are his people. Sent by my godfather? Xiaomiao smiled foolishly at the guards. No wonder they don't seem like they are protecting brother's son heir. Their eyes occasionally scan her direction, like they're on alert. They completely ignore the Su sisters and don't listen to their orders. So, this encounter wasn't a coincidence after all. It was intentional. Xiaomiao felt warm inside, thinking her godfather is really nice, especially sending people to protect them without wanting them to know. Doing good deeds anonymously, what a great person. The white wolf's howls echoed across the wilderness. Xiaomiao felt a bit nervous. Zhang Xiaobai said there are people in the woods. Wolves can smell scents from 2 kilometers away and hear sounds from 10 kilometers away. Jiua mentioned that there are many people hiding in the woods around the camp, more than double their number. And they have been following them since they left Jiangzhou. The assassins have not found an opportunity to strike. They are keeping their distance, afraid of being discovered. At first, they thought it was just the Lu family and the merchant caravan, but there are many more people. Those strong guards do not look like ordinary protectors. Their movements are very similar, with no obvious features, as if they have undergone professional training. They are the most skilled assassins, paid a lot of money by their employer to take the lives of that mother and her 4 children. This is the highest payment they have ever received as assassins, enough to last them for a long time. After this job, they plan to retire, as there are beautiful women and fine wine waiting for them. So this assassination must succeed. Failure is not an option. They absolutely cannot allow that mother and her 4 children to appear in the capital. Not just killing. They also need to find the account books and documents in their possession and burn them all. Killing is no problem. That's easy. But finding the account books and documents is tricky, as the employer didn't specify what they are, just said to destroy everything without leaving a trace. This is undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. They had to split into 2 groups. One group went to search for Lu Yuan in Jiangzhou, while the other followed the convoy, waiting for the right moment to act. If they couldn't find Lu Yuan, they would set it on fire. Paper is most afraid of fire. No matter what the accounts are, they would eventually turn to ashes. Now, they just needed to wait for their people to gather. They planned to act when the night was dark and windy. However, night was falling very slowly, and they were very hungry. Their companions had not caught up with them. This was because the group of assassins preparing to burn Lu Yuan were already in trouble. They waited for their companions but felt uneasy and couldn't act rashly. They could only take out the bread and cold buns from their pockets and chew slowly. Chewing too fast would make it hard to digest. Occasionally, they were bitten by mosquitoes but still couldn't move. In April and May, it was starting to get warm, and there were mosquitoes. In the wild, the mosquitoes were big and fierce. As they chewed, a strong smell of meat wafted into their noses, stirring their appetites. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over them. They saw a group of people setting up tents on the grassland, lighting a bonfire, cooking delicious food, and eating heartily, while they were stuck here feeding mosquitoes. They couldn't help but feel a bit envious of those guards. If only one day they could serve as guards without having to live on the edge of danger, that would be nice. Even if those people were just sheep waiting to be slaughtered, they were still happy sheep. While the assassins envied the lambs, they didn't realize they were the ones about to be slaughtered. Miaomiao took a light nap in the carriage. When she smelled the aroma of roasted meat, she quickly climbed down and ran toward her mother, who was standing by the bonfire, her little legs moving fast. The grass was a bit tall, reaching her waist, so all that could be seen was a small figure moving through the grass. Xiao and 2 guards followed closely behind. "Sister, there are ambushes in the forest." Xiao jumped onto the roof of the carriage and looked toward the forest. Normally, birds would return to their nests at this time. However, the birds were lingering outside the forest, afraid to enter, which only happened when they sensed danger. Animals have the strongest instincts. So when Lu Qingyao and Xiao heard the white wolf call, they immediately became alert. Previously, someone had sneaked into Lu Yuan multiple times, and the white wolf had made the same sound each time, catching them off guard. Strangely, those thieves only seemed interested in feeding the little white wolf chicken legs. Miaomiao suspected several times that they wanted to steal the wolf. This group had followed them all the way without acting but was getting closer tonight. Could it be that tonight was the night? Lu Qingyao carried her little daughter back to the carriage and placed her in Xi's arms, saying, "Don't run around. Stay in the carriage." After that, she jumped down from the carriage with her red spear. Jiang Zifeng followed behind his mother, holding his sword and looking very impressive. Jiang Miaomiao peeked through the fluttering curtain of the carriage and saw her brother's profile. He was smiling. She felt that her brother seemed a bit excited. Jiang Miaomiao remembered the moment she first saw her mother and that frightening dream. In the dream, her brothers came from the capital and were ambushed in a vast snowy valley. None survived. That night, it snowed heavily. Her mother and brother's bodies and blood were gradually buried until the whole world was covered in white, leaving no trace behind. The little girl shivered. She was scared, very scared that the scene from her dream would happen again. "What's wrong, sister?" Jiang Zian, realizing he wasn't strong enough to help, came over to look after his sister. He noticed her eyes were filled with tears. Thinking she was frightened, he gently patted her head and reassured her. "Don't be afraid, Miaomiao. Brother is here, and I will protect you." "Second brother, I had a dream." Little Miaomiao lifted her face, suddenly, wanting to share her feelings. "What dream did you have? Tell me about it," Jiang Zian said as he held her in his arms and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I dreamed that when you came from the capital, you were ambushed in a snowy place. And died, all of you." Jiang Miaomiao told her brother every detail of her dream, hoping he could help her understand it. Jiang Zian froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, the cold piercing him to the bone. Was their death in the dream that tragic? No, it couldn't be. This wasn't just a dream. The place, the scene, the details described by his sister were exactly like what had really happened before. The only difference was that they were all still alive. His thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago, shortly after they left the capital, accompanied by a nurse, a coachman, and guards. While passing through a snowy ridge, they were suddenly attacked by a large group of bandits. The attackers were numerous and deadly. Their servants died protecting them, and their mother was seriously injured. It was only the howling of wolves that scared the bandits away. Otherwise, it would have been the same tragic outcome. Jiang Zian held his sister tightly, tears streaming down his face. It's okay. We are all fine and Mother's fine too. We are all here with you." Perhaps Miaomiao's dream was a glimpse of their past life. As my sister said, they have all died, and that is why there is now a rebirth. The same tragedy has happened again, but this time they are all alive. This is a second chance given to them by fate. They can take revenge on their enemies. The evening darkens. The sun slowly sets. A hint of twilight remains in the sky, casting a rosy glow on people's faces. After Jiang Miaomiao shared her dream with her second brother, her fear eased a little. Thinking about their current situation, it was very different from the helplessness of her mother in the dream. Now they have Aunt Xiao and Xi by their side. The sword manual given to her elder brother by their godfather was not for nothing. His skills have improved a lot. The guards arranged by their godfather are also quite capable. And if all else fails, there is still Jiang Xiaobai. No need to be afraid. She placed her hand on her chest, calming her racing heart. She leaned against the car window, looking around. She saw her mother and elder brother, one carrying a gun and the other holding a sword, walking confidently to sit by the fire. Aunt Xiao rode her horse around the edge of the forest before returning to sit beside her mother. Jiang Miaomiao looked at her second brother in confusion. Jiang Zian jumped down from the carriage and reached out to her, saying, "Miaomiao, come with me to eat." Little Miaomiao jumped into her second brother's arms. Although he was a gentle scholar, his calm face and determined eyes made her feel safe. Sheer, holding a fluffy little cloak in one hand and touching the hilt of her knife with the other, followed closely behind, scanning the surroundings cautiously. The light had faded, and all that could be seen were the dark trees surrounding the grassland. It felt a bit eerie. She had heard there were ambushes inside, and there were quite a few people. Although she had been with Miss Mu before and encountered many dangerous situations, like when Miss Mu was teased by a visitor while offering incense and she broke the person's finger, or when jealous noble ladies tried to harm Miss Mu but ended up falling into the water themselves, being surrounded like tonight was a first for her. She quickened her pace to catch up with her young master, feeling a bit nervous, but also a little excited. "Miaomiao, come here and see what Annie has cooked for you." Aunt Xiao took a pot off the fire. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted out. It turned out to be a big pot of chicken rice. Auntie is quite impressive. She even brought in wild chicken.
Wow.
I love chicken rice. Little Jiang Miaomiao drooled, completely forgetting the dangers behind her. With a call from Mother, "It's time to eat," everyone gathered around. Like Xiaomiao, who was focused on eating, only Jiang Zifeng and the Su sisters were also present. After days of traveling, they no longer cared about being proper ladies. They wore their fine clothes while sitting by the fire, enjoying chicken rice and gnawing on lamb legs. It was quite a funny sight. Little Jiang Miaomiao covered her mouth and giggled several times, only to be shot a glare by her mother. In contrast, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun family seemed much more comfortable. Dressed simply, she shared her mother's thoughts and noticed something was off, shifting her focus from her meal to glancing at Mother. Then she said to Mother, "Auntie, you all go discuss the plan. I'll keep an eye on things here." "Thank you," came the reply, and the group quickly moved aside. Sun Urseo was curious and wanted to follow her husband, but was met with a fierce glare from Sun Daisao. At that moment, Jiang Miaomiao understood why her mother was eager to befriend Sun Daisao. It turned out that Sun Urseo feared no one more than her sister-in-law. While Jiang Miaomiao nibbled on the lamb leg, her eyes drifted toward her mother. Then, Chiao made its move, boldly landing on the elder brother's shoulder. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyao and her two sons, along with Xiao and the Sun brothers, were discussing their strategy. Xiao said, "I just checked. There are many of them, at least 3 times our number. It looks like they plan to attack while we're asleep." Sun Erling glanced at the guards and the merchant group he brought, then at the women and children by the fire, worriedly saying, "Fighting against so many. Our chances are slim, especially with the women here." Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Their goal was to retreat without losing anyone. However, assassins often disregard life and death, and any attack would be a life-or-death struggle. They had faced such situations countless times and had some experience. "Even if we can't win, we must fight back. We can't just wait to die. Instead of waiting for them to strike, we should take the initiative," Xiao said, frustrated with the hesitation of others. Seeing the worried look in Sun Xiaomiao's eyes, she wanted to say, "You should worry about your delicate wife and sister instead. They are the ones who will hold us back." Her Xiaomiao had ear protecting her and a little white wolf as a mount. If they really needed to run, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to catch up. "Mother, I also think we should take the initiative. Let's split into teams and distract them, striking from different directions." Jiang Zifeng was still unsure about the specific strategy of feigning an attack. It seemed that the military books he had read in the past were of little use now, and his mind was blank. Sun Erling mocked, "In a situation where strength is equal, it might be worth a try, but with us here, including women and children. If we spread out, wouldn't it be like sheep entering a tiger's den? He was just an inexperienced young man. Wanting to join the army was a bit too ambitious for him. Now he regretted not bringing more people along and wondered why he had brought his wife and sister-in-law to such a dangerous situation. The Duke had only told him to secretly send the Liu family back to the capital and hadn't mentioned how perilous this journey would be. Who could have predicted that a few women and children would attract so many assassins? It was clear they did not want any survivors. Who could hold such a deep grudge against them to act so ruthlessly? Jiang Zian glanced at Sun Erlang and caught his disdainful expression. It seemed there was a reason why this officer was still serving at his age. He nudged his older brother. Brother, do you remember how you dealt with those kidnappers in Taoshi village?
Kidnappers.
That's right. This young man had been kidnapped before. Sun Erlang almost laughed out loud but held it back when he saw the stern look on Madame Zhang's face. Jiang Zifeng's face turned slightly red, feeling shy to speak up. However, he understood his brother well. If his brother mentioned it, there must be a solution hidden in there. He scratched his head and thought for a moment. Poison, using poison gas. Jiang Zifeng suddenly remembered that it was thanks to those mysterious yellow weasels that the kidnappers had been poisoned. His mother said that the foul smell from the weasels had knocked those people out, giving him the chance to act. But the appearance of the weasels had been pure coincidence. Lu Qingyao looked at Sun Erlang and then at the two brothers, smiling. Fenger Yenner, what do you think? How can we use poison? Her Fenger might be a bit slow, but he wasn't foolish. If he studied military strategy diligently and joined the army, he might achieve even more than this officer. Jiang Zifeng looked at his brother, who always had many ideas. Jiang Zian stood up. Brother, you carry the torch and follow me. The two brothers lifted the torch and searched through the bushes for something. After a while, they returned with smiles on their faces. What were you doing? Xiao asked curiously. Sun Erlang looked at them with exasperation. At such a critical moment, instead of quickly discussing strategies, they were playing around like children. It was as if they were asking for trouble. Jiang Zian walked over and took out a handkerchief, opening it. Inside was a flower shaped like a trumpet, glowing softly yellow in the firelight. Yen, at this hour, you still have time to admire flowers? Sun Erlang said helplessly, reaching out to grab it. Sun Dalong swatted his hand away, saying it's poisonous. Don't touch it. Sun Erlang quickly pulled back his hand, looking embarrassed. This guy must be crazy, searching for a poisonous flower. Who does he want to poison? Sun Dalong explained, you don't know. This flower is called mandrake. It blooms in May and June, and the whole plant is toxic. Our family's pharmacy needs a lot of mandrake seeds every year to make a special medicine. After saying this, he looked at Jiang Zian and asked, how do you plan to use this poison? I just noticed that while there are many mandrake flowers on this grassland, it's May now, and there are no seeds, so it's hard to extract the toxin. Jiang Zian replied, if we burn the whole flower, will the smoke become poisonous? Maybe, Sun Dalong said uncertainly, as he had never done that before. But if it can be used in the special medicine, it should be toxic. However, Sun Erlang still felt it was a bit unreliable and asked, Yen, we can't just take the flower branches to burn at the edge of the woods, right? That would alert them, and the effect might not be great. It felt like a death wish. No, we won't take the branches to burn. We'll lure them over and burn it here. After they are poisoned, we'll surround them and catch them easily, Jiang Zian said. Before Sun Erlang could ask how to retreat without being discovered, Jiang Zifeng continued, we'll burn wet grass to create smoke to confuse the enemy, then use straw figures to replace real people. While they are distracted by the smoke, we can quickly move some people to safety, using roasted lamb as bait, and then ignite the poisonous branches to catch them off guard. Great, I'll go prepare the lamb. My roasted lamb is the best. Xiao raised her hands in agreement. But Sun Erlang had another question. If they are poisoned, won't our people be poisoned too when they attack? Sun Dalong asked the same. Jiang Zian replied, we can take the antidote in advance. Medical books say that if mandrake is accidentally ingested, it can be detoxified by drinking a decoction of licorice. Xiao looked at Lu Qingyao and asked, "Sister, did you bring licorice?" She remembered her sister would teach the children about herbs, and it was her sister who told them about mandrake. They say everything has its counterpart, so there should be an antidote. Before leaving, she saw her sister putting some assorted herbs into a box. She must have brought licorice. Lu Qingyao pressed her lips together and said, "I brought it. I will make the medicine." She had it, but she wasn't sure if it would work. After all, she had never tried it before. If it didn't work, she would use every detox method available. Jiang Zian and his brother exchanged glances. Since their mother said it was fine, they had a lot to do next. Xiao excitedly called a few young helpers from the merchant teams to join her in preparing the lamb. Sun Dalong trusted the two brothers completely. After all, they were scholars who had studied more than others and knew a lot. Sun Erling. Were they really going to listen to these kids? What if they didn't succeed and ended up poisoning themselves? He still felt a bit uneasy. The moon was bright, and the breeze was refreshing. Jiang Miaomiao wrapped herself in a fluffy little cloak. It was originally white, but she had Sierra fetch a thick black cloak from the carriage. Sierra also followed the young lady's instructions and wrapped herself in black. The little girl sat obediently by the fire, waiting for her mother to give instructions. Soon, everyone began to get busy. Aunt Xiao went to prepare the lamb, applying spices and setting it over the fire to roast. The aroma filled the air even before it was cooked, thanks to the generous amount of spices. Sun Dalong whispered a few words to his wife before leading the others to find mandrake flowers. Sun Dazhao glanced at the two little ones by the fire and called the Su sisters to change into different clothes, preferably black or dark colors, replacing their fancy dresses. The sisters were reluctant, but followed Sun Dazhao. Sun Erling, with his guards, gathered grass and made a scarecrow. Once it was ready, he started burning the grass, tossing wet grass into the fire. Smoke quickly filled the air. There was plenty of tall, lush grass in the fields, perfect for making scarecrows and burning. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, the guards dressed the scarecrow in the clothes the group had changed out of. Sun Dalong and his wife quickly left the scene. As for Sun Erling, he couldn't leave so soon. He still had a task. The Su sisters had to be handed over to Jiang Zifeng and his brother. The sisters watched in dismay as their beautiful clothes were put on the scarecrow. Sun Dazhao, confused, wanted to discuss it with her husband, but Jiang Zifeng stopped her. "I'm not leaving. I want to go with my husband." "That's not up to you," Xiao said, quickly approaching and giving each of them a gentle nudge at the back of their necks. With their eyes closing, they were about to fall, but Xiao caught them and placed them on a horse, tying them up. She turned to Jiang Zifeng and his brother and said, "Stay close to your mother and sister." The two brothers were stunned and quickly mounted their horses, leading the horses of Sister Sun and her companions to follow their mother. They were deeply impressed by Aunt Xiao. It turned out that when dealing with unreasonable women, simply knocking them out was the way to go. It was that simple, no need for words. Jiang Zifeng felt he had learned a new trick. Sun Erling watched his wife being taken away after being knocked out, feeling furious. He wanted to confront the woman with a square face, but considering there were important matters at hand, he held back his anger. Jiang Miaomiao was still in a daze when their mother covered her mouth and nose with a wet cloth and lifted her onto the horse. Their mother pulled, and Sierra also sat behind her. Jiang Miaomiao looked back and saw smoke rising over the grassland, with tents shrouded in mist, flickering in the firelight. The smell of roasted lamb wafted far away, reaching the woods. The once quiet plains were now in chaos, filled with coughing and howling. With a howl from the little white wolf, it seemed many wolves appeared in the forest. The assassins hiding in the woods looked at the firelight and thick smoke in the middle of the grassland, completely confused. What was happening? Were they trying to set the grass on fire and burn themselves? The smoke was choking, followed by the strong aroma of lamb. They licked their dry lips and finally realized what was going on. These fools were roasting lamb as if they were starting a fire. The smell became more enticing, making mouths water. "Oh no! This means the wolves have been attracted too? What a bunch of fools. The moonlight was hazy. Tonight's starry sky was covered in thin mist. The smoke lingered over the grassland, refusing to disperse for a long time because it was located in a clearing among the trees. Setting up camp in such a spot was ideal. Flat, safe from lightning, and near a stream. Most importantly, it was sheltered from the wind. With little wind, the smoke would take a while to clear. The entire grassland was shrouded in mist, with only a few flickering lights in the center. The roasted lamb on the fire sizzled and bubbled, releasing a delicious aroma that spread far and wide. Although the smoke did not clear, the meat's fragrance was strong enough to penetrate the forest quickly. Once the lamb was ready, Xiao and the guards lit some mandrake branches and quickly retreated. The dense forest was a great hiding place, though there were quite a few mosquitoes. The assassins had been lying in wait all day. Although they had eaten some dry rations, it was barely enough to fill their stomachs, making it hard to endure. Just a little longer. Wait for those people to fall asleep. Wait for the night to be quiet. First, take down the guards with sleeping gas, then act. It saves time and effort. It's not that they can't fight, but they have started to value their lives. Even with money, you need a life to spend it, and that shiny silver is waiting for them to use. It's not worth losing their lives here. However, in the dead of night, these people are roasting lamb. With wolves behind and roasted lamb in front, what are they waiting for? They can't think too much now. Charge. They quickly surrounded the center. They must not let anyone escape. Not a single person can slip through. The area around the tents is quiet, but the howling of wolves behind them seems to grow louder. Even though something feels off, they have no way to retreat. The lamb on the fire continues to sizzle, releasing steam and a more intense aroma. The smell mixed with smoke is overwhelming. They lick their lips, holding back the urge to move forward. They need to focus on the task at hand, as they are professionals. Once they deal with these lambs, good wine and meat will be theirs to enjoy. They split into several groups, moving closer to the tents. One team cautiously approached a motionless guard, moving quickly and silently, drawing their knives to cut throats.
But
what is this? A scarecrow? Another team approached the tent to blow sleeping gas. They drew their swords to stab the person inside.
But
the feeling is wrong. They moved closer and pulled back the clothing. Darn it. How dare you trick me with a scarecrow? Not good. The smoke is toxic. Some have already started to feel the effects, dizzy and weak, their heads feeling heavy. Darn it. After years as an assassin, this is the first time they've been outsmarted. They were careless. Too overconfident. Quick, retreat. We've fallen into a trap. They are strong, and even if they are affected by the toxic smoke, they won't fall quickly. They brace themselves to escape. Then they see many torches moving in the distance coming towards them. Getting closer. Those people, with wet cloths covering their faces, hold torches in one hand and swords in the other, charging at them. Leading them is a woman on a tall horse, moving swiftly, soon reaching them. With a sweep of her sword, she cuts through the assassins' throats, taking down several in one stroke. The guards rush in to finish them off, stabbing one by one. There's even a young boy charging in, shouting, "Kill!
Charge!"
His voice is youthful, but his strikes are merciless, each one deadly. Sun Erlang can hardly believe his eyes. He thought that the woman was just skilled in lightness, but it turns out she is also very capable in combat. It feels like even if there were two more of him, he still couldn't win. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly suggest sparring with her, or he would have lost all face in front of his subordinates. If only he could become her student. And that guy, his skills are surprisingly good. He must have learned from her. Indeed, a great teacher produces excellent students. But just thinking about calling that woman master made him feel embarrassed about referring to that guy as senior brother. He abandoned that thought. He drew his sword and moved forward, unwilling to be outdone, attacking the enemy. Unlike the soldiers on the battlefield, these assassins were professionally trained. Even when exposed to poison gas, they remained fierce. He still couldn't let his guard down. After a fierce battle, the grass was trampled and in disarray. The sounds of wild beasts echoed in the forest, as if they were waiting for a feast. Animals have an incredibly keen sense of smell. They had already caught the scent of their prey. So many prey were wandering in the woods. Soon, the grassland returned to silence. Xiao quickly gathered their things, organized their packs, and left the grassland to meet with her sister. Jiang Zifeng was on horseback counting heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The long night stretched on. In the cave, everyone was anxiously waiting. Waiting for good news to arrive. Waiting for their family to return. Miaomiao was perched on a tree, looking at the camp from a distance, with her mother protecting her from behind. A thin mist hung in the air, lit by flickering lights, but nothing else was visible. Never mind, she thought, with Aunt Xiao around. Nothing bad could happen. Mom, I want to go down, the little girl said, tightly hugging her mother's neck, and gently floated down to the ground as if she had wings. Go ahead, stay with your second brother. I'll go check on your big brother and Aunt Xiao, Lu Qingyao said, leaving the caravan members to guard while she went to the entrance to check the situation. She was a bit worried since it was her eldest's first time participating in such matters. But she couldn't stop him. He was too stubborn. She understood that a young eagle must eventually learn to fly independently in the sky and couldn't always be kept close. Perhaps it was time to let go. Miaomiao returned to the cave, where a fire had already been lit. It was eerily quiet. Miaomiao, come sit here, Jiang Ziyan said, placing a stone beside him and covering it with dry grass. As soon as she sat down, her second brother pulled out a package from his pocket, unwrapped the oil paper, and revealed a leg of lamb that they hadn't had time to eat earlier. I tasted it for you. Aunt Xiao roasted it especially well this time. Jiang Miaomiao smacked her lips, surprised that her second brother remembered to bring her a late-night snack even while escaping. Luckily, their mother was not around. Jiang Miaomiao shared some with Sheer and offered some to her second brother, but he declined, enjoying his food instead. When she looked up, she noticed many others were present. The Su sisters were huddled together, shivering and staring intently at the cave entrance. Sister Sun was close to her husband. Although she wasn't shaking, she looked very tense. Sun Dalong didn't care about anyone else around and held his wife tightly. They looked like a loving couple, having grown up together. Little Miaomiao curiously asked, "Second brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law and the others?" Jiang Ziyan smiled gently, ruffled her hair, and leaned closer to her ear. Listen. Do you hear any sounds outside? Jiang Miaomiao tilted her head and listened carefully. There was no wind, no rain, and no thunder. Did you hear any sounds? Jiang Miaomiao looked at her second brother with wide eyes. Jiang Ziyan. Has she been with the little white wolf for too long and lost her sensitivity to wolf sounds? But then again, not just her. Even they had become less aware of the sounds of wolves nearby. Even in the wild, as long as they had the little white wolf with them, it seemed like the animals behaved. Thinking about the time, it was probably time to call the white wolf back. Miaomiao, did you bring a whistle? Jiang Miaomiao touched the bamboo whistle at her chest and remembered that Jiang Xiaobai hadn't returned yet, which explained the eerie sounds in the forest. She wanted to go outside and check. What if the little white wolf followed her brother and aunt? That smoke was toxic and could harm them. If it affected animals, she hadn't given it any medicine. The little girl rushed to the exit. In the corner, she heard Sue's voice. Child, don't run around. Be careful not to be taken by a wolf. No one will come to save you. She didn't want her husband to finish dealing with those people and then have to come back to rescue the little ones. Although her husband said they were all in the same boat now and should not argue, she really didn't like this family. None of them treated her well. From the children to the adults, they all annoyed her. She touched the back of her neck, feeling a dull ache. Someone had been too rough. She wondered who had knocked them out and tied them up. If she found out, she would definitely make her husband retaliate. Who had the audacity? Jiang Miaomiao lifted her chin and said confidently, No way, wolves won't eat me. She picked up the bamboo whistle and started blowing woo-woo-woo. Afraid it wasn't loud enough for the little white wolf to hear, she asked her second brother to blow it too. Whimper.
Beep. Tap.
The sound of the flute was melodious. Jiang Zian surprisingly played the little flute beautifully. Everyone forgot their fear for a moment.
Some were mesmerized.
Little Miaomiao rested her chin on her hands, looking at her older brother with admiration. He was really amazing. Such a small bamboo flute could produce so many lovely sounds. She wondered who he learned from. Moreover, he looked even better while playing, like a character from a play. Gradually, the howling of wolves stopped. Ah, the wolf. The wolf is here. The Su sisters screamed, hiding behind Mr. and Mrs. Sunday. They clutched Mrs. Sun's arm tightly, muttering, "Where did the people at the cave go? Did that creature eat them? How did it get in?" Everyone looked up. A tall, snow-white wolf appeared in the cave, a very large one. They had never seen such a big, white wolf before. Mr. and Mrs. Sun widened their eyes, covering their mouths, holding their breath in fear. They had heard from the third brother about the Jiang family's little girl's pet, which was not a cat or a dog. It was a wolf that wouldn't harm anyone. They were told not to make noise or be afraid upon seeing it. Even though they were somewhat prepared, fear still crept in. The white wolf approached little Miaomiao, wagging its tail proudly, and sat at her feet, nudging her gently. It seemed to be asking for praise. Little Miaomiao tore off a piece of mutton and fed it to the white wolf, saying, "Xiaobai is amazing. Look at the mutton I saved for you. Is it tasty?" Auntie roasted it. It was just like feeding her pet dog. After finishing, the white wolf rested its head by her feet, allowing her to pet its fur. Not only that, she even took out a comb from her bag to groom the wolf. Jiang Miaomiao looked at Su, saying, "It's my pet, not a beast. Its name is Jiang Xiaobai. Remember that." The little girl spoke fiercely, making everyone laugh. Su's face turned green. She no longer dared to act arrogantly or curse. Because just a moment ago, when the little girl looked at her, the white wolf was also staring at her, its gaze cold and showing its teeth. At this moment, Mrs. Sun was no longer afraid. She pried Su's hand away, giving her a disgusted glance. "Sister-in-law, look at how you pinched my arm. It's all red. Don't make a fuss. This is Jiang's beloved pet. Don't scare it. Is it really red? Let me see." Mr. Sun quickly took his wife's hand and pulled out some ointment to apply on her. He was truly a devoted husband. Mrs. Sun's gaze turned to the little girl and the wolf, curiously watching their interaction. They say wolves are cold-blooded beasts, yet she surprisingly saw emotions in the eyes of this white wolf that a beast shouldn't have. Those were emotions only a person could possess. How unusual. Su felt embarrassed and pulled her hand back, returning to her seat. She watched the white wolf with caution, afraid it might attack if it got upset. She touched her neck, relieved that she hadn't harmed the little girl that day. When she heard someone bringing news, they had achieved a great victory. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling full and satisfied, wanted to sleep. The little one couldn't stay awake any longer. Her mother and aunt were likely still busy. So, she snuggled in Shir's arms and fell asleep. She didn't know if others were awake, but she had a good rest. She felt safe sleeping because when she woke up early the next morning, she would see her mother first and enjoy breakfast made by her aunt. Lu Qingyao waited at the crossroads for the victorious warriors to return. Hearing her son report the numbers, all were present and accounted for. This was good. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain to Duke Shun and the Sun family, as this all started because of her. She hadn't expected the Qi family to be so ruthless. Sun Erling looked at the woman welcoming them, riding a tall horse with a red spear, and felt a mix of emotions. He had intended to leave some alive, but the square-faced woman said, "Sister said not to leave any alive. She knows who the enemies are. What good would it do to leave them alive? They wouldn't be sent back." No matter their reasons or who paid them, they all wanted their lives. There was no room for mercy. After she finished speaking, she began to kill without hesitation, as if she was very familiar with it, cutting down people as easily as slicing vegetables. Then there was Jiang Zifeng, so young yet fighting without even blinking. It was clear that his sword had seen blood before. They had likely faced such situations more than once. To deal with a few women and children, such a large force was sent to attack. They aimed to eliminate them completely. The person behind this showed a level of cruelty that was extraordinary. It seemed this journey would not be peaceful. However, today it appeared that this mother and son were not to be underestimated. They were skilled in both literature and martial arts, and they had the advantage of time and place, as if even the wolves were helping them. He concluded that one should not judge by appearances. One must not look down on women or children. He couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Upon reaching the cave and seeing the fluffy creature beside the little girl, he was startled again. What kind of family were they? They even raised wolves. His views were refreshed once again. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. The birds were singing, flowers were blooming, and the stream was flowing gently. The group was back on the official road. When Miaomiao woke up, she was already in the carriage. She heard the sound of the wheels and the hooves of horses. Opening her eyes, she saw her mother smiling at her. Miaomiao is awake. Did you sleep well? Miaomiao nodded. Yes. Qingao noticed her daughter's messy hair and couldn't help but ruffle it. The little one looked even more adorable in her sleepy state. They returned around 4 o'clock and found Miaomiao and Sheer snuggled up in a pile of grass, sleeping soundly and even snoring a little. The little one had this advantage of being able to adapt to any situation. She enjoyed delicacies like bird's nest and shark fin, but she also relished wild vegetable buns. She could sleep soundly on a soft golden silk pillow, in a bumpy carriage, or in a cozy grass nest in a cave. She was not at all fussy. She was naturally a daughter of the Liu family. However, she was also quite particular. No matter how expensive the ingredients were, if the food didn't suit her taste, she wouldn't eat a single bite. She loved cleanliness and bathing, and she insisted on changing her clothes every day, even if they weren't dirty. She was willing to rotate her outfits. In contrast, Jiang Zian, who shared similar preferences, had lost a bit of weight from the long journey. His sleep had not been very good either. When Qingao returned to the cave, almost everyone was asleep except for her son, who had been awake the whole time. Even with mosquito-repelling herbs, he still used a fan to keep the mosquitoes away from his sister. He finally fell asleep when it was almost dawn. He was a sensitive and thoughtful child, somewhat like his father. However, his excessive obedience and understanding made people feel sorry for him. Such early maturity came partly from his nature and partly from his experiences. Other young masters at this age were either buried in their studies or busy with games. But her Zian was studying how to kill without being noticed. Qingao secretly looked through the books her son had been reading. He was either studying military strategy or flipping through medical texts. He wasn't interested in medicine for himself. He meticulously noted down every poisonous plant mentioned in those books. One might think he was planning to switch from literature to medicine. As for the military books, he wasn't reading them for his own sake. Fomer didn't like reading. He would easily doze off as soon as he opened a book, and no amount of discipline would help. Yenner explained things to her brother and discussed them together. During their discussions, they often argued passionately, but it turned out to be very effective. With both knowledge and skills, there was no worry about Fomer being bullied in the army. As a mother, Qingao constantly worried about her son. The eldest was simple-minded, making her fear he could be easily deceived. The second was sensitive and thoughtful, which made her worry he might become overly anxious. As for the youngest, it was hard to tell, but her only concern was his love for food. Food comes in through the mouth, she thought. Miaomiao stared at the top of the carriage for a while, then sat up, stretched and yawned, looking at her mother with sleepy eyes.
Mum, I'm hungry.
Is there something to eat? Qingao. How could she not be hungry after sleeping so long? If they were at home, she would have been woken up by now. Seeing her mother had dark circles under her eyes, she asked, Mom, did you not sleep and just rush the journey? She felt like she hadn't slept enough and had woken up from hunger. Sleeping in the carriage was never as good as at home. Even if she lay down all day, she still felt tired and hungry, just like on a long bus ride where you feel exhausted even after sleeping. She missed the big bed at home. She wondered if there were big houses in the capital with big beds to sleep in. But then she remembered they had been driven out, so returning to the Jiang family mansion was unrealistic. They would probably be staying with her grandmother. Lost in thought, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted, and her aunt peeked in on horseback, pinching the little girl's cheek. "It's almost noon, Miaomiao. You must have slept soundly. Just hang on a bit longer. We'll stop for lunch soon." "Noon already?" Little Miaomiao lifted the curtain and saw the sun was indeed high in the sky. No wonder she felt like she had slept for ages. The back of her head felt a bit numb. Her mother was combing her hair and said, "We left at dawn. You were sleeping like a little pig, so we didn't wake you." Jiang Miaomiao. A little pig. How could her mother say she slept like a little pig? How annoying. Was she implying that she was greedy for food and sleep? The little girl pouted. "Miss, here are some chestnut pastries." "You should eat a little," said Sheer, bringing the pastry to the little girl's mouth, but she turned away. Didn't she say she was hungry? Why wasn't she eating? Jiang Miaomiao smiled at her, showing her little white teeth. "I haven't washed my face or rinsed my mouth yet." It was inconvenient to do so on the road, but at least she should drink some tea to rinse her mouth. Hearing this, Chiao put the pastry back in the box. "Then you can eat after you wash up." She almost forgot. The young lady wouldn't eat anything until she had washed up. "But it's not very convenient right now, so I can only bear with it." Jiang Miaomiao. "At least give me some water." The convoy didn't go far before stopping to have lunch. Since the next stop is in town, where they can enjoy good food, everyone's lunch was quite simple. Just some steamed buns and flatbreads. They cooked several large pots of vegetable soup, with a few drops of oil floating on top. Only Jiang Miaomiao had a special meal. Her aunt made her egg noodles. The little one walked around with her bowl in front of the Su sisters, making them envious, but they felt too embarrassed to snatch food from a child. So, they reluctantly nibbled on a few bites of steamed buns, not touching the vegetable soup at all. What rich young lady would eat wild vegetables? How disappointing! Thus, as they traveled, the sisters often went hungry. Except for the night they had roasted lamb, when they lost their composure, these two young ladies kept their dignity. Now, sitting in the shade of a tree, they kept glancing at Xiao, who was fanning herself with a hand fan, though they didn't seem very hot. Jiang Miaomiao thought they must be satisfied just by enjoying the breeze. Xiao didn't indulge them, sharing all the food with the guards, leaving the pot cleaner than their faces. If there were no grudges, it would be fine, but after pushing Chiao into the water, they still wanted to eat well.
Dream on.
If it weren't for Sun Erlang protecting them, they wouldn't even get a bun. Their brothers and sisters were eating, so why couldn't she? Sun Erlang had no choice but to pick some fruits along the way to satisfy them. The snacks he brought were already finished by his wife and Su Sanmei, and after last night, he didn't dare ask Xiao to help with cooking. If she had a dark expression, it was best to keep his distance. After all, his wife had offended his sister-in-law. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes between women. He stayed as far away as possible. By the time everyone finished eating, the Su sisters still hadn't gotten a bite of noodles and waved their handkerchiefs as they got on the carriage. Jiang Miaomiao noticed that Sun Erlang's wife had no one to act spoiled with. Sun Erlang's attitude towards his mother, Aunt Xiao, and his brothers had completely changed. He was very respectful and often chatted with his older brother. After lunch, they continued on their journey. They passed winding hills and through the woods, and their view gradually opened up. They originally planned to continue on the main road, but it would take another 7 days to reach the post station, and their supplies were running low, so they took a detour to restock. Passing by a farm, Sun Erlang asked a farmer for directions. "Sir, is there a town ahead?" "How far is it?" "Yes, there is Linquan town. Just walk ahead for another 5 miles. Are you bringing your wife to seek a child?" "Seek a child?" Sun Erlang looked confused. After asking, he learned that the town was called Linquan because there was a temple called Shueyuezan on the mountain, and behind it was a well with a magical spring. Drinking from it could help with infertility and was very effective. Many people came to seek the spring. Linquan town was small, and so was Shuiwen, but still, many visitors came. The caravan traveled less than 5 miles before the small town came into view. Indeed, the town was small, even smaller than Qingshi town. Miaomiao leaned against the car window, looking around. She watched the passers-by, the street food, and the houses. It was strange that this small town was hidden in a valley, built by the mountains and water, with almost all new buildings and very few old ones. It seemed to have been rebuilt. Most of the passers-by were visitors to Shuiwen and mostly women accompanied by servants. Of course, there were also young couples. It was clear that Linquan town had become prosperous because of Shuiwen. A single well had transformed a small town. Sun Erling rode around the town, looking for inns, and finally chose the largest one. It wasn't very big compared to the large inns in Jiangzhou, but it was enough to accommodate their entire group. The inn looked ordinary from the outside, just like any other inn. But once inside, everyone was amazed. Despite being hidden in the mountains, the inn was quite luxurious. The ceiling had colorful glass lamps, and the floors were paved with jade, making them feel hesitant to step on. The back garden had artificial hills and rare peonies blooming beautifully. There were also a few peacocks strolling among the flowers, lazily soaking up the sun. In the back of the garden, there seemed to be a hot spring, as steam could be seen rising from outside. The guide said this was the women's hot spring, and there was a similar garden for men in the opposite direction. Miaomiao thought this was definitely a luxurious resort.
Wow.
In the middle of nowhere, there was such a place. Amazing. Other inns must be just as nice. Qingyao took her little daughter for a tour around before returning to settle on a room. The prices here are really high. A top-tier room costs 500 taels per night, and even a shared bed costs 200 won per spot. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. Sister Su said this place can compete with the best inns in the capital, and the interior is indeed luxurious. However, for this location, the prices are still outrageous. Strangely, there are still many guests checking in. Big sister, this might be a scam inn, Xiao whispered to Qingyao. Qingyao thought that if this was a scam inn, then the whole Linquan town might be one too. If it really is a scam, it's better not to alert anyone. She planned to settle in first before investigating. In the end, they decided to book a few standard rooms and several shared beds. The standard rooms were relatively reasonable and not as overpriced. The innkeeper seemed honest and didn't appear to be deceitful. Xiao curiously asked, "Innkeeper, I heard there's a magical spring in your town that can help women conceive if they drink from it?" Miaomiao didn't believe that drinking water could lead to having children. It was probably just a rumor that had grown exaggerated over time. She decided to send Xiaobai and Jujin out to investigate. The innkeeper laughed and said, "It's not that simple. After drinking from the spring, women need to stay at the temple for a month or so, where Master Shuiwen will help them to be truly effective. My wife drank from the spring and received treatment from Master Shuiwen, and that's how we had our son." Since the innkeeper benefited from it, he believed it wholeheartedly. "Is there a consultation fee?" Qingyao asked. "No consultation fee, but we do charge for food and lodging." Seeing the group, the innkeeper asked, "May I ask if you are all here to seek help from Master Shuiwen?" Sun Dalong and his wife exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Su Shi quickly shook her head and smiled awkwardly. "No, it's my brother and sister-in-law." She didn't want to admit it in front of so many people, even though she felt warm inside. She had been married to her husband for 3 years, and they rarely spent time together. It was rare for them to be together for so long this time, and if she could conceive a child, her status in the family would rise, and she wouldn't have to face her sister-in-law's icy demeanor daily. She glanced at her husband, and Sun Erling immediately understood. Once they returned to their room, he pulled his wife aside and said, "Owen, don't think about that magical spring. There's something off about it. Just stay here and rest for the night, and we'll leave tomorrow." From his years of experience, he sensed something strange about this town. He had been away from the capital for many years and wished for a son or daughter to keep his wife company and comfort her. Less than a month after their marriage, he went off to war, leaving his wife alone in their empty home. Son Erlang felt he owed her a lot. Because of this, his parents and siblings tried to accommodate Awan, which made her even more spoiled. Even though he wanted children, he wouldn't rush into anything. He had never heard of a magical spring that could help with that. Suwon was not willing to give up. She had noticed many people, mostly women, going up the back mountain, and there seemed to be no issues. Dear, my brother and sister-in-law said they were looking for children, so they might go too. Please come with me to take a look, Sue said sweetly, snuggling into her husband's arms. Most of the time, her husband would do anything for her, but this time it seemed not to work. Awan, your brother and sister-in-law already have children. They were just joking about the magical spring. I had someone fetch water for you. After bath, just rest. Later, I'll take you out for a walk. Son Erlang comforted his wife and then left. At that moment, he couldn't relax and enjoy his time at home. He needed to discuss strategies with the Liu family. He didn't believe they could live peacefully. When they arrived at Lingquan town, it was already evening. Liu Qingyao decided to stay at an inn. The enemy was aware of their movements while they were hidden. If someone wanted to harm them, it wouldn't matter where they stayed. Compared to staying in the wilderness, it was better to be in an inn. At least the children could sleep soundly. If there were any ghosts causing trouble, they would face them head-on. As soon as Xiao entered the room, she began to check everywhere. She flipped the pillows and blankets to see if anything was hidden inside. If there were poisonous spiders or snakes, a single bite could be deadly. She also inspected the cups and teapots to ensure nothing was tampered with. Finally, she checked the walls and floor for hidden compartments or secret rooms. If someone were to emerge from the walls or the ground in the middle of the night, it could be terrifying. After a thorough inspection, Xiao returned to their room. Sister, I checked everything, and there seems to be no problem. Could we be overthinking this? Let's have Sun Xiaowei check outside as well. It was too early to say if there was an issue or not. Liu Qingyao stood by the window on the second floor, looking out. On one side were endless mountains, and halfway up, she could vaguely see the rooftops of a temple. On the other side, she could see the town market. The streets were bustling with people, including visitors, locals from nearby villages, and small vendors calling out their goods. It was just like any ordinary market. After getting ready and freshening up, everyone began to have dinner. The inn charged high prices, but at least they provided meals, which were quite plentiful. Guests could either eat in the common area or have their food brought to their rooms. However, not all rooms received the same quality of meals. It depended on the room's class. In ancient times, there were strict social hierarchies. Those who could afford the top-tier rooms were certainly of high status, while the common rooms were for servants, though they were not in bad condition. Moreover, her mother had given extra money to the innkeeper and raised the meal standards for the guards, who were not ordinary servants, but elite soldiers from the military. Since they risked their lives, it was important not to let them go hungry. While eating, everyone was very cautious. Before the meal, they checked the dishes, food, and tea, testing everything for safety before feeling comfortable to eat. This basic level of vigilance was necessary. They also thoroughly searched the area around the inn. They checked every hiding spot, including the woodshed, rooftops, and even trees, ensuring that all potential hiding places were secured. That night, the guards took turns on duty without any slackening. It was a calm night. After finishing dinner, Miaomiao felt sleepy and went back to her room. Although the danger had not passed, she couldn't skip meals or sleep. Children shouldn't stay up late. Sierra accompanied her, while Jiang Xiaobai and Jujui kept watch. Jujui returned to tell her that nothing unusual was found. Heading into the mountains led to the Water Moon Temple, which was still emitting smoke. It seemed quite popular. However, she thought that the miraculous spring might not be so surprising. It was likely just a tale that had been exaggerated. After all, in the modern southern town of Mojing, there were also wells said to produce twins, and it was rumored that drinking from those wells could lead to having twins. In that small county, there lived over 1,000 pairs of twins. It was unclear whether it was due to the local people's genes or the water itself. Regardless, it had been widely spread. Perhaps it was the same here. Miaomiao lay in bed thinking, and soon her breathing became steady, and she started to snore softly. Zian, seeing his sister fall asleep so quickly, felt a bit envious. When he returned to his own room, he discovered that his older brother had fallen asleep even faster than his sister. He lay next to his older brother, listening to his brother's snoring, which was surprisingly soothing. He quickly fell asleep and had a peaceful night. In the morning, Miaomiao woke up to breakfast in front of her. Sheer had tested the food with a silver needle to ensure it was safe before letting her eat. It seemed that carrying a silver needle had become essential for outings, with everyone having one. After having some buns and milk, she went next door to find her brother. He had mentioned wanting to go to the market to buy some snacks for the journey. Their mother had agreed as well. They didn't mention it, but as soon as they left the inn, several guards followed them. Miaomiao suddenly had several bodyguards, which made her feel quite impressive. They strolled from one end of the street to the other, buying all kinds of nut pastries in the town. Despite its small size, Lingquan town had everything: inns, restaurants, and pastry shops. There were fancy meals as well as street food. After wandering for most of the morning, the siblings felt a bit hungry and found a busy wonton stall, ordering a few bowls of wontons. In places that sell food, a lot of customers doesn't always mean it's the best, but stalls with fewer customers usually have their reasons, so it's best not to try them lightly. Otherwise, you might regret it. They found a spot to sit down. Coincidentally, the table next to them had two very familiar women. When the two women saw them, they quickly put down their hats and hurried away, not even finishing their wontons. It turned out that the wealthy young ladies didn't avoid street food. They just didn't want to eat in front of strangers. Miaomiao called out to their retreating figure's sister-in-law, "Sister, you haven't finished your wontons. Did they see a ghost?" Jiang Zifeng looked curiously at their departing backs. Jiang Zian tapped his sister's forehead and said meaningfully, "They didn't see a ghost. They probably want to do something they shouldn't."
What?
Who do they want to harm? Jiang Zifeng looked at his sister, inching closer to her. Among them, only his sister was weaker. Could it be that they were worried about her? Jiang Zian.
He was just saying that.
The two women only brought one maid each and didn't even have guards, clearly sneaking out. He asked the guard beside him, "Didn't you receive orders from Captain Sun to not let his wife go out alone?" The guards nodded. Yes, that was indeed the order. Captain Sun's wife was quite troublesome. In such situations, not bringing guards and sneaking out was risky. The guards felt helpless. They were sent by the general to protect the Liu family's mother and child, not those two women. Yet Officer Sun couldn't control his own woman. Jiang Zian was a bit worried that something might happen to them, so he quickly arranged for two guards to follow the Su sisters and sent one back to report. Miaomiao didn't think it was a big deal. There were many women walking alone on the street. They should be fine. Besides, those assassins weren't after them. The targets were her mother and the ledger in her hands. Her mother was the one who needed more protection. Thinking this way, she lost interest in shopping. After wandering a little, she slowly headed back. When she returned, she found her mother safe and sound, organizing the supplies with Aunt Chiao. She felt relieved and took a nap. She didn't know how long she slept until she was awakened by a loud noise at the door. "Chiao's aunt, my second sister-in-law, and Miss Su-san are missing. I heard two young men saw them." Miaomiao groggily recognized Sun Dazhao's voice. Just as she feared, they really had gone missing. How could they disappear when her second brother had sent someone to follow them? "Sister Sun, we saw them at the wonton stall." Her second brother, who had been napping in the next room, also woke up and stood behind her. "Yenzai, did you see where they went?" Mrs. Pan asked again. "They ran away when they saw us." Jiang Zian thought the two were acting suspiciously and didn't know what they were up to. They could have asked for his company or taken a few guards with them instead of sneaking out. Wasn't that risky? Forget it. He didn't need to understand the thoughts of other women. "Come in and stop standing there." Lu Qingyao pulled her inside and asked, "Has Officer Sun gone to look for them?" "They're looking for them, starting in town. They might be at Shueihua Temple now." Mrs. Pan rubbed her forehead. Lu Qingyao was taken aback, wanting to ask if they had gone to pray for a child. Mrs. Pan nodded. My second sister-in-law is quite proud. She probably felt embarrassed to say it out loud, and my second brother disagreed, so she sneaked out. It was a bit awkward for her to say. The couple had no children, likely due to their infrequent meetings. In 3 years of marriage, they had only seen each other twice, so it was unlikely for her to be pregnant. Yet, she actually believed in that so-called spirit spring water. If she believed it, she should have taken some guards with her instead of sneaking out like this. She wouldn't even know what happened to her. She even brought her younger sister along. It's really quite silly. She was so angry that she didn't want to speak. Miaomiao peeked out from the inner room. After spending more than half a month together, it was the first time she saw so many expressions on sister-son's face. She looked both angry and amused. Well, for the sake of brother-son, she decided to help that woman for a moment. She walked over to Mrs. Pan and stretched out her small hand. Sister-son, do you have their handkerchief? Little Bai can find it. At that moment, Lu Qingao also realized. She quickly said, yes, yes. That little white wolf has a very keen sense of smell. If your sister-in-law really went to the Water Moon Temple, it can track her by scent. Yes, I have one. I'll go find it in their room, Mrs. Pan said with joy. Even if that person wasn't likable, they were still family and no one wanted anything bad to happen to them. Once the handkerchief was brought, Miaomiao whistled, and a little red bird flew in and landed on her hand. The white wolf was outside in the woods, happily wagging its tail while watching the little girl inside the window. After wrapping herself in a cloak, Miaomiao hurried down to find Xiaobai. Mrs. Pan saw the little girl let the white wolf sniff the handkerchief before climbing onto its back. The wolf and the girl happily played in the woods. Before long, they dashed out and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Aunt Miaomiao is gone. What if? Mrs. Pan's eyes widened in fear as she clutched Lu Qingyao's arm. No matter how well-trained the wolf was, it couldn't be as obedient as a horse. That child was quite bold. But looking at her mother and brothers, they all seemed calm and unfazed. Weren't they worried? Just then, she saw the little girl's maid riding after them. Jiang Zifeng and his brother also mounted their horses to chase after them. The road from Lingquan town to the Water Moon Temple was relatively smooth but narrow, only allowing 2 horses to walk side by side. A carriage couldn't pass through. She wondered how those delicate young ladies managed to get there. They were willing to endure any hardship for the sake of having children. Lu Qingyao smiled and said, "This is a game that Miaomiao and her brothers often play. By the time we arrive, they might have already gotten there." The 2 of them hurried after their guards. Before long, Miaomiao reached the entrance of the Water Moon Temple. Xiaobai stayed back in the woods, afraid of scaring anyone, and guarded her from behind the bushes. The large characters of Water Moon Temple came into view. The bright vermilion paint was striking, clearly freshly written. The Water Moon Temple was located halfway up the mountain, nestled in a small valley surrounded by mountains and water, with the mountain at its back and water in front. This must be what they call a good feng shui spot. The whole mountain is steep except for this flat area, surrounded by lush trees. There is a small pond in front of the temple, with a spring bubbling nearby. Perhaps that spring really has some special effects. The temple looks small, just a little shrine. Although the door and sign are new, the walls are old and damaged. It seems to be at least 100 years old. Miaomiao found a small stone stool to sit on, eating walnuts that Sheer had peeled, patiently waiting for her brother and mother. They could already hear the sound of hooves. At the same time, they saw Sun Urge in the nearby forest, surrounding the Shueihua temple with his men. Sun Dage was awkwardly shifting his toes on the ground. Inside the temple, Master Shueihua was examining her followers, completely unaware of the noise outside. At her level, many things and words didn't need her to say or do personally. Someone else would take care of it for her. But that guy was really noisy. Many worshippers began to point and curse at Sun Erling. They scolded him for disrespecting the spirits, calling him a robber and accusing him of having bad intentions. They said that a mere officer like him dared to make a scene here. Master Shueihua was a living bodhisattva who helped others, How could she possibly take his wife? This person must be crazy. Miaomiao.
Oh.
Sun Urge is such a fool. If there really was a problem at Shueihua Temple, wouldn't he just be alerting them? What if they decided to silence him? Miaomiao pretended not to know him. She hugged her little red bird and played under the tree. Before long, her older brothers arrived, followed by her mother and sister-in-law. Sunday sister-in-law Sun smiled awkwardly and said, "My brother usually isn't like this. He's probably just confused with worry."
But what should we do now?
It's fine. Let's go pay our respects to Master Shueihua first. Didn't you say you wanted to ask for a child? Lu Qingyao looked at her. Sister-in-law Sun understood, and the two of them slipped into the temple, avoiding the crowd. Miaomiao and her brothers continued to sit on the small stone stool, and she looked around but didn't see Aunt Xiao. She asked her brother, "Where is Auntie? Has she come?" Jiang Zian pointed to the back mountain of Shueihua Temple. She went that way. Sun Shaowei's actions weren't entirely bad. At least they drew everyone's attention. If Mother and Aunt Xiao didn't come, with him causing such a ruckus, his wife and sister-in-law might have been in serious trouble. Lu Qingyao entered the temple, prayed, and looked up at the kind-faced Bodhisattva, who had a gentle smile. Bodhisattva's disciple, Master Shueihua, had a beautiful face, kind eyes, and a strong presence of compassion. She looked at the devotees, smiling warmly, radiating gentleness and kindness. In the evening, a gentle summer breeze blew away the heat of the day. Miaomiao and her older brother sat side by side, intently watching the entrance of Shueihua Monastery, waiting for their mother and sister Sun to come out. However, half an hour passed, and their mother still hadn't appeared. An hour went by, and she was still not out. Even the little bird that flew in had not come back yet. It was impossible not to feel anxious or worried. The older brother walked over and paced at the entrance, peering inside. The second brother sat calmly under a tree, holding a fan in one hand and a book in the other, nodding his head. Miaomiao focused her gaze.
The book
was upside down. It seemed the second brother was also quite nervous. Inside the quiet room of Shueihua Monastery, Master Shueihua sat at a table, asking Pan Yun several questions: where she was from, her name, her husband's surname, and her age. After finishing her inquiries, she began to take her pulse. Lu Qingyao quietly observed Master Shueihua from the side. She had never seen anyone ask so many detailed questions before a diagnosis. The nun appeared to be around 30, with skin that looked youthful and delicate hands that seemed well cared for. It made sense. When treating wealthy ladies, showing up with rough hands would likely not be well received. Before coming, she had heard from other visitors that Master Shueihua was indeed skilled in treating women's ailments, not just a name without merit. Most of those seeking her help were affluent women. While poor people could come, initially, Master Shueihua did not charge for consultations, only for medicine. Some farmers from nearby villages also sought her help, and she provided prescriptions, most of which contained expensive ingredients like angelica and goji berries. Such remedies were beyond their means. Thus, seeing a doctor was often pointless. Moreover, the most important ingredient was the spiritual spring water from Shueihua Monastery, which was needed to prepare the medicine. The cost was not cheap, 200 coins for a pot of water. It would take a common person 3 to 4 days of work just to save enough to buy a pot. A full prescription would cost several taels of silver, not to mention the expense of herbs. Just hearing about it seemed absurd. Such ailments were out of reach for ordinary people. Watching her seriously take the pulse and smelling the mixture of mugwort in the air, Lu Qingyao thought there might be some truth to it after all. A kind-hearted and gentle healer. Master Shueihua looked up at Pan Yunya with a soft tone and said, "Madam Sun, your health is generally fine, but you are a bit low on energy. I will prescribe some medicine to be taken with spring water, which will help you feel better." Pan Yunya nodded slightly, looking at Lu Qingyao. This aligned with her earlier diagnosis. The prescription would likely include some common herbs like angelica and donkey hide gelatin, similar to what she had received in the capital. After she stood up, Lu Qingyao immediately sat down and extended her arm, saying, "Please, Master, Take a look at me too. Master Shuiwei raised her eyebrows, nodded, and began to ask a series of questions. Lu Qingyao certainly wouldn't tell the whole truth. When out in the world, one must create their own identity. After Master Shuiwei finished checking her pulse, her expression became serious, and she said, "Madam, it seems you did not rest properly after giving birth, and you have been too worried and exposed to the cold. It may be difficult for you to conceive again." Lu Qingyao nodded slightly. She was surprised that the diagnosis was accurate, just like the doctors in the capital. She wondered if she was overthinking it, suspecting that the healer was just a bit greedy. However, she still felt something was off. As soon as she entered the temple, the nuns had widened their eyes at her, and even the younger ones looked a bit startled. She was sure it was her first time there, and her first encounter with those people. The only reason the nuns would react that way was if they recognized her from somewhere. Hearing Master Shuiwei's words, Pan Yunya looked a bit surprised and asked, "Is it treatable?" She thought about the age of little Miaomiao and realized that Lu Qingyao must have given birth around the time the Lu family had their troubles. No wonder she hadn't rested properly. It was quite unfortunate, and it had not been easy for her to get to this point. Lu Qingyao, however, felt indifferent. She already had 3 children and did not want or need any more. She heard Master Shuiwei say, "Yes, it can be treated, but you will need to stay at Shuiwei Temple for over a month, and I will need to give you acupuncture every day." Lu Qingyao grasped her hand and smiled. "That sounds great. We won't leave today. We'll stay here at the temple. Coincidentally, my niece-in-law is also here at Shuiwei Temple. Master, could you take us to see her?" Master Shuiwei was startled by the sudden grip, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Of course, I will take you both." With that, she stood up and walked ahead. Pan Yunya immediately felt something was off, squeezed Lu Qingyao's hand and whispered, "Aunt, she didn't even ask who we are looking for?" Lu Qingyao gently patted her hand and reassured her, "It's good that you didn't ask. Don't be afraid, just follow me." In the evening at Shuiwei Temple, an ancient temple with a solemn atmosphere, a strong wind suddenly blew, making the wind chimes under the eaves ring out with a clear and pleasant sound, though it sent a chill down the spine. Pan Yin couldn't help but grip Lu Qingyao's arm tighter, moving closer to her. After following Master Shuiwei for a while, they reached the back courtyard of the temple and walked further in, arriving at a small courtyard filled with bamboo. "We're here." Master Shuiwei suddenly stopped, changed direction, and headed toward another door. Just as Lu Qingyao was about to follow, a sharp blade blocked her path. A man in black said, "Prepare to die. No one is getting you out today." Before he finished speaking, many more men in black jumped out from all directions, surrounding them. The assassins had set up an ambush here, since they saw them coming to Qingchuan town, and they had even found a way to lure them in, planning to take them down one by one. In the past, they had attacked directly, but those who went first never returned, suffering terrible fates. Almost all of them had been wiped out. They could only say that this woman was incredibly lucky, so they dared not let their guard down. At that moment, a strong woman appeared on the roof and threw a red spear down to Lu Qingyao, saying, "Sister, catch." Lu Qingyao caught the spear, protected Pan Yun behind her, and smiled at the men in black, saying, "You finally showed up. We've been waiting for you." The men in black were speechless. As the sun set and night approached, Jiang Zian saw the little red bird flying back in a hurry, as if it had been frightened. It chirped at her sister, whose expression changed instantly. Jiang Zian knew it was time and said to Jiang Zifeng, "Brother, tell Captain Sun that we can rush in to save them now."
Really?
Jiang Zifeng was already eager. He had wanted to rush in several times before but had been pulled back by his brother. It seemed their mother had run into an ambush. But how did his brother know? He didn't think too much about it. After informing Captain Sun, he kicked the door open with his sword, ready to charge in. However, he only kicked air. A young nun opened the door. Zhang Miaomiao looked curiously at her brother. She hadn't mentioned that their mother was ambushed. How did her second brother know? Could it be that he, like her, understood bird language? A chill ran down her spine. Did her brother discover her secret? Would he see her as a monster? Jiang Zian looked at his adorable little sister and gently pinched her nose, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Miaomiao held her brother's hand and asked, "Big brother, is mother in danger?" "Don't worry. Mother told me before she went in that if she doesn't come out in an hour, it means there is a real problem inside, and we can ask brother Sun to help." Jiang Zian stroked his sister's hair and pulled her into his embrace, wrapping her in his cloak so only her little head was showing. "Don't be scared, I'm here." She shouldn't have been in a place like this, facing such dangers. But leaving her at the inn wasn't safe either. Their luggage might have already been searched. Jiang Miaomiao felt that her brother had changed. He seemed wiser now. She used to worry that he was too gentle and handsome, thinking he might be bullied in the future. People often look down on scholars, and jealousy could be more dangerous than physical strength. But seeing how he handled things lately, she doubted anyone could easily bully him. At that moment, Sun Dalong approached. He was unarmed and had been left outside the Water Moon Temple to avoid causing trouble. Looking at the calm and composed young man, he asked, "Brother Yan, did you suspect there was an ambush at the Water Moon Temple?" Jiang Zian nodded. "Then why did your mother take my wife inside?" Sun Dalong was confused. He had no idea when his wife had gone in. He would never have allowed her to take such a risk. Jiang Zian raised an eyebrow. "You can't catch a tiger without entering its den. If my mother and sister Sun don't go, then who will? Will you go?" The Water Moon Temple was full of women, and Master Shui only treated women's illnesses, so men were not allowed inside. The assassins likely chose this place because they knew the guards wouldn't dare to enter. But they were mistaken. The people they wanted to save were inside, and they intended to break in, even taking Master Shui with them. Sun Dalong was speechless. His mother was inside taking risks, and he was surprisingly calm about it. At such a young age, he was so composed in a crisis. He felt inadequate in comparison. Outside the temple, the wind howled, and wolves howled in the distance. Inside, there were flashes of blades and another fierce battle. The guests who stayed overnight were terrified, hiding in their rooms and locking the doors tightly. The nuns of the Water Moon Temple were also frightened. In recent days, there have been constant scares, with assassins one moment and soldiers the next. It feels like the Water Moon Temple will eventually be torn down. Just now, the young nun who opened the door for Jiang Zifeng quietly slipped into the woodshed during the chaos, picked up a stone, and smashed the door lock, calling out, "Come out quickly. Someone is here to rescue you." Su Wan was overjoyed as she pulled her sister out of the woodshed, looking disheveled. If you asked her now if she regretted it, she would be filled with regret. She knew the path to the Water Moon Temple was rough and had hoped to find some bearers to carry them up. But as soon as she sat in the sedan chair, everything went blank, and when she woke up, she was in this broken temple. She thought she would die here. The nun had said that after tonight, they would be taken to the back mountain. The back mountain, wasn't that a place for unmarked graves? Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. She asked the young nun, "Why are you saving us?" The nun paused and then said nothing, heading toward the back mountain. She and her sister had been sold here by their parents. Their father wanted a son but didn't have money for medicine, so he used them as payment. They were brought to the Water Moon Temple, thinking being nuns wouldn't be so bad. There would be food and clothing, and they wouldn't have to suffer from hunger or cold. But just a few days later, her sister went missing. Her sister was a bit older and quite beautiful. The master said there was a reclusive expert in the back mountain who wanted to take her sister as a disciple because of her good talent. But less than 2 months later, she found her sister's purse and a torn piece of clothing in the woods behind the mountain. In the days that followed, more young girls were sent to the back mountain. She even secretly saw beautiful young visitors being tricked into going there. She hid a sharp knife in her sleeve, coated with poison, and quickened her pace. Sounds of fighting came from the temple, along with screams and panicked voices from women. The noise was chilling, even more terrifying than howling wolves. Jiang Miaomiao felt a bit anxious and worried. Master Shui hid behind the door, watching as the group of assassins seemed to be at a disadvantage. She felt uneasy. It was just 2 women. How could they be so powerful? If the assassins couldn't kill them, the soldiers outside might tear down her water moon temple. Everything she had worked so hard to hide would turn to ashes. The assassins hiding in the woods finally felt they could breathe when they saw the guards go in. Their main force was inside, so they didn't dare confront them directly. They remained still in the woods, even holding in their bodily needs. After resolving their physical issues, they noticed a child at the temple entrance and looked around, realizing there wasn't a single guard in sight, only a man who was out of breath from climbing and a young maid. In the end, they panicked and lost focus. Thinking to themselves, the opportunity had come. They captured the woman's child, hoping to use them as leverage, not fearing that the people inside would not comply. Even if it led to mutual destruction, they would still complete their mission, and their families would receive a large reward. Miaomiao felt a chill on her back, sensing countless eyes watching her. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai, who was lying at her feet, stood up and howled at the forest.
Awo.
Aho! In an instant, there was a response from the woods. Aho! Help! What is that thing? Run, it's a wolf. Soon, a green light flashed through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of cries and howls. Sun Erlang rushed to Qi Monastery and saw many people in black.
This.
Did they not need to take action? Lu Qingyao, holding a red spear, stood back to back with Xiao. Upon seeing him, she shouted, "Stop hesitating. These people are scattered in several groups. Quickly find your wife and search the Qi Monastery inside and out, but don't disturb the guests." This was destined to be a sleepless night. The guests hid in their rooms and under their blankets, frightened. In the end, no one broke in. Finally, they made it to dawn. Jiang Miaomiao curled up in her brother's arms, wanting to see her mother come out, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she was already in an inn. It felt like a different world. It was already noon, and everything had returned to calm. The room was tidy, with no signs of being searched. Could it be that those people didn't come to rummage through their belongings or find those accounts? Her brother and Xia were still by her side. She suspected she had dreamed it all. Then she heard the chirping voices telling her everything again. Sister Sun and the others were rescued, and Sun Erlang found a lot of silver at Qi Monastery. The nun had deceived those ladies out of a lot of silver under the pretense of offering treatment. The so-called spiritual spring water was all fake. That night, a fire broke out on the back mountain of Qi Monastery. The Buddha Hall was completely burned down. Several young nuns and a monk perished in the fire. Officials discovered a wall of gold and silver behind the Buddha Hall. They also found many bones in the back courtyard. When dawn broke, everything returned to calm. The guests got up and went outside. Trembling with fear, they looked at the front yard of Qi Monastery. The place was empty. The spiritual spring well in the yard was also sealed. Master Qi and the young nuns were nowhere to be found. Only a few frail old nuns remained in the yard, sweeping the dust. "Where is Master Qi? Where did she go?" a young woman asked a nun. "The woman who treated us was taken by the soldiers. She is not the kind Master Qi, but a fugitive from the capital. I am the head of this temple, Jiua." The oldest nun put down her broom and spoke to the woman. "A fugitive?
How can that be?"
"It's impossible. We don't believe it. She was almost able to cure my illness." The women refused to believe it. Master Qi was kind and had helped them with their ailments. Many were clearly getting better. "How can this be fake? Who are you trying to fool? You say you are the head of this temple, but I have never seen you here." Head nun Jiua explained, "A year ago, that brother and sister stayed here, but in the middle of the night, they revealed their true selves, locked us up, took over the temple, and changed its name. They made us work in the kitchen, so you have never seen us. It was only last night, when a kind woman arrived and the soldiers searched the temple, that they were rescued." The nuns stretched out their hands. You can see for yourselves. Their hands bore marks from iron chains. The women began to believe, then. "What about the treatments she gave us? Is the spring water real? Master Shueyue's prescriptions were taken to the mountain to gather herbs, and the shopkeeper had not mentioned any problems. Plus, the treatments had indeed worked. "Let me explain," said Officer Sun, appearing at the door with soldiers. After last night, they no longer needed to hide their identities.
You
"You are the one who barged into the temple yesterday?" The women shrank back at the sight of them. Officer Sun showed his badge. "You ignorant women. Open your eyes and see clearly. How can you not tell right from wrong? Do you want to know who Master Shueyue really is? She was a palace doctor who tried to poison a noble. She should have been executed, but was rescued. The brother and sister fled to Yuzhou, killing many along the way. Do you still think she is a goddess?" The women's faces turned pale, filled with fear. How could someone who seemed so kind actually harm others? They remembered how Master Shueyue had treated them with needles. What if, by accident, they had been harmed instead? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. The officer's son saw that no one responded and continued. "Her brother, perhaps some of you have seen him, is the monk living in the temple on the back mountain. He has been involved in many deaths, and once he shaves his head and beard, he becomes a handsome monk, claiming to be a wise man from outside the world. Even the officials couldn't recognize him when they showed his picture." At this point, several young women turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Most of them had been married for 3 to 5 years without having a son, or they had daughters but had not given birth to a son since. Hearing that the bodhisattva here was effective and that drinking the sacred spring water could help them conceive, they came hoping for good luck. Who would have thought that the nun in the temple was actually a fugitive? Now they felt like they had lost everything and wished they could just end it all. Some older women caught the meaning in the words and were immediately shocked, widening their eyes and covering their mouths. No wonder some women who came here for treatment became pregnant within a month. They had thought it was miraculous. But still, some were unwilling to accept it. They had spent no less than 1,000 taels here, on expensive herbs, food, and lodging, only to end up with nothing. Was the illness that Master Shueyue diagnosed us with, the prescriptions she gave, and the sacred spring water all fake? "Lord Luyun, please tell us," Officer Sun said, turning to the man approaching him. This man had appeared out of nowhere last night, claiming to be a guard of Prince Jing, and even showed his badge, making it hard for Sun to doubt him. It was infuriating that everyone they had captured was taken away for questioning, with claims of involving palace secrets that couldn't be disclosed. Forget it. As a small officer, knowing too much could lead to his demise. Luyun strode in confidently, while the guards headed toward the back mountain. It was quite a coincidence that the princess had sent them to protect someone, and they encountered trouble along the way. Even more coincidentally, the nun they had captured was someone he had seen before. A year ago, the crown prince had fallen ill suddenly. Upon investigation, it was discovered that this medical woman had administered a slow-acting poison. After the incident, she refused to confess and later faked her death to escape. To this day, they had not uncovered who was behind her. Now, unexpectedly running into someone who should have been dead felt like a twist of fate. This time, he couldn't let that medical woman slip away from under his nose again. He then said to the group of women, "It's not all a scam. That woman claims to have been a healer, and her skills with needles are quite good. The prescriptions she gave you are fine. They follow the standards of the noble ladies in the palace. However, the medicine shop and inn at the foot of the mountain are both owned by her and her brother. As for the spring, the water is no different from the pond in front of the temple, but that well has seen death."
Ugh.
Before he could finish, everyone started to vomit. They felt as if their insides were being turned out. That deceitful scammer actually made us drink water from a place where someone died and charged us for it. That heartless fraud. No wonder the medicine and the inn were so expensive. They didn't charge a consultation fee. They made their money from food, lodging, and medicine. It's no surprise that such a small town had all kinds of precious herbs. Just thinking about it made them feel worse, their stomachs churning. Suddenly someone asked, "The medicine that scammer sold us isn't fake, is it?" In an instant, everyone fell silent. Miaomiao had already woken up in the inn and was having breakfast. She doubted she had just dreamed everything. In her dream, her mother went to the temple to save someone and encountered an ambush, leading to a fierce fight. But now, everything was normal. They were eating and drinking as usual. Her whole family was there, and not one was missing. How wonderful! The only difference was that they had a large group escorting them. It was said to be people from the Prince Jing's side, worried they might encounter danger on the road, and came to protect them. Also, the innkeeper was overly attentive, constantly explaining that he was hired to manage the place. He truly didn't know who the owner was. It felt like not only Miaomiao was dreaming. The Su sisters hadn't left the house since being rescued. They were scared. They had just gone to visit a wise person, seek help, and pray. How did that wise person turn into a fugitive? Her husband mentioned that many bones had been found in the back mountain, and they looked to be from young women. They almost didn't make it back. Miaomiao was shocked to hear that the wise person had turned into a monster. This fugitive didn't dare go elsewhere and naturally fled to the remote deep mountains. With a shaved head and a clean-shaven face, he transformed into a recluse. With a kind appearance but a cruel heart, he waited for unsuspecting victims. Master Qi Caiwei was captured. Lu Yan and the guards interrogated her overnight. This woman was too tough. No matter how they pressured her, she refused to reveal who was behind the plot to poison the prince. If the pressure continues, the person might not survive. I'll go. Perhaps women can communicate better with each other, Lu Qingyao said. Lu Yan thought for a moment. Thank you, Lady Jiang. With each attempt on their lives, it seemed that Lady Lu could no longer stay uninvolved. Moreover, with the connection to the young master, their fates were already tied to the crown princess and Prince Jing. They would find out eventually. Master Qi Caiwei was momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer, then smiled wryly. They actually let you come to question me? She remembered that guard. He had been around Prince Jing and Princess Yuqing. But who was this woman before her? What was her identity? Why was she being pursued by so many assassins? Lu Qingyao looked at her, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if she had completely lost hope. However, before death, one often reflects on the past and seeks someone to confide in. She pulled a small stool beside Qi Caiwei and offered her a cup of tea. Let's not discuss the people behind this for now. Instead, tell me how you entered the medical bureau and became a healer. It must have taken a lot of effort to develop your skills. Qi Caiwei recalled her past. This world is unfair to women, especially those who practice medicine. Even in the medical bureau, one can remain nameless, merely serving the nobles. A small mistake can lead to being expelled from the bureau, and unfortunately, my mistake was noticed by someone. She was very cautious and did not continue. She understood that the land belongs to the king. So, she and her brother wanted to earn a lot of money, leave Dacheng, and escape to another country. They aimed to reach a place where the nobles could not reach them. They had saved enough money and were ready to leave. But they were targeted by that group of assassins. They couldn't fight back, so they had to obey. Initially, she thought that if the clam and the snipe fought, she could benefit from it, as she heard that group had brought a lot of gold and silver. But she didn't expect this woman to be so formidable. She fell into a trap unexpectedly and completely. Seeing Qi Caiwei's furrowed brow, Lu Qingyao knew she was recalling painful memories. One sentence broke the silence. I imagine you lived very humbly in the palace. Are you here to mock me? Lu Qingyao shook her head. No, we have no enmity. If you hadn't deliberately led me there, I wouldn't have set foot in that Qi Caiwei temple, nor would I have any reason to mock you. What I want to ask is, has the crown prince or anyone in the palace ever looked down on you? Not really. After all, they were different from the serving maids. They relied on you for medical care. Out of nowhere, they won't make things difficult for you. Instead, the doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau, who consider themselves divine healers, see any woman as just a helper, no matter how skilled she is. They even set various rules for female doctors, requiring them to recite the lessons for women on the spot during selection. Lu Qingyao noticed the fierce look in her eyes, realizing it had stirred her anger. Unable to ask directly, she decided to use a process of elimination. She then asked, You are on the brink of death, and there is no one else in your family at risk. Don't you want to take revenge? Who is responsible for you and your brother becoming outcasts, hiding away in the mountains? Who else could it be? It's those old men in the Imperial Medical Bureau, always blaming me for everything. And the fourth prince is no good either. Qi suddenly stopped. Looking at Lu Qingmiao with some annoyance, she said, "You're trying to get information from me." Lu Qingmiao nodded, not denying it. "Since you've started talking, why not share everything? If the fourth prince is threatening you, he must have pushed all the blame onto you. Are you willing to be his pawn and take the blame for poisoning the crown prince?" Everyone thought it was the third prince, but it turned out to be the Qin prince. Qi didn't even know what she was holding on to. That person had threatened her brother. Her brother became a murderer because of his schemes. After they faked their deaths to escape, they had to constantly disguise themselves to avoid being found by the authorities. They had to silence anyone who knew their identities. It was a series of wrong steps. "Fine. I'll confess and write it all down," Lu Qingmiao said. "Also write down everything you know about the doctor's shady dealings. You must want to see them get their comeuppance." Shueyue's eyes flickered. To be honest, she knew quite a bit. Which doctor worked for which concubine, which doctor neglected their duties, which doctor stole medicinal materials, and so on. In the past, she would have been terrified and kept silent. But now, facing death, what was there to fear? She could almost imagine how she would stir up trouble for the Imperial Medical Bureau. As she wrote, she began to laugh out loud. At least before dying, she was getting some satisfaction. When Lu Qingmiao left, she handed the confession to Lu Yun, saying, "Although she identified the Qin prince, you still need to verify it. As for the secret records of the doctors, consider it my gift to the Jing prince for his repeated assistance." The current situation was clear. The royal physicians are the only ones who can frequently enter and exit the palace. With this evidence in hand, Prince Jing can act smoothly. "What? The secret record of the royal physicians?" Lu Yun exclaimed, surprised. "It's like a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Lady Lu is impressive. She got everything out in less than an hour. With this testimony, the prince's poison might be cured. The royal physician's office is also under our control, which will be very helpful for future actions. Lady Lu has made a significant contribution this time. This needs to be reported to Prince Jing and the princess quickly." "Thank you." Did she say anything else? Leave a complete body. She also left some medical books at the pharmacy. Let Jiua take charge of them. After that, the Water Moon Temple was without Master Shueyue. But the reputation of Lingquan remains. The spring in front of the temple continues to flow. Many people come to collect the spring water, which is sweet and perfect for making tea. There are no fees anymore. The Water Moon Temple still stands as a century-old shrine. There are more young nuns now, offering free consultations to the public, regardless of status. Although they were sold to Water Moon, they are now free. They learned a lot under Master Shueyue and treasure the medical books left behind. Lu Qingmiao didn't expect that taking a wrong turn would lead to capturing the person who poisoned the prince. Everyone thought the prince was just weak and sickly, not realizing he was poisoned. Royal people are never simple. Prince Jing seems quite complex as well. He seems overly concerned about their family. Is he after something? The morning light was faint. The small town was shrouded in a thin mist. After staying in Lingquan town for a few days, everyone prepared to set off, returning along the small road to the main road. In the distance, a luxurious carriage was seen parked at the road's entrance. Mother said it was prepared by Lord Lu Yun, worried that the journey would be uncomfortable for her. Little Zhang Miaomiao politely thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Lu Yun. These are the buns Annie made. They are delicious. You should try one." As she spoke, she offered him a bun she hadn't eaten yet. Lu Yun was taken aback, thinking that the little princess truly is the daughter of the princess. Her looks and demeanor are unmatched. And the way she called him brother felt just right. He may be a bit tanned from the sun, but he is still quite young. The little princess has a keen eye. Just as Zhang Miaomiao was about to get on the carriage, she heard a whimpering sound nearby. Why is there a woman crying so early in the morning? She rode her little horse to the back of the carriage to take a look. It turned out that Sun Urseo was having another argument with Sun Urge. The corner of the carriage was lifted, revealing a delicate and pitiful little face. Husband, San Mei is feeling a bit unwell. How about we separate from Lu Qingmiao and her child and go to the city to find a doctor early? Didn't she just see a doctor yesterday? This remote place doesn't have good doctors. They might not be able to help San Mei's illness, Suan said, gripping her husband's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. She looked determined, as if she wouldn't leave unless he agreed. She had just seen that luxurious carriage, and it made her feel terrible. Everyone was protecting Lu Qingmiao and her daughter, and now they were treating them differently by giving that woman a big carriage. It felt like the Sun family was just a backdrop for her. Her brother and sister-in-law were smiling foolishly. When they returned to the capital, wouldn't her friends laugh at her for marrying a low-ranking officer? Now she was even being a backdrop for a daughter of a criminal. Especially Qi Caiwei. They had made a bet that Chiao would not marry into the Sun family, with the prize being jewelry worth 1,000 taels from Zhenbao Studio. She was worried about the money, but even more about her pride. And about the incident in Lingquan town. At first, she thought she was too naive to be tricked, but later realized that group had used them as bait to lure Lu Qingmiao. The suffering she and San Mei endured was all because of that woman. The most ridiculous part was that her husband wanted her to thank that woman. Sun Erlang pondered for a moment and said, "Then I'll have someone take you first." His sister-in-law's fussiness was mostly just for show. He had experienced that when she arrived. "No, husband, let's go back to the capital ourselves. The Lu family already has someone to escort them. There's no need for you to follow them," Suan said, tears in her eyes as she looked at Sun Erlang, finally expressing her true feelings. Sun Erlang's expression darkened. "No, I have received the general's orders. The purpose of this trip is to ensure the safety of the Lu family. I cannot neglect my duty, for personal reasons." This was an order, and whether he liked it or not, he had to follow it. Seeing his wife's pitiful expression softened his heart, and his tone became much gentler. "One May, if you really feel unwell, I will ask my brother and sister-in-law to accompany you to the city."
Don't.
"How can you be so heartless? Am I your wife, or is she Lu Qingmiao your wife? You would rather send them than me." Suan could no longer hold back her anger and shouted at Sun Erlang. Sun Erlang's face turned green, greener than the grass by the roadside.
What are you talking about?
How can you say such nonsense? He thought his wife was just being petty, not realizing she was completely out of line. Suan immediately felt she had said too much and pulled up the curtain to cover her face, crying, "Lu Qingmiao." She was moving bags onto the big carriage when she heard her name. What a ridiculous situation. She looked at Xiao in confusion. Who did I offend? Xiao pulled out a pair of small socks from her bag. Should I go and cover her mouth? The guards all looked up at the sky at the same time. The wind was strong. Sun Darling and his wife. What a shame. They had embarrassed the Sun family. Sun Darling lifted the carriage curtain and glared at his brother. Chiao had overheard the conversation of the Su sisters. So Miaomiao also knew that the Qi mother and daughter had come to cause trouble for Atian. They weren't even present, but still stirred up trouble. She wouldn't let them get away with it. Sun Erlang saw a little girl riding a white wolf suddenly appear in front of him, hands on her hips, her small face fierce, saying in a baby voice, "Sun Urge, your wife has to call my mother aunt. She said my mom is disrespectful to elders and should be punished. I want to write a letter to Uncle Sun and Aunt." When Su heard this, her face turned pale. She lifted the curtain and glared at her. "You little brat, how dare you write that?" Miaomiao pouted, her big eyes watery, looking at Sun Erlang with a pitiful expression. "Sun Urge, your wife is threatening me, boo-hoo." Sun Erlang. He was a bit at a loss. He quickly comforted her. "Little ancestor, please don't cry. Your second sister-in-law knows she was wrong, and I'll make her apologize to you." Su Wan, who had been wiping her tears, was stunned. "Why should I apologize to her? Just because I looked at you, you started crying?" This little brat was framing her. Who? Who bullied my sister? Jiang Zifeng rushed over, standing protectively in front of his sister, glaring at Su Wan and coldly saying, "Apologize. Miss Miaomiao, who bullied you?" Lu Yun also rushed over, brandishing a weapon, which frightened Su Wan and her sister, making them shrink back into the carriage. Sun Erlang instinctively drew his sword, pointing it at the two. "How can you be rough with a weak girl?" Immediately, the soldiers on both sides tensed up. Seeing this, Sun Darling and his wife panicked, hoping a fight wouldn't break out. They hurried over to mediate. "It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out. A gentleman uses words, not fists." Jiang Miaomiao. She really is a warrior. She wants to fight at the slightest disagreement. She didn't want them to have internal conflicts. What if the enemy saw this and took advantage? She tugged at Pan Yun's sleeve. Pan Yun lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the person hiding inside, "Su Wan, think carefully. If Lang really acts because of you today, he will face military punishment when we return." Su Wan didn't believe it. Her sister-in-law must be trying to scare her. She wanted her to apologize, but that was wishful thinking. She remained silent, curled up with her sister in the corner. "Since that's the case, I see that D has official business now and can't pay attention to you. If you still don't know your place, then I'll have to send you back to Jiangzhou to serve your in-laws and fulfill your duties as a wife." "No, I won't go. Sister-in-law, I won't go." Su Wan knew her sister-in-law meant what she said. She didn't want to go to Jiangzhou, where she would be restricted by her mother-in-law. Looking at her face, she felt it would be better to die. Once, she broke a vase and the storeroom refused to send a new one, so she had to spend a lot of money to buy a new set. Since then, she never broke any porcelain again. It was too painful. An apology. Jiang Miaomiao and her mother received it. No matter if Su Wan was sincere or not, as long as she stopped causing trouble, they were grateful. The journey was boring, but these little events were quite tiring. She preferred eating, drinking, and sleeping over arguing with others. Linquan Town was just a small episode. The road ahead would be smooth. The further north they went, the wider and flatter the roads became. Their group grew larger, with more guards. Riding tall horses at the front, they looked impressive, scaring away any lurking dangers. Jiang Miaomiao entered the luxurious carriage and was thrilled. It wasn't just the decorations. It was much more comfortable. It had double doors, a small table, storage cabinets, and compartments for various little things her brothers had gathered, including snacks. The carriage was spacious enough for her to move around comfortably. She could sit, lie down, or relax in any way she liked. Most importantly, the wheels had great shock absorption, making the ride smooth. In ancient times, the quality of a carriage depended mainly on the wheels. If the wheels were poorly made, even the most luxurious carriage would be useless. Her mother said the wheels of this carriage were excellent. Jiang Miaomiao didn't understand much, so she didn't study it further. Comfort was the most important thing. She asked Sheer to lift the curtain while she lay back on her mother's lap, gazing at the blue sky and the white clouds drifting by. It felt like lying on cotton, breathing evenly, and soon she fell asleep. Following her little girl's gaze, she too looked at the blue sky and white clouds. However, Lu Qingyao felt troubled. She considered herself a sensitive person, especially since coming to Jiangzhou alone with the children. She always felt that when others were kind to her for no apparent reason, it was not just out of goodwill. There was usually a reason behind it. The elders of the Cui family initially helped because they valued the children's potential, but more importantly, it was to repay a favor that her father had done for Mr. Cui. The bond that developed later grew from their interactions. The villagers of Taoshi village were kind because they were part of the same community and relied on each other. Sun Erlang protected them because of Mu Yunjia's orders, and Mu Yunjia likely acted on Jiang Yu's request. Moreover, the King Jing had helped them multiple times and even allowed Miaomiao to playfully tease his niece without any blame. He also offered support regarding the imperial examinations and military salaries. The guards who specially escorted them back to the capital showed that a precious prince was quite invested in their well-being. Lu Qingyao pondered deeply, but could not find any value in herself that the King Jing could use. If there was any, it was her father and brother. However, even though they had left their place of exile, they had not yet regained their official positions, so their value seemed limited. This situation made her restless. She reached out to shake the dozing Xiao awake. Xiao, what do you think the King Jing wants from us? Xiao rubbed her eyes and looked at Lu Qingyao in confusion. Sister, why do you ask that? If he doesn't want something, why would a prince be so kind to us for no reason? Xiao swallowed hard. She couldn't say it was because her sister and Fenggur had once saved the prince. That was a matter of a prince's dignity. She would rather keep it to herself, even if her sister suspected it. Without saying anything, it was better for everyone. However, she noticed that the King Jing seemed to like Miaomiao more than he liked Princess Jiua. She opened her eyes and said, Sister, I think there are two possibilities. One is that the King Jing has a special connection with Miaomiao. The other is that Miss Mu San stayed with us for a while, so maybe the prince wants you to help bring them together.
What?
Bring together the King Jing and Qianxue? Lu Qingyao nodded. It's possible, so I feel relieved. Just then the carriage stopped. It seemed it was mealtime, and Zhang Miaomiao woke up right on time. Eating outdoors meant having flatbreads and wild vegetables, but today the wild vegetables included some bamboo shoots and dried meat that her aunt had secretly saved. Naturally, they brought their own produce wherever they went. However, Xiao didn't bring much because she didn't expect that their small group of fewer than 10 people from Jiangzhou would now have grown to 60 or 70. Not to mention the food expenses. Every time they reached a relay station or town, they had to restock, and it was always gone quickly. She felt like this group had gained some weight. Especially that guard named Lu Yun, who could eat the most. Even though he was from Princess Yuqing's side, he insisted he was from the Jing Wang's residence. After thinking about it, the Jing Wang siblings were always close, so it might have been his idea. After Xiao directed everyone to finish preparing the meal, she planned to make a special dish for Miaomiao. Children need balanced nutrition, or they might not grow tall. In addition to the vegetable porridge, they also made steamed eggs. Then, Lu Yun unexpectedly brought a pigeon, saying it was for Miaomiao. Whenever they had a picnic outdoors, Lu Yun would send his men to hunt for pigeons, rabbits, wild chickens, and sometimes even wild boars. Her brothers benefited from it too. Zhang Miaomiao thought. Thankfully, she could only hear the animals she raised talk. Otherwise, she would feel guilty. She might even become a vegetarian. Initially, Lu Qingyao was quite anxious about Liu Yun's attentiveness, but now, thinking it was the Jing Wang's idea to make her the matchmaker, she felt more at ease. The road ahead was long and winding. Zhang Miaomiao felt a bit idle. Her mother and second brother seized the opportunity and placed a stack of books in front of her. Her mother smiled and said, Miaomiao, let's recite some poetry. Zhang Miaomiao. In the end, she couldn't escape it. If she had to recite, then so be it. She already knew it, so learning it again would be much easier. She had heard her mother and aunt discussing whether to raise her as a refined young lady. Her aunt was against it. Her mother remained silent. Sister, I'll recite a line and you follow me, her second brother began to recite, shaking his head. At the beginning, human nature is good. Zhang Miaomiao closed her eyes and followed along, shaking her head. Perhaps she got dizzy from shaking her head, or her brother's recitation was too soothing. She lost track of where they were in the poem and how long they had been reciting. It felt like she was back in school, feeling a bit dazed. Jiangxian. In spring, I sleep without realizing dawn. Everywhere I hear birds singing. Zhang Miaomiao. In spring, if you don't wash your feet, everywhere you get bitten by mosquitoes. In the middle of the night, turning over, you might squash quite a few. Have you memorized it? It's so quiet. Zhang Miaomiao instinctively opened her eyes. She saw everyone staring at her, their eyes nearly popping out. Mother, I swear, I didn't teach her. Zhang Zifeng raised his hand, his eyes innocent. Xiao said, Sister, it must be that boy Cui Xingzhou who taught her. Zhang Zian agreed, yes, it must be that boy. He's teaching all the wrong things now, and it's hard to change. Outside the carriage, Luyan thought. The little princess is so cute. I need to remember this and report it back to the princess. Miaomiao noticed her mother's expression wasn't good and felt a bit confused. After thinking for a moment, oh no, she must have slipped up. She was used to her past life and didn't realize it. Sorry, Brother Cui, another big misunderstanding has fallen on you. In the evening, a heavy rain brought relief from the summer heat. The caravan arrived at Linshui town before dark. It was a fairly large town, bustling with traffic and crowds. They would only stop at larger towns because smaller inns couldn't accommodate all of them. They thought the big inn in Linshui town could fit them. After a long journey, the women wanted a place to bathe and change. The guards could wash outdoors, but the women couldn't do that. This was a matter of dignity, and no one dared to take it lightly, especially with danger still looming. Even the youngest daughter, Miaomiao, was not allowed by Lu Qingmiao. This made Jiang Miaomiao feel uncomfortable. She missed her big soft bed and bathtub even more. As soon as they reached the inn, a waiter came to ask, "Would you like to eat or stay overnight?" "Stay overnight. Are there any rooms?" Luyan asked. The waiter was about to say yes. But when he looked outside, he saw the caravan was a dark mass. He swallowed his words and changed his response. "We do have rooms, but we can't accommodate so many people." Luyan learned that in recent days, there had been a sudden increase in merchants coming from the south, more than usual. Although other inns were available, Luyan and Captain Sun insisted on staying at one inn, taking turns to guard and protect their family, even if it meant staying in a simple room. Lu Qingmiao didn't know what to say. At night, Jiang Miaomiao took a hot bath, changed into fragrant undergarments, and comfortably lay on a soft pillow, listening to her mother and aunt chat. "I heard mother say to Annie Xiao, I feel like something big is going to happen in the capital." "Something big? It can't be the crown prince." Xiao lowered her voice. "Rumors say the crown prince is weak and sick, but only they know he has been poisoned. No one knows when he might die, and it could lead to chaos. Being born into royalty brings wealth and luxury, but it also means living in fear." Thinking about Prince Jing, she now suspects that the disappearance of their master 3 years ago was intentional. Otherwise, how could the secret guards search everywhere without finding any trace? What kind of hatred must the Empress have to treat people like that? Lu Qingmiao looked up and said, "It shouldn't be the crown prince." If it were, Luyan might already be restless. That's true. Didn't the healer get quietly sent to the capital? If they took the water route, they should be arriving soon. Yes, let's find out more tomorrow. Little Miaomiao, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened her eyes. Is that healer still alive? She even managed to escape Jiu's watch. Luyan is impressive. After all, that healer is an important witness and might even know how to cure the poison. It would be too hasty to let her die like that. Miaomiao was fully awake now, rubbing her eyes as she sat up to see what Mother and Auntie were doing. She climbed out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran over Mother. "What are you doing?" She saw Mother and Auntie organizing clothes, and they were just sorting through hers. After placing a sachet in the box, they neatly folded her little dress and put it inside, probably to prevent mold and bugs. But something colorful and shiny caught her attention. She reached out her little hand and tugged at it. "Is this my new dress?" It felt like silk. Even though she doesn't wear expensive fabric often, she can tell the difference in quality. Such fabric is often worn by Princess Jiua and Prince Liang. The princess had even given some to Mother. Could it be that Mother made a dress from this fabric? But looking closer, she felt the fabric seemed familiar, like she had seen it in Toxic Village, but she couldn't remember what it was for. Only then did Lu Qingmiao notice the bundle in her daughter's hand. She froze for a moment and quickly tucked a corner of the fabric back. "Miaomiao, that's not a dress." "Sister, you aren't trying to surprise Miaomiao, are you? Just pack it up and wear it when we get back to the capital." Xiao thought of this explanation when she saw her sister looking a bit flustered. After all, they would soon arrive in the capital, a place where respect is given to both clothing and people. Xiao hurriedly helped her pack her clothes back into the box and sent the young girl to bed. Miaomiao didn't ask much, but she felt her mother seemed strange. She appeared nervous and afraid of her seeing that piece of fabric. Qingao tightened her grip on the swaddled baby. If she hadn't found it today, she might have forgotten about it entirely. Inside, she felt conflicted. As a mother, she was selfish and didn't want Miaomiao to know about her background. She just wished for her to be happy and healthy. At the same time, she feared that Miaomiao might want to search for her biological parents, worried that one day she would leave her. From Miaomiao's perspective, she must be curious about who her real parents were and why she was abandoned in the woods. If she were in Miaomiao's shoes, she would also want to know where she came from. That night, Qingao couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. She considered whether to tell Miaomiao about her background and when to do it. By dawn, looking at her daughter sleeping soundly like a little pig, she suddenly felt she was worrying too much. As long as she treated Miaomiao well and made her happy, everything would be fine. Once she realized this, she held her daughter tightly and fell into a deep sleep. Little Miaomiao had no idea her mother was losing sleep over her. For her, the present moment was the most important. In ancient times, people placed great importance on family background, parents, and surnames, which determined a person's fate. Some were born into royal or wealthy families, already living in luxury from birth. Others were born into poor or enslaved households, treated like goods to be sold. Not to mention going to luxury, even thinking about it felt out of reach. She thought life was pretty good as it was. If her parents were from a poor background, her dreams of living a wealthy life would be shattered. In her past life, she had a broken family and grew up under her grandmother's care. Eventually, her grandmother also left her. She made videos about food and became a famous food blogger, hoping to help children like her. She wanted to be a shelter for those kids on their journey to grow up, just like the uncles and aunts who had helped her. But the internet is a magical yet frightening place. It can bring fame and fortune or push you into despair. The screen was filled with slander and insults, misunderstandings, and wild speculations. It made her world lose its light and robbed her of the courage to live alone in that world. Now, she found the motherly love she had never experienced in her 2 lifetimes in her mother. With a loving mother, an older brother, a second brother, and an aunt, soon there would also be grandparents. Being together as a family is enough. She feels very content. As for her background, she will leave it to fate. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Miaomiao had a long dream. When she woke up, she felt a bit confused. Why was her pillow wet? Her mother was unusually sleeping in. When she woke up and touched it, she said, "Miaomiao, did you wet the bed?" Miaomiao. How could she still wet the bed at this age? Her mother really thinks a lot. The little girl blinked her big round eyes and said, "Mom, you cried in your dream last night. Don't you remember?" Qingao opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. Did I? When her daughter was younger, every time she thought about her parents suffering far away, she couldn't help but feel sad. Was it about the swaddling last night? She rubbed her eyes but didn't feel anything unusual. However, why did her little girl's eyes look a bit puffy?
Did she cry?
That's impossible. Such a small child shouldn't have worries. Miaomiao, your eyes are puffy. Does it hurt? I got bitten by a mosquito. It doesn't hurt. Stay still. Let me put some medicine on you. Miaomiao. The little girl sat on the bed, obediently closing her eyes. Hearing the creaking door, it was her aunt returning with breakfast. Sister, guess what I found out? Xiao placed the buns and wontons on the table and sat down. Her expression was unpredictable. Sister, the Prince of Su has rebelled. He has rebelled. Qingao paused her actions. Isn't the emperor still deciding his punishment?
How could he rebel?
It seemed there would be another storm in the royal city. Xiao leaned closer and whispered. Luyan said that the Prince of Su probably learned about the military funds while being summoned back from his territory, so he didn't dare return to the capital and rebelled directly. Qingyao's heart sank. If that's the case, her father's name should be completely cleared, but it would likely lead to a fierce battle. She worried about the safety of her father and brothers, wondering if they would participate in suppressing the rebellion. She didn't know much about the royal family's princes and princesses, only hearing Jiang Yunzi say that the emperor's favorite son was the Prince of Su. There had even been thoughts of deposing the crown prince. Even the most wise ruler, as they age, can become suspicious and lose clarity. If he had sent troops to capture Prince Su from the start instead of calling him back, perhaps this situation wouldn't have happened. Lu Qingmiao asked, "What about Prince Su's biological mother, concubine Li? Is he not concerned about her well-being?" Emperors have often been heartless throughout history. Many have succeeded while others have suffered. Xiao sighed deeply. There was a moment of silence. Xiao, quickly pack your things. We need to return to the capital. Lu Qingmiao swiftly picked up her little girl, getting her dressed and ready with smooth efficiency. Miaomiao felt a bit dazed, sensing that war seemed far away from her. Perhaps it was because she had lived in peaceful times. She had only seen conflicts on the news. While others faced famine or chaos in their journeys, she had nearly died but had not encountered war. However, war was now approaching, and it felt very close, almost unreal. Once everything was ready, they packed their bags and set off for the capital without delay. In the capital, people were anxious, yet it remained bustling with life, and many still lingered in entertainment districts. The crown prince, who was not very capable, seemed unconcerned even as his brother fell ill. He still found time to sneak out and enjoy music. Even just listening to music was enough to infuriate his father, the emperor, and his mother, the queen. What kind of carefree prince is he? He's just a useless person. The emperor threw the memorial down in front of Princess Yuqing and the queen. Among all his sons, the fifth was the most distant and least like him, and he had never held much hope for him. Yet, it was the son who resembled him the most and whom he trusted the most who had turned against him. The crown prince's health was failing, and the emperor was impatient, even disregarding the life and death of his own mother. What a heartless creature. He stumbled back to the dragon throne, tears in his eyes, and his hair had turned even grayer. Weakly waving his hand, he said, "Everyone leave." Princess Yuqing had wanted to mention the matter of clearing the Lu family's name, but she thought it might not be the right time to bring it up.
So, she stepped back.
The queen looked at her daughter and said, "Qing'er, take good care of your fifth brother. He always listens to you. Don't let him anger your father again." Princess Yuqing nodded, watching her mother leave. Feeling exhausted, she slowly walked toward the palace gates. She just wanted to take a walk to calm herself down. The physician had just informed her that the crown prince's poison had spread to his lungs and was untreatable unless an antidote was found. There might be a slim chance of survival. Without the antidote, he had only 3 months left. At that moment, someone couldn't hold back and attacked the crown princess and the 2-year-old prince. All the evidence pointed to one person, Prince Su. Yet, he turned against them at that very moment. The sedan behind them quietly followed, ready to step in at any time, in case the princess decided not to leave. They walked all the way to the palace gate. Outside, a sedan was waiting to pick them up. The steward from the princess's residence was anxiously waiting. "Your Highness, Luyan has returned with someone who claims to know the antidote to the poison the crown prince was given and who poisoned him." Princess Yuqing felt a surge of joy. "Quick, send the antidote to my mother." "Yes." "Who poisoned him?" "The fourth prince, Prince Chen." "It was him." Princess Yuqing knew that her fourth brother was not as harmless as he seemed. He harbored ambitions. "Your Highness, should we report this to His Majesty?" The steward had already brought the person over.
"Not yet."
"Spread the news of Prince Chen's poisoning scheme against Prince Su to his territory, and find a way for the officials to recommend him for suppressing the rebellion. Enemies meeting each other would be fierce. One side would surely perish." Princess Yuqing understood her father's temperament best. Reporting Prince Chen now might not earn her father's trust and could instead raise suspicions about her and her mother. The steward agreed but then added, "Your Highness, Luyan also sent word that the Lu family was ambushed multiple times on their way back to the capital, likely by the Qi family." There was a moment of silence in the carriage before the princess's cold voice emerged. Let this news reach Mu Jiangyue. That person had quite the fiery temper. Even if they couldn't act against the Qi family for now, they could still make things difficult for that illegitimate daughter. The last person in the Jiang family to learn about Prince Su's rebellion was Jiang Zijing, who was currently reading in her room. Qi Caiwei rushed in, flustered. Zijing, my eyelid has been twitching. I wonder if this matter with Prince Su will implicate your grandfather, especially since your grandfather was involved in the Lu family's affair. Jiang Zijing's heart sank, and she covered her mother's mouth. Mother, be cautious with your words. What does the traitor prince have to do with grandfather? The sun blazed down. It was time for short afternoon rest. Jiang Zijing lay back on the couch with her eyes half closed. Even with 2 young maids fanning her, she couldn't shake off the heat in her heart. She was troubled by 2 things. She was somewhat unhappy with her current childlike identity. She couldn't ask anything, couldn't do anything, and all her ideas had to be voiced through her mother. She only learned things at the last moment. Everyone treats her like a child, and she can only act in a way that fits her age. Just now, if her mother hadn't let it slip, she wouldn't have known about the failed assassination. She also didn't know that the mother and son were actually returning to the capital and would arrive in less than 7 days. In her previous life, her grandfather acted decisively and had never faced defeat. But now, he has sent so many people, yet several women and children have managed to escape from him repeatedly. She even wondered if that woman had some kind of special power. Jiang Zijing quickly moved the beads in her hand. As the beads moved slower, her mood gradually calmed down. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. She was not a narrow-minded person. She didn't necessarily want Lu Qingyao dead. She just wanted her to separate from her father, leave the Jiang family, and not get in the way of her and her mother. For her, this matter could be considered over. But her mother said that Prince Su had rebelled. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, Prince Su did not rebel so quickly. It happened a year later. The crown prince fell seriously ill several times, and the empress searched far and wide for famous doctors to treat him, but it only extended his life by a few months, ultimately in vain. That year during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, the crown princess and the young prince died from poisoning, and the crown prince, in a fit of anger, unfortunately passed away with his wife and child. Afterward, palace servants identified the poison as coming from Prince Su, and all evidence pointed to him. Naturally, Prince Su refused to admit it, but with witnesses and physical evidence, he had no way to defend himself. Driven to desperation, he rebelled. He quickly marched south, reaching the imperial city. At that moment, the court officials realized that Prince Su had long harbored rebellious intentions and had secretly trained troops and stockpiled supplies in his territory. His mother and son had always been at odds with Empress Chiao and had long intended to eliminate her swiftly. Prince Jin took this opportunity to request to join Duke Shen in quelling the rebellion, hoping to achieve great merit and pave the way for his future. The northern part of Daqing had been in chaos for 3 years, fighting for 3 years. After 3 long years, they finally eradicated all the rebels within the Liang territory. That year on New Year's Eve, the army returned triumphantly, and Prince Chen achieved great merit, becoming the most favored candidate for the crown prince among the people. However, on the very day Prince Chen was named crown prince, the woman who had poisoned the crown prince had already committed suicide, but somehow came back to life. She presented a confession and evidence to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, claiming that Prince Chen was the true culprit behind the poisoning of the crown prince's family. The case of the crown prince was reopened. The poison was extracted and refined from the herbs in the garden of Prince Chen's palace. These herbs came from the southern region, and there are clear testimonies and evidence, even detailing the poisoning process, which implicated several royal doctors and palace servants. This all happened because of the sudden appearance of a female doctor. All of Prince Chen's efforts went to waste, and his careful plans fell apart. People are like that. It may be hard to build a dam, but destroying it is easy, often needing just a small anthole. Although she was on the side of Prince Jing at that time, she still felt sorry for him. Prince Qin could be considered a hero and had once shown interest in her. In her previous life, during the Lantern Festival next year, she had a brief encounter with both Prince Jing and Prince Qin. After Prince Chen's downfall, even though the emperor had other young princes and Prince Jing wasn't very famous, he was still the legitimate heir. With the full support of the Liang and Qi families, Prince Jing successfully became the crown prince, and she took this opportunity to enter the Eastern Palace. But in this life, why is everything happening so early? It's completely different now. No, she couldn't let things develop this way. Jiang Zijing suddenly sat up and walked to the table. She picked up a brush and began writing down the names of those involved on rice paper. The Duke of Su had rebelled, and with Prince Qin and Duke Shen trying to quell the rebellion, it would ultimately be difficult to succeed. As for Prince Jing, her husband in her previous life, he was either lost in nature, writing poetry, or enjoying music in brothels, a carefree prince. If it weren't for the help of the Liang family and the Qi family in her past life, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to gain the crown prince position just because of his status as the legitimate son. It would have taken some effort, or perhaps he would have joined his brother in the afterlife. However, what was strange was that this time, it seemed heaven was not so fond of him. Jiang Zijing smiled slightly, feeling enlightened. The current Prince Liang was almost powerless, and the young heir and virtuous Princess Liang were not to be feared. The Cui family also never participated in political struggles. Without the Qi family and Prince Liang, Prince Jing could only rely on the Empress's family and the Mu family.
Mukyang Sue's siblings. Mu Yunjie.
Memories flashed through her mind.
It was Duke Shen Mu Yunjie,
the one who had killed her in her previous life and pushed her off the high platform. It was him, it had to be him. The scarred man from her dreams. Thinking back, he must have known the cause of Mu Qianxue's death and came to take revenge for his sister. Jiang Zijing suddenly trembled, dropping the brush from her hand. This person must not be allowed to live. In this life, Prince Jing was like a stranger to her, unwilling to even glance her way. She only felt hatred for the Prince of Scenic, despising his hypocrisy, his false demeanor, and the way he deceived her throughout her life. Now, with no ties of interest and the interference of that girl Jiang Miaomiao, it would not be easy to change the prince's opinion of her. The Prince of Morning, however, was different. In her past life, he had admired her. He had lost to the physician named Feng, falling victim to his own arrogance. If she could find the physician Feng now, perhaps she could turn the situation around. The Prince of Morning's mother came from a humble background, with no family to rely on, and even the princess he married was not from a noble family. If they allied with the Jiang and Qi families, her involvement would surely make a significant difference. As for the position of the main wife, if she wanted it, it would be within her reach. The key to the alliance was that physician. Jiang Zijing woke her mother, Qi Caiwei, who was napping in the inner room. "Mother, I want to find someone from the Imperial Medical Bureau."
Who?
Qi Caiwei asked, rubbing her temples with some impatience. The physician Feng, who was disrespectful to the crown prince a year ago and later committed suicide. "I want to know where her family is from, if she has any relatives, and who she was close to." She hoped to find some clues from this information. Qi Caiwei was surprised. "Physician Feng? Why do you want to find her family?" There were only a few female physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau. When she was a girl, her father had invited Feng to their home to treat the ladies of the Qi family, so she had some impression of her. "Mother, please don't ask. Once I succeed, I will tell you everything," Jiang Zijing said, playfully linking her arm with her mother's. Now that her mother had lost her brother as support, she was more compliant with Jiang Zijing. Her mother's mood had improved a lot lately. Every time they visited her grandmother, they saw her grandmother treating Aunt Tao well, which made her mother very pleased. Jiang Zijing also enjoyed visiting Shaozishu during her free time, which helped ease the relationship between her parents. Even the news of Lu Qingyao returning to the capital didn't affect her much. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Shen. "Stop, you little rascal, stop right there." Mu Jiangyue was chasing her son with a feather duster, jumping around. Yan Cheng'en, stop.
1, 2,
3. I promise I won't hit you. Once she caught up, he would surely get a good scolding. It was rare for her to visit her family, and this little guy was certainly not easy to handle. Seeing the new pet his uncle had brought, a group of little koi fish, he had said he wanted to feed them. You were feeding the fish but ended up falling into the tank yourself, and even accidentally harmed the little koi. Mu Jiangyue had to quickly replace the fish before her brother returned from court. Her brother, being such a grown man, surprisingly liked to keep such small fish. It was a miracle they survived. Just as she put the newly bought fish back in place, a servant came to report. The Jiang family's lady and her children were ambushed on their way back to the capital and nearly lost their lives. It was said that the concubine was behind it.
What?
Someone wants to harm Miaomiao? Mu Jiangyue pulled out her whip in anger and was ready to leave with the guards. Mu Qianxue stopped her, saying, "Second sister, where are you going?"
Don't stop me.
I'm going to deal with Zhang Yunze and Qi Caiwei for daring to harm Miaomiao and her child. Don't be impulsive. Stay calm. Killing won't solve the problem, Mu Qianxue advised. Her sister had a fiery temper, easily ignited. But she wasn't without reason. Otherwise, her husband, the young official from the court, would have been the first to be caught by her. Mu Jiangyue's expression softened a bit as she patted her sister's shoulder. All right, I won't go to the Jiang family. I'll go to the coffin shop instead. You keep an eye on Yan Cheng'en and make sure he doesn't touch those fish again. The coffin shop? Second sister, why are you going there? Tomorrow is the ghost festival. You shouldn't go to such a place. Before Mu Qianxue could finish, her sister had already ridden off, disappearing at the alley's end. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Someone was likely to be in trouble. Mu Jiangyue and sister Qingyao had grown up together in the northern frontier, playing like real sisters. She wouldn't let anyone bully her. Though her second sister was wild, she also knew her limits. Well, she might as well go back and check on the child. The next day was the annual Ghost Festival. On this day, people would honor their ancestors, burn paper offerings, and release lanterns on the river, praying for a good harvest and warding off evil spirits. Old Lady Jiang believed strongly in spirits and had started preparing offerings and items to burn a month in advance. Most of these items were personally arranged by Tao Tao, the dutiful concubine. Customs varied by region, but Tao Tao followed the Jiangzhou traditions. Finally, Old Lady Jiang was satisfied for the first and only time. During this time, Qi Caiwei and her daughter were busy flattering Old Lady Jiang. Then, they heard Steward Wang report that Lady Yan had come to deliver gifts. Which Lady Yan? Qi Caiwei couldn't recall having a friend with the surname Yan, and it was unusual to send gifts on such a day. It was quite disrespectful. Madame Zhang's eyes lit up. What gift are you sending? Butler Wang looked troubled and hesitated, saying it's the wife of Lord Yan, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. Madam, you should go see for yourself. The head of the family has already gone ahead. Mu Jiangyue rode a tall horse, accompanied by the guards of the duke's residence, and they blocked the entrance of the Jiang family, causing a crowd to gather.
People stopped to watch.
Wow, what kind of grudge is this? Sending a coffin to someone's door on the ghost festival? Isn't this just inviting misfortune to the Jiang family? Jiang Yunze took a day off today and didn't attend court, staying with his mother for the memorial. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard someone was there to deliver a gift and insisted he go collect it personally. He sensed it might be a provocation. After all, who sends gifts on the ghost festival, especially so early in the morning? As he stepped outside, he stumbled upon seeing a sea of coffins at the entrance. Qi Caiwei hurried out and bumped into him, nearly causing him to fall. The couple was helped up by their servants, and once they steadied themselves, they saw the visitors and the coffins on the ground. Jiang Yunze straightened his clothes and questioned Mu Jiangyue. Madam Yan, my Jiang family has no grievances with you. Your actions are too much. Mu Jiangyue rode up to him. If you have no grievances with me, then what about your first wife, Qingyao? You, heartless as a wolf, conspired with your mistress to harm your wife and children, stealing family wealth. This is unacceptable. What do you mean by harming my wife and children?
What are you talking about?
Jiang Yunzi finally understood that Mu Zhongyue was defending Lu Qingyao. Mu Zhongyue glared at him and pointed at Qi Caiwei. Jiang Yunzi, stop pretending. While Qingyao was returning to the capital with the children, the Qi family sent many assassins to intercept and attack them, trying to prevent their return. Don't tell me you didn't know. Jiang Yunzi trembled and rushed to the coffin but didn't dare to get too close, asking, Is it them? After all, they were married, and he still had feelings for Qingyao, despite his anger at her coldness and decisiveness. But even with all his resentment, he never wished for her death. And the children, they were his own flesh and blood, the future of the Jiang family. How could he ever harm them? Stop talking nonsense. Qingyao and her children are blessed. How could they easily meet their end? This coffin is meant for you. Mu Zhongyue didn't care who Jiang Yunzi was putting on a sad face for. She had the coffin brought straight into the Jiang family home. The guards from the Mu family were tall and strong, easily overpowering the Jiang family servants. Jiang Yunzi stood to the side, looking dazed, his face darker than the coffin. Qi Caiwei timidly glanced at Jiang Yunzi and foolishly stepped forward to stop Mu Zhongyue. You wicked woman, get these things out of here, or else. Or else what? Report to the authorities? Go ahead and tell the Dali Temple. Wanna harm me?
Come on.
Mu Zhongyue crossed her arms, looking at her challengingly. Qi Caiwei was so angry she was jumping up and down, her face turning red, and her palms were bleeding from her nails, digging in. You fierce woman. Mu Jingyue's reputation as a fierce woman was well known in the capital, and it was the first time Jiang Yunzi and Qi Caiwei encountered someone so unreasonable, someone they couldn't stand up to. It felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, where reason couldn't prevail. They couldn't fight back, couldn't report her, and couldn't argue with her. They could only watch helplessly as the coffin was carried inside. When the old lady Jiang heard the news, she fainted immediately. After the coffin was placed, the job was done. Mu Zhongyue swaggered out of the Jiang family home with her guards. Before leaving, she couldn't resist adding a bit more salt to the wound. I just love seeing you hate me while being unable to do anything about it. It makes you feel what Yao Yao felt when she was bullied.